This story begins in the ruins of a beautiful metropolitan city, with the skies colored blue to signal the depression of the events that are occurring. The buildings were crumbling, and it's very visible that this once beautiful city had turned into a mess because of some significant stuff going down. Here, we see a man walking. He seems visibly annoyed by something. Scratch that, he is annoyed. Yep, he says he's annoyed out loud as he walks through the streets while there are demonic hounds stalking him. His steps are careful. He knows that he isn't in a friendly area. He keeps glancing backwards too, making sure he isn't being followed. He was looking for someone, and he was annoyed at the fact that he had ran all the way here. I'm pretty sure he already knew that there were demon hounds were stalking him through the glass of a building. I guess he found the person he was looking for, as he exclaimed in joy, which turned into another annoyed grunt, because the man was being munched on by the demon dogs. Apparently, he had offed himself before he was found by the dogs and the MC. He looked at the hounds ripping the man apart, finding it quite amusing for some reason. Seems like a very stand-up guy. The dogs turned their gaze towards the MC as they heard his voice, and a notification window popped up, telling him that these monsters were glaring at him. The names had numbers next to them, and that naming sense really annoyed the MC. This guy is so easily annoyed. Imagine if he could hear my commentary on his story. The dogs went wild as their gaze fell upon him. They wanted blood, and they wanted it fresh. They started zooming towards him, dashing so fast that it was barely visible. Yet the MC seemed unfazed. He didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. The dogs were almost on him. Their mouths were wide open for a hard-hitting bite. Suddenly, he pulled his hands out of his pocket and held a shining dagger in his left hand. A notification window popped up that told him that he had activated addition and multiplication. Bro was doing math. His eyes turned purple, most likely emboldened by the power he now possessed. In a flash, he attacked the dogs, cutting through their bodies like butter. The scene then switches, obviously, because no action is allowed at the start of this story. We see a huge wall, and in the midst of it is a huge door. The MC reaches the door and starts slamming on it, telling the people on the other side to open up. The door props open, and there are 3 people there to greet him. One of them had a bowl cut, while the other 2 looked pretty regular. One was a woman, and the other was probably a dude, though I don't want to assume anything. Bowl cut was glad to see that the MC was back. This guy was a hard mode player, and his name was GM Jungjun. Pardon my butchering of the name's pronunciation. I was programmed by an uncultured swine. He called our protagonist Hyun, so he looked at him like a big brother, I guess. The MC immediately starts talking about how annoyed he was after doing what he just did. Bowlcut tells him that no one other than him could have done it anyways, and asked about the punk that ran away. The MC tells him that he was eaten up by monsters, so he's definitely dead. Bowlcut is surprised, because that punk was also a hard mode player. The MC tells him that it was 3 high-ranked monsters devouring him, so he couldn't have gone far anyways. Bowlcut acknowledges that but is also very nervous at the thought of what had occurred. Bowlcut tells us that hard mode players are definitely strong, but a single high-rank monster can match their strengths. He knows that there are 3 of them, so they need to be handled quickly before they do any more damage. He asks the MC about the location of those 3 monsters. Of course, the MC had already killed them all, which made Bowlcut quite happy. The MC decides he's hungry and wants to go to the cafeteria for lunch, but Bowlcut wants to know something. He wanted to know if the MC was really an easy mode player. The MC really was an easy mode player, and his name was Kang Tison. Let's call him Tai because that sounds really cute. He goes defensive, telling him that there are tons of people who've broken through the labyrinth with him, and that he could go ask them if he doesn't believe that the MC is an easy mode player. Bowlcut tells him that all the other easy mode players aside from him are already dead, and the ones that pop up occasionally die within 2 days, which leaves our hero wondering a little about how an easy mode player even survives here. The destruction and the chaos that ensued here on a regular basis, it was even hard for a normal mode player to survive, so it was weird that somehow Tai had made it this long. As the 2 keep walking towards the cafeteria, Bowlcut is curious how Tai was so strong. He found himself feeling very weak when compared to the MC. Tai looked closely at him for a moment, thinking about the right answer. Eventually, he just told him the same thing he had told him before, that he cleared it haphazardly. Bowlcut knew he was being told bullshit, but he didn't really have anything else to say. They had finally arrived at the cafeteria. Tai had 2 huge potatoes on his plate, and once again he was annoyed, this time due to the lack of selection. Bowlcut tells him that potatoes are the most cost-efficient, and since they must distribute, they need to limit their simple cultivation methods. Bowlcut asks Tai if he knows any simple cultivation skills. Tai tells him that an easy mode player wouldn't learn anything like that because there was food everywhere he went, which Bowlcut cannot disagree with. Outside of the tent though, there are loud yelling noises as a commotion was ongoing. It was a man yelling at another guy while he just tried to calm him down. The MC notes that someone else who had cleared it had arrived. I still don't know what it is, but I'm getting curious. The MC says that the guy making the commotion will be apprehended probably after he makes a fuss. However, Bowlcut tells him that the guy seems like a hard mode player and tells the MC that he might have to interject. He initially didn't plan to step in, but he's called. People ask him to come help. Outside of the cafeteria, this person was creating a fuss and shoving people around because he could not believe that the earth had changed this way. He thought that everything would have changed after the last return, and thought this was some kind of prank. He seemed genuinely frustrated, ready to fight anyone that came his way. Tai kept out of the tent and asked if someone else could handle this situation, but alas, there was no one else. Meanwhile, an old wise guy tried to convince the angry dude that this indeed was Earth, and it had changed this way permanently. He begged him to calm down and listen to reason, but he wasn't going to get a decent reaction out of him. Of course, a decent reaction is one thing. Instead, the old wise guy got punched right in the face. This was a proper bitch punch. I bet he felt that knuckle sandwich smash right into his soul. And now, Tai had no choice but to step in. Bullcut was supporting him, telling him to have fun. Tai told him if his potatoes weren't on his plate when he got back, he would kill Bullcut. He had no choice but to intervene, and so he did, telling the map that this indeed was Earth and mankind was also on the brink of extinction. He told Tai not to mess with him, and the MC wondered if this was the guy's catchphrase because he said it so much. The man simply couldn't believe this was Earth, and you'd think this is a rare occurrence, but this was a common happening. You see, most people who came out of the labyrinth lost their minds because they couldn't accept the reality of the situation. Tai had seen it happen countless times. So, Tai knew that he had no other option left, other than to beat some sense into him. He told him that he would have to beat him to sanity, and readied up for a fight with him. This man was named Li Changchun, and he thought Tai was small fry and he was ready to take our hero on. Li got cocky once he heard who Tai was. Tai would spam the community board despite being an easy mode player, and this guy mocked him for it. He told Tai that his strength level would never match his, considering him a fool for even thinking that he could go up against someone who was so much ahead because he was a hard mode player. Tai told him that if Li won the fight, he'd get to see the real world that he wanted to see so badly. Li was angry, and he now had a proper challenge to let his frustration out on. He pulled his sword back, ready for combat. He had a rage in his eyes and he told Tai that he wouldn't care if he ended up killing RMC. Li activated an augmentation, which added half of his basic attack to his current attack. He also activated his focus, which increases chances of landing attacks, and he increased his damage by activating Power Strike. These were definitely powerful skills, and Tai knew this. He knew that this opponent was strong because he had these skills, especially Power Strike, as Li's sword was burning with the same rage that emboldened him. Li dashed, teleporting right near our hero's face. His sword was burning and so was his passion for seeing the real Earth return. He was going to strike. An explosion happened. It was almost as if a mini nuclear bomb went off. Oppenheimer would eat his heart out. However, a notification popped up that stated that Tai had activated his nullification of First Strike skill, which meant that he would receive 0 damage from this first, explosive Power Strike. Li had no idea what the fuck had just happened. He was flabbergasted as to how that did no damage to the MC. The sword was on Tai's neck, but the whole arena was covered in smoke so Li couldn't see anything. When the dust settled, Tai was holding the blade with 2 fingers, asking the enraged young man if he was done yet. Now he was nervous, wondering what this nullification of First Strike even meant for it to render his attack completely useless. Tai was still holding his sword with a soft grip, but Li felt like he couldn't even move. Tai looked down at his sword as his hand began to charge up with blue energy. He asked the challenger if it was his turn to show his power now. As Tai's attack landed right on his chest, Li managed to activate the skill called Sturdy, which halved all damage that he would receive. However, Tai was too smart, and he activated his skill Ultimate Judgment, which would ignore all defense stats and defense skills that his opponents had activated. But that was just a mere jab. It barely did anything to him. Li only received a damage of 49, which was almost like getting his balls tickled. Li got cocky again. He started talking trash and saying that the stat difference between the two meant Tai was nowhere close to his skill level. Li did not say a word. He simply stared into his soul with that horrifying face and asked him if his health was over 10,000 as he began to load up another punch. This time he would show him the true extent of his power. He activated Addition, which doubled his attack power, and then he activated Multiplication, which made his attack power go 89 times higher. Now, it was time for a punch using the Ultimate Judgment skill he had used earlier. Li's trousers were on the verge of collapsing as he asked Tai to wait. Tai gave no fucks though. He was going to make him feel that hit. He moved his hand ahead, hoping to strike at Li's face. However, Li ducked under it, and just when he thought he was safe, he felt the hand slam upon the top of his head. He went digging through the ground, destroying the ground beneath them. As he bounced upon it like a ball, he realized how strong this fucker really was. He had received 9,600 damage from just that one hit, and he felt it in his whole body as he slammed into the floor. Tai looked at him, still trying to explain that this was his reality now. This is how Earth looked like. It seemed like Li still wouldn't listen to reason though. He once again said his catchphrase, "Don't mess with me." However, I think he realized it, as he started bawling his eyes out at the realization that this is just how things were now. He wished he never cleared the labyrinth because his expected reality was much better than what he had found himself in. Another exposition dump arrives, about when the world was still peaceful and how it all turned into chaos. The sky split apart one day, and from within the sky's ass crack came a huge number of monsters. These monsters were terrifying. Some were large and slow, others were small and fast. But all they wanted was to kill humans, and humans were given only one choice. They had to pick between 4 modes: easy, normal, hard, and solo mode. The players who would enter the labyrinth after picking the difficulty would only return to Earth after clearing the labyrinth. This wasn't a good Earth, though. It was an Earth that was on the verge of complete collapse because of the overwhelming number of monsters that now lived within it. Tai told the kneeling hard mode player that they had no other choice but to try and save the Earth in any way that they can. This was their only home. The sky was blue again, as the dust had now completely settled from the fight. Bolcut arrived to the scene, telling our hero that he did a good job. Tai was not surprised to see him as Bolcut told him that he had to see the fight. Bolcut thought that Tai was incredible. He was the only one who could take down a hard mode player in one hit like that. He didn't just do emotional damage, he also damaged him physically. Bolcut threw him the potato as he asked what was so cool about beating a weakling like that. Tai was annoyed that his potato was cold, while Bolcut kept asking him questions, this time wondering how he got the multiplication skill. He kept asking him about his skills, calling them too strong since he didn't even know they existed. He wonders how he is the only person that has these skills, wanting to know how he acquired it. Tai tells him that it was just through hard work. As Bolcut talks about how that's the only reply Tai gives him, they hear a scream in the distance and wonder if another player had arrived. Tai didn't think so. It was a purple-haired woman that had arrived to the scene, and she had brought with her a lot of blue glowing stuff in a crate. It was Lee Tion, a very blessed player. A few moments later, we see Tai standing in a room with a large monster skeleton hanging above him. He thought about how rudimentary it was that people still worried about decoration. As Tai walked through what looked like a museum, he once again felt annoyed, this time by people's love for preserving art. As he looked at the paintings with perfectly intact frames, he thought about how the monsters had ravaged the world outside. Walking through the halls of this building, looking at the Last Supper, he could think of only one person who would put so much effort at preserving this art. She was the strongest person in the world, the only player who cleared the solo mode of the labyrinth, and Tai asked her why she's the strongest. This was none other than Lee Tion, and before we go any further, let us appreciate this view for a second. Moving on, Tion told him that she found a hobby in this world in a terrible situation, and asked him to find a hobby like she did. He didn't care much about a lesson today, so he brushed the conversation off by asking her why she called him. She mentioned that she heard he had shut down that hard mode player. She told him it was still surprising to him how he was an easy mode player, absolutely owning hard mode players every time. Tion was looking at her own stats, and this was something to behold. She was level 258, with almost all of her stats being completely above anything else. However, at the bottom, it said that she was scared. He wondered if she was bragging by showing him the stat window. But the girl was just curious about something, and asked him to show her his status window as well, so he propped it open. Tai's stats were basically dog water compared to Tion's stats, but he was currently in peak condition, as he wondered what she had against easy mode players for her to brag. She called him disgustingly weak, and contrary to popular belief, that did not turn him on, because he instead asked her if she was looking for a fight. She told him she was just curious, and told him his stats were good for an easy mode player. You see, as soon as a player came out of the labyrinth, their growth completely stopped. This led to a difference in player strengths based on the difficulties that they cleared the labyrinth with. Hard mode players have stats that are 10 times higher than Tai's, however, none of them could even think of withstanding a single blow from him. Tion knew that this was because of Tai's skills, and so she asked him to stay for a moment as she pulled out a weird pen-looking thing. She activated her augmentation, and then she activated addition, afterwards she activated perfect aim. I guess she really was picking a fight, but she looked pretty great doing it, so we don't mind. She moved her arm backwards, ready to throw that weird-looking pen at the MC as she glared into his soul. She swung her hand quickly and let the pen go. It came raging through the air towards the MC, and it was going to be a guaranteed hit. However, skills could be earned regardless of difficulty, and Tai was confident in his. The attack landed, but it mainly landed behind him, covering him in an explosive flurry of flames from behind. He looked at her with one eye closed as the dust settled. He felt a little disgruntled by the smoke. As a giant hole had emerged behind him, he asked her why she did that, as he felt nothing from the attack because of the nullification of first attack being activated. She said that she just wanted to do it out of curiosity and to pay no mind to it. She listed some of his skills and assumed that he had around 200 skills. He corrected her, telling her that he actually had 230 skills. She regretted not clearing the labyrinth strategically like he did, because he had managed to earn so many skills from it. She wished they tried to become as strong as they could have, but all they focused on was clearing the labyrinth. Tai told her not to think about it too much, since it was all in the past anyways. As Tion sat back down on her chair, she mentioned that he wasn't exactly correct about that. However, she brushed off the conversation and told him he was great, and if he had chosen solo mode, they would have killed all the demons. Tai remembered how he stood near the graves of his fallen comrades, as the narrator tells us that while Tai's skills are really strong, they still use the stats as their base. He remembered the tears on his comrades' faces as they wished if he was a hard mode player, or even a normal mode player, he could have saved them all. In other words, Tai couldn't use half his skills because of his stats, but he wanted to stop talking about that. He asked her to get to the point, and so, she looked at him with her big blue eyes and told him she came back from patrol and had something to tell him. She told him that the next wave was beginning soon, which is the only thing that had managed to bring a reaction out of him so far. You could tell by the look in his eye, he was scared. He did not want anyone else to die at the hands of the monsters, yet he knew he couldn't save everyone. However, he couldn't let his fear be known, so he started acting sly, saying they were screwed. Whenever a wave started, monsters would attack in masses, and each time, they would kill many people and took more land to occupy. Soul was lost during the first wave, which is why this was such a terrifying experience each time. Half of the hard mode players had died during the second wave. By the time of the third wave, they could only protect a small city. Wall Maria would fall, and Wall Sinha was all that would be left. This is a reference for all the Attack on Titan fans out there, representation even for professional haters like us. Now, it was time for the fourth wave to arrive, and Tai asked Tion how many were about to attack. She told him that the wave had 2 S-rank monsters, and several dozen high-rank monsters, along with several hundred B-ranks. On top of that, they also had an apostle. Tai put his hand on his head, he knew they were fucked. Even Tion had trouble beating 2 S-rank monsters, and they were very short on hard mode players who could handle the high ranks. The real issue was the apostle, and Tai scratched his head in confusion of what they should do. Tion told him that he should be the one to fight the 2 S-rank monsters. Bro was flabbergasted, she was basically asking him to die. She told him that she had to fight the apostle, and he was the only one who could stand up to the S-ranks. No one else could compete, and he knew this. He told her she's an asshole, and started to leave the room. She asked him if he was going to tell the others, and he said he wanted them to at least prepare themselves emotionally, even if they were going to die. Tion thought it would be better if they didn't know, because they would be happier until it actually happened. Tai disagreed, as he walked out of the door looking at her in annoyance. This was the only time his annoyance was fair. She looked at the door after he left. Might I suggest she has a crush on him a little bit? I think I'm already shipping. After he left, Tion thought about how strong he was, and how he was the only one who could lead them to victory. She looked depressed, as the light of her eyes was almost completely gone. She knew she was a coward, as she held a glistening purple gemstone in her hand. Bowlcut was depressed when he heard the news of the fourth wave en route. The rest were panicking, sobbing their eyes out because even though they knew this day would come, it was still a shock worse than death itself. Tai asked Bowlcut how he was doing, and Bowlcut had accepted his fate. He knew that they managed to last pretty long against insurmountable odds, so he was content. He called it a blessing that he lived that long, but Tai told him it wasn't a blessing since he was going to die horribly. They looked at Lee from earlier, the angry guy who was breaking shit before being put down by Tai. Bowlcut felt bad for him. They thought about how he must have gone through so much to clear the labyrinth on hard mode, and yet despite that, he was told to wait for death on the same day that he came out of it. Bowlcut thought about how unlucky the guy's existence was, and Tai probably agreed with him even though he didn't say it. Bowlcut asked our hero how he felt as a storm was approaching Steadfast. He had assumed that Tai would be the angriest one here, since if the others could match of his strength, humanity would have survived. They sat atop the wall, looking out into the destroyed city as red lightning began to surround the area. Tai finally let his feelings out. He said that he was so angry that it was killing him on the inside. A tear opened up outside of the city walls. It was a huge tear and completely purple, and you could see the silhouette of a monster inside of it. The sound of loud footsteps thumping across the ground had now encumbered the area. It was time for a proper fight with the monsters as they came pouring out. They were horrifying, looking like large lizards, dinosaurs, spiders, and reptiles in all mutated shapes and forms, and their bloodlust could be seen through their red glowing eyes. Bowlcut looked at them in excitement and nervousness, asking Tai what he had to fight. Tai told him that he was going to fight 2 S-ranks. Bowlcut told him that he'd see Tai in the afterlife, since he was going down there first as he was about to jump off the wall. Tai activated Large Leap, a skill that gave him the ability to cover large distances by leaping. His feet touched the wall. This is where he would set himself off from. He blasted himself off of the wall, the momentum sprouting through his legs as he lunged into the air. He could see the whole world beneath him, as he was now floating through the skies with complete surveillance activated, a skill which let him see everything. He scanned through a blue surveillance window, looking for the 2 S-ranks. He found the largest 2 red blobs on the blue screen, and he knew he had his targets set. He jetted onto the ground, doing a kick-ass superhero landing as he hit the ground right between the 2 S-rank monsters. These fuckers looked scary, straight out of Dark Souls. He peered at them through his peripherals and asked them if they were excited to see him. The eldritch beings were glaring at him, and he was feeling their debuffs kicking in. However, he used a skill named Iron Will, which ensured that his mental stability did not collapse to any of their debuffs. He began to stand up, slowly pouring all of his power into his hand and pulling out his sword to get ready for combat. He stood tall between the two monsters. He knew they were not going to be his death today because his body had developed an unyielding physique due to his skill of Iron Will. He stared into their souls, looking like the boss fight himself, as he told them that he would be their end. He stood in the rubble of the fallen city, staring at the two monsters still. This was an old-fashioned standoff. One of them was green and looked like an octopus. We're gonna call him Cthulhu. The other blue one I'll name Mushroom Bob. Tai activated complete surveillance again, wanting to know if either of them was a defense type. Yep, Mushroom Bob was indeed a defense-type monster. As he leaped into the air, with his tiny tentacles serving his feet, Tai saw that he had 148 million health points. Mushroom Bob landed on the floor, leaving a significant shockwave that could be felt within the whole city. It was so huge that he made a crater wherever he landed with his chonky ass. He thought he had killed the MC, but he was shocked to know that Tai was still around and had dodged it. Tai thought about how it would take forever to kill Mushroom Bob because he had so much health, as he dodged away using body time acceleration. He looked at Cthulhu and wondered what this guy's deal was, as he surveilled him for his stats. Cthulhu was a long-range attacker, but he only had 1.2 million health points, which seemed doable compared to the big guy Mushroom Bob. Cthulhu probably sensed that Tai would target him first, so he started attacking with his long tentacles, as Tai knew he did not have a proper solution for either of them. The tentacles struck, landing upon the ground and clashing with the floor. Tai had managed to dodge its attacks and chop off a tentacle. He then kept attacking in a flurry, absolutely disgruntling the poor Lovecraftian dickhead. Of course, he wasn't even putting a dent in its HP, he was only doing 42 damage per hit, which is a reduced damage since he was attacking the tentacles. Tai knew that he had to aim for the head, and that's exactly what he did with his next charge up. He rushed to the monster's head with his sword in hand. However, this guy was smart. It immediately used its tentacles to charge up a powerful laser blast. As Tai was about to give him a stab in the face, it blasted our MC away with a single charged laser blast. Thankfully, Tai had activated the complete nullification of first attack, so he received 0 damage. As he went sliding backwards, he noted that the attack came from wherever the tentacles aimed, and there was no way to tell when it was coming since it had no delay in the attack pattern. There was only one thing to be done here, and that was to project when the attack was coming and predict its trajectory. Tai stood around in the flurry of laser blasts that came aiming at him, and he kept dodging them to the best of his abilities. It was possible to dodge them, but it puts him in a disadvantageous position since he couldn't focus on much else. So he knew what he had to do, and he activated his acceleration skill and started flying past the shitty lasers. He blew through the attacks, and he was aiming right for Cthulhu's head. He had to end it once and for all. The sword strike landed. It cut through the monster's head and blue blood could be seen. Yet, Tai was sadly surprised to find out that he only did 48 damage to it once again. Cthulhu was mad, and he wasn't going to let this go, so he charged up another laser blast. This time he would surely end it. Tai thankfully saved himself by activating his nullification of second attack skill, which I honestly didn't know existed. Cthulhu was confused. It had a genuine WTF bro reaction on its face. Tai had managed to find himself another avenue of attack during the confusion, and he was once again aiming for its head. He leaped up with his sword ready to chop off a chunk from Cthulhu. Suddenly, Mushroom Bob appeared and stood in front of it. Tai realized that the defense-type monster was protecting the other one. He knew that this is why they were put together at the start of this wave. However, our hero was smart, and he had a brilliant idea. He slapped the top of Mushroom Bob's head, and he forcibly initiated a battle with it. A cage appeared, and the party was now inside of it. Obviously, Cthulhu was not invited. No matter how many laser blasts he shot at the golden bubble, he could not even put a dent in it. Now, he could fight Mushroom Bob uncontested for 1 minute, and Tai stood in front of him ready to give it the fight of his life. As Tai readied up his sword and activated his addition skill, he thought about how easy it would be if Lee Tion was here since she had higher stats and legendary gear. He stood there, activating his multiplication skill afterwards, and then he used absolute judgment, which ignored all the defensive skills of the opponent. He wanted Mushroom Bob to feel the pain this time. He wondered how much easier this would be with Lee Tion with him. She can't be damaged by the defensive type, so she'd have killed Cthulhu first and then slowly killed Mushroom Bob. However, since Tai can't do that, and as Mushroom Bob lifted his skirt mouth up, the hundreds of teeth inside looked terrifying. Tai knew that he couldn't take a single hit from this guy. If it landed, he would immediately die. He knew he would only do 9,600 damage, and that would still not even put a dent in him. Yet, he had another trick up his sleeve. He used his reset designated skill ability, which could not be used for another month. He reset the multiplication skill, and now he could activate it again. He activated multiplication again, and he had pure rage in his eyes. He was about to do 92 million damage to Mushroom Bob. Tai dashed at light speed to Mushroom Bob's mouth, and he knew he was going to do a fuck ton of damage to this massive behemoth of a beast. Yet, Tai knew that this wasn't going to be enough damage, so he once again had to rely on his skills. He had to hit his limit. He had to take this guy out in one hit. He activated the copy skill, which means that his next attack will hit twice. The attack landed, tumbling Mushroom Bob completely over and carving through him in just one hit. Tai had cut through this monster, jamming his sword through its core. He had done 92 million damage in his first hit. The cage glowed into an explosion, and then he did another 92 million damage, absolutely destroying Mushroom Bob to bits. As Tai stood in the fallout, he noted that Mushroom Bob was completely annihilated as bits of its flesh were falling to the ground. However, he let his guard down, and the cage had vanished. Cthulhu was ready to take revenge for its fallen comrade Mushroom Bob. As the laser blast landed on our hero, it did a whopping 22,000 damage. Thankfully, Tai's quick thinking saved him once again. He activated Endure in the final moment, which nullified the fatal attack he had suffered. All damage would be reduced to 0 for the next 5 seconds. He was definitely disgruntled by the attack, as smoke from the laser blast was covering him. As he dashed off once more, he realized that all of his attack nullifications had been spent, and he only had the Endure skill. Once again, he attacked Cthulhu, and he only did 48 damage to the monster. Now, it was a test of endurance. He had to dodge and hit. That was going to be the loop he would be stuck in for the remaining 1,200,000 hit points. However, there was a problem here. He only had 21 points left in his mana. He had no more skills left, and he had to shave down a whopping 1.2 million HP from Cthulhu with his regular attacks that do no damage at all. He had to hit him 25,000 times, and that was going to take forever. Hit after hit, days turned into nights, and the gauntlet of this battle kept going. He had managed to dwindle half of Cthulhu HP down, and the fight kept going. Tai kept enduring the battle, and he kept attacking even though his body was giving out from tiredness. He was damaging it consistently. He was bringing it down one hit at a time. Cthulhu was on its last 100,000 HP, and Tai was going at it. He screamed at the top of his lungs as he once again jumped at the massive beast. After this attack, his body entered a state of complete concentration, meeting all the conditions to obtain the soul skill. However, since he had already escaped the labyrinth, he was unable to obtain the skill, which pissed him off and annoyed him. Cthulhu was bleeding out. The boy had nothing left within him right now. Tai hit him with the final attack, dwindling its last 48 hit points, and bringing Cthulhu to its end. Cthulhu was dead, and it took our boy days, but he managed to accomplish his task. He screamed out in celebration as he pulled his sword out of the monster, and the gods of all dimensions were astonished at the feat he had just accomplished. He was covered in blood and drenched in his own sweat. Tai had no idea how he had survived this battle. It felt like it had been more than a month since he was fighting with no food, no water, and no respite. Damn the stats, our boy had unlimited power. He was tired now. He was busted and broken. He was completely washed from all of the stress of fighting, and he knew he had to head back now. So, he started walking away, fatigued beyond imagination, tired and broken. A screen had a red dot on it, which showed that there was only one living being in the area. Tai walked up to see the ruins felt extra dusty on this day. There were bodies all around him. People had been killed in the most brutal of ways. Tai walked through the ruins of his old society, blood covering the ground and dust covering the area. He saw the bodies of his fallen comrades. He was in disdain at the fact that he was the only one alive. The only easy mode player was the survivor of this onslaught. The memories of his comrades kept going on in his head as he wondered why they all had to die. He saw the bodies of the ones he interacted with most. Bolcut was dead on the ground. He looked into his face and wondered if he was really in the afterlife like he had said. Our hero felt broken, looking at the dead bodies of his previous comrades. The boy who stole his potatoes looked up to him like a little brother would. Finally, he saw the one person he never thought he would. It was Li Tian, laying there in a hole inside of the wall. He remembered her beautiful face and wondered how someone as strong as her could have died. Li Tian laid there, covered in her own blood and wounds, dead. She was the only clearer of the solo mode difficulty, and the strongest person in the world, and even she could not survive this onslaught. An ominous mud began to surround the ground, as Tai realized that this is what killed her. The mud began to emerge out of the ground, standing up like something was being 3D printed. It emerged, a terrifying muddy demon. It was the Apostle, its two terrifying eyes in malleable form bringing an aura of terror to the fold. This Apostle was what killed Li Tian, and its gaze was going to kill our hero. He resisted the gaze using one of his skills, and told it to get that rookie shit out of here. The Apostle was confused. How did this easy mode player just resist its gaze? He activated True Aim, and pierced through the muddy fucker in a single hit. He did not care about damage anymore. He was so mentally broken after seeing his comrades being dead, that he just wanted to fight it. He was angry, frustrated, depressed, and every other feeling you could think of. Tai was out for the apostle's blood, but I have a feeling this wasn't going to end in his favor. Tai stared into the apostle's soul. He felt nothing in this moment, only violence. The ruins of the city were taunting him, highlighting his failure to protect those dearest to him. He stood there without any convictions, his sword impaled into the soul of this apostle demon. Yet, he knew this wasn't going to be the monster's end. The mud began to sprout from the ground beneath him, trying to entangle him into its own mess. He thought he had managed to dodge it, but the mud became solid and impaled through his chest, piercing through his heart like a spear. It exploded out of his back. There was no way to come out of this alive. He knew this was it. This was going to be his demise. The apostle shoved him onto the ground, throwing him hard until he could feel a crack in every single bone in his body. His skill called Fortitude activated. He had reached 0 HP and would be kept alive for 1 extra minute. His spine had been shattered so he couldn't feel his lower body, and he kept coughing up blood, wishing they would just let him die. Fortitude was just delaying his death, and he wanted to die in peace. The apostle stood next to Tion's corpse, staring menacingly at it as Tai could do nothing but watch. It wasn't even looking at Tai, and he figured that the monster already knew he was dead. He gave up all hope, as he knew that he had nothing but death waiting for him. He put his head down, laying in a pool of his own blood. The regrets kept piling onto him as he saw the tear in the sky, wondering how different things could have been if he hadn't chosen easy mode in the beginning. More monsters started to emerge from the hole in the sky, their claws breaking reality apart. He wished he had just chosen hard mode, as he remembered himself as a kid, meek and powerless. Yet, he became defensive again. He couldn't blame himself for it all, the rest were at fault too. He scratched the ground in anger, his fingers graveling the dirt as he considered his dead comrades useless fucks. He was crying. This was the first time he showed emotion. It didn't matter who he blamed, his inability to help any of them broke him. He wished that they built their strength instead of just clearing the labyrinth too quickly. Things could have been so much different if they did. How were they so weak even after choosing normal mode, and a lot of them even chose hard mode? How could they have been so frail? He thought if only they did half of what he did, they would have survived, as he slammed his fist on the ground in frustration. The memories of his comrades would haunt him till he died. This 1 minute of fortitude had been the most agonizing thing he had ever felt. His body was starting to give out, as he wished that they were all alive, and that they were able to fight back. Now, he was losing consciousness. He couldn't keep going any longer as his eyes were losing their light. Darkness surrounded him, as he collapsed onto the ground completely, with no power left in his body whatsoever. The hole in his back was pouring blood out, and his tired body eventually gave out. He can't do anything about it anymore, so why bother thinking about it so much in his dying moments? There was no use blaming the others, and he smiled as he accepted his death. Until his eyes fell upon the glistening purple gemstone in Tion's hand. There was something about this stone, the way it was shining, it felt as if it was calling to him. Tai's eyes fell upon it, and he was entranced. He knew she was trying to protect something, and that was this stone. This stone would be the key to saving humanity, and to getting rid of all these cruel fucking eldritch monsters. So, Tai decided to start crawling. He would worm his way to Tion, until he could reach that stone and take it for himself. He used all of the remaining strength in his upper body, pulling himself by the grit of his nails, wishing nothing more than to endure. The apostle's eyes were focused completely on Tion, and our hero hoped that it would stay that way. He activated his last resort, the last chance skill. He would be allowed to use one skill without any restrictions whatsoever. He kept pulling himself, inching closer towards the gemstone with each tug. In that moment, he used the time stop ability, and everything stopped. A whole whopping 100-meter radius would not move for 2 minutes. This was his only opportunity to make it. He had reached Tion finally, and he touched her fingers for the final time. He remembered all of the good times they had, as he knew exactly what he had to do. This stone was the Ouroboros Bezoar. You see, a Bezoar of the god controls the cycle of all life, and this one in particular had the power to send only one person back in time. It could only be used once, and the choice depended entirely on the user. Tai was shocked at seeing this. How could there be an object that could turn back time? More so than that, he wondered if Tion kept this for him. The tear in the sky cracked open, and from within it emerged a large monster. This would be the most terrifying creature that Tai had ever seen. But luckily for him, he had no plans to fight him. He looked into its eyes as he held the stone in his hands, telling the monster that he would see its bitch face some other time. As the giant lizard dinosaur combo monster began to pounce on him, the purple Bezoar began to light up bright and a tear began to form within it. The gears of the world began to rewind, and as our hero was being sent back to the past, Samurai Jack, what's up, what's up? I had to make that reference or else I wouldn't be able to live with myself. The scene switches to a young Tai being berated by someone. They were calling him useless, cowardly, weak and everything else you could think of. It was his father, standing tall above the young child and asking him why he was even born. Now, I don't know much about parenting, but I don't think he's doing very good. You see, when Tai was young, they would berate him to release their own frustrations. He was like Doom Eternal for his parents, but instead of plugging a controller and playing, they would play with his feelings. After a bit of time, though, Tai eventually started feeling weak because of what they said. He had no confidence left in himself, he felt worthless. This was the reason why he chose the easy mode, because he thought he would be too weak to clear it any other way. However, this was not that weak little kid that didn't believe in himself. This version of Tai was superior in every single way to every other human. He was the only human standing, and he wouldn't make that same mistake anymore. He knew his worth, and he knew his talent. He knew exactly what he was capable of. This time things would be different. Tai woke up on a wooden floor, with his phone next to him in a room that felt more like a dorm. He woke up and breathed out loud, sweating from what felt like a fever dream. He looked around the room filled with bottles of alcohol and empty boxes of noodles. The light shone in through the small window in his room, and he realized exactly where he was. He was sent back to the past. He woke up and checked his phone, looking for the time and date. It was 11 p.m. on the 31st of December, 2019. It was almost the 1st of January, which was a significant date for mankind's downfall. You see, while people were gathering outside in crowds, celebrating the New Year's Eve, they had no idea what was coming for them. The dawn of the new year would be the end of civilization, as the tier in the sky would open up and the game would begin. Tai ate a bite of pizza and wondered how long it had been since he had food this good in his life. It tasted like luxury to him, and he was happy to say the least. As he munched on the delicious, warm and cheesy pizza, he remembered how after the apocalypse, all they could eat were potatoes and monster carcasses, and neither of them tasted any good after a while. He was so hungry for this shit that he emptied the whole box, leaving only tiny minuscule crumbs behind. He was still surprised by the fact that Lee Tion had an item that could send him back, and yet there was something very odd about this. He wondered why she never used it, even when it was the end for her. She could have used it to send herself back in time, but she didn't. He thought he knew her, and as he left the room, he remembered how if she was the same old Tion, she would have ran away. Yet, he decided to stop dwelling on it as he left. He came out to his balcony, taking in the sights and the views in the rainy weather of Seoul. The time was 11:58 p.m., and it was almost time before the tear in the sky would appear. Every single person in the world was counting the time down right now. It was New Year's after all. They were all going to celebrate with a big kiss to their loved ones. They would bring each other gifts, welcoming the new year and hoping that this next year would be slightly better than the last one. They would spend time with their families, with their pets and their favorite friends. Yet unfortunately, when the clock strikes 12, the new world would begin. As the tear in the sky opens up, people start to wonder if they're hearing any noises. Now, it was 12 a.m., and the sky started to shine brightly due to the phenomenal tear that had opened up in the sky, and people saw it. They could see eyes peering at them through the sky, and they knew that this wasn't just a brand new light show. Tai was taking in the sights from his balcony. He knew it was coming, so he was pretty unfazed. He was shocked back when it originally happened, but this time around he knew what it was. It was a monster that even a hard mode player could fight with no problems, and yet this was a terrifying sight for regular folks. In any case, he didn't have any time to waste anymore as a notification window had just popped up in front of him. Everyone in the world was greeted by a hello in this window. They begin to panic, run and scramble as they are told their world would be destroyed by invaders and all weapons that they have are going to be of no use against these beings. The monster quickly began to rip out through the sky. The lizard-looking creature was out for blood. A helicopter was reporting the scene live, and the reporter lady was sweating bullets in this situation. However, the notification window gave people some solace. It told them not to worry, even though large monsters were emerging out of thin air. The monster crawled out of the tear. Its size was so humongous that it terrified the whole world. Its mouth is filled with fire, as it targets the entirety of the city as its playground. The window tells them that a merciful being has taken pity on them, as the dragon monster begins to spit fire upon the whole crowd. It sets people alight, burning them to a crisp. They try to run, but the flames are so powerful that they destroy them completely. The notification window tells them that they all have a chance, as they die from the fire. A little girl can be seen walking away from the fire, crying her eyes out as she's about to be eaten up by the flames. There are people crushed under the rubble, turning into ground meat. The entire city was in an uproar, as the notification window told them that they would be given a choice to select the one difficulty that they want to use in the labyrinth. Meanwhile, the scenes here are like the rumbling going on, with people dying left and right, overtaken by fires or getting crushed by monsters. People are running as they hear that they would gain power by clearing the labyrinth, but Tai just stands there amidst the chaos, walking towards the flames. The notification window popped up, and the choices were laid out right before his eyes. He had the choice in between picking easy, normal, hard or solo mode, as he noted that these gods were just crazy for entertainment. He remembered himself as a frail little kid, and thought about the choice he made that led to some terrifying consequences in his future. However, he ignored it this time. That fear wasn't consuming him anymore, since he was going to take a very different route this time around. As he looked into the eyes of his past self, he had already made his own choice. This time, he was serious, and he would make sure that things were going his way, as he decided that it was time to finally head out. Each labyrinth was a different beast, but easy mode was like a puppy. There was food essentially everywhere and in abundance. There were also a ton of rest areas, so you had no worries about constantly being attacked. All you had to do was put in some effort to clear this version of the labyrinth. Normal mode, on the other hand, was a bit more difficult in comparison. You see, there were fewer rest areas and much less food when compared to easy mode, but it wasn't too difficult. It was simply a bit more challenging, and required a little more focus for a player to survive. Hard mode was the true test of human will and might, and it definitely pushed you to your absolute limits. It was lacking in food severely, and there were little to no rest areas to be found. Monsters had no sense of preservation, and would run at you without caring about their own safety. The only way to survive here was to do everything right, find a small amount of safety, work together in groups and level up with skills. However, there was one other mode available for players, and that's what our hero, Kang Tison, ended up choosing. This was the solo mode, and he would be completely and utterly alone in the labyrinth. There will be nothing friendly here. All the monsters, NPCs and creatures will be hostile towards him, and he will eventually die. That didn't matter to him though. He knew his talent and he knew his worth, so he decided to say screw it and went ahead with the solo mode. All of his attributes would be tested here. Wisdom, luck, talent, and strategic thinking would all be useful here. The game told him that he wouldn't survive, but he knew that he would make it as he put his hand through the portal gate to the labyrinth's solo mode. It didn't matter that the game warned him to not enter this version of the labyrinth. He was determined. He spoke as if he knew there was someone beyond that gate, and he asked them to wait for him as he entered the portal. He had picked solo mode, and now it was all on him to survive through his own merits, because this would be the most terrifying journey of Ty's life. There he was, beyond the solo mode portal, and into a lively-looking medieval fantasy town. Ty had arrived at his destination. He felt a sense of nostalgia running through his mind as he saw this place. He was intimately familiar with this place. It had been way too long since he had seen this place, and he was feeling all of the feels that you could feel. A notification window popped up, which showed a community post by someone who was also a solo mode player. Ty was surprised that there was already a post, and thought that the poster might be quick-witted. The community posts were the only method of conversing with people in other difficulties, and here they share lots of methods and strategies to help others. Ty didn't say anything except for good luck. He had just arrived at the labyrinth, of course. He knew it was no use of using the community posts right now, they'd only be helpful later on anyways. He had something else he wanted to check, as he remembered a conversation with Tion about how the NPCs acted in their chosen difficulties. Ty told him that they were regular NPCs, repeating their set answers. However, Tion had a different experience. According to Tion, the NPCs in solo mode were smarter, and they were able to move freely on their own. They acted as if they were real people. As he walked further, he found a young man asleep while sitting on the floor next to a tunnel. Ty noted that this was the gatekeeper NPC that guarded the labyrinth's entrance. He was a regular white-haired old man in the easy mode, but here he was very different. The NPC noted Ty's entrance, asking how he was already here. The NPC said that he thought it would take Ty at least a month, which annoyed our hero a little bit. As the NPC stood up, Ty could tell that this guy was extremely strong, even stronger than Tion, and wondered how this could be a mere NPC. The guy then made his introduction, calling himself Broken Man, the guardian of the labyrinth gates and also the guide. He had one eye closed as he congratulated Ty on making his way here. I'm gonna call him Brokey. Ty asked him why he was called Broken Man, and he said that the one who fails his attempt becomes the gatekeeper, which is why he was there. Anyways, Brokey asked him if he knew the details, and did a brief rundown of the Ty's shitty situation. You see, Ty's world was invaded and is facing imminent destruction, and this is the opportunity to become strong, which is provided to him and his people by the magnanimous Transcendent. Brokey was a bit of a racist, it seems, as he thought that just being annihilated would have been more merciful for the people of Earth, and Ty just looked as if he didn't care. However, that wasn't the case. He was just surprised by the way that this NPC spoke. It was as if he had experienced total annihilation at the hands of this magnanimous Transcendent. Here, Ty realized something fucked up. The NPCs in solo mode were actual living beings. They weren't just programmed NPCs. These guys were the survivors who had their home worlds destroyed. This changed everything for him. Ty stared him down, noting his mannerisms with a flat-faced expression. He did not look human. He looked almost as if he was a robot, and I think that made Brokey a bit nervous. Brokey started wondering why Ty wasn't freaking out despite the fact that he came to the labyrinth after seeing his peaceful world go through massive annihilation. He was thinking of beating Ty up before explaining things, but Ty was so silent and unresponsive, he didn't feel like it. So Brokey just ignored that feeling, and told him that this was the labyrinth. Some call it the tower, others the dungeon, but Ty could call it anything he wanted. Brokey began to tell him about the labyrinth, which had 100 floors to be cleared, and there were huge changes each 10 floors that he went up. It gets harder and harder the further he went in the labyrinth. He would have to deal with the food and water situation by himself, and he may have to find any information that he needs for himself as well. There will be no hand-holding here, this wasn't a game made by Ubisoft. Tai asked him if that was really all of it. Brokey got annoyed. He seemed really sleepy. He didn't want to dive into the details of what's on the first floor and second and so on. He told our hero to head inside and ask the merchant the rest of the stuff. He remembers Tion telling him that the gatekeeper guy almost killed her because she complained about not being told enough. So, he decided not to mess with him further and just told him that he understood. However, Brokey wanted to tell him the basics, that too on his own accord as he put out his pointer finger and sparks of blue electricity began to form from it. That blue electricity turned into a weapon. In an instant, this boy was holding a big-ass spear in his hand. Tai noted that he was going to use this for intimidation, or that he might even try and hurt him. Brokey gave him a smile, before immediately going for his throat. He slashed the spear around our hero, and almost slashed him on the shoulder. It seemed that he would send our boy injured into the labyrinth. However, the NPC did not attack him. He simply put the spear's bladed bit right on Tai's shoulder. The lack of reaction from Tai might have impressed this dude, as he gave our hero a smile and told him to take the spear. Tai now had a worn leather armor, which increased his defense by 1 point. Not to mention, he also had a rusted sword which gave him a bonus in attack power by 1 point, but it looked as if that sword would break soon. Tai mentioned to the NPC that the sword was copper. Brokey was surprised how he knew, and he asked our hero if he didn't like the sword, and Tai said that he did not. Brokey was lost in thought as he stared at our hero. So naturally, the MC asked him what he was thinking about, but Brokey just shrugged it off by saying that it was nothing. He then gave our hero a worn wrist protector, which would give him extra protection by 1 point. This might not be as good of a wrist protector anymore, but it can still block at least a beast bite. Tai looked at it as if this was something new. He didn't remember Tion mentioning receiving something like this. Finally, Brokey told our hero that he would be receiving a few skills and stuff, but he would have to figure that out for himself. He also told them to go inside and stop annoying him. As our hero was making his way inside of the tunnel, Brokey wished him good luck. It seems as though our hero had left a lasting impression on this guy, at least enough to not get himself beaten up. He wondered why Tai was smiling. Brokey felt as though Tai was looking forward to entering the labyrinth, which is a reaction he had never encountered before. He was the gatekeeper, and so he had met many labyrinth challengers who were called geniuses. However, none of them were able to clear the labyrinth in solo mode. As he saw our hero walking away, he knew that there was something odd about him. There was just something different. He knew that it wasn't because of talent or skill, but because he seemed like he had a foundational drive to survive. As he sat back down on the floor next to the tunnel gate, he wished nothing but goodwill towards our hero, hoping that he'd survive. The scene switches to Tai making his way through the tunnel. He paused his movement as a notification window had popped up. There was more info for him to digest. The notification window told him that the labyrinth was created by a great magician long ago, and there is a rumor that a wish will be granted to whoever would clear it. The solo mode variation of the labyrinth was a sealed world, filled with terrifying beings who moved around silently and where living beings only came to die. Every single thing here existed to oppress the players. However, to those who pushed through this dark hell, they would be awarded with eternal glory. Tai had made his way out the other side of the tunnel, and as his eyes adjusted to the brightness, he noted that he had arrived. He was at the labyrinth entrance. It was time for him to explore the first floor. He was overtaken by joy, a sense of excitement and a sense of nostalgia once again. He knew that this was his opportunity to make a difference, and he would start right at this moment. This is when a notification window alerted our hero that his main quest had started. The notification alerted our boy that there's many secrets to discover and many hidden areas to find, and depending on which ones he ends up finding, there will be different rewards given to him when he clears the floor. The floor 1 quest had started, and Tai was ready with his trusty rusty sword, wrist protector and leather armor. The objective was to defeat the boss of floor 1 and pass to the next floor. The reward was a random stat boosting potion, and there was also a secret reward for him there. He remembered another conversation with Tion, this time about a shopkeeper. She would ask him if there was one in easy mode, and he told her there wasn't a difficulty where they didn't exist. She would ask him how the shopkeepers were, and he would tell them that they were simple merchants. You just buy potions and stuff from them. She would tell him that they were different in solo mode. They would sell way more things. She showed him something on her wrist. It was a pure black bracelet, an incredibly strong item that decreased all damage taken by 50%. Tai couldn't even believe it, and he would feel very regretful of his choice to go easy mode every time he heard info like that. There were a lot more options than just this thing, however, but Tion couldn't grind for more gold, so she couldn't buy them all. But one thing was for sure, the shopkeepers in solo mode were something to behold. He remembers her words. She told them that if he could just buy all the items at the shop, he would have become stronger than her, even though his stats were bad. And so, our hero had arrived at a door. What was behind that door? That's something we don't know yet. So, our hero opened the door knowing that he would fully pay attention to everything in the labyrinth this time. Through the door, he saw an old man sitting and smoking his pipe. The guy looked graceful, as if he had been royalty once. Turns out, that was exactly the case. This merchant was the Lost King, and he was just as surprised as Brokey to see that our hero had already arrived. Tai looked at him curiously, trying to figure out what this guy's deal was. He could be just another NPC. Or maybe this Lost King also lost his whole world to the magnanimous Transcendence Entertainment. He greeted the old man, and the old man was glad that he wasn't deaf or dumb. The old man is a bit of a mouthful name, and since this guy is a dwarf, we're gonna call him Gimli, because I need to have my daily dose of Lord of the Rings references. Gimli asks our hero his name, and the MC introduces himself while asking if Gimli was the shopkeeper. He indeed was the shopkeeper, but when Tai looked around in the shop, there was essentially nothing there. It was completely empty. It was just the old man himself, with empty shelves and empty cupboards. Our hero asked him why there was nothing up for sale. Gimli had a response that would show his true prowess as a legendary merchant. He said that if he were to display all his items, the entirety of floor 1 wouldn't be enough. In any case, he had no intentions of showing all his items to the MC. Tai wondered why this was the case, and asked him why he was even there. This pissed off Gimli. I mean, it was a pretty stupid question. He could just be there chilling, what's it to you? Gimli slammed his hands on the desk, telling our hero that he wasn't there by his own choice. In fact, he had lost his kingdom because of the insanity that occurred and he had nothing left anymore. He was condemned to stay here as a shopkeeper. He calmed down though, and told Tai that he didn't want to show his children to him because he didn't know anything. By his children, he means his items. Tai understood, since he knew there would be some quest attached to this. Gimli had the soul of a merchant, and he wanted to show the world what he had cooked up, so he decided to give Tai a choice. He told our hero if he can show him what he's made of, he might show him his items. He pointed to a tunnel behind him. Tai understood the mission, and it seemed simple enough to him. Gimli told him to go into that tunnel and to come back alive. If he is successful in doing that, then the merchant will open up his store to him. Tai thought about it for a little bit. It seemed simple enough, and the only condition for purchase was survival. He asked the merchant if that was all that he needed to do. The old guy looked at him a little surprised. Why was this kid so confident that he could do anything? His calm and careless demeanor made Gimli feel a bit uncomfortable, and he told Tai that he was a bit weird. Tai was confused why he would say that. He asked the old fart if he needed to clear the whole labyrinth for Gimli to show him his wares, but the old geezer wasn't even focused on that anymore. Tai said that he'll take his leave then, as he had a labyrinth to clear. He started walking away, and the dwarf looked at him in pure confusion. He wondered why he was so confident, because all he was used to seeing was people getting scared and pissing themselves out of fear at the thought of running into anything dangerous. Gimli had a feeling about this kid. There seemed to be no fear in the kid's eyes. He wondered how does someone like that even exist in such a situation, but he didn't know what our hero was capable of. In any case, the dwarf decided to take a nap again as he knew that Tai would not be coming back alive. Tai was walking through the corridor, dimly lit by small fires all around him. He noted that the layout of for solo mode version of floor 1 is the same as it was in easy mode, and there didn't seem to be any imminent danger around the corner either. However, that wasn't the case as he could hear the sounds of a monster squeaking its rotten mouth behind him in the shadows. As he looked back, you could clearly see the red glowing eyes of a monster that wanted to rip his guts out. Behold, it was a big rat. This was a monster that was not only terrifying in size, it was also agile and incredibly fast. As Tai noted the existence of this monster, the monster immediately dashed towards him with full ferocity, becoming almost invisible with its incredibly fast speed. It lunged at our hero as he wondered why the boss monster of floor 5 in easy mode had to be a random mob in solo mode. The rat slashed at his foot, doing a whopping 10 damage to the MC. He could feel the difference between the difficulties now. As he saw the cut on his foot, he remembered the time that he fought this monster before. The big rat had low defense, but it was incredibly fast, so it was impossible to follow it with the naked eye. So it took a long time for him and his party to defeat this monster when they were in the easy mode labyrinth. Tai responded to the rat's attack with his own sword poke, but the rat moved out of the way using its agility, and the sword only connected with the ground. He knew this was going to be a challenge. The rat was just as fast as he had thought, and as the monster stood in a standoff against our hero, it was going to be a fight to death. He remembered how they worked together in easy mode to fight this creature, and they chased it until it became too tired so they could finish it. However, it wasn't just that he was alone now, he also had stats that were much lower than he would have on floor 5, so there was no way to win this fight. He remembers that Tion told him but she ran away when she first encountered the creature. In fact, none of the solo mode players actually engaged in a fight with this big rat. It was too strong for anyone to take on initially. If they did, there would be nothing but death waiting for them. He looked back at the old dwarf Gimli being so hesitant to show Tai his wares. He understood everything that was going on. He had cracked the code. You see, the solo mode labyrinth gives rewards in a very simple way. It's all based on accomplishing something that the other players couldn't. Now that the MC knew this, he took the big rat head on. Of course, once again the rat managed to bite him in the thigh. But anytime he tried to swipe or slash at it with his sword, it would move out of the way. Tai knew that he had to accomplish a feat worthy of respect, so that he could be rewarded accordingly. If he wanted to accomplish his goal of becoming stronger than anyone else, he had to think carefully as he picked up his sword and stabbed the ground with it. He struck the ground just in the nick of time, as the rat couldn't attack due to the blade waiting for him. Our hero now approached the rat. He was starting to predict the fucker's movement patterns so that he can kill it. The rat stared him down and raged. The ugly thing was getting nervous. Tai knew that this was a living, breathing creature, so his movement wasn't going to be instantaneous. There must be a pattern or a tell that he could exploit. In that instance, he noticed something on the rat's leg muscles. As it roared, the MC noted that it contracted its leg muscles and inflated its chest every time it was going to move. This was his opportunity to strike, and he took it. He managed to strike the ground again, but he was an inch away from killing the rat itself. A notification window popped up that notified our hero that the big rat was intimidated by him and its ability to think was dulled out. The rat was nervous as hell now. It was sweating, even though animals don't really sweat, but whatever. Tai knew that he had this monster by the balls. It wasn't going to outthink our hero with that tiny brain, and since he was blocking his ankles from its attacks, it was going to go for the next easiest target. It can't jump that high, so it was going to go for his wrist, which was protected by the wrist protector. The rat pounced on our hero, its tongue out and its sharp teeth showing. It was going for a killing blow at the wrist for some reason. As expected, Tai blocked its attack with his wrist protector, and as its teeth got stuck in the leather, this was our hero's opportunity to end it in one hit. For a moment, he just held it there for a second, not letting it go. He was amused by the fact that this scary-looking creature that took the lives of many players was nothing but a weakling. Now that I know it's going to die, the bastard looks kind of cute for a second. Tai stabbed it in the gut with his big sword. Is it just me, or did this rat keep getting small the more it was intimidated? He had immobilized the big rat and he did enough damage to kill it. The scene switches back to the merchant's shop, where our hero returned alive and well. Gimli was completely shocked at seeing him alive. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Tai was a well-mannered young lad. He wasn't going to come back to Grandpa's place empty-handed. So, he brought the old man a gift. It was some big rat meat. The community posts were absolutely brutal towards our boy Gimli. Every last person in solo mode, which was basically 2 people, were insulting his ability to never shut up. Tion also joined in on the community fun, talking about how he was constantly belittling her, and bullying her to the point that she wanted to murder him. She wanted to straight up stab our boy Gimli, but she knew that she can't do that because she would get beaten up. Meanwhile, when Tai came back with the goods after killing the rat, Gimli was genuinely shocked. Tai put the sack of big rat meat down on the table and asked him why he was so surprised. But the old man just wanted to know what was in the sack. It was big rat meat, and it was in pristine condition. That wasn't all either. There was also big red leather, which was also at 95% quality. Tai showed him the items and asked him if he buys things as well and how much would he get for these. Instead of answering his question, Gimli was just flabbergasted at the fact that our hero managed to kill the big rat. Tai told him to not be so surprised. He hadn't seen anything yet. Gimli was genuinely awestruck. The goods that our hero had brought were real and they were of the highest quality. He couldn't believe that a newbie was so exceptional at taking down a monster with such perfection in his technique. He was unironically impressed by Tai. He hadn't seen anyone of this skill and talent before. Gimli told him that he met the requirements, so he would open up the shop for the MC. Tai asked him to show him what he sold, and Gimli said that he sold literally anything that Tai could think of. So, Tai asked him if he had a tower shield. Gimli asked if those were the big ones, and the MC said the bigger the better. He wanted to hold it with 2 hands, which made the merchant curious as to why he would buy a shield of all things. Tai stated that he thought he would just crush all the rats using the shield. He would just break their spines and then harvest them for goods, plus he could protect himself from their slashes and bites. Gimli had never felt this much satisfaction from someone's answer before, and he walked towards the wall and pressed on it gently. He said the words golden door, and a crack of gold light opened inside of the wall. It was so bright that our hero was a bit overtaken by the light, and he wondered what sorcery this was. From the glowing crack in the wall, Gimli pulled out a big blue shield and asked our hero if this was good enough. It was a bulky tower shield. It added a boost of 1 attack point and 5 defense points. This seemed like it would do the trick. As Tai held the shield in his hands, he noted that this was a high-quality item that could be found only after reaching the 7th floor in the easy mode, and he had gotten it so early here. Gimli told him that it cost 500 gold, and our hero only had 243 gold, so he needed to double up on the money. He turned his back to the old man, thinking that if he manages to kill 7 big rats, he'll be able to make up enough money to buy stuff. When Gimli asked him where he was headed, Tai told him that he was going to get more gold. However, the merchant was feeling benevolent and he gave the shield to our hero for free. Gimli noted that Tai had around 250 gold, and started to show him some stuff that he could buy with that amount of money. Tai had no idea what was going on. This was something completely new. Gimli was showing him different kinds of potions, a knife, some pendants, wristbands, and more. There was so much stuff here that Tai was completely overwhelmed. He thought that the merchant was going to be an asshole, but he's awesome. Tai decided to ask the merchant why he was doing so much for him, and Gimli said that he just wanted to be nice. The old man told him to consider it as a simple investment, and Tai wondered what the hell that even meant. Gimli told him to shut up and just pick something out. He was being nice and Tai needed to accept that. Tai noted that the old man didn't want to tell him what he meant, but he decided to look at the wares anyways. We saw that most of these were potions, as he held a big red health potion in his hand. You see, potions serve different purposes than the labyrinth. Some of them could heal you, while some increase your attack or your speed. Each one had a different purpose, but they were all essential to clearing the labyrinth, just like they are essential in The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That is not paid advertisement. Nintendo, hit me up. Anyway, our hero knew that these weren't something he needed to use right now. He did not need to spend any gold on them at this point because he was too early in the labyrinth. You see, it was hard to obtain potions in solo mode and they were not really made for the lower floors. The best way to use them was to use them when he reached the upper floors, which would take Tai a lot of time to reach. As he thought about it, he knew that there was no need for him to buy potions right now. In fact, if he did, he would be setting himself up for a trap. He needed to buy something more important, something that could aid him and make the journey a bit easier. His eyes immediately fell on the crude bow. It was a decent-looking weapon, which increased his accuracy by 20% and increased his attack power by 1 point. The arrows were indeed shaped like arrows, and they would be of massive help against enemies. Tai knew that he needed a way to attack from range, which could make a lot of the situations much easier for him to deal with. If he could master using this bow, a lot of the situations would become a piece of cake. He asked Gimli how much the big rat leather was worth, and Gimli told him that it would go for 70 gold. So, our hero decided to sell the big rat leather to the merchant, and in exchange for all of his gold he would buy the bow and arrow. This put a smile on the dwarf's face. He knew that finally someone who was financially smart with his gold had arrived to the labyrinth. Gimli had a huge smile on his face as he handed our hero his bow and arrow. Meanwhile, Tai was confused why this old dude was acting so kind and happy with him. He knew that there was something different about his experience and others' experience in solo mode. As Gimli handed him the bow and arrow, he told Tai that he cannot recover his health in the labyrinth, which our hero already knew. This is when Gimli told him about something called the Spring of Life. This was a small spring on the first floor where he could recover his health infinitely. As long as he didn't leave the floor, he could use that to heal any and all of his injuries. Gimli decided to show Tai the spring's location by marking it on his map, and he told them that there's a crazy old geezer there, but it wouldn't be a problem for our hero. Tai remembered how Tion also found out about the Spring of Life from Gimli, but instead of telling her calmly and nicely, he told her to hide there and starve to death. He basically berated her at every moment he saw her, which made our hero wonder what changed the shopkeeper's attitude towards him as he was walking away. Was it perhaps the difference in their methods? Tion initially ran away when she saw the big rat. Of course, Tai didn't do that. Instead of running, he straight up killed the rat and came back with some high-quality materials to sell. That had to be it. Yet he wasn't sure if that was the difference maker in the way that the merchant perceived him. In any case, our hero started his genocide of the big rats. He went full Eren Yeager, the only difference being that he crushed the rat's spine with his shield instead of the giant steaming titan feet. He had too many questions that needed answers, but he knew that he wouldn't get any of them right now. A notification window popped up. That notified our hero that his interception increased skill has activated. His stats kept going better, and after killing just one other rat, he was bombarded by screens. He wondered why there were so many screens from killing just one random big rat. Aside from his basic skills, he even earned skills that he only got on floors 20 and 40 in easy mode. He was going through all of these screens and he was a bit overwhelmed. He had no idea he would get these on the first floor of solo mode, and then his eyes caught something extraordinary. It was a skill named Interception Increase, with 100% proficiency. His soul had experienced a higher plane of existence, and every time his higher dimensional soul won, it would steal the opponent's power. This skill seemed completely overpowered. He was suddenly taken aback. He remembered that he had unlocked this state of complete concentration when he was fighting Mushroom Bob and Cthulhu. As he struggled to stay alive, a miraculous power became imprinted onto his soul, and he obtained that soul skill called Interception Increase. But he remembered that the skill was sealed since he wasn't in the labyrinth at that time. He noted that back when he fought that S rank, he had seen the notification window appear. After he had cut down that 1.2 million HP off of the tentacled horror's body, he didn't get to check it because he was just too tired. Now, he could see that the skill had freed up because he returned to the labyrinth again. How is this even possible? A skill that he gets to keep even when time was turned back. However, he had no time to dwell on it because he couldn't find an answer to that question even if he wanted to right now. For now he had to keep moving forward towards his goal, the only goal that mattered, to become stronger than anyone else in the world. As he walked through the corridor with his map open, he realized that the Spring of Life should appear right past the corridor. He was a bit annoyed that the path was uselessly long, but when wasn't he annoyed in this whole series? Then, another big rat appeared. At this point, he didn't feel scared of it. It was just one, what could it even do? But suddenly, behind him emerged two more of the big rats. Now, he was currently in a difficult situation, completely surrounded by these sewer monsters. Can he get out of this unscathed? And what new items will he buy from Gimli? Stay tuned to find out in the next episode. Special thanks to my first Patreon, The Prophet, who single-handedly funded the entire operation of this video. Our hero was backed into a corner, and he had to use all of his resources and find a way out of it. As he stood there surrounded by the big rats, he knew that he couldn't intimidate them at this moment because they were at a numbers advantage. 3 of them were able to surround a large human, and they would know that even with their tiny brains. However, our hero was a smart man, and as the game ran a confusion check and a fear check on our hero as he pulled out that big-ass tower shield, to the rat's confusion and genuine concern, Tai had managed to hold his ground. There was no fear in our boy, as he had resisted it with outstanding focus. Fear is the mind killer, and our boy knew that very well. He swiped his shield at a big rat, and it dodged after making our hero bleed a little bit. He knew that he couldn't falter. If he hesitated, then he would die. In that moment, the 2 rats behind him pounced on the opportunity and tried to bite him in the butt, but he was well aware as he obtained the unshakable mind skill, which increased all of his stats. Instantly, he swooped his shield back and struck one of the rats right in its noggin. The other one was thrown back, but it wasn't dead while one of them was dead on impact with the shield. He had leveled up, and now that he knew his stats had increased, he could now react and catch these rodents off guard with relative ease as he crushed the other big rat's neck. He had managed to kill those 2 big rats, and he had once again leveled up. The surviving big rat was intimidated, and its tiny brain began to malfunction once again. It was basically shaking with fear, squeaking at the thought of being crushed by that big blue tower shield. Tai mocked it, telling it to come and try its luck at attacking him. The last surviving big rat had nothing to lose anymore, and it ran towards our hero, wanting to bite him in the ankle once again. It approached naively. Tai was ready for that, and he raised his shield up high, aiming right at the rat's spine. In an instant, he struck the rat and killed it, and he didn't just kill it, he basically destroyed it. The scene switched to the outside as a door opened to a grassy area. Tai walked out through the door, looking as suspicious and witty as he always did. This was the resting area of the labyrinth. Opponents couldn't enter this place, and it was peaceful enough to make him feel lazy. This was the Spring of Life, a place where he could rest up, heal up, and replenish his health. Since he had discovered the Spring of Life for the first time, he received a discovery bonus which increased his intelligence permanently by 1 point, and increased his mana permanently by 2 points. He was glad that he got some bonuses as he walked up to the water, hoping to recover from his light journey across the first floor. As he sat down near the spring and filled up his hands with water, he remembered that most areas of the labyrinth contained monsters within it. The only exceptions to that rule were the Gimli's shop and the Spring of Life. These were safe zones. He drank a handful of water, feeling very thirsty after committing genocide on those rats. Immediately, he sensed a surge of recovery flowing through his body. A notification window appeared that told him that he had recovered to his best condition. He loved how refreshing the water felt, almost as if all fatigue had completely faded away, like he had just woken up from a deep slumber. As he wiped his mouth, he noted that he needed to sleep a bit so that he could completely rule out any mental fatigue would be an issue for him later on. The next day, Tai sat on the grassy ground and checked his system window. He didn't realize if a day had already passed, and wondered if there was anything on the community board at this point. As he scrolled through the community window, he saw that many posts had been added. Kang Junhyuk was one of the players in solo mode, and he was still wondering whether he should enter the labyrinth or not. Meanwhile, others were talking about how anyone who entered went completely quiet, so people should try not to enter the labyrinth at any cost. There were players from other modes asking people if they wanted to clear the different floors with them, while there were others who just wanted to know more about what the first monster in the labyrinth would look like, and what it was capable of. Most of the messages on the community board were by solo players, just like our hero had expected. You see, people in other modes can meet and talk to each other, but solo players can only communicate through the community posts. They needed a way to get rid of their loneliness, and the community board existed for that purpose. As he kept scrolling, his eyes caught something. His eyes didn't catch anything random, by the way. In fact, he had managed to find a familiar name. It was Lee Taeyeon, the previous strongest player in the world. The only woman who had managed to clear the solo mode, completely terrified and confused on how to do this. He wondered how the ever-confident strongest player could be this confused at the start, but a realization occurred in his mind. It was almost as if a light bulb went off in his head, as he remembers that the status window we saw back then told him that Taeyeon was always frightened. He knew that she was always a scaredy cat who hid her true self from the world, until the very end. As he went through the community posts, he noted that it's only been a day since the labyrinth opened, so most solo players will still be alive right now since they will properly enter after a whole month had passed. He pulled up the holographic keyboard and began to write out his first community message. Tai knew that solo mode's rewards were definitely matched to the difficulty, and even though Tion missed out on the many rewards, after defeating the bosses she ended up becoming the strongest player alive. Tai's community post went up, and everyone began to notice it. The first one to see it was none other than Tion herself. And it was another player who saw it. Then it was another. The post went viral. It was an interesting post, to be honest. He had devised a whole basic clearing method for the first floor in solo mode. He wondered what would happen after they read it. Would they enter the labyrinth after reading a baseless article? And even if they believe it, he didn't know how they would react. He knew that the only person who survived solo mode from the 10,000 people that entered was Lee Tion. He hoped that his post would give them some idea of what they could expect and how to get through it. In any case, he knew he had wasted enough time sitting there, and he had to get up and start going through it again. He was feeling a bit hungry, and the only food that he had was uncooked raw big rat meat. The status window told him that he can eat it if he must. As he held it in his hand, he wondered if he could eat it, but in any case, he had no other choice, so he just went for it. After he put the uncooked raw meat in his mouth, he immediately had an idea of the bad decision he made. As he chewed through it, trying his hardest not to throw up, he felt extremely disgusted. Of course, afterwards the status check appeared and he got food poisoning from it. He sat there on the ground, trying his hardest not to throw up as his stomach was hurting. Food poisoning was an annoying debuff. Basically, you would lose health constantly for 2 days unless you eat cure potions or health potions, and eventually it would lead to your death. Fortunately, Tai was right next to the spring of life and he could just drink some of the water. This was usually a nightmarish status condition for beginners, and it led to the death of many players who were desperate enough to eat it out of hunger. As he wiped his mouth, he realized that this is why people who have suffered through it told everyone to cook everything before eating. Thankfully, the spring of life had recovered him to his best condition. It was incredibly difficult to acquire food in the labyrinth, so he had to turn a blind eye to this reaction and stomach it as best he could. He took another bite of the uncooked raw meat as he had no other choice. He kept cutting and eating the uncooked raw meat because the emergency rations at the merchant were super expensive and barely filling. He had to down this filthy food and suffer the food poisoning after each status check failed. It was smart that he was doing this at the spring of life because he could just drink the water and recover himself to his best condition. He had enough food now and he felt fully satiated. If he ate more, his stomach would explode. The funny thing out of this situation is that he suffered through so many diseases that a resistance had formed in his body. He had now obtained the continuous conditional activation skill, which gave him a fuck ton of disease resistance. He had just hit the lottery. Though this skill can resist almost all sorts of diseases, since his proficiency was only 1%, the most he can do right now is resist food poisoning. It's a very hard skill to acquire in the labyrinth, but our hero knew the method and he managed to get it. Now, he had to focus on which skill he should obtain next as he stepped into the spring of life. As he stood there in the water, he knew that he wasn't going to enjoy this. Deep in the water, he dove in head first into the belly of the spring. He was unable to breathe, and it hurt him a lot, but he needed to endure it. He knew that if he managed to endure it, he would get something exceptional. As he almost drowned himself to his death, he remembered someone saying that drowning is one of the most painful ways of dying. And now, he was almost at his end as he started to lose consciousness. But just before he died, he pushed himself out of the water and took in big huge breaths. I said breaths, definitely not breasts. You guys have dirty minds. Anyways, since he didn't breathe until near death, he obtained the conditional activation skill called Unbreath. As he kneeled there struggling to breathe, he knew that he had felt the touch of death, which gave him another conditional activation skill called Line of Death. He was just glad that he managed to survive that. At some point while drowning, you never know if you're going to make it. As he fixed his hair up, he hoped that what he was trying to do better work. A notification window informed him that he had acquired Unbreath, a skill which only used 1 mana point and let him hold his breath for a long time, twice as much as his regular breath holding time. As he dried his clothes off, he knew that this skill would be of great help in areas where the air was poisonous. He had also acquired another skill. This one was called the Line of Death. This skill would let him detect any time he was close to death, and it activated in most dangerous situations. Tai was completely shocked to find out that the proficiency for this skill was already at 54% for him. He remembered that the skill was at 54% back when he came out of the labyrinth on easy mode, so did he inherit that number? He wondered if it was because the skill was tied to his mind but not his body. But if that was the case, why did his calm mind and detection skill only have 1% proficiency? Things were honestly a bit unexplainable, and that was fair. You see, unexplainable things happen quite frequently inside the labyrinth, and he didn't have the time to scrutinize and think too much about every single one of them. He had to focus his attention on something else as he pulled out his sword ready for some combat. He knew what he had to focus on most. The only thing that mattered was his ultimate goal of becoming the strongest player in the world, and for that, there were way too many skills that he could acquire, and he wasn't going to stop now. On the other hand, Tai's community post went viral, and despite it being so popular, it seems that they were still questioning our hero's methods. People were conflicted, and Kang Junhyuk, another solo player, decided to ask him to confirm if the methods were truly correct. They thought that he was insane. Tai always interacted with all of the community posts, and he told Jun that high risk high reward is the name of the game in solo mode. This frustrated the other players way too much, who simply did not have the guts to keep pushing themselves like this. Jun was going crazy because of Tai's nonchalant responses. He would always tell everyone to do what they wanted. Jun was being pushed to the verge of pulling his hair out. It turns out, so far, Tai was the only player who had managed to get a skill in the whole game. Tai closed his eyes. His mind was completely focused on a singular goal, adding more skills to his arsenal. He held his breath as he activated the unbreath skill. Holding his sword in his hand, he entered a state of complete focus. The skill was giving him a temporary ability to hold his breath for much longer than he needed to, and his whole body began to glow with blue energy. You see, as he held that sword in his hands and slowly swung it, he knew that combining skills was a big part of the labyrinth experience. You can combine your skills with different actions, or even other skills to unlock even newer, more unique skills. So, he decided to slash away using his sword while holding his breath with the unbreath skill. He carved into the wall, slicing and dicing, slashing and slamming his blade on the walls with unkempt fury. The unbreathing skill was only limited to standing still, so our hero wanted to expand its potential by pushing himself to the brink of his attacks while the skill was activated. He was moving around while using his sword. Now he was jumping and dashing around. He wanted to truly test his endurance and push the skill to its absolute limit. Finally, he stopped. The engine had run out of fuel and his endurance tank had emptied. Just then, he let it out. All of the breath that he had been holding back had finally been exhaled. He could breathe again, and it felt amazing. A notification window popped open, which told him that since he had attacked many times while in the unbreathing state, he earned the special active skill called Unbreathing Attack. He stood there, in front of the brick wall full of cuts and carvings of his making, looking at his hand as he had now unlocked more than 10 skills. He could now boldly say that he had earned skills, which was an awesome thing to brag about. A notification window appeared once more, which now awarded him with the title of Skill Player, and he could show it off to the world. He looked at his sword, and the expression on his face was clearly showing that he was proud of himself. He notes that this skill will come quite handy. It worked in the same vein as his ability to read the big rat's movements. The only difference was that he could now capitalize on it. The monsters can also see the set tempo of human players before they even moved, which is how some of them could predict other players' attacks. This unbreathing attack skill would let him freely change that tempo, making himself a more unpredictable enemy for the creatures that lay ahead. This would result in the monsters becoming easy pickings, at least for the time being. He called up the status window, thinking about how great of a skill this will be to clear the labyrinth with. He noted that his agility was at 21 already, which was much higher than what Lee Tion had told him. She said that when she cleared the first floor, her agility was at 13 points only, so Tai was much faster already. He left the resting area, determined to finally start working on unlocking his main skills. The main skills, the most important aspect of this whole shitshow. They were able to overcome larger stat differences with relative ease and were worth more than 10 basic skills combined. You see, skills such as addition and multiplication were main skills, or even absolute judgment, which let our hero see weaknesses and hidden strengths of his enemies. There were also skills that nullified all enemy attacks, and of course the time stop skill, which was the reason he made it here in the first place. Tai knew that he had to keep moving and figure out how to acquire the main skills, because those would bring such an overwhelming advantage to his powers. This was it. He had walked deep enough into the tunnel and could sense imminent danger, so he gestured his hands into forming his trusty rusty copper sword. As he pulled his sword out, he wondered that perhaps the methods to acquire the main skills were so particular because they were so overwhelming, or was it another reason? His mind questioned whether there was a hidden main skill on the first floor, but he did not have time to jump too deep down that rabbit hole, as the danger had arrived. It was a big rat's appearance, which was honestly not too dangerous at all at this point for our hero. He had to find a way to acquire the main skill that was on the first floor. As the rat approached him, he decided to put his shield away and give it a clear area of attack. The rat bit him in the ankle, doing a whopping 4 damage to our hero. He looked at the little thing, as it did 3 more damage to him. The rat kept biting away at him, slowly gnawing all of the health that our hero had. It was biting away with such aggression. Maybe it didn't realize that he could respond to the attack since he wasn't moving at all. He wondered what he could get if he just withstands all of the bites. And so, he ended up taking 5 more hits from the rat, which did a total of 19 damage to him combined. As the rat bit harder, Tai knew that he was on the very verge of death. However, he had to hold out for just a teeny bit more, and he would get what he wanted. Just when he was in the danger of dying, he slammed his shield on the ground, blocking the big rat's final killing blow. He stared it down, as he noted that the Line of Death skill had risen in proficiency by 3%, and the Calm Mind skill had risen by 2%. Now, he towered above the rat, and the dumb little rodent had no idea what to do in front of that big-ass tower shield. It squeaked again, giving the killing blow another shot. Unfortunately for the rat bastard, it once again got blocked off and flicked away by the beautiful blue tower shield. He had completely blocked the big rat's attack, which earned our hero a special active skill called Block. This was a good skill to nullify attacks that dealt less damage, but this wasn't the skill he was hoping for. So, our hero kept trying again, not killing the rat and trying to perfect Block it to earn more attack nullification skills. As he kept blocking, he thought about the Endure skill. This was a skill that was able to nullify the damage of any blow that would kill him. Granted, it was only once, but it also decreased all the damage taken for a short time after the skill was activated. It came in quite handy when he was battling the eldritch monsters Cthulhu and Mushroom Bob. It's crazy because no one had been able to obtain that skill other than our hero, and he used it in plenty of situations where he was on the verge of collapse. The others often wondered how he had gotten this skill as he sat atop mountains of corpses despite being an easy mode player. They wondered how he was the only one that had such broken overpowered skills. His answer would always be the same, that he worked hard to get them. The ways of learning skills in the labyrinth were simple. You either receive the skills from someone else or you accomplish something that no one else had been able to, and you get awarded a skill matching your achievement. However, there was a third way to acquire skills, which was to find a way to produce a similar effect to the skill you want. This is what he was trying to do. By blocking all of the attacks, he wanted a nullification skill that would stand the test of time. He knew how he could obtain the one skill that could save his life, no matter how dangerous the situation or how overwhelming the odds, and that stupid rat would help our hero achieve it. He stood there with his shield out, ready to block any of the attacks that the rat could throw his way. The rat was bloodthirsty and out of its mind with all of those hits to the head, and our hero was at the verge of dying. He knew what he had to do to earn the Endure skill, which nullified an attack that would cause his death. It was simple, really. All he had to do was continuously block attacks that would kill him, just like he was doing right now. Bam! The shield hit the ground and the rat hit the shield, and then the rat hit the ground because it got blocked again. Its attack was nullified. Just like that, a notification window appeared, telling our hero that he had blocked multiple attacks that would have led to his death, and that he had achieved the continuous conditional skill called Endure. He had done it once again. He had pushed his luck past the point of no return and had come out as the victor. Of course, the rat had to go, since we couldn't have him squeaking about and adding the boob and bubonic plague or whatever. I don't know, I don't study history. He raised his fist up high, knowing that he had acquired one of the most broken skills in the game before he even cleared the first floor. He remembered the reason he was doing it all for. It was to protect those that needed that protection in the future. He would be the shield that nullified any attacks coming their way from those above. Their laughter at his responses was always something that stung him like a bee, but he knew that as long as you don't risk your life in the labyrinth, you wouldn't gain much from it. He returned to the rest area, broken and busted with his health almost completely done for. Thankfully, the healing water of the Spring of Life was there to help him out. As he took swigs of that water, he could feel all the bites on his ankles vanishing away as he healed completely. Tai sat down in front of the status window, happy that thanks to his blocking he had also raised his proficiency in Line of Death and Calm Mind. Now, he wondered what other skills should he learn. I mean, our boy had over 200 skills, so there was definitely a bunch of them that he wanted to learn, but he just couldn't point a finger at what to start with. In that moment, he heard loud rustling of the grassy ground behind him. Through the labyrinth door, an old man with beautiful shining armor, long luscious locks along with the thick burly beard appeared. At first glance, this guy looked like he was related to our dude Gimli. However, it was a god-seeking fanatic, which is a weird way to say annoying-ass NPC dickhead. Tai immediately started spawning his shield. He knew that monsters could not enter the Spring of Life, which meant that this was an NPC. Tai held his shield to protect himself if this guy was as psychotic as he was told. The old man asked our hero if he was an adventurer. He had a curious expression on his face. He really seemed like he wanted to know more. Tai wondered what he meant by adventurer, and the old guy explained that those who try to conquer the labyrinth are referred as adventurers. Our hero acknowledged that he was indeed an adventurer. He remembered that when Tion first told him about her experience at the Spring of Life, she also mentioned that some old guy appeared, and he was looking for some god or something like that. As our hero was trying to remember what she said after that, he was overtaken by an expression of pure surprise and nervousness. The old man had dashed towards him, with his fist pulled high up, aiming at the MC's face. If he was truly an adventurer, he would have to block the old man named Angel's non-lethal attack. Tai had no idea why this guy was attacking him, and for that moment, he was stunned. The fist was fast approaching him, and he could do nothing but look as drops of nervous sweat began to drip down his face. Tai's line of death was now activated, as Angel's fist approached our hero's face. For a split second, he thought that he was going to die, but he managed to pull up his shield just in the nick of time. The punch landed right at the shield's center point, and just to be clear, this would have been a fatal attack if it landed at Tai's nose. It sent shock waves through the whole area behind him, sending the grass flying and the ground shaking. Tai was doing his best to hold it back, but he realized that he had to deflect it instead. So, he used all of his strength to slowly maneuver the shield towards the right. This was a split-second decision, and old Izzy recognized it too. That's right, Angel is too annoying to say, so I'm gonna call this fucker Izzy. Tai kept pushing until he successfully moved Izzy's punch to the right. He had managed to clash against Izzy's incredibly powerful attack, which increased his strength by 1 point permanently, and he also obtained the skill called Deflect because he deflected that attack successfully. However, Izzy was a smart boy, and he used his left hand to follow the deflected blow with another devastating attack. There was no way for our hero to see this coming. The technique didn't matter either, the difference in strength was staggering. The punch landed, and as Izzy hit our boy, he was sent flying 100 meters backwards where he would hit the rest area wall. As he looked at the hole in the wall, Izzy realized how incredible this experience had been. He was thoroughly impressed by our hero, because he had managed to do something Izzy didn't think he was capable of. Tai lay there in the rubble from the broken wall, as we see that he had taken 35,211 damage. Izzy thought that he would do 100,000 damage, but this was way less. Thankfully, the attack was non-lethal, so all of the damage was nullified. As our hero lay there in the rubble, he noted how this man managed to destroy the labyrinth wall with one strike, and he was genuinely starstruck by the fact that every single NPC in solo mode was a beast. Izzy walked up to our hero and said that he was surprised by his impressive technique. You see, Tai had not only blocked and deflected the first punch, but he also used the shield and then let it go to mitigate the overall damage taken. He had played it quite smartly and saved himself from most of the damage. As Tai struggled to get up, he told the old guy that he couldn't have just stood there and taken the hit, and the jolly old whitebeard agreed. Izzy lent our hero a hand, helping him get up as he told him that he wasn't planning on killing him anyways, since his attack was non-lethal. Tai took his hand, as Izzy told him that he had the endure skill anyways, so even a lethal attack wouldn't have been a problem. The MC was confused how this guy knew that. He had seen our hero fighting tooth and nail while on the brink of death to acquire the endure skill. Izzy complimented our boy, telling him that his skills are outstanding because he managed to deflect the attack despite having seriously low stats. Tai was starting to get seriously suspicious of these NPCs. I mean, how did he basically see everything that happened? It was really confusing. Izzy told our hero that he thought that Tai would be feeble, but he passed this test with full marks. He then asked our hero what his name was, and Tai introduced himself. Izzy was glad to meet him, and he introduced himself as the Seeker of God, Izzy. I mean, Angel, but I don't want to say that shitty name. The scene switches to none other than our girl Tion. As she's cleaning herself from the filth of those persistent big rat rodents, she completely has her guard down. She was feeling quite relaxed now that she was at the spring of life, but unbeknownst to her, the god-seeking fanatic had made his way behind her. Without even saying a hello there, he quickly moved up to her and made the same grass-rustling noises that he did with our hero. He put his fist right up to her face. This was his way of testing people's will. Before the fist even landed on her face, Izzy stopped his hand. He knew that this was a coward, so he didn't want to waste his time hurting her. He looked at Tion with contempt, and once he left her there, she never saw him again. However, Tai seemed to have been having a completely opposite experience with this dude who was so awfully delighted to meet him. The MC decided to ask him why he goes up to people and decides to attack them so suddenly. Was it just a way to harass the weak ones, or did it have an ulterior motive? Izzy told him that he wasn't there to harass anyone. He was a paladin, so he did not wish to oppress the weak. He said that he simply did this to evaluate those who visit the labyrinth, and our hero was confused by this answer. Izzy wished to know whether they had what it takes to survive the labyrinth, and whether they were worthy of his acknowledgement. He wished to know people who understood themselves, and wanted to find them. We gave our hero a thumbs up, telling him that he definitely is worthy of his acknowledgement. Even though Tai didn't care about it, he said thanks to be polite. Plus, it cleared things up, and assured him that Izzy won't become his enemy at any point. Tai wanted to know more about Izzy, so he decided to ask him a question. He asked old Izzy that since he was a god-seeking fanatic, which one was he seeking in particular? You see, there were many gods in the labyrinth, and each one would test players and give them rewards based on their testing methods. Of course, most players didn't give much of a shit about them because these gods only existed in solo mode. He remembered the teachings of Tion, who frequently told him about how awful and disgusting the gods were. So, it was because of her that he knew enough about them to make informed decisions regarding those bastards. As soon as Izzy got an opportunity to talk about the god he was seeking, he was ecstatic beyond belief. He wanted everybody to know who he was looking for. The goddess that he serves is the loving goddess Levinov. Seriously, who the fuck came up with that name? They all worshipped her. They shouted her name from the dawn of the day to the dusk of the evening, and she would connect with those who loved her. Sounded like a typical god, at least to our hero. Apparently, she was the most beloved goddess in their world, and everybody loved her. Sadly, there was no happy ending for our boy Izzy, because his world was destroyed, so he was the last remaining person from his world that remembered her. Tai asked him if he entered the labyrinth to find her. And that's exactly why he was here, hoping he finds a glimpse of her. Joji fans can get this reference. The funny thing here was that even though Izzy didn't know the whereabouts of his own goddess, Tai knew exactly where she was because Tion had told him. However, there was a problem. You see, by the time that Tion had gotten there, the goddess had been torn to shreds, and the scene of the crime looked so terrifying that it would give even the most hardened New York City detective a seizure. When she had originally found the goddess, she had made a community post. Tai had read this community post back when it went active. She talked about how she was going to throw up as soon as she got there. So our hero wondered, was it really going to be a good decision to tell Izzy the truth if it had even someone as hardened as Tion, who had seen the darkest corners of the solo mode labyrinth shaking in her boots? Izzy asked our hero if he could ask him a question, and Tai obliged. He asked the MC if he wanted to escape the labyrinth quickly, but that's not what our hero wanted to do. His goal was to explore every inch of this place and obtain every single reward there was. He wanted to leave this labyrinth after becoming a literal juggernaut of power. This made the old man clap. Izzy applauded Tai and wondered if he would like to learn the skills of his goddess from him. Obviously, he wanted to learn every single piece of information he could get, so he was all in. Izzy knew that Tai did not have an ounce of hesitation in his response, and Tai told him that he simply had no reason to refuse more power. This NPC was so strong that our hero couldn't even imagine where he got this much power. There was no way that he was going to refuse this amazing offer. He asked the old man if he wanted something in return. Turns out, the old man did not want anything. In fact, he said that this was his way of apologizing for attacking him out of the blue. He was a paladin, they take oaths to protect everyone, so anytime he attacked someone, he felt horrible. Tai wondered it would have been simpler if Izzy just did not attack him. But this old fucker is just a bag of laughs and giggles. He said that if Tai was a weakling, he would have just spat on his unconscious body and left. By now, Tai knew this guy was a weirdo, and a proper one at that. Izzy believes that apologies that use only words are worthless, so he wanted to offer him something that would help him on his adventures. He asked if he was willing to learn the skills, and Tai was more than willing to learn the skills. He couldn't give two shits about other stuff. So, the deal was struck. Our hero would learn the skills from this old sleazeball of a human. In exchange, Izzy would earn his forgiveness for attacking him earlier. They decided that they shouldn't dawdle, and they should start right away. To begin, Izzy commanded our hero to start slamming away at him with that busted-up broken shield of his. As our hero continues to explore the secret room, he gives off a smirk showing how confident he is that this would be a walk in the park, despite the room filled with booby traps. Unlike any other sane adventurers who try to avoid traps as much as possible, Tai proceeds by stepping on all the platforms that would trigger the traps to collect as much arrows he can get to add to his inventory. And every time a trap would activate, he would always catch the arrows for his arsenal. But it is apparent that it's becoming more difficult each time, as he is now exerting some of his aura and putting a lot more effort into it. Another arrow shoots behind his back, and it is coming towards our hero fast. Even though it was from his blind spot, Tai managed to dodge it with ease, but wasn't able to catch it. He admitted that it's getting tougher by the minute. Still, buying all the arrows from the store would be a complete waste of money, especially when he can just put a little effort and grab them. Damn, despite choosing an easy mode, this dude really likes doing stuff the hard way. As he grabs another set of arrows flying his way, he mentions that free stuff is never easy to come by, so he would not pass such generous opportunity. But this time, something catches his attention. One arrow that he caught is a poison arrow with an attack of +2, and an effect that induces poisoning to the target. The other one is a paralysis arrow, which also has a +2 attack damage, and can paralyze the target. However, depending on the level and stats, the paralysis effect may fail. He takes a glance at the surroundings, and comments that all sorts of things are flying at him. Yeah, no shit Sherlock, what did you expect from triggering all the traps? As he adds the new arrows to his inventory, Tai smiles. Whatever this secret room throws at him will be for his own gain. He decided to go back to the first trap again, to try and collect some more. And so, he did. A barrage of different kinds of arrows came flying at him, which our boy caught and collected. Holding multiple arrows in his hand, he admitted that what he's doing is a sort of a loophole, but nonetheless, it's quite satisfying for him. After rinse and repeating the process, Tai has managed to collect 100 arrows. This would suffice for now. Our boy has obtained a lot from this secret room by only using the traps, and it is now time to head for the main dish, the actual reward of the secret room. With a dedicated gaze on his face, our boy has his eyes upon the prize as he launches towards the chest with incredible speed. He then stops and waits, thinking about the next step. If he would just focus on getting through, he could just block all the arrows with the tower shield and run through. However, this place is a maze. He needs to show near perfect execution to get through. And sure enough, arrows came flying his way as he was thinking about how to proceed. One arrow shot fast, which Tai managed to avoid, while the other one was broken in half as he was able to kick and block it on time. After those first two, the third and fourth arrow came flying in, and given his mastery with catching arrows, our boy catches them in time. Then, the last projectile launches towards him. But of course, is within Ty's expectations. He uses the 2 arrows he caught to shield him from the 5th one. I guess triggering all the traps earlier wasn't just intended for collecting materials for his arsenal. He also has memorized the layout of the traps. The next trigger would be on the 9th tile, and our hero is aware of it. Without a moment's hesitation, activating it without delay. And since the trap is on the 9th brick, Ty expects that there would also be 9 arrows coming his way. Knowing that this would not be easy unlike the previous traps, he activates his breathless attack, a skill which gives him freedom of breath for the next 10 seconds. His vision proficiency clearance has also increased by 2% with his eyes glowing in purple. 2% increase may not seem much, but it would definitely be a huge help in a situation where every split second is important. In an instant, multiple fast arrows came flying towards him, 3 of which targets him from the front, 2 on the left, 3 on the right, and 1 near the foot. This one would take a hell of an effort to dodge and escape. A normal adventurer would have 0 to no chance avoiding such a trap, but not for our boy. He quickly heightened his senses as he realizes the predicament that he is in. With that, he has obtained a special active skill, sensory enhancement. 1 arrow brushes past him, now only 8 arrows remain, but he still can't let his guard down just yet. Then, another 3 followed through, which he managed to catch and destroy with ease. Now, only 5 arrows remain. As he is running full speed in a straight line, another one flies directly at him. There is no avoiding nor catching this one, for its timing is a bit off. So, Ty activated his deflection skill, which will automatically deflect the next attack. With the activation of the skill, the arrow flew like a curved ball, avoiding our hero. Despite that, he still took 8 damage. I guess the usage of the skill doesn't necessarily free you from an imminent danger. Now, 4 arrows remain, and given his current stats, he can withstand that much damage. And thanks to ignoring the previous arrow with the help of his skill, he now has some room to move and prepare for the next. All the remaining arrows are all going the same direction. In that case, there will be a much easier way to deal with them all at once. He grabs the leading arrow and uses it as a weapon to parry the remaining 3. Easier said than done, but our boy managed to pull it off with ease. And now for the final trap. He steps on a tile and it sinks to the ground, indicating activation of yet another trap. According to the pattern so far, the final trap will fire 10 arrows, and Ty is confident that he will be able to get through them. Unfortunately, he was wrong in assuming that the final trap would be so forgiving. Our hero is shocked beyond belief when he sees the number of arrows flying towards him. It wasn't 10, but 15 projectiles coming from different directions, each having their own unpredictable timing. He takes a step back to create some room, and grits his teeth to prepare for the upcoming barrage. He managed to catch the first 2, but it was immediately followed by another one. It is more than he had anticipated, and at his rate, he knows that he won't be able to block them all. The expression on his face shows how dangerous this situation is turning into, yet he remains focused on destroying and deflecting the arrows. Even though he is managing pretty well with the first few, the more arrows there are, the more their trajectories overlap, throwing off his rhythm and consuming his safe space. Left with no choice, he uses his limbs to block the arrows, receiving multiple damages ranging from 15 to 16 points. Due to the amount of injury he sustained, he got afflicted by the cripple status ailment. Blood drips non-stop to the floor as our hero walks to the door. A status bar informs him that he is now bleeding, and that his health will continuously decrease. Ty applies pressure to his wounds, while he bites his lips from the agonizing pain. While he is busy pulling out the arrows stuck on his arm, a notification pops up, saying that since he has experienced terrible pain, he has now gained the special active skill, pain reduction. Well, ain't that convenient? Thanks to the newly acquired skill, he feels less pain than before, but the proficiency of the skill is still low, so it still hurts like hell. It was truly a good thing that he had tried to do this challenge in the past, otherwise, he would have fallen right away. We can see our boy's remaining health is only 54 points out of 140, suggesting how terrible the experience is. Though things did not go according to his plan, it wasn't all that bad. After all, even in his crippled and bleeding state, he still managed to acquire a new skill. But there is no need for him to get hit on purpose on his way back. He pulls down a lever, which is safe to assume to be the switch of the traps, and by pulling it down, it switches off all the traps. Something triggers on the ceiling, indicating the traps have been deactivated. Our boy confirms, and starts to open the treasure chest. A radiant gold light escapes from the box as he opens it slightly. Now that the traps have been disarmed, it is time to claim the well-deserved reward. The chest contains a wooden staff, which I couldn't discern if it's good or not, since it looks old. But hey, anything that shines with golden light must be pretty awesome. But unlike myself, our hero was able to recognize this staff, and was a bit surprised that it has already appeared so early in the game. Ty grabs the reward and mentions that even in hard mode, this kind of item should be found from the 10th floor at the very least. Disregarding the fact that this being a solo mode, it still should not appear in the first place. Though it might look like a staff, its size is that of a small club. This is the Staff of Flames. It is a staff used by novice wizards, which can cast basic magic, such as fireballs. Since the system says so, our hero is convinced that this staff is legit. Even from the beginning, the Staff of Flames holds much higher value compared to other magic. Being able to use basic magic with the help of an item is really a big deal. It makes our boy wonder if this is the average loot for a solo mode player. Tion never managed to break through the secret rooms, so there is no point of comparison. But if this is the average, things might get easier for him soon. Anyway, the panel switches to a disgusting rabid rat squeaking angrily. It emits a murderous aura and is looking ready to pounce on its next target. But it got a quick reality check when our boy kicks it effortlessly, sending it flying into the air. Even though he can't use one of his arms right now, dealing with this kind of monster is no longer a threat. The rodent takes its defensive stance and starts to squeak non-stop, probably using some French cuss words to shit on our hero. Though it might seem like Tai is paying close attention to the rodent, his mind is focused on the notification, which states that despite him being incapacitated for a long time, he had no issues with his actions and remained level-headed. For that, he has obtained a special active skill, Unyielding Will, which he happily accepts and taps. Seems like every action that our hero makes warrants a new skill. What a generous system. Without any remorse whatsoever, he steps on the rat, ending its miserable existence once and for all. And as he does that, he gets notified that he has triumphed over the big rat. He then enters a safe room, a special room with bright green grass, good amount of sunlight coming from who knows where, and a clean pond of water. A perfect place for tired and beat adventurers to rest and unwind. Tai kneels and takes a sip of water from the pond. Immediately after doing so, his condition is reverted back to a perfect state. He sits comfortable on the grass and opens his player window to check the skills and rewards that he got from the secret room. The first one is the special constant activation skill, the pain reduction skill. It has a proficiency of 1% since it is newly acquired, and the effects is that he will become slightly resistant to pain. But that would not mean that his senses will dull. The next one is the special constant activation skill, the sensory enhancement skill, which is also at proficiency 1. Using this skill will enhance our hero's senses, and as of this moment, he could only feel a slight increase with this skill. Though they may not seem much at the moment, these skills will definitely be a game changer once the proficiency increases. The other skill is the special activation skill, the Unyielding Will. It has a mana consumption of 1, and also has a proficiency of 1%. The effect is truly astonishing, since no amount of wounds or injuries will break our hero's fighting spirit. With this skill, he can ignore injuries and fight for up to 10 seconds during combat. And of course, we can't forget about the main reward, the staff. It can produce fireball magic by consuming 3 mana. It also has a proficiency of 1% like the others. It deals more damage to enemies without immunities, and may sometime apply the burn status effect to the target. Since our hero has gotten everything that he could possibly get from the first floor, it is time to descend to the second floor. Looking fresh and raring to go, Tai stands up filled with confidence. We get a brief explanation about the structure of the labyrinth, and it seems like it is quite simple. Each floor has a staircase leading to the next floor guarded by a boss, and the player simply needs to defeat the boss and keep moving forward. Tai reaches the door of the floor boss, which is huge, but nothing fancy. It is what you would expect from a floor 1 boss. It would have been nice if the boss is easy to deal with, but our hero knows that it won't be the case. The hinges of the huge door screeches as our boy pushes it open, and inside the spacious room awaits a giant terrifying sewer rat. Its squeaks echoed across the whole room, as if telling our hero that he is trespassing in its territory. Despite the intimidating size and appearance of the monster boss, Tai just walks inside unfazed, telling it that it has been a while since they last faced. A notification saying that a giant rat has appeared, signaling the start of the boss raid. In that instant, the boss roared and showed its razor-sharp claws and enormous fangs. In response, our hero equips his tower shield and takes his fighting stance. It turns out, this giant rat used to be the boss of the 10th floor in easy mode. He can't even remember the number of players who got torn apart by its claws, and now he will have to face it alone. But considering all his experiences so far, he is no longer surprised by this turn of events. As he was talking to himself, the boss took this chance to launch itself and attack Tai. And with a serious expression on his face, he began emitting his aura, telling the sewer rat to bring it on. But before we continue with their fight, let's take a look at how Tion dealt with the boss. You see, the giant rat was not something a first floor player could defeat, which is why Tion had to resort to trickery, and her method was ingenious. Knowing that the labyrinth boss could not leave its chamber, she used it to her advantage. She filled the room with oil, went out of the chamber, and set it ablaze. A pretty solid and clever plan to win as a solo player. The flame was enough to burn the rat into smithereens, truly a logical approach, which only needed enough time and preparations. Considering that she was the only remaining player, her strategy was near perfect according to our hero's analysis. However, it wasn't the kind of fight the labyrinth wanted, and our boy is here to give the labyrinth exactly what it wants. He pulls out the staff from his inventory and starts charging some fire magic. Only a split second remains for the rodent to reach our hero, and we can really see the size difference between the two. Tai activates a fireball spell, utilizing the magic staff. In order to become stronger, you need to show a nearly flawless fight. The blow managed to repel the rat back, and it dealt 14 damage to the monster while also inflicting burn. The disgusting monster screeched in pain as flames start to envelop its fur. The burn status causes 1 damage every 10 seconds, which may not be a lot, but it will surely help. Satisfied with the effects of the staff, he switches his weapon to a bow this time. Looks like all the arrows he collected in the secret room will now be of use. As he draws back the bow, purple energy gathered at the tip of the arrow. He then fires the arrow towards the burning rodent, which deals 7 damage. The system checked if the arrow applied poison status effect, and it finds out that the giant rat is unaffected. But Tai brushed off the notification. It doesn't matter whether it fails or not, he will continue shooting this big fat rat down. The boss was rendered paralyzed until the next attack for 10 seconds, and the arrows that he collected were really starting to prove their worth. While the rat is immobilized, our boy takes the opportunity to get close to it, while holding an arrow on one of his hands, admiring its use. With a smirk on his face, he declares that the grind begins now as he pulls out numerous projectiles from his inventory. The panel switches to the shadow of the monster on the wall as our boy begins his assault. His relentless attacks were so gruesome that the artists had to take switch angle, and during the onslaught, Tai also managed to poison the rat. With every attack he deals damage with, a status effect is added, inflicting a continuous damage to the creature. The poor bastard turns from being a disgusting sewer rat to a rabid porcupine with all the arrows sticking out all over its body. It was so in pain that it collapsed to the ground while Tai was busy equipping his shield. Being the creative man that he is, he pulls the shield all the way back with his arm to attack the monster with it. The fight was so easy that it didn't really provide our hero with any challenge. With all the damage it has sustained, the giant rat has entered a weakened state, causing the damage it receives to be even more effective. But no matter how easy this may seem, we can see in our hero's eyes that he is still cautious. This is a boss fight after all, and one mistake can cause him to lose everything. And just as he anticipated, the ground and pound method had reached its limit. The the giant rat's eyes begun to glow red, and we all know what that means. Cue the Latin background music. This is no surprise to our hero though. He had observed the boss's health and knew that it was time for it to happen. The boss's unique defensive mechanism, the Berserker mode, which activates when the health drops below 20%, giving the monster a power boost. Veins started showing up in the monster's eyes, and the pattern of its fur began to change into a more intimidating one. Tai gets a flashback from the first time this happened, where all of the party raiders were surprised when their paralysis arrows suddenly stopped working because of the Berserker mode. They all tried to flee and save themselves, while the others turned into rodent droppings. He won't ever forget the horrifying sight of his comrades getting massacred by the Berserk rat, while he was just sitting on the floor, too afraid to move. The giant rat squeaked as loud as it could as it enters the Berserk mode, and a notification stated that the giant rat has enraged. Tai braces himself. The second round has begun, and from now on, where petty tricks won't work. Going forwards, this will be a head-on battle. The rodent launches forward. Its kick was so strong that it destroyed the ground as it propels itself. With its blade-like claws, Rattata used slash against our hero, which Tai blocks with his shield. Despite blocking the attack, our boy still received 8 damage from the slash, showing how powerful it was. At his current strength, Tai is aware that he won't be able to handle this giant rodent in its Berserker mode. His strength stat is barely 11, and in order to reduce its health, he must base his strategy on his best stat, which is agility. The boss tried another slash attack, but Tai was prepared this time. He backs away slightly. And when its claws touch the ground, he hammers it with his shield, burying the claws into the floor. The brain-dead monster is confused, for it cannot pull its paw off the floor. Of course, Tai will not let this opportunity escape. He quickly launches forward, tackling the monster with his shield, dealing 7 damage. This further enraged the rodent. The trading of blows started between the two, with our hero receiving 5 damage from an attack that he blocked. The battle of attrition began, and amidst the fight, our boy's combat endurance has increased by 1%. But he knows full well that if the current pace keeps up, he would lose. His body cannot endure any more of these trading blows. He then removed his shield and equipped his sword, slashing the boss back. He has activated the apnea skill, gaining the freedom of breath for the next 10 seconds. And within that time frame, he managed to land multiple blows to the boss, pushing it back little by little. Of course, the boss wasn't done either, and with his reckless attacks, the rodent was able to counterattack, dishing out a massive 24 damage to our boy. But everything is within his calculation. If it is only 24 damage, he could take a few more hits. Including dodging and receiving the blows, he can manage about 8 more hits. He activates his deflection skill, dodging the rat's next attack and countering it with his own. He has to finish the fight before he completely loses health. After that, a few more panels of intense battle pass by, showing an unclear result of the fight. Eventually, our boy sees an opening and quickly positions his blade into a thrust, launching it forward. As expected, the blade finds its mark straight into the heart of the monster. Then, from the point of contact, he slices the sword out of the boss's body, dealing a massive 20 points of damage. The rat squeaked one last time before collapsing to the ground, solidifying the victory of our hero, which was made official by a notification which stated that he has defeated the giant rat. Despite the intense battle that has occurred, Tai confidently says that he felled the boss more easily than he had thought. Now, it is the time we all had been waiting for, the time for the reward collection. Naturally, several of his stats has increased from the victory, and he has also managed to level up, receiving the healing effects like any other RPG game. He has obtained several potions to increase his stats, which he immediately consumes. And for the designated stat potions, he chose to increase his strength. Now this is our boy's status at the moment, level 4, with 155 max health, 15 mana, 17 strength, 16 intelligence, 30 agility, plus 2 attack, and plus 7 defense. And most of all, he is in his best condition ever. Tai looks satisfied in acquiring these stats with just the first floor. Back in the past, he did all sorts of crazy stuff just to increase his stats. He then checks the skill he acquired from the fight, the special activation skill, Counter. When countering an attacking enemy, the skill allows him to deal more significant damage. Now, all he needs to do is take some well-deserved rest. So, he posts a strategy guide on the community, for which he really doesn't have any high expectations. But while he is checking it, something catches his attention. What did he see in the strategy guide? As we begin, we get to see what is happening inside the strategy guide forum. One of the participants asks if anyone can take a picture of the Fountain of Life route for them because he is anxious to go by himself. Another man answers that wouldn't help him at all, for each person has a different location, so he just has to follow the store owner's words. Lee Taeyeon assures them that they will be safe once they get to the spring. It would be better to just push through and keep going, rather than staying in one place to starve. Another adventurer comments on how the situation feels like a race, which makes him excited. Various discussions on how to proceed to the dungeon are being posted. Some look forward to the challenges, while others are concerned and anxious. Tai is a bit surprised at how full of life the strategy guide is, and to be honest, it wasn't that bad at all. You see, it is completely different from the community in his previous life. No one was talking about strategy back then. The only posts you would find are cries for help and desperate struggles. Some people get stuck in certain places and lose all hope of survival. They would give anything just to get out of the hellish dungeon. The moment our hero arrived, it seemed like everyone's spirit was broken, and no one spoke up. Every single explorer was consumed by despair. That is the case for everyone, well, except for one particular solo player, Lee Taeyeon. The forum shifts to the topic about our hero. He sees Lee Taeyeon asking for his whereabouts, saying that she hasn't seen him since his last post. Her concern made Tai smile for a bit. He can't help but feel happy that the flow is changing little by little. The entrance to the lower floor opens, and the aura coming from it feels completely different. Our hero readies his gear and steels himself up as he prepares to head down. He equips the martial artist's gloves, which protect his hands and give an additional 1 damage to his attacks. It reminds him of the time he went and purchased the gloves from the old man at the store. He was taken by surprise that our hero is using his fist and figures out that Tai was taught the Arak weapon art by old Izzy. Our hero didn't expect that the store owner knows of Izzy, but he says that it would only be natural since they are all rotting in the dungeon together. Our hero sells only the meat of the boss to the shopkeeper, which makes him inquire about the boss's leather and teeth. Tai replies that he has other plans for it. The old man quickly catches up to his intentions. He wasn't lying when he said that they were all rotting in the dungeon because he realizes that our hero will take the materials to a certain blacksmith. Indeed, Tai is planning to meet Hafren, the mysterious blacksmith. In the past, Lee Taeyeon mentioned that she wouldn't have reached the depth without the blacksmith's help. But his location is further down, so our hero decided to keep descending. This place is slightly beyond the entrance of the labyrinth, a place where those who die from being stabbed with a knife can survive. The power here isn't that strong. He reaches the entrance of the second floor and is immediately given a notification that prompts him to defeat the boss of the second floor and proceed through. The reward for completing the task would be a mana enhancement potion for beginners, along with a secret reward. The loot sounds quite promising for our hero because such a potion is not even sold at the stores, so it is quite rare. While he is busy reading the rewards, countless notifications continue to pop up, and the system informs him that there are unchecked notifications. They are coming from the community strategy guide, so he opens it up and responds. But as soon as people see his post, he is immediately bombarded with questions from people looking forward to talking to him. He is overwhelmed by the number of people inquiring for information when he receives a prompt from Kang Jun-hyuk requesting to speak with him. As he enters the chat room, he is greeted by a young rookie adventurer. He asks him what he wants from him, but the kid replies that he just wants to make sure that their savior is alive and well. To be honest, Tai did not expect people who are trapped in a space and pushed to their limits to easily take on the challenge just by reading posts in the community. He scolds the young adventurer for doing so. Kang Junhyuk explains that he had no choice since everyone is at their limits. They needed something to cling to, even if it's only a straw. He then proceeds to praise our hero for his contributions and tells him that he is the best. The kid might look jolly and playful on the outside, but he was also exposed to the hellish experience of the dungeon. You cannot get food unless you go exploring, and there was no answer from people who entered the labyrinth as well. They became more and more hungry, and some people even resorted to eating their own limbs. There was also no one to talk to. Hunger and total silence are the perfect ingredients for insanity. Kang Jun was thinking about running through the labyrinth and devouring everything he comes across. But in those critical times, the post that our hero made on a whim shone hope in him. Lee Taeyeon was the first to succeed, and the others followed through as well. Her success served as a catalyst, planting the belief that if she could do it, others could as well. Tai asks how many people managed to successfully complete the big rat hunt, and the kid informs him that it was just him and Lee Taeyeon. He can imagine her successfully completing the hunt, but he is not familiar with this new kid. Maybe in his previous life, he just recklessly fought and died. Since the kid won against the big rat, he must be similarly talented as Lee Taeyeon. Our hero regards him as an irregular who survived thanks to his strategy post. He informs the kid that soon he will meet a strange old NPC who is looking for a god. He explains that the crazy old man will suddenly attack him, but if he reacts properly, he will get something useful from him. Tai orders the kid to pass the message along to Lee Taeyeon as well. The kid agrees, but he goes on saying that our hero is giving too much information. Though he appreciates his help, this is still a competition between them. What a cheeky little brat. He goes on about catching up to him in no time if he gets too much information, and how he can't just receive things our hero earned through hard work. Tai gives him a good bonk for talking too much nonsense. While it might be true that every piece of information is valuable and was earned by our hero through hard work, this is no competition for him. They are all human, facing the same impending destruction of their own planet. The reason he is sharing various information with him is simple. It is to prevent the kid from getting lost in strange or dangerous places. It is not an unknown fact that many people died after following his strategy, so it's not about knowing how, rather, it's about making it happen. He adds that he wouldn't be able to catch up with information alone, which the boy agrees with, saying that he hasn't even passed the first floor. Tai tells him to give it his best and stop getting ahead of himself. He thinks about the silhouette of a man, shining in a purple aura, and wonders if it was about this time around. Then he proceeds to ask the kid about how the community is doing these days. Kang Jun replies that everything is normal, and people in other modes also started talking to him. But it troubles him that there are people who want to start a fight, so he is just ignoring them for now. It seems like people who don't know the subject have started to run amok. Tai tells him to keep up the good work, then proceeds to leave the chat room. He continues on his journey. The first floor is just a tutorial. It is said that the second floor is the true beginning of the labyrinth. A couple of goblins are gathered inside a structure, shrieking and communicating with each other. All of a sudden, the door comes flying open as our hero kicks his way in, startling the ugly little bastards, followed by notifications stating that goblins with various weapons appeared. The long-nosed bastards start screaming as they get ready for battle, swinging their weapons through the air. Tai prepares his bow and arrows, then taunts the goblins to come get some. Goblins are weak little creatures that aren't particularly hard to deal with if alone. But the fight becomes increasingly difficult as time passes because of one reason. These ugly bastards don't fight alone. They group into hordes and swarm their victims, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. Despite their low intelligence, they are not dumb enough to fight one by one. The battle between our hero and the horde begins, and Tai starts it with the release of his first arrow. He accurately shoots projectiles towards them, inflicting them with different effects, especially paralysis. One goblin, wielding a shield and a sword, manages to block his arrows and is able to launch an attack on our hero. But Tai is quick. He is able to swap his bow with his shield, blocking the goblin's sword. He pulls back his fist, while taunting the little bastard even more, telling it to come and try to block his next attack. The long-nosed green dwarf senses the danger that is incoming, so it raises its shield to defend. Tai lands a devastating punch directly on the goblin's shield. Though the monster was able to block it, its body wasn't able to withstand the force behind the attack, so it falls to the ground, crushed with its shield. But that wasn't enough to kill it. Nonetheless, the ugly bastard was immobilized, pinned by its shield and our hero's fist. To finish it off, Tai pulls out his sword. The ugly creature screamed in pain as the sword painfully digs into its body, sucking the life out of it. Its companions were shaken at the sight of their comrade getting slaughtered by our hero. They quickly rush to the scene, but Tai is prepared to welcome them. The goblins leap into the air, each holding their own respective blades, while our hero switches to his battle stance. At that moment, he notices something peculiar about one of the attacking goblins. One of them is wielding a long sword, a quite rare sight since most of the time, the overgrown lizards only use daggers due to their size. Though this might be somewhat surprising, it is not that big of a deal for our hero. He unequips his sword and pulls out his magic staff, provoking the monsters to bring it on. He collects mana through the tip of the staff, chanting a fireball spell. Judging by the amount of mana that is accumulating, this spell will be powerful. The next thing we see is the explosion of the whole interior of the structure, obliterating every single one of those ugly creatures. But man, the blast sure is destructive. I wonder how the heck would our hero be unscathed. However, to no one's surprise, Tai stands tall and unharmed. He obtains the rusty sword that the goblin was wielding. It has a bonus of an additional 2 attack power, and its description is kind of ridiculous, saying that it can be used somehow. Tai seems satisfied with his loot though. This new sword of his would go really well with his wooden shield, a combination which he deems to be more useful than the tower shield. He reaches a particular room with a red, menacing aura enveloping it. As our hero enters, something catches his attention in an instant, stopping him in his tracks to assess it better. A notification pops up stating that he has found the altar of Rakuratas. As a result of being the first to discover it, he is rewarded with a permanent increase in intelligence and a +2 permanent increase in his mana as well. Inside the room is a mysterious altar with a demon-like statue. You see, the gods of the labyrinth have several personalities. There are gods who are favorable to or hostile toward the players, and even some gods who consider players as targets of mockery or compassion. However, most gods regard players as mere playthings. It is revealed that this particular statue is also a god. Rakuratas, the god of strife and death. Our hero stares at it with great curiosity, and even though the statue is not moving at all, it seems like it is staring back at Tai as well. He can sense that beyond this door is a power darker and heavier than anything. We get some information about the altar of Rakuratas. It is an altar made by those who serve Rakuratas and is said to be the gateway to the god. Our hero states that he now understands why Li Tiyon ran away as soon as she saw this place. Suddenly, a dark ominous aura, which seems to be Rakurata's power, starts to surround Tai, encircling his entire body. And in that instant, a subquest appears, stating that Rakuratas wants to test him, the one who came to his altar. It further explains that if he accepts, he will be tested and will be given a reward if he passes, which will depend on his performance. Our boy is no coward. He accepts the trial with a smile on his face, absolutely confident in his abilities. Without delay, the subquest begins, and the god of strife and death is delighted with his decision. The dark and ominous energy starts converging in front of our hero, forming an indistinguishable entity. From it, an arm clad with armor sprouts, along with feet, also covered with metal. The convergence continues, absorbing all the malevolent aura from the atmosphere. After quite a while, Rakurata's servant emerges, though the notification states that it is only a fake one. The trial only gives him one task, to defeat Rakurata's fake servant. Tension is building up in the air, and our cautious hero takes his stance. He knows this being in front of him might just be a mere copy, but its strength is no joke. In response, the copy readies itself for battle as well. Tai can sense the ridiculous amount of power this knight possesses. In an instant, the metal man collects energy towards its legs in preparation for its attack. It launches itself forward, delivering a massive slash to our hero, which he manages to block with his shield. Despite that, he still receives a massive 25 damage. Our boy can't even fathom what will happen if the attack manages to hit him directly. If it is just going to be like that, then there's no benefit to being on the defensive. Tai pulls out his sword and starts swinging. After some exchange of blows, our hero manages to create some space. He immediately takes the opportunity to equip his other sword. Dual wielding is the way. Who knows, we might even get some starburst-like move right here. He crosses his swords, looking like one badass swords master. It has been a while since he used dual swords. Without hesitation, he launches himself forward to bring an onslaught to his opponent, leaping high into the air, ready for some action. The knight blocks the attack with its trusty sword, stopping Tai in his tracks. But he won't be giving up just like that. He starts to release his aura, forcefully trying to beat Rakurata's knight in a contest of strength. Then, he immediately backs off for another barrage of slices, but every single strike has been parried by the knight. After all those relentless strikes, Rakurata's servant didn't even budge an inch from where it was standing. The knight is much stronger than Tai, and he realizes that himself. There is no point in continuing to fight head-on like this, and he needs a plan in order to defeat it. He backs away, giving himself space away from the enemy so that he can plan his next steps. Tai then begins to run away as fast as he can, while Rakurata's servant pursues him. His back is wide open, one single misstep and it will be the end of him. After reaching his desired distance, he quickly shifts his foot and turns around. The knight was still running towards him with its sword unprepared. At that moment, Tai positions himself for another attack. He charges towards it and proves to be faster than his opponent. In an instant, he is able to close the gap, while the knight is still readying its sword. The plan is perfect, and so is the execution. Tai manages to deal 12 damage to the knight, but it quickly regains its footing and is able to block the succeeding strikes. One of his swords gets stuck to the armor, but that won't matter. It is not like he's completely helpless without it. He lets go of the sword and starts punching the metal dude, dealing a total of 10 damage to it. You see, since our hero was taught the Arak weapon art, he is no longer dependent on one weapon only. He can use any part of his body to deal damage to his enemies. All he has to do is stay close to his opponent and make it unable to use its strength properly. He has used this method before, and it looks like it is effective in this situation too. The god of strife and death, Rarus, is baffled by our hero's methods and fighting abilities. The knight goes on the offensive, leaving our boy no choice but to back out. Still, for him, everything is relatively easy. Well, since he is still on the first floor, the power of the monster has been balanced out as well. He might be fighting the power of the god of strife and death, but they are still on the lower floors. Seeing how our hero is faring well, Rarus has started to manifest his power. In return, his area of influence has been reduced. And with the activation of such ominous power from a god, the fake servant has regained its intelligence and has been able to recover its skills. Tai is astonished by the sudden notification. The battle has been fierce, but it seems that it is about to become a lot more difficult. Rarus's servant's eyes begin to glow with a bright pink aura. The air around it becomes more sinister, indicating its massive power-up. The two stare at each other with bloodlust in their eyes. Even though he has been fighting the knight for quite a while, it is only at this moment that a notification stating that he has encountered Rarus's servant pops up. The two continue their staring contest against each other, sizing up their opponent's strength. Neither one is willing to take the first move. Rarus's servant suddenly remembers that one of our hero's swords is still stuck in his armor. He swiftly grabs it and pulls it out. While doing so, there isn't a hint of blood gushing out of the puncture. Instead, weird pink energy seeps out from the armor. It successfully pulls it out. Despite that, the knight doesn't even flinch in the process, so we can assume that this metal dude is hollow inside and is only made up of the god of strife and death's energy. For a second, I thought that the servant will be using our boy's sword and will dual wield our boy into nothingness, but I guess I was wrong. The honorable knight throws the blade back to Tai, as if saying that he would need it if he plans on defeating it. We now get the answer why the notification about encountering Rarus's servant came late. It is because the one our hero is facing right now is the real deal. The fake label behind it has vanished, along with the arrival of a whole new atmosphere around it. Tai cautiously picks up his sword, without removing his eyes from the enemy. He worries that it would launch a cheap shot as he tries to take the sword back. Our hero notices that the metal piece of crap has also regained its intelligence, which would explain why it didn't mindlessly attack him. The method our boy used earlier will no longer work. Without warning, Rarus's servant begins to attack, taking our hero by surprise. Fortunately, he is able to react in time and manages to shield himself from the slash. The servant looks down on him as he struggles to defend himself. Though, we can't really see its face, its posture and demeanor show that it is not yet giving its all. The knight once again launches the same attack, but this time it puts its back into it and releases some of its energy. The strike is so powerful that it brings our hero to his knees, trying to defend. And from that, he takes a total of 24 damage. He is genuinely confused right now. Even the pattern of the knight's movements is different now. Then it forcefully swings its sword, sending Tai flying through the air. His back hits the wall, receiving 25 damage from the attack. The difference in raw power is like night and day, with our hero stuck on the receiving end. The impact is so strong that it has Tai spurt out blood from his mouth. As we continue, we see our boy grit his teeth from the impact caused by the powerful attack of the servant. As per his words, it was a neater and braver sword attack. It felt like a sword attack from a well-trained knight on top of that. He gets back on his feet, but we can't really say that he's fine at all. Nay, it's taking him his all just to stand his ground. This is the first time he has ever felt this overwhelmed since he returned. He is holding a weapon, but he cannot control it at all. Tai is amazed by the fact that when the capability is pushed to the maximum, something as powerful as the knight's strike is possible. His hands trembled, but it wasn't because of the impact, nor because of fear towards his opponent. Tai is shaking from excitement. The thought that there is a chance for him to acquire such strength is exhilarating him. He grips his sword firmly while wiping off the blood on his lips. He truly wants to learn the ways and methods to be stronger than the knight. In the labyrinth, every movement and action is evaluated. After a certain level, every capability is described as a skill, and perhaps that is the most advanced skill one could possess. Tai musters up all his strength. His eyes are brimming with determination, along with his body that is raring to go. The aura emanating from him doesn't look like coming from someone who had just been sent flying. There is only one thought flowing through his mind as of this moment, and that is he wants to learn no matter what. He talks to the knight, admitting that its swordsmanship is way better than him. But sword skill isn't the only thing in our hero's arsenal. He boldly declares that he is a player. Focusing on swordsmanship could only get you so far. The sword was put back into the inventory, and the magical staff was equipped by our hero. As soon as he got a hold of his staff, he instantly launched a fireball attack towards the metal dude in hopes of melting him down. Though, the servant's skill is no joke, it was able to slice through the spell like butter, leaving it unscathed. But when it realizes, our hero was nowhere to be seen. The first fireball attack was meant to be a feint, and it sure did work. Suddenly, our hero appears behind the servant. With his swords on his hands, he positions himself for an attack to the enemy's wide-open back. It was a clean hit. His blade reached the metal dude's back. But all of those efforts only managed to deal 6 damage to Rakurata's servant. Metal Knight won't just sit idly after that though. It quickly turned around, ready to launch a counter of its own. Tai backs away, but he won't make it in time. The tip of the blade will reach him in a fraction of seconds. He came prepared though. Seeing that the sword is just a few inches away from his face, he smiles and says that it won't have any effect. Right before the blade hits him, he instantly activates his spill skill, which spills the attack of the enemy. The sword passed through our boy. Even though it looked like a direct hit, the attack only dealt him 15 damage, confusing the servant. Since the enemy put its all in that attack, it needed a few seconds to pull back its sword for defense, and that few seconds is all our hero needs. He instantly activated his non-breathing attack, which gives him 10 seconds of breathless attacks. With his skills activated, our hero gave up all defense and focused on dishing out relentless attacks. He was able to deal a total of 16 damage to the servant while taking 11 damage as well in the process. Because of his continuous strikes, he was able to acquire a new skill, consecutive attack. He has no time for it though. He immediately pulls out the staff and started casting another fireball spell. The knight can't keep up with his tenacity. As a result, the fireball landed a clean hit on its metal body, dealing a decent amount of damage. As luck would have it, the fire attack managed to inflict the servant with a burn effect. Despite all the successful attacks, the metal dude is not showing signs of weakness. Time is running out for our hero as his mana depletes to 5 left and his stamina on 70%. The knight was forced to one of its knees thanks to the combination our hero dealt him, but it is still not enough. If he backs out now, things will be more difficult for him, so he needs to continue his assault. He steels himself up. He has nothing to lose now. He has already given everything and did anything he could think of. All that is left is to pour his life and wait for an opportunity to deal the finishing blow. The two charge towards each other, ready to clash their swords. Our hero suddenly leaps into the air. He plans to pierce the hell out of this walking piece of can to oblivion. But by doing so, he left his body wide open. Being the servant of a god, the metal dude won't let this mistake go unpunished. It immediately thrusts his sword towards our hero. And just like that, we see our hero stab through. The blade of the servant penetrated his body, passing to his back. The god of strife and death is obviously delighted by this turn of events, as it suddenly manifested itself a little in the background. The attack dealt Tai a staggering 80 amounts of damage. This is looking really bad. But his eyes and facial expression are not of someone who is about to lose. He grits his teeth and endures the pain. At the same time, he activates his skill, Holding On, which nullifies deadly attacks. Since the strike is lethal, it has fulfilled the requirements for the skill. All damage our boy receives is reduced to 0. With that being said, he continues lowering his sword towards the knight. In a mere fraction of a second, our hero successfully penetrates the neck part of the knight's armor with his swords. He then shouts at the top of his lungs as he gives his all to pry its head off. Little by little, the attack seems to be working, as cracks begin to form on the knight's metal armor. The servant was too stunned to do something about it. Finally, Tai managed to pry the head of the walking tin can, launching it into the air. All the energy inside the armor started to burst out from its headless neck. Fatigue and exhaustion are finally catching up to our hero's body, as he falls to his knees after that last attack. He desperately tries to catch his breath. It was a good thing that the fight ended on that last attack. If not, I don't think our hero would have the energy to go on. As the head of the servant is falling in the air, the helmet shattered, revealing the face of the real Rakurata's servant. The guy smiled and praised our hero for giving him a good fight, calling him a brave one. After those final words, the servant disappeared into thin air, marking the complete victory of Tai. Our hero no longer has the energy to stand. He collapses from exhaustion. Suddenly, a notification stating that Rakurata's is satisfied appears. This god has to know that our hero wasn't fighting for his satisfaction. He was fighting for his life. As he lies down, Tai voices his complaints against the god. It was truly unfair of him to change the quest all of a sudden in the first place. Notifications started popping up, one saying that he has won against Rakurata's servant, and another states that he has gained an enormous amount of experience and is now moving to the next level. Since he has leveled up, he was restored to his best condition. Another reward was received from the fight. He has single-handedly bested a strong opponent. As a result, his spiritual ascension has been activated. Curious about how much stronger he got after leveling up, he promptly gets up and opens his status window, brimming with excitement and anticipation. He was not disappointed in what he sees. He is now on level 6 despite being on the second floor only, and to top that, he has acquired a total of 17 points increased in stats, plus 30 points increase in stamina, and additional 5 mana. Our hero acknowledges that it is indeed too much of a reward. But he still looks forward if the quest will drop him some equipment or items, and just at that moment, he receives a notification stating that he will be rewarded according to Rakurata's evaluation of him. He gets up and starts sulking, as he was almost killed by the quest. Rakurata's, however, is highly satisfied with his performance and desires to give him a reward. The god's area of interference started to reduce, and our boy was given his well-deserved loot. He has been rewarded with Rakurata's ceremonial sword, which started forming right in front of him, using the pink aura from earlier. The ceremonial sword looks amazingly sinister, nothing less you would expect from the god of strife and death. Rakurata's ceremonial sword was the sword used by those who worshipped Rakuratas, and it's stained red by the blood of the sacrifices. Tai can't believe his eyes. Is it really okay for him to receive such an item? He violently rubbed his eyes to check if he is just seeing things, but the blade is as real as it gets. The reason for his disbelief is that he knows that this isn't a kind of weapon one would just stumble upon on the second level of the labyrinth. An additional prompt showed up, stating that he has passed the hard trial and will be given additional rewards. All of his anger and resentment toward the god for putting him in such a perilous situation is starting to dissipate. He has acquired yet another skill, the passive skill, Evidence of Struggle. The passive skill, Evidence of Struggle's description is short. It only shows the mastery of the skill, which is expected to be 1%, and it only says that he has proven his fighting spirit. This ability can be strengthened from a fight with an enemy. Other than that, the notification said nothing about its use. Well, since it was from a god, our hero expects it to be a useful one. Just when our hero thinks that everything is done and wrapped up, the ground began to shake violently. He looks down and was shocked by what he finds out. A notification stating that Rakurata's is offering him an apostle contract appeared. He has the option to deny or accept it. Tai gave it a long and hard stare. What could be an apostle contract? He doesn't recall having that in his previous life. He snoops around to check if there are further explanations but can't find any. This just means that the system only wants him to choose. This god of strife and death really likes making it difficult for our hero, it seems. He can't decide what option to choose, so he just sat down to take a moment and think about his next step. After all, signing a contract might affect his overall progress in the long run. Our hero remembers the events that have happened earlier, when the god of strife and death was trying to change reality. If a god wants something in particular to occur, the god's influence on a certain area reduces. Basing from that fact, it is safe to assume that gods bear penalties if they want to exert influence over the players. Despite that, apparently, Rakurata's wants to make our boy his apostle even at the cost of receiving penalties. But still, even if it was proposed as a favor, the other party is still a god. He has already been arbitrarily intensifying trials and acting capriciously. Is it truly advantageous for our hero to accept an offer from such a being, even if it's made with good intentions? The answer is no. Forming a contract with a god, especially one who does as he pleases, could potentially end up having his entire life being used as a toy or slave by the god. Our boy has clearly learned from the experiences of Kratos himself. Tai considered all the possibilities, the benefits and the potential risks, and was able to reach a conclusion. In the end, he chose to refuse the offer. The uncertainty of the risk outweighs the potential benefits that he could get from such a contract. Immediately, a notification stating that he has rejected Rakurata's offer pops up. The apostle contract has been withheld. And just like that, the prompt of Rakurata's offer disappears without consequences. Our boy felt genuine relief that the god didn't get angry after rejecting him. Just as he thought he could finally leave, another window pops up in front of him, containing another subquest scenario offered by the god of strife and death. It challenges our hero to kill the enemies on the second and third floors, then return to the god's altar, and will be given a reward based on his performance. But Tai doesn't want to do anything with the guy who stabbed him once, so he quickly turned down the subquest without hesitation. Our boy really knows how to hold a grudge. Well, who can blame him though? Increasing the difficulty of the challenge midway is a deal breaker. Rakurata's is stubborn though. He swiftly sent another request as soon as he got rejected. Is this dude really the god of strife and death? God of stubbornness and obstinacy would fit him better. This new window emphasizes the reward part. He's resorting to bribery now. Left with no choice, our boy closes his eyes and admits defeat. He accepts the quest against his will, thinking that a simple quest like this won't be enhanced, so he would be safe from a sudden increase in difficulty. We then get to see the stubborn god smile after our hero accepts his sub-quest, stating that he is amused by his choice. This dude really has the audacity to be amused when it was him who shoved the window through our boy's face. Guess mere mortals like us won't be able to comprehend the thinking of a god. After the exhausting sub-quest, Tai returns to the equipment shop, where the old man is waiting for him. The shopkeeper is surprised by our hero coming back so fast, which he replies that he needs to buy something. He grabs some potions on the shelf and decides to purchase them, stating that he thinks that he'd need a couple of them. He places some coins as payment, marking a successful purchase. In all honesty, Tai doesn't plan to stay on the lower floors for that long, but if such enhanced trials keep appearing, it could prove troublesome for him. It is best to be prepared. While he is busy with his thoughts, the shopkeeper can't help but notice the magnificent ceremonial sword on our boy's hips. Well, it glows with a bright red light. Anyone's attention would be caught by it. This old man is well informed. He asked our hero if he got the sword from the perverted Rakuratas, and comments on how the god seems to be obsessed with our boy since he loves fighting so much. Tai was surprised by the shopkeeper's knowledge once again. He even knows the god of stubbornness. The old man reiterates that there is nothing he doesn't know in the dungeon. He can't even describe how many talented people died because of the crazy god's habit. Like, what kind of lunatic's antics is it to diminish one's territory for amusement? His comment sparks intrigue in our hero. This just means that Rakurata's exploits have been going on since way back. He takes this opportunity to ask the old man if he knows something about the apostle's contract. For him to ask such questions, the old man deduces that he was offered the contract. The expression on his face tells us that such an agreement is indeed shady. Our hero informs him that he put it on hold for the moment since there was no further explanation of it. The old man praises him for his wise choice, as it is not an easy matter to decide on a whim. He informs Tai that Rakuratas has offered contracts many times. The look in his eyes becomes dull, as if he's thinking about previous traumatic scenarios. After that, the old man remains silent for a while. Then, after some thought, he tells Tai that he can't answer his question, and he apologizes in advance. Looks like our boy dodged a sniper bullet without him knowing. The shopkeeper elaborates that all he can do for him is fulfill his role as a store owner. He can't do any more than that. That is the terms of the contract he signed. Our boy was taken aback. This means that the store owner is under a contract himself. The old man gets a bit annoyed, for it should have been obvious to him by now. If not, why would he be tied up in the shop then? He asks our hero if he is done shopping and prompts him to get the hell out. Tai excuses himself, telling the shopkeeper that he'll be seeing him again next time. The old man agrees and informs him that he will meet him on the next floor if he's going to buy something again. Didn't know that the shopkeeper operates like the merchant from the Resident Evil. While Tai is walking, he halts and thinks if it is about time to meet a certain someone. He stops in his tracks and opens his window. He then joins the community guide, where he was greeted by Lee Ti-yon and the young adventurer dude. He asks them if they have encountered the Holy Knight. They say that they did meet the knight, but he is different from what our hero describes. Let's take a moment and appreciate the adorable face Lee Ti-yon is making right now. This is what happened when Kang Jun met the crazy old knight. He was immediately brought down to his knees and was spat on his face. After that, the old man walked away, leaving the kid shivering from disgrace and utter confusion. Can't say that we didn't expect this from the unpredictable Izzy. Tai casually asked about more details, inquiring if he didn't stop his attacks, but the kid replies that it was impossible. He tried to react, but his body wasn't able to keep up. He got overwhelmed, then it was over before he even realized. With a saddened tone, Lee Ti-yon informs our hero that the same happened to her. She tried to react, but her body won't respond in time, so Tai asks them what happened after. They informed him that they tried to cling to them, but the old man told them off, saying that they have no worth. Our hero wonders if the old man will only entertain people who can respond to his attack and be considered worthy. Well, if you think about it, both dwarves and Rakuratas have a similar mindset. Our boy is curious about the two's progress in the labyrinth. They tell him that they are currently hunting the big rat for now, as they aim to raise their level even though they are still on the low floor. Then Tai asks about the progress of other explorers and was told that few people are also hunting the big rat, but in the kid's honest opinion, they will take some time before they can complete it. Since they are still adapting, our hero chooses to tell them the information about the second floor some other time. Tai went silent for a moment, catching the attention of the two. He tells them to listen very carefully to what he is about to say. He informs them about the mob boss on the second floor. It is called the Giant Big Rat, and that it is a reinforced version of the Big Rat. Its physical strength is over 2,000, and even if they can block its attack, they will still receive some damage, so extra caution must be practiced. Hearing this, the two shivered from dread. How could they catch such a monster is what's running in their heads. With a nonchalant expression, Tai tells them that he can't give them any more advice aside from that. They should figure out the rest by themselves, as he can't be spoon-feeding them all the time. If they give it a bit more time, he is confident that they would find a way. Before leaving the lobby, he sends his regards to the others, and tells the two to make sure and inform the others not to enter the red door recklessly so they can avoid getting killed. With that, his business with the community guide was sorted out. He closes the window and is now back in business. He looks at the subquest that Rakuratas has for him. He smiles, knowing that he is now prepared to take on the challenge. The scene switches to a ruin in the middle of nowhere. A wrecked doorway is blocking the narrow path. Our hero pulls out his wooden shield and his ceremonial sword, clanking them in the air as if taunting nearby monsters. Sure enough, a couple of goblins started stalking him as he casually walks around. They softly growl, waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Then in an instant, the little green creatures simultaneously charge towards our hero with weapons in hand. This situation is the perfect opportunity for our hero to test his new weapon and skill. He smirks as he points the blade towards the enemies. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his skill, Evidence of Struggle. In a flash, he slices through the ugly creatures like butter. Needless to say, this new ability is impressive. It clears his mind and reduces his mental fatigue as well. Our boy seems satisfied. All his stats went up with its activation. There's even recovery as well. He continues to test it out. There aren't any restrictions, nor limits. It might be possible for him to fight endlessly as long as the condition of continuous battle is fulfilled. Depending on the situation, it could become a main skill level ability. Tai is truly getting fond of his new skill. The battle continues. Green blood splurts in the air, along with smoke and debris from the massacre. One goblin was sent flying into the wall, screaming out with its last breath. That marks the end of the little creature's futile ambush attempt. Our hero is covered with disgusting green liquid, and countless lifeless goblin corpses are scattered in the area. Then, he notices a peculiar door with swords embossed on it. This is his first time seeing it, so it piqued his curiosity. He takes a peek in the room while never forgetting to exercise caution. Inside, he saw a tomb. A notification comes up, informing him that he found the tomb of a warrior. As we start the episode, we find Tai curiously staring at something. The notification window informs him that he has discovered the warrior's tomb. As the first one to discover it, his intelligence was permanently increased by 1, while his mana was permanently increased by 2 points as his reward. He touches the tomb and slightly wipes off the dust covering it. As he does so, a faint white fog starts to appear and flows away from the stone tomb. Lightning crackles and gust of wind swirls as a massive flow of energy starts converging right in front of our hero, who is covering his face from the blinding bright light that it is emitting. The overwhelming convergence of energy spawns a rather peculiar ghost-like creature. It is just a white ball of energy with a face and a cape as its distinguishing features, but it possesses enough intelligence to speak and greet our hero. Tai is mesmerized and confused at the same time. He has no clue what the hell this creature is. But as soon as he is about to speak to the weird thing, it suddenly bids farewell and returns to the grave it was in. Like an absolute gigachad, he appeared, said hi, left, and refused to elaborate any further. Needless to say, my guy over here was quite stunned to see this. He touches the gravestone once again. It seems that it is the triggering mechanism to call out the spirit. Sure enough, the ghost shows itself once again, but just like the last time, he just greets the adventurer and then bids farewell. This is like the useless NPC interaction you find in almost all games. Realizing that the first time wasn't unintentional and that the ghost truly ignored him after the greetings, our hero gets irritated. One last time, he gently touches the tomb to call out the spirit. Seems like Tai isn't the only one getting frustrated with this repeated interaction, because the ghost shows up and tells our hero to go away. But before the naughty spirit even finishes its sentence, it is forcefully grabbed by the infuriated hero. Its eyes almost popped up from shock in how strong the grip was. While squeezing the helpless spirit, our hero angrily orders it to stop fooling around and give him a quest already. That is its sole purpose anyway. Realizing that our hero isn't just a random lost adventurer, the spirit escapes Tai's grab and questions his audacity for asking him to issue a quest. It asks our hero if he is aware of its identity, and our hero just answers that it is no other than a dead warrior. The spirit scoffs about how easy it is for the new adventurers to explore nowadays, since the system is there to guide them every step of the way. It comments on how convenient it is for these young guns to gather information without needing to risk their lives, implying that they had it rough before. This piques our hero's curiosity. Following the words of the spirit, it would mean that they didn't have the system as their guide before, so he asked the spirit about it. With its tongue sticking outside, it informs our hero that they actually had it before, and he was just ranting. Tai is growing more curious about this spirit's identity. It is completely different from all the other NPCs he met so far. Both the shopkeeper and the crazy old man were keen to deliver their duties. The insane old knight might have some screws loose, but he still taught our hero regardless. Compared to them, this funny-looking ghost is absolutely useless. Our hero prompts the proud spirit to be quiet and proceeds to ask it if it is a quest giver or just a random object in the labyrinth. The spirit was a tad bit offended for getting treated as an object, and commented on how heartless our hero is. The spirit breathes a sigh of defeat. It fixes its posture and informs our hero that he is a ghost, a dead being. He was bound to the grave for the exact reasons our hero thinks, to give adventurers quests. But to his defense for his previous demeanor, the ghost states that he can't just casually give out the quest to weaklings, which doesn't make sense to our hero since he can be found on lower floors, meaning that it is a relatively easy quest. This triggers the ghost to throw a tantrum and start to spiral around in anger. It blames the labyrinth for not assessing him properly, claiming that he should have been placed on deeper floors. Anyway, it informs our hero to come back to him after reaching at least floor 30, then he might prove to be worthy of the quest. Tai scoffs at him. He doesn't buy all the bullshit that the ghost is talking about. Maybe it is just a useless NPC after all. As if mocking our frustrated hero, the spirit merrily waves his hand to say goodbye again. Suddenly, he notices something on Tai that catches his attention. Its eyes widened at the sight of our hero's weapon that is hung on his waist. The ghost hurriedly chased after our boy to inquire how the heck he acquired the Rakarada's ceremonial blade, and our hero answers him by saying that he has passed the god's trial and got the blade as a reward. The ghost was taken aback. The god of strife and death is known for its unpredictable trials, so passing one of its quests is an amazing feat. The spirit started to act clingy to our hero, saying that he changed his mind and decided to give his quest to him. But it looks like Tai finds this sudden change in attitude a bit repulsive. It goes ahead spiraling around our hero, saying that if he just told him that earlier, he would have immediately issued the quest to him. It tries to explain his quest, but Tai is no longer interested at this point. Regardless, the ghost proceeds to tell its story anyway. He was once a great warrior, someone who was said to reach the deepest floor faster than anyone else and would soon conquer the labyrinth. While breaking through the deepest floor, he met a formidable enemy and came back to the 10th floor for a while to rest his exhausted body. His stamina was low, but there was no way the monsters on the lower floors could penetrate his defense, and so, trusting his defense completely, he slept. Suddenly, the 10th floor boss sneakily went towards him with a mysterious weapon with fixed damage, and kills him in his sleep. While he is casually drifting away in his dream, the floor boss ruthlessly stabs him, ending this legendary tale. He, who was destined to have conquered the deepest floor of the labyrinth, was done by a low-life bastard, which he's not the least bit happy to announce. And so, going back, his quest for our hero is to slay the boss on the 10th floor. This bastard went on and on to tell his long-ass story and even requires them to reach the 30th floor, only to task our hero to fight the 10th floor boss. The side quest begins. A notification window pops up stating that the warrior buried in the labyrinth wants our hero to get revenge for him. The condition is to slay the floor boss of the 10th floor. As for the reward, it will be determined by the warrior's mood. Our hero contemplates for a bit. This means that he may or may not get a reward depending on the ghost's mood, which is not encouraging. Still, a quest is a quest, so our hero accepts the offer. As he turns around to exit the room, Tai informs the ghost that he will be accepting the quest while thinking if this is some sort of a chain quest. For our non-gamer friends here, a chain quest is a group of quests that are completed in sequence. Tai leaves the room's secret chamber of the warrior's tomb. The thumping of the leather boots is heard throughout the quiet hallway, along with the swooshing of the floating spirit. It seems like the dead warrior intends to accompany our hero on the quest. He comfortably lodges on Tai's head and tells him to move on ahead. Our hero is used to adventuring alone. Also, the ghost is quite annoying, so he asks him why is there a need for him to come along. The spirit responds that he is not certain that our hero will be able to complete the task, and that he is bored to death in his grave, so there's no need for him to stay in his tomb. Tai frowns at the fact that he will be stuck with this noisy and annoying bastard until the 10th floor. Our hero's sentiment is spot on. Not too long after they had left the chamber, the ghost had already started whining about his untimely and unfair death. He whines how it is partially his fault for being too complacent. But the weapons that dealt fixed damage appeared much later. There is no way a mere monster on the 10th floor could get it. So, he feels like he has been cheated on. His constant blabbering is draining the hell out of our hero. Left with no choice but to suck it up for the sake of completing the quest at hand, our hero decides to make out of this exhausting situation. He asks the warrior for some information about what he was doing before coming to the labyrinth, but this selfish ghost refuses to share information. Our hero doesn't have the mood nor the energy to argue any further. He went on ahead saying that if he doesn't want to spill the beans, then don't. The obnoxious ghost blurts that since Tai is that curious, he will make an exception for him and tell him his story. He was a member of the great royal family of the Carvered Empire, and also the eldest son who would soon inherit the throne. Add to the fact that he was outstanding in terms of swordsmanship and intelligence, no one in the empire was better than him, or so he claims. Every time he went to the ball, all the noble daughters would rush to see him, or so he claims again. He floats in delight reminiscing about his glorious days, while our hero can't help but view him as a regular street thug because of how shameless he is. The ghost continues his glamorous story, stating that those peaceful days have gone by as the world perished, and that he had aimed to save everyone by exploring the labyrinth. Before he is able to finish his sentence, our hero cuts him off and says that he failed by dying while comfortably taking a nap on the lower floors. Despite how embarrassing it may sound, the ghost can't refute his words since it is the truth. He angrily admits that he ultimately failed in the end and couldn't save his world, and now his wrath won't be quelled until he witnesses the death of the bastard that killed him. While he was yapping on about his desire, they reached a wooden door, and our hero asked if they were on the right path, implying that he wasn't really listening to the ghost. Inside is a horde of armed goblins. Their weapons are noticeably shiny and in pristine condition, unlike the previous hordes. Tai wastes no second and quickly draws out his bow and arrows. He immediately shoots down the enemies with paralyzing arrows, throwing the unsuspecting monsters in disarray. While the opponents were immobilized, our hero took the opportunity to attack them with his sword. But surprisingly, he just casually bonked one goblin on the head with the hilt of his sword, only dealing 10 damage. The paralyzing effects wore off, and the monsters were now ready to launch their assault on our hero, but he just went on ahead and shot them with paralyzing arrows once again. Just like before, he deals the same attack to the same poor goblin, smacking it with the handle of his blade. The ghost wonders why is our hero repeating the same weak attack over and over. He asks if he is doing this to acquire a new skill, to which our hero confirms. This ghost sure does know his stuff, albeit it is annoying. He tells our hero that what he is doing is pointless and that he is just wasting his time. He even comments on how scary it is to be stupid like Tai, but our hero pays him no mind and just continues doing what he is doing. Tai is certain that he will gain skill in this process, and it is a very useful one at that. But the ghost insists that he is just wasting his time. He claims that he has reached the 85th floor, so he knows the ins and outs of the labyrinth. Seeing how confident the dead warrior is, our hero proposes a bet with him. While grabbing the neck of the poor helpless monster, he says that if he doesn't acquire skill from this, he is willing to be the ghost's puppet and will do anything that he wants. But if he wins the bet, the ghost will have to answer his questions truthfully. The spirit is amazed by our hero's courage, though he can't help but think that it is just the arrogance of a newbie explorer. Nonetheless, the bet is too good of an offer. With a radiant smile on his face, the ghost swears on his name, Alkalite of the Great Carvered Empire, that he agrees with the bet. Smirking with satisfaction, Tai tells him not to go back on his words, then proceeds to bonk the goblin once again. The next thing we see is the sight of the ghost laughing maniacally at our hero. He orders him to crawl on all fours from now on, and when he calls him, he must use honorifics to address him, which our hero obediently follows. But that was all the ghost's wishful thinking. He is having the time of his life thinking about the things he would make our hero do once the bet is finished. Meanwhile, our hero is still relentlessly smacking the poor old goblin in his hand. The ghost tells him to give up and stop tormenting the poor monster, but our boy asks the spirit if he is aware of the duel skill. And sure enough, the experienced warrior knows it. The skill duel allows a situation where no other players can interfere in the previously agreed upon fight between two people. Tai states that he will be able to get an ability similar to that skill with his method of his, which the ghost calls bullshit. But sure enough, a notification window pops up informing him that he has continued to fight against a single enemy while dealing with multiple enemies, and as a result, he receives a special active skill called the Force Duel. The ghost had no idea what just happened, and he was too stunned to speak. The special active skill, Force Duel, has a mana cost of 10 and allows a duel with the chosen target. For 10 seconds, nothing besides the user's target can deal damage to them. This skill can erase damage over time hits, poisoning, confusion, intimidation, and the like when it is activated. This is a main skill that can remove debuff effects, and Tai happily accepts the skill with a satisfied smile on his face. Seeing the effects of the newly acquired skill, the ghost's eyes widened in disbelief. Following the description, it is a skill that will allow the user to survive even after being stuck in lava or thrown into space, as long as he activates it with the correct target. Our hero poses victoriously. Hearing how amazed the veteran adventurer is, proves that no one else besides him has gotten this useful skill. He says that it was worth the trouble, considering how relatively less crazy the method is. This statement made the spirit wonder what kinds of insane methods this man used to acquire skills. He then happily turns his gaze to the puzzled spirit and reminds him about their little bet earlier. The ghost's facial expression turns sour, but he can't escape, nor go back on his words now. He admits defeat, saying that unlike other people, he has no restrictions on information anyway, but he reminds our hero to not be too arrogant because of a wonderful skill. Tai isn't interested in his blabbers though. He prompts him to keep his mouth shut and only open it when he asks a question. As they were walking ahead, the ghost asked our hero if he had heard about the skill leap, which he says is more useful than the Force Duel. At this point, the ghost is just trying to boast about his knowledge and previous skill to not lose face, but our hero tells him that the leap is just basic compared to the Great Leap skill. The dead warrior wasn't aware of the Great Leap skill, implying that he didn't learn it in his previous life. He finally admits that our hero knows his stuff in the labyrinth, but still reminds him that what ultimately matters is how he will survive in this place and what he will discover. On the other hand, our hero is constantly knocking on the wall, trying to find a secret room. Eventually, he manages to stumble upon one, and gets a notification telling him that he has a strong hunch. Following this, one particular brick on the wall started to glow. It turns out that our hero's detection skill proficiency has already exceeded 20%, and is now able to receive important information sometimes. Naturally, Ghosty is amazed that a new adventurer already has the detection skill and is already proficient at it. The secret room has spears mounted on the ceiling, and our hero claims that it is the goblin's trap this time. Ghosty tells him that it will be difficult to break through such a trap since it is a random setup, so it would be best to turn around and go back. Our hero isn't listening though. He didn't go all through the trouble of knocking every brick to just back out. As he was assessing the traps, he noted that the first one was the arrow trap, followed by the sinking floor trap, and lastly, the trap that guards the reward of the secret room, the streets of Bangkok. The moving wall trap. Everything is exactly the same as the easy mode in his previous turn, so he positions himself in a track and field starting position as he prepares to run through the traps. Then in an instant, he disappears as he propels himself forward with incredible speed. He sliced through the arrow trap with ease without losing momentum, and for the sinking ground trap, he just parkoured his way through without even breaking a sweat. Ghosty stares in awe as he watches our hero pass through the traps with no difficulty. Meanwhile, Tai runs straight ahead and the walls start to close in. But this would prove no challenge for him either. He pulls back his fist in preparation for a powerful punch. After he is done charging his fist, he dishes out a forceful attack to the wall, crumbling it to little pieces. Ghosty's eyes popped out of its sockets as he witnessed the sheer display of prowess. But our hero explains that the walls he smashed aren't the walls of the dungeons, but ones made by the goblins, hence their durability isn't that high. Seeing how effortlessly our hero cleared the secret room, Ghosty decided to keep his mouth shut and not utter a single word, while our hero pulled down the lever that deactivates all existing traps in the room. He opens the reward chest and acquires a spring-holding ring, a ring that was contained in a hidden spring deep inside, which gives off a subtle and pure scent. It increases our hero's mana by 5 points. Seeing how skilled and informed Tai is, the ghost can't resist the urge to ask who the hell is he. Our hero takes this opportunity to do a little experiment. He asks Ghosty if he will understand what he means when he says that he is a second, pertaining to that he is a second-time adventurer. But the ghost has absolutely no idea about what he is talking about, indicating that the Ouroboros Bezor is an item beyond floor 85. He was then reminded that it had been 10 days since he entered the labyrinth. He opens his system window and goes to the community guide post, where several adventurers are whining about how difficult it is to catch a big rat monster. They turn to ask Junhyuk about how he was able to complete such a task, but the kid doesn't really know how to explain things. Ghosty asks our hero what the heck is he looking at the system window for, and Tai informs him that there is this thing called a community guide now, which the ghost didn't have in the past. Our hero greets everyone on the server, and he is welcomed warmly by the people. Junhyuk asks our hero if there is something wrong with him contacting the whole community, since he usually invites people to a separate private room to talk to them. But Tai's reasoning is simple, he just wants to be more time efficient. The kid informs him that people are somewhat managing the labyrinth. Half of the people who have arrived at the Fountain of Life succeeded in hunting it. He then asks about the progress of Lee Tae-yeon and Junhyuk. They regrettably inform our hero that they immediately ran away after seeing the floor boss, explaining that the monster turned aggro right away after getting hit once. They are currently looking for a way to beat it, but they say that it may take some time to do so. Nonetheless, Tai praises them for their efforts and for taking it slowly. He then clears his throat to explain the real reason why he has come. He states that the purpose of his visit is to teach the solo mode players about skills. Junhyuk raises his hand saying that it would be great, but he has to ask why our hero is doing that now of all times. Tai replies that now is the best time for them to know about it, because skill is not an end, but a means to go down the labyrinth. If he had told them about it too soon, it would mess up the order. Lee Tae-yeon agrees, saying that for people like them who have just come to the labyrinth, even if they heard about the skill, she doesn't think that they would be able to understand them immediately. All the members present in the community are excited to hear their superior's words of wisdom. Tai tells them to also share this valuable information with people who are not present at the moment. They immediately thanked our hero for his kindness and assure him that they will never forget this favor. He prompts them to save the gratitude for later. The first thing he would teach them is how to get the most easily available skill, pain reduction. This gets everyone hyped up as they focus their attention completely towards Tai. The skill may not be that big of a deal, but who wouldn't want to lessen the pain they feel when they get hurt? With a casual tone of voice and an unbothered facial expression, he tells the members to thrust a sword into their arms and make sure that it will go all the way through. Where we last left off, our hero Tai told the people present in the community guide post that he would show them the way to obtain the pain reduction skill. They were all excited and giddy until he told them the method of acquiring it, which was to stab their arm with a sword. As we continue, our hero asks them to take out their rusted sword and stab it deep into their arms. He emphasizes that it has to properly touch their bones to count, so they must cast away their fear and not hesitate. Everyone is horrified by his instructions. They are hoping that Tai is just fooling around. Too bad that they know in their hearts that our hero is always serious when it comes to giving them advice. For confirmation, the people asked him if that was really the way to obtain the skill, and Tai answered yes with a dead serious expression on his face. Our hero also adds that if they manage to get the pain reduction ability, they will be able to fight the big rat with relative ease, and may also receive the unbreaking will skill that will allow them to fight while ignoring injuries. He tells them to make sure and fight one along the way. Their complexion turns pale. They can't help but wonder if their senior is basically telling them to commit suicide. Tai then continues talking. He informs them about the next skill they should learn after obtaining the pain reduction, which is the unbreath skill. To obtain such skill, they would have to jump into the spring of life and hold their breath until the very last second before they die. If they use the unbreath skill while swinging their sword to their limits, they will also receive the unbreathing attack ability. The next skill on Tai's list is the endure skill, which nullifies an attack that would cause one's death. While at 1 health, they will need to block a big rat's attack about 30 times. It may sound impossible, but our hero says that it is a doable gamble. Our hero casually explained all these death-defying methods to them with a straight face as if they were just a walk in the park. Each one of them is demotivated after hearing our hero's explanation. They say that the methods are way too crazy and risky just to obtain a skill. Who can blame them though? Unlike Tai, all of them are inexperienced and naive when it comes to the true horrors of the dungeon. Whether they follow his instructions or not is no longer the concern of our hero. He also won't force them to learn the said skills. He turns around and says that the choice is ultimately up to them. Their reactions are only natural. After all, they were just regular people who used to live in a peaceful present. War was but an event that happened in history, while starvation was just a story from far, far away. While they lived, they probably never risked their lives for anything, so their roots won't change just because they suddenly entered the labyrinth. Before he walks away, Tai is halted by Lee Tion, asking him if there is really no other way. Our hero regrettably informs her that there really isn't. For a moment, Lee Tion and Kangjin were dejected, thinking about the hellish experiences that they would have to get through. Nevertheless, their expressions brightened up after a while. Since there's no other choice, the two said that they will just have to suck it up and try it out. The other explorers who heard them were shocked. They can't believe that their fellow newbies would actually follow such crazy advice. Also, there is a possibility that all of Tai's words are just lies. This is when Kangjin flips out, scolding them for accusing their senior like that. The two asked them what would our hero get in return for lying to them. Why would someone who is doing perfectly fine by himself need to deceive people weaker than him? The kid also adds that they all have been doing fine because of the attack methods that Tai has taught them. The others are mortified by their actions. Deep in their hearts, they all have been aware of it, but they just can't shake the fear of dying from such risky methods. Tai smiles with satisfaction and pride for the two. Seeing them do their very best to try and catch up to him makes his heart feel warm. The kid adventurer says that he will try to obtain the skill with the safest method first, the unbreath skill. Our hero says that he will be fine if he emerges out of the water as soon as he sees that system window. The only problem is that his instinct to breathe air will be very difficult to suppress. The other people in the lobby have very terrified looks on their faces. They can't help but wonder if they are really serious about doing it. Tai gives them one last word of encouragement before taking his leave. As he logs out, Ghosty immediately annoys him, saying that what he's doing is useless. No matter what advice he gives, those fated to die will die in the labyrinth. A very pessimistic outlook. With a confident look on his face, Tai rebuts that those on the cusp may still end up surviving. Ghosty doesn't like his defiant attitude and prompts our hero to shut up and focus on the task ahead. They reach the humongous door of the floor boss. It is time for the most awaited boss hunt. Ghosty is confused about why our hero is just walking straight nonchalantly without asking him for information about the boss. He won the bet, so the spirit would truthfully answer every question he had. As he opens the door, Tai tells the ghost that he doesn't need information about the boss. He has other questions he would like to ask him. Our hero greets the floor boss with a huge smile on his face, showcasing his absolute confidence in himself. They were instantly greeted by a staff-wielding goblin and a guard goblin, ready to assault them if they closed the distance. Without further delay, the magician goblin chanted his spell while the guard goblin charged forward, pointing his blade toward our hero. The guard goblin attacks Tai, who is able to block it with his wooden shield. He then parries it and proceeds to stab the green bastard with his ceremonial blade. Ghosty scolds him for being reckless. The staff-wielding goblin has amassed enough energy for its attack and is now looking viciously at our hero. The spirit tells him to be more cautious since he doesn't even know about the boss's attack pattern, pointing towards the shady activity that the staff-wielding goblin is doing. But our hero says that there is no need to worry. He can see it clearly. For him, this kind of recklessness is just right. As soon as he says that, the goblin shaman activates its spell. A huge purple energy started spiraling around our hero, enveloping his whole body with it. But still, he remains unfazed. He closes his eyes and lets the goblin's spell do its thing. The next thing he sees when he opens his eyes is an isolated space filled with moving corpses. All carcasses slowly crept their way to him, seemingly trying to reach him. They all spoke disturbing phrases, blaming our hero for their deaths. Looks like the spell is focused on damaging the mental state of the target. Tai does his best to not be affected by the curses that the corpses are emitting. They were able to reach him, but he stood firm, though it seems that the event is starting to bother him little by little. Suddenly, a mirage of Li Tion, all bruised up, appears in front of him. He gets shaken at the sight of it. Li Tion is an important person to him, and seeing the moment of her death once again proves to affect our hero. To take it up a notch, the mirage starts asking our hero why did he leave her alone to die. Suddenly, a huge wave of corpses started to emerge from the surroundings, engulfing our hero whole. But he didn't flinch nor fight against it. He just stood there and let himself get devoured. Something this petty won't work on our hero. Compared to the real despair that he has experienced firsthand in his previous life, this kind of mental attack is nothing but mockery to him. Meanwhile, his body is lying defenseless, covered by the mind spell of the goblin shaman. Ghosty starts talking to himself, saying that it has been a while since he left his grave, and this pathetic sight will be the one to witness after such a long time. Now that our hero is immobilized, the goblin shaman prepares an attack spell with a huge grin on his face. He thinks that this fight is in the bag. His sentiment is shared by Ghosty, who thinks that this will mark the end of his long-awaited revenge against the 10th floor boss. But just in the nick of time, Tai opens his eyes, telling the goblin shaman to stop the futile mental attack on him. With the help of his iron will ability, he breaks the mind-controlling barrier with a single slash of his blade, managing to deflect the fireball spell as well. Ghosty was surprised to know that our hero was able to endure the mind spell. But the one most surprised by the sudden development is none other than the floor boss. It trembles in fear as he watches our hero gradually walk toward him. Backed into the corner, the staff-wielding goblin activated his madness spell, which was immediately blocked by Tai with his iron will. The monster isn't one to give up, sensing the perilous situation that he is in. He activates his curse ability. But as our hero said, mental attacks won't work on him. He never failed a check involving mental attacks. He continues his march, sending the goblin falling back on his bum. He lifts the disgusting creature with his hand, choking the hell out of it. The system rewards him for enduring several mental and magical attacks, giving him the mental resistance and magic resistance traits. The reason he purposely let himself get affected by the staff-wielding goblin's spells was to obtain those skills. And now that he has acquired them, there is no longer any reason why he would let the goblin live. Ghosty watches in astonishment. He is amazed to know that Tai has endured a mental attack with just raw willpower, claiming that even he can't do such a feat. It was a complete victory for our hero, but something feels off. He was planning on controlling the enemy's movement while revealing some information, but the goblin turned out as a nutcase beyond imagination. He looks around and asks himself who the hell is he. It is time for the most anticipated event after a boss battle, the time for receiving the rewards. He gets a low-grade mana increase potion, which increases his mana points by 10 permanently, as well as a poor thief's tool that allows few attempts to disarm traps or picklocks. Our hero is satisfied. He didn't expect to obtain such a useful item as a secret reward. With the help of it, he may get a trap disarming skill soon. Ghosty pouts and says that our hero is swiping everything he can on the second floor before heading down. Seems like he is jealous of people like our hero who is doing well. With that, they have descended to the third floor. Before everything, the two pay a visit to the labyrinth store where the old man is waiting for our hero's arrival. The annoying ghost immediately floats toward him, showing his surprise that the shopkeeper is still alive. The old man warns our hero that the ghost is just a noisy loser and that he should not let him influence him in any way. It seems like there is bad blood between the two old acquaintances. They instantly started bickering with each other the moment they reunited. Tai tries to butt in with the conversation, but he was just ignored by the two, so he finds another way to grab their attention. He unloads all the equipment he has amassed, piling it up in front of them. He tells them to stop arguing and adds that he would like to sell all of his loot. Sure enough, his method was successful. The old shopkeeper was taken aback by the sheer amount of equipment in front of him. He can't help but wonder how many monsters our hero has hunted. With that, Tai successfully purchased a pair of studded gloves, which gives +2 attack points, as well as a bronze shield that gives 1 attack point and 5 defense points. Our hero is looking fresh with his new equipment. This would really help him in the upcoming exploration on the third floor. He also bought some accessories. A metal ring and a thorn ring give a bonus of 1 attack point and 2 attack points respectively. Our hero smiles as he takes a look at his purchase. Then, Ghosty expresses his surprise, calling the items a scam for their price, while the old man knows that all of the items will help our hero because of the teachings of the crazy senile knight. With the clash of opinions, the ghost and the shopkeeper started bickering again. Tai has had enough and says that he will be going now. The duo continues their journey on the third floor. Tai asks Ghosty about the bad relationship the spirit has with the shopkeeper, and Ghosty replies that he just doesn't like the moronic old man. He warns our hero, saying that the old man only treats people well if they have some uses for him. He adds that he could turn against our hero at any time. There is no way he can be trusted. He emphasizes that the old shopkeeper is an enemy to people like our hero and him, so he better take precautions. This may sound absurd at first, but our hero makes sure that he keeps that in mind. While they are preoccupied with bad-mouthing the old man, a horde of monsters appears right in front of them. Their silhouette pictures a terrifying sight. But in reality, they are just the old annoying little green shits that kept appearing ever since the second floor. Without much effort, Tai sends the leading goblin flying with just a weak kick. All the other pests were shocked as they watched their comrade fly through the air, hitting the mountain in the background. One by one, Tai sends them flying with just a small movement of his foot. Ghosty's expression turns dead, saying that this floor is too easy and boring to watch. He tells our hero that usually, this place is supposed to be super tough. Each horde of goblins has one carrying a staff and mental attack damage. Even he almost died exploring the place. But our hero clears 2 goblin spawns in just 5 minutes. Ghosty comments that Tai's current clearing speed doesn't make any sense, and our hero replies that he finds the second floor more challenging than the third floor. Ghosty states that at the rate that our hero is clearing, there is no point in hunting each and every monster in the area. With his current level, the experience he will gain from them won't amount to much. That may be true, but Tai has an ongoing quest, so he must wipe them out. This makes the spirit curious and asks our hero if he has more quests that he isn't aware of. Tai says that he has accepted Rakarada's quest, requiring him to kill all of the monsters on the second and third floors. Ghosty was taken aback to know that the god of strife and death also gives quests like that. He mentions that he also cleared his trial, but this is his first time hearing about something like that. Our hero responds that he has a question for Ghosty regarding that. Tai asks him how much he knows about the apostle contracts, and it would seem that the spirit has some knowledge about it, apparent by the sudden flinch he made. Ghosty breathes a sigh. He didn't expect that our hero knows about that stuff as well. This means that Rakarada's has offered him an apostle contract. He sits on our hero's head, wondering where to begin his long explanation. Tai is surprised that the ghost is willing to reveal everything he knows without too much of a fuss, and Ghosty says that he is already dead. He may be tied to the labyrinth because of the laws, but there are no restrictions on information cast upon him. He starts from the very beginning. The gods are each in charge of their own territories. One is in charge of victory, and another is in charge of defeat. Just like Rakarada's, who is in charge of conflict and death, some can be in charge of 2 or more aspects. There are gods of concept who manage a certain concept, or gods of faith, who are born of the people's fate. There are tons of them, of every size and shape. Tai then asks what it means to be a god of the labyrinth. What is the difference between the gods here and on Earth? The gods of the labyrinth are the ones who aided the labyrinth's construction. Ghosty asks if he still remembers the system window that appeared when he first entered the labyrinth. It states that the labyrinth was created by a great magician long ago. There is a rumor that a wish will be granted to whoever can conquer it. It was too difficult for the Grand Mage to make the labyrinth by himself, so he sought out the Transcended to tell them of his plans. That he wanted to create a grand labyrinth, a tower that travels down into the abyss, and calls on innumerable warriors and heroes to charge into itself. He asked them to provide challenges and life-risking battles to the explorers, as well as the untimely deaths of the people who will enter it. The magician is aware that the gods would love to watch them struggle, and it seems that the gods are fond of that idea. Ghosty corrects him. It wasn't on the level of liking it or not. All the helpers jumped in like crazy and actively supported the mage. And thus, after the gods spent a meaningful amount of time, the labyrinth was finally created, the very labyrinth that they are in. These gods took their places in the labyrinth they created, deep down at the bottom floor. From there, they began to distinguish the people who entered the labyrinth, giving them trials and attention in order to determine their worth. Those whom they are particularly interested in give an offer, and that is the apostle contract. Tai wants to know if such a contract is ultimately beneficial or not. Signing a contract with the gods who toy with human lives for entertainment indeed sounds shady. Ghosty explains that if he becomes an apostle, he will gain many abilities, as much as the Transcended favors him. They may reward him beyond what they have received and give him help, just like the ceremonial sword. Now that the benefits are explained, our hero inquires about the downsides of signing a contract. To start, the person's soul will belong to the god, and some other gods may dislike him. There are many gods in the labyrinth after all, and they all each want something different. One might incur the wrath of the god who has a beef with his contracting god. Rakarada's in particular is a god with many enemies. There are quite a few who dislike him, saying that his actions are a disgrace. If he goes further down, they may cause annoying things to happen to him. Ghosty adds that he will need to follow the god's orders just as much as they grant them power. Even if it's something unfair to him, he won't be able to reject it. In conclusion, there are quite a few disadvantages. Our hero contemplates for a while. It will be best to give up on the option of an apostle contract. On another note, they say that a wish will be granted to those who conquered the labyrinth, and by conquer, they probably mean to clear it. But he never heard from Letion that she had a wish granted. He wonders if the Ouroboros Bezoar was that wish. But he doubts such a thought. The Letion that he knows would rather wish for something else than turn back the time. There are more than 1 or 2 points where things don't add up, and it is giving Tai a major migraine. If he pieced together the ghost story, it would mean that the adventurers voluntarily challenged the labyrinth for that wish. But that is not the case for the people from Earth. At this rate, our hero's head will burst, so he decides not to think about it too much. He stands up and invites the ghost to continue their journey ahead. Ghosty agrees and excitedly tells our hero to hunt every monster quickly and head down. For now, Tai would only focus on doing what he can at the moment. The next thing we see is a light slowly shining through, followed by a notification window saying that the disarming of the trap is successful. The trap has been disarmed. It seems like the duo is preoccupied with opening a secret trap. Just like what he had hoped for earlier, Tai was able to obtain the trigger skill, the disarm trap skill. The mana usage for it is only 1. Since the proficiency is still too low, it won't be that much of use. He thought that it would take him at least 100 times to get the ability, but he was able to obtain it in just 10 tries. And without a moment's delay, he already tries his disarm skill, which fails immediately. Ghosty in the background clearly does not like all the detours our hero is taking. Tai didn't stop at the first failed attempt. He tried again, which also didn't work. Ghosty's patience is running thin at this point. He sucks his lips really hard and says it all. He reaches his breaking point and throws a tantrum, lashing out at how our hero was able to discover a secret room in 1 try, but is now wasting his time on a useless skill. He adds that slightly increasing the proficiency of the useless skill won't change much. He can just pass through all of the traps physically like last time. There is no need to waste precious moments. But Tai disagrees, saying that he doesn't know too much about the place, so he can't afford to be reckless. It seems like our hero is keen on increasing the disarm proficiency level, but will it prove useful in the long run? In the last episode, our hero acquired the disarm skill, which allows him to disable traps and open chests, but his proficiency at it is still too low for it to be effective. Ghosty's patience is running thin from watching our hero's failed attempts again and again, and he lashes out at him for wasting their precious time on such a useless skill. But Tai replies that he doesn't know where, how, or when something will be useful in the unpredictable labyrinth, so he will be taking everything that he can before proceeding. Just as he says that, the disarm trap's proficiency skill goes up by 1%. Ghosty remains silent for a while. Our hero has a very good point about being careful. Unlike Tai, Ghosty wasn't able to follow such rules in his previous life, resulting in his untimely demise. Enough with the depressing talk. Now, Tai stretches his arms after successfully completing the 3rd floor's secret room just by deactivating the traps with his newfound skill. Its proficiency has increased by about 7%, and he has managed to acquire a reward as well from the secret room's hidden chest. He has obtained yet another ring, the Twisted Ring, which increases his strength by 3 points. Our hero exits the secret room where we see a mountain of goblin corpses. It looks like our hero has already hunted down all the monsters in the area. The only thing he has to do for this floor is to subjugate the boss. The two arrive at the entrance, and like all the other floor bosses, it is protected by a humongous red door, sealing the sinister aura inside. As our hero opens the door, Ghosty tells him that he doesn't need to inform him about what he will find inside. The monsters on the 3rd floor are all goblins, so it should be obvious what will the boss be. Inside, the interior is filled with carvings of goblin figures. It seems like the pesky little monsters have civilizations of their own. An overwhelming wind of death brushes past our hero. Though his facial expression did not change, he knew that his opponent this time would prove difficult. Sharp tusks lodge on its jaw and its body emits a sinister green aura, indicating how powerful it is. The monster deeply inhales a huge amount of air, puffing out its muscular chest and abdomen. It lets out a terrifying scream in an attempt to taunt those who have set foot in his territory. Its eyes glow in crimson red as if it is already looking at the blood of its enemies. A notification pops up, stating that the goblin chieftain has appeared. Ghosty laughingly tells our hero that the chieftain is insanely pissed at him for killing all the goblins on the 3rd floor. Tai did not waste any second. He pulls out his ceremonial blade and prepares to launch an attack on the enemy. The goblin chieftain responds swiftly. He imbues his powerful green aura to his staff and starts casting his spell. As our hero tries to close in the distance, the monster activates his spell, the Wave, and immediately after, waves of explosions trail our hero, but he is able to dodge every single blow. As the last explosion detonates, Tai quickly shifts his body to the direction of the enemy. He sprints towards him with bloodlust in his eyes. The green boss points his staff towards our hero and prepares to shoot another spell. But just as the goblin was about to launch his spell, our hero pulled out a staff of his own and beat the goblin in terms of speed casting. He activates this confusion magic and inflicts the chieftain with it. By doing so, he managed to intercept the goblin's attack and was able to close the gap between them. The chieftain relentlessly shakes his head in an attempt to remove the spell's effect. But his attempt was futile though, for our hero was able to land an attack on him, dealing a massive 21 damage to the chieftain with his ceremonial blade. I gotta say, our hero is truly impressive when it comes to switching weapons. The confusion attack didn't last long. The monster was able to break free in just a mere moment, but the few seconds delay was satisfactory enough because Tai was able to land a blow. The chieftain pulls its staff back, his arms bulge, as he locks on our hero to smash it with his blunt weapon. Putting his back into it, the floor boss delivers a massive strike towards our hero. But the bulk monster is too slow for Tai. He just stared at the incoming attack with no expression on his face. He wasn't even showing concern that it would hit him. To add salt to the injury, he touches the tip of the staff that is about to hit him before jumping out of the way to dodge it. Our hero leaps into the air, gracefully positioning his body for another attack while the chieftain looks at him with frustration. As per what Ritsu's master told him in Baki when fighting an airborne opponent, one could only wait until the next attack to respond. And sure enough, Tai lands a powerful blow to the enemy, combining the force of gravity with his attack. Ghosty yawns while he watches the one-sided massacre that is going on right now. He comments that he has already anticipated that an opponent of the chieftain's caliber would be no match to our hero at this point. Normally, the third boss is a really tough enemy, but seeing how unbalanced the fight is, it's proving no fun to watch. The chieftain falls to his knees from the force of our hero's attack. Tai then finishes the fight with a powerful stomp to the chieftain's back, finishing the third floor boss without even giving him a snowball chance in hell to retaliate. And with that, the so-called fight against the third floor boss has come to an end without any problem. Our hero stands victoriously as the notification window pops up, telling him that he has hunted down the floor boss. He receives a low-grade potion that increases his vitality, which he consumes immediately. Along with the potion, he also obtains the chieftain's staff. He comments that it is his first time seeing the item's stats. It is the worn-out wooden staff which gives +3 magic points, and its description states that the power of magic is faintly present in it. Ghosty comments on our hero's rare find. He says that his luck is truly amazing for being able to lay a hand on a magic staff. Tai asks Ghosty what exactly is a magical staff, and the spirit answers the obvious, saying that it is a staff that lets him use magic. I mean, what the fuck else could it be? Seems like our hero is still confused with the explanation, so Ghosty elaborates that the staff can strengthen the power of magic the user has learned through the staff. And honestly, Tai is taken aback to know that adventurers can learn magic. But Ghosty was even more surprised that Tai wasn't aware of it. He asks our hero if he is just acting dumb and out of character at this point, explaining that he has already met monsters that use magic already. He shouldn't really be surprised that magic can be learned. You see, all along, our hero thought that to use magic, one had to use the power already within the staff. Even in his previous life, Leetion had never used magic on her own before. The idea of using magic barehanded didn't cross the mind of our hero in the slightest. Ghosty informs him that to learn magic, he either needs to discover a concept of his own, or he learns it from someone else. Tai contemplates for a bit. The former is close to impossible for him since this is just the first time he knows that magic can be learned. So, what is left is the latter, and that leaves him with the task of finding an NPC whom he can learn magic from. It all makes sense to him now. Proper NPCs only exist on solo mode, and if that NPC was hidden somewhere Leetion didn't know about, it would explain why no one on Earth knew how to use magic. Either way, since he has no knowledge about it, it dawns on him that he may not be able to learn magic at all. While he was lost in thoughts, Ghosty prompts him to get going and hurry to the 4th floor. But our hero has other plans. He tells him that since he has completed the quest, he would go back to Rakurata's first. He checks his status window where he finds his level up reward, increased soul quality reward, and 3rd floor clear reward. But there is no mention of the secret clear reward, meaning that there is still something else left undiscovered on the 3rd floor. Ghosty doesn't believe his words. He has witnessed our hero clear the secret room, albeit annoyingly long because he only used his disarm skill to clear it. He also successfully hunted the boss and wiped out the monsters in the area, so what else would be there? He asks our hero if there are 2 secret rooms. While the two were walking idly to find some clues, Tai notices the pictographs on the walls. He asks the veteran ghost if he knows something about them, but Ghosty replies with a pout, saying that he couldn't even locate the secret room on this floor. It looks like the 3rd floor is shrouded with mystery. Our hero contemplates that he would waste too much time looking through the entire floor again. It is unfortunate, but he is thinking of giving up on the secret reward this time. Before completely abandoning all hope, Tai takes a good long stare at the engravings on the wall to look for clues and hints. He notices that all the paintings are looking at a single place. He walks around to skim the wall. Ghosty asks why he's going to a totally different path, but our hero is too preoccupied to respond. Then, at a certain part of the wall, he activates his disarm trap. And to their surprise, the disarm skill successfully uncovers a path leading to another space. Tai explains to the flabbergasted ghost that he noticed that the part of the wall was made of the same materials as the trap wall in the secret room, so he tried it out just in case. Our hero is dying to know what in the world would the labyrinth hide from the common eyes so deeply. His eyes widened as he sees what is inside the secret chamber. On a huge throne seat sits a well-dressed corpse of what seems to be a goblin, a very powerful one at that. A notification window pops up, informing our hero about his encounter with the previous goblin lord. Hagi-ha. The duo is bewildered. It is their first time seeing a monster with a name. It is no secret that monsters having a name or title directly equates to their strength, so this goblin having both of them indicates how powerful it is. Ghosty comments that he feels something eerily wrong with this situation. He wonders why a lord class is present on the 3rd floor. Then, his face turns pale, as white as a ghost, even though he is already one. And our hero asks him if he knows something about it. He explains that just as the title lord indicates, these types of monsters are the kings of their race. Only one can exist at a time, and they transcend the limits and concepts of their respective race. Suddenly, what was thought to be a corpse started reaching for his sword. He pulls it out of the ground, moving only his arm. Then, the goblin lord began speaking, saying that he does not resent them, pertaining to the adventurers who wandered into his throne. While emitting a sinister aura, the goblin lord continues, stating that our hero is nothing but a toy dragged around by them. However, he is in existence given the role of a monster inside the labyrinth. Therefore, he will play such role, the monster says as he slices all the surrounding pillars with one swing of his sword. An overwhelming strength brushes past our hero, who was left shocked after the goblin lord's display of power. The monster tells him with a horrifying voice that he will kill him. That single attack has managed to bring Tai to his knees, who is having it easy the whole time on the 3rd floor. Had he not used his deflect ability, he would have been a goner or at least at death's door. He looks around to see the damage it has caused on the surroundings, and he cannot believe his eyes of how devastating it was. But he has no time to be lost in thoughts, for the Goblin King has positioned his sword for another swing, without even standing up from his throne. Tai wouldn't let such disrespect slide though, and he certainly wouldn't let himself get beaten without putting up a fight. He equips his ceremonial blade, and dashes quickly towards the enemy. The sounds of metal echoes throughout the whole room as their blades clash, and they stared at each other with bloodlust, while engaging in a contest of strength. Suddenly, the Goblin Lord's eyes begin glowing red and veins start popping out of his forehead. It looks like he is now putting a little effort into the fight. Tai is getting overwhelmed. He can't help but be astonished with the absurd power that the king possesses. The monster sends our hero flying, all while still sitting comfortably in his throne. The only body part that the Goblin Lord has used so far is his left hand, suggesting how much handicap he's giving our hero. Tai skids on the floor while trying to dissipate the force of the impact. His current strength is at 37. If it was on easy mode, that would be more than enough to clear up to the 50th floor. But against this secret boss room on the 3rd floor, he is barely hanging on. The Goblin Lord raises his sword for another attack. Our hero calms his mind and assesses the situation. The enemy is using a great sword, meaning that our hero will be at an advantage in terms of agility. He quickly charges forward, closing the distance where the great sword won't be able to hit him. The Goblin Lord praises his quick-wittedness but informs him that unfortunately, he is not the only one who thought of such strategy. Instead of swinging the sword down, the cunning goblin presses down the hilt of the sword, aiming directly at our hero's forehead. As a last resort, Tai activates his deflect skill in an attempt to lessen the damage that he will receive, but Higaha activates his power strike in response. It was a direct hit to the head, putting our hero in a perilous situation. The notification window informs him that he has received a powerful strike, and as a result, his actions will be delayed for the next 10 seconds because of the concussion. He plants his feet to the ground to prevent him from falling down face first to the floor. In this condition of his, he won't even be able to retreat. All he can do for now is to endure the onslaught with a delayed reaction for 10 seconds. Right now, it is impossible to react to an attack that the Goblin Lord will dish out. So, as a countermeasure, he activates his skill, Counter, which will allow him to automatically counterattack his opponent's attacks. The Goblin Lord smirks. Our hero still has 5 seconds left before the concussion loses its effects. Another powerful strike was issued by the monster. Fortunately, our hero was able to dodge it just in the nick of time by bending his back to the extreme, sacrificing his balance in return. Now, only 3 seconds remain before he can move normally again, but his posture was ruined because he was too focused on avoiding the sword strike. While he lies down on the ground, trying to get up, the Goblin Lord is already about to attack him once again. He's really not giving our hero a chance to catch his breath. Tai rolls away, desperately trying to avoid the strikes raining down on him. He also activates his deflect skill to minimize the damage. Despite all that effort, he still received a whopping 46 damage from the onslaught. Things aren't looking good for our hero. Finally, the effect of the concussion has disappeared, and our hero quickly runs towards the back of the Goblin's throne. Ghosty informs him that the enemy is something he can't face right now. He should retreat in the meantime and move to the next floor, then he can come back to subjugate the Lord once he gets stronger. This is the most obvious choice one would take in this kind of situation. But of course, our hero is not that kind of person. With a burning desire in his eyes, he tells Ghosty that they will continue like this. Ghosty won't let Ty's stubbornness win this time. He insists that the monster is a Lord class and not an existence that a third-floor adventurer can hunt. He adds that the monsters won't be going anywhere anyway, so they can just go back whenever they feel like it. But our hero won't back down. He has decided that he will take on his opponent this time, and that won't change. If he prioritizes his safety, he claims that he will not earn anything. The moment he leaves this floor, the reward will drastically decrease. You see, one can freely move between floors in the labyrinth. However, the moment you move down to the next floor, the previous floor's rewards will decrease. Experience and gold earned shrink to a fifth of what they were before, and the special rewards disappear. It is a greedy and balanced system that would trap greedy adventurers like our hero in a sticky situation. Ghosty has had enough with his recklessness and arrogance. He shouts at him for overestimating himself. For someone who carefully raised their skill proficiencies so much, he is suddenly going careless with this scenario. But our hero tells him that he has it the other way around. Everything he has done so far was to accomplish such feat. He didn't earn every single reward and grind everything just to avoid danger. He slowly gets back up to his feet. All the progress that he diligently done is meant exactly for when he faces such dangerous situations. It isn't for survival, but rather to risk his life in the challenge and acting for better rewards. Everything is only done to increase his chances of succeeding. The system informs him that he is facing an opponent against whom victory is impossible. In return, the system decided to reward his valiance. Because his mind has not wavered and his fighting spirit has risen, all of his stats were increased. He will not waver during the battle, nor will he tremble in fear. He receives eyes that can detect his opponent's weak points. Our hero knows the minds of the ones who created the dungeon far too well. He is aware that they wouldn't have placed an impossible enemy on the third floor without having a way to defeat it. He then notices the fact that the Goblin Lord still hasn't come down from his throne. In fact, he didn't even stand up to fight our hero properly. Ghosty becomes aware of it too, and our hero confirms it. The enemy doesn't have a leg. The system also informed them earlier that it is only the previous lord, not the current one. If the monster can't get off his throne, Ty thinks that he has a chance to win. The Goblin Lord maniacally laughs and praises our hero for being brave. He respects the fact that he did not retreat despite the overwhelming difference in power between them, before declaring that he will fight him now for real. The Goblin Lord curiously asks our hero about how he plans on closing the distance this time. But our hero doesn't give in to such empty provocations. He calmly activates his unbreath skill, which allows him to fight without needing to breathe for a certain time. Then, he pulls back his fist in preparation to launch a powerful punch. Rubble and debris fall from the ceiling after the incredible punch of our hero, creating a massive chaos inside the throne room. The enemy is once again amazed by the adventurer's resourcefulness. As the smoke from the debris clears, we see Ty equip his dark staff and activate the confusion spell. While the system is running a system check on its effectiveness, our hero then pulls out his other staff and starts launching fireballs to the throne in all directions. He also shoots countless arrows along with the attack magic. The system has finished assessing the confusion attack, and informs our hero that the attempt has failed. The Goblin Lord swings his sword in a circular motion, deflecting all the projectiles directed at him in one fell swoop. He confidently shouts that this kind of cheap attacks won't be enough to endanger him. But to his surprise, all of those were just a distraction, a feint to divert his attention from the real attack. He gasps in confusion as our hero's ceremonial blade passes through his chest from behind. The Goblin Lord asks how did our hero avoid all the rubble falling from the ceiling. It turns out, he used his skill, Forced Battle. As long as this skill is in effect, nothing but the Goblin King can interfere with his actions at all. Even if it's rubble that's falling down on the both of them, they won't be affected. The only exceptions are the weapons that they would be using as projectiles. However, our hero wonders if the same exception will be applied to the throne that the Goblin Lord is sitting on. To test his theory out, he touches the back of the throne and activates his Forced Battle once again. The skill rejects the throne, sending it flying into the air along with the Goblin Lord. The enemy was amazed by our hero's creativity. Never would he have thought that such a skill would be used like that. He takes a glimpse at our hero, praising him for his wits and talent in battle. While he is being launched into the air, he tells our hero that he will thank the gods for letting his final battle be against Ty. The epic battle between the previous Goblin King, Hagiha, and our hero, Ty, is drawing its conclusion. Ghosty, who is patiently watching in awe from the sideline, has felt it. The Ty he'd been watching was only using his overwhelming stats to win. So, when faced with a strong opponent, the ghost can't help but feel a bit of anticipation from the intense battle in front of him. He gradually starts to believe that our hero can actually win this fight. The Goblin King launches a powerful slash towards our hero, which Tai skillfully dodges while trying to close the distance. With Rakurata's ceremonial blade in hand, our hero causes an explosion with his powerful attack delivered to the Goblin Lord. The attack sent Hagi flying against the wall, crushing the throne he was sitting on to pieces. We can see that the previous Goblin Lord felt that one, as it is the first time we see him make such a distressed facial expression. Despite that, the enemy laughs, saying that if our hero can't close the distance between them, he won't be able to land a decisive blow. While kneeling on the ground, the Goblin Lord now uses both of his arms to launch a powerful slash towards our hero, saying that he will make sure that Tai won't be able to take a single step from where he is standing. The attack is drawing ever so close to our hero, who didn't show any sign of dodging. Rather, his eyes are only fixated on the Goblin Lord. Ghosty panics and shouts for our hero to evade the attack, but Tai just stood there like a statue as the X mark Getsuga Tensho passed through his body. Tai coughed blood, his eyes turned white from the pain and shock that the attack had caused him. The Goblin's attack dealt him a massive 462 worth of damage. In response, our hero activates his survival skill, Endure. A powerful mist of aura emits from our hero's body as he endures the fatal long-range attack. The Goblin Lord was taken by surprise. He doesn't know what's going on. Regardless, he performs the same attack, for he knows that it might have failed to kill him the first time, but it was still effective. The skill Endure negates an attack that would lead to death. Knowing this, our hero stands fearlessly in front of the Goblin's attack. If Tai will phrase it a bit differently, it means that he is invincible for the next 1 second. He valiantly charges forward, pulling his sword back in preparation to slice his enemy to oblivion. The previous Goblin King screams in terror as our hero closes the gap between them in a split second. Whilst dashing in, Tai swiftly consumes a potion to replenish his mana. The moment he becomes in range, he quickly stabs the Goblin Lord, lodging his blade deep into the enemy's shoulder. Hagiha grips our hero's hand to prevent him from causing more damage. Then, with the remaining leg that he has, the Goblin Lord gives our hero a powerful knee attack straight to his ribs, fracturing some of his bones. While gritting his teeth, our hero furiously pulls his blade back and launches another impaling attack. We can clearly see that this is a do-or-die moment for Tai-san as he gambles everything on this onslaught. This time, he didn't miss the Goblin Lord's vital spot. He was able to stab him directly to his chest, inflicting a grievous wound. The two looked at each other intensely. They both know that the fight is about to reach its conclusion. The bloodlust from our hero slowly dissipates as he pants, trying to catch his breath while on top of the Goblin King. For some unknown reasons, maybe because he is finally free from the shackles of the dungeon, Hagiha, the previous Goblin King, smiles and tears up. He praises our hero for the impressive warrior spirit he has demonstrated throughout their battle while life gradually leaves his body. Then, to solidify Tai's victory, the system window pops up, stating that he is victorious against the previous Goblin Lord, Hagiha. Blood flows to the floor from the lifeless corpse of the formidable opponent. The fearsome battle is evident in our hero's face, all beaten up and bruised. He can now inhale fresh air as he exclaims that it is finally over. He seems to have received some bonus skills relative to the difficulty of the task and also leveling up twice. Tai and Ghosty curiously check out the status window, looking forward to the mission's rewards. The system informs him that he has activated the increased soul quality, and he also received the trigger skill, Power Strike. Our hero wonders what could these skills be. The trigger skill, Power Strike, has a very simple description on it, saying that our hero's next strike will hit harder and the mana consumption for it is still unknown. Turns out, the damage increases in proportion to the mana used. He didn't think he would get this skill early in the game. He also acquired the trigger skill of Acceleration. It has a mana usage of 5. During its activation, he can accelerate quickly toward his target. Tai comments that in his past life, he was barely able to learn this skill while busting his ass. It would seem that the fight with the Goblin Lord is really that intense. He also obtained a secret reward, which is a proficiency-increasing potion. Our hero smiles with satisfaction, saying that he won't need to work too hard for the next few days because of it. Tai was also able to get the necklace for the master, which has various stats boosts, increasing his attack, defense, strength, agility, and intelligence by 3 points. While he is happily accepting all the rewards, he notices that Ghosty is unusually quiet, so he asks what's wrong, but the latter just replies that it is nothing. He stares at Tai's overall stats. He is now at level 12 with 430 max health, a max mana of 75, strength of 63, intelligence of 71, agility of 58, and a bonus attack and defense of 18 and 12 respectively. At this rate, our hero thinks that he will surpass his past life stats before the 5th floor of solo mode. He became stronger at an instant. He clenches his fist and confidently declares that fighting the Lord is the right answer. Ghosty catches a glimpse of his stats and tries to tell him something, but he stops. Tai asks him again what's wrong, but he just pouts and shakes his head. He says that it is nothing if he's done with the hunt, and prompts our hero to quickly continue their descent. Seems like our friend Ghosty here is holding back the admiration he is feeling towards our hero. Footsteps of our hero are heard throughout the hallway as he makes his way down. They have arrived at the terrifyingly sinister room with an ominous statue of the god of death and strife known as Rakarada's. Ghosty is evidently terrified stepping inside the chamber. He can't help but hide behind our hero's back for protection, just in case something happens. Seems like this annoyingly adorable companion unconsciously relies on our hero now. Suddenly, the notification window appears, stating that our hero has passed the Rakarada trial. It also states that the god of death and strife is very satisfied with his battle and wishes to grant our hero a fitting reward. Our hero surmises that Rakarada probably knows that the Goblin Lord is hiding on the 3rd floor. Seeing how the god still gave our hero this trial despite knowing that fact kind of pisses him off. Rakarada shows him again the apostle contract and without hesitation, our hero immediately declines. Ghosty panics, thinking that by rejecting the contract, Rakarada won't give our hero his rewards. What a slick move from the god. But still, our hero says that rejecting the offer won't matter much. The god's range of influence immediately shrinks as our hero presses the no button. Ghosty watches anxiously as the sinister red energy spirals in front of our hero. Tai receives the protective shield as a reward, followed by the continuous trigger skill to enhance the protective shield. Our hero was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen such skill. The continuous trigger skill, Enhanced Protective Shield, is a protective shield that blocks damage. Its durability increases proportionally to the user's health. Tai analyzes it for a bit. He theorizes that it might be a second health bar and that the setup is that his health won't decrease until after the skill's effect wears off. He then thinks if that certain something would be possible with the help of this ability. The red energy of Rakarada's converges into a single point, followed by the appearance of the notification window stating that the god is looking forward to their next meeting. With all said and done, the presence of Rakarada's disappears along with the mist. Ghosty was finally able to breathe fresh air, saying that never had he imagined that he would be so scared even after death. Our hero can't help but tell Ghosty that there is really no need for him to hide behind his back, but the spirit says that Tai will probably change his mind after he learns what sort of existence the god of strife and death really is. Now that our hero is stronger than ever in this turn, the quest of the 4th floor starts. The system tells them to defeat the boss of the floor to pass through. The reward for completing such a task will be the Ashen Arm Guards and a secret reward. While trekking the stairs, our hero recalls that Li Tian said that the 4th floor is the floor of the orc, a significantly stronger species compared to the goblins. Each and every one of the monsters has a strong physique, and their intelligence doesn't fall too far behind either. They are basically a tribe of warriors, making our hero wonder how will this floor go for him. But first, before doing all that, our hero opens a chamber leading to a certain place. They go inside a room with a tall altar glowing ever so brightly. It is just like what Tai-san has heard. They have discovered the altar of Balthazar. It is a place where those who believe in Balthazar built an altar, so it is a path connected to a god. And from the looks of it, the god can exert his influence on the dungeon through this place. Seems like Ghosty is aware of the god, saying that Balthazar is the god of victory. He informs our hero that he is not particularly good or bad. In fact, he is perfectly neutral. A notification informs our hero that the god of victory wishes to test him who has visited the altar. If he accepts, he will receive a trial which after he completes, rewards him. Tai wastes no time and accepts the quest. The god immediately revels our hero's quick decision and immediately reads his experience. A light emits from the altar, scanning our hero from the toes up. Ghosty sees our hero's confusion, so he informs him that Balthazar will read his memories and decide his worth. After scanning Tai, the god seems to deem our hero powerful as he proposes an empowered trial to him. Tai frowns, saying that he has just completed such an arduous task from Rakarada's, but Ghosty says that there is no way Balthazar wouldn't like him after seeing through his experiences. The spirit suggests to our hero that he accepts the quest since he will definitely clear it easily. After all, gods generally hate breaking contracts, and Rakarada's is probably the only odd one out. Ghosty is able to persuade our hero, so he nonchalantly presses the accept button which delights the god of victory. Balthazar's influence shrinks and receives the agreement of the 4th floor and 5th floor residents. A disturbing window stating 20 against 1 pops up in front of our hero. Suddenly, the ground began shaking, which marks the drastic change in the 4th floor's setup. The tremor made our hero lose his balance and fall to the floor. Surprisingly, even Ghosty who is floating in the air was shaken as well. Tai wonders what the hell is going on as he stands up while staring at the altar. Ghosty mentions that this is the first time he has witnessed something like this. They immediately rush towards the entrance of the floor to see what just happened, and to their surprise, the labyrinth changed into a straight line. Ghosty says that since Balthazar is involved in making the labyrinth, the task ahead won't be impossible, but still surprising. He asks our hero if he is ready, and Tai replies that nothing will happen if he just keeps staring at it. It would be best to check things out quickly. They enter the first room on the line, and they are greeted by a huge sword-wielding orc, eagerly waiting for their arrival. Tai contemplates if the species of monsters that appear now is still the same. To think that the monster immediately assumes a battle stance after seeing him, our hero gets an idea behind the meaning of the voting from before. The battle begins. Our hero immediately dashes forward. In response, the monster draws his sword to his back in preparation for a massive blow. Tai blocks the sword swing from the orc with his shield, but still receives 4 damage from it. It seems like his assumption about the protective shield skill was spot on. The skill, which has a hit point of 10, was decreased to 6 after receiving the attack, while his health didn't drop a single point. Our hero skillfully maneuvers behind the orc's back and attacks from its blind spot, but the monster is not to be taken lightly. It was able to block Tai's attack with its sword, preventing a fatal injury. It was also able to graze our hero in the process of blocking his attack. In his previous life, the monster would have died by this point, but now it is tougher. He wonders if the god did something to them. While the monster and our hero are busy fighting, Ghosty states that Balthazahar's trial aims for our hero to fight one-on-one battles until the end to claim victory. He adds that the god of victory strengthened the monsters as well to make it fair. Our hero activates his newly learned skill, Power Strike, while in midair. He then lands on top of the orc, stabbing it straight to its chest. The monster smiles with satisfaction from the honorable battle with our hero. The fall of the monster marks the first victory of our Tai. Our hero is a bit surprised that it wasn't that difficult, but Ghosty says that it would make no sense if Tai finds the first battle difficult already, given that he has an impressive stat. It is more likely that the enemies will gradually become harder with each progress. Tai smiles after hearing Ghosty's explanation. Seems like he is looking forward to fighting strong opponents as he prepares himself to break through the rest. And so, he fought, defeating 4 more sword-wielding orcs and increasing his level in the process. Our hero has that dumb look on his face showing how easy the quest is for him, saying that all the shaking and rumbling caused by rearranging the labyrinth was so unnecessary. He got scared for nothing. He checks his status bar and notices that the protective shield hit points increased as well along with his health, before mentioning that certain things would soon be possible thanks to the skill. He enters the 6th room, where another weapon-wielding orc awaits him. This time, the monster looks more muscular and tougher compared to the others. The orc masterfully disarms our hero with its first attack, followed by an immediate decisive attack. It might seem that our hero is in a predicament, but he quickly activates his counter skill, which automatically counters his opponent's attack. He stares at his ceremonial blade, thinking that the stat difference between him and the monsters is quite big, but he cannot overwhelm them in a single move. He contemplates if this is caused by the lack of skillfulness. The monsters that he is fighting right now aren't just stabbing brainlessly with their weapons, rather, they have some sort of systematic skill. Turns out that our hero is mimicking their attack pattern, but it seems like it is not as effective as he thinks. He wonders if such skills require to be taught to him by a master. Ghosty is quick on the uptake, and asks our hero if he needs to learn swordsmanship. Tai says yes, and then the ghost quickly shifts the topic and prompts them to get to the next room. The 7th room holds an axe-wielding orc. The hair on its head indicates that it is more powerful than the others. Nonetheless, Tai was able to make quick work of it. In the 8th room, he was matched against a bare-handed orc, and like the others, it proved to be not much of a challenge for our hero. The same goes for the 9th floor, and the battle was so swift that the artist didn't even bother showing it to us. He wipes the sweat and blood off his face as he walks to the final door. Our hero stares at it and says that it was pretty anticlimactic and that it ended quickly. While he is opening the door, Tai comments on how is he supposed to find the floor's secret room with the labyrinth arranged in a straight line. Ghosty answers that he has no clue as well, as this is the first time he has experienced such a thing. They are welcomed by a giant fighter orc. This one has shoulder plating on, making it look tougher than the rest. I guess it's the bare minimum to be perceived as a floor boss. The boss is still the same as what our hero has heard, and he quickly assumes his battle stance, ready to trade blows with the monster, when he suddenly hears sobbing from within the chamber. When he takes a look at the source of the noise, he finds a sulking mage, crying for anyone to save her. Tears and snot aren't distinguishable as both of them drip down the distressed face of the magician. Surprisingly, Ghosty was the first to react. Seems like the mage is an old acquaintance of his. He loudly asks the girl what is she doing in the boss's room, and is even more shocked to learn that she is alive. The mage quickly turns around and addresses Ghosty as Sir Warrior. Maybe she is one of the adventurers who has stumbled upon the warrior's secret tomb. The mage swiftly jumps on our hero, pleading him to save her. She explains that the labyrinth suddenly changed as she was exploring and she was forced out. When she came to it, she ended up right next to the orc. Ghosty bursts out laughing after hearing this, as it seems that our hero is at fault for her misfortune. While still laughing his lungs out, Ghosty tells the girl that our hero was the one who caused all these problems for her, but the mage says that Tai seems like a normal adventurer who just entered the labyrinth. The orc boss awkwardly stares at them while still holding his blade, waiting for them to finish talking. Our hero has no time to participate in their little charade, so he steps forward and tells them to stay there and wait for his return. It seems that the identity of the secret in the secret room would be the NPC mage. The mage asks Ghosty if our hero will be alright. From a normal adventurer's perspective, a single adventurer against a boss monster is equivalent to a death wish, but our hero is no normal adventurer. Ghosty states that it will be fine, so they should just sit back and watch. The orc boss grins at the sight of our hero as it points its sword towards him. It didn't even give a glance at the mage girl, so its true objective is none other than Tai. Our hero happily accepts the challenge and says that he will respond in kindness as he quickly charges into the enemy, activating his acceleration skill. The enemy swiftly swings its sword, but it only manages to slice the afterimage of our hero who is already behind his back. Tai activates his power strike, landing a powerful blow to the orc. We can really see how strong he has become, since the boss immediately enters the berserk state after that one single attack from our hero. His power is well beyond compare from the time he fought the giant rat. The enemy furiously swings his weapon at our hero, but Tai is able to quickly take a step back and avoid the attack. He then again activates his acceleration skill and closes the gap in an instant. Then, he follows it up by activating Power Strike once more, sending the orc boss flying into the air from the powerful blow. The mage gasps in astonishment from the one-sided battle, because the terrifying boss was defeated in an instant. Tai takes a victorious pose as the system announces his win against the 4th floor boss. Despite the quick boss battle, the experience he received from it is still enough to increase his level. The mage's eyes almost fell out of their sockets. She can't fathom how a single adventurer massacred a 4th floor boss so easily, saying that it doesn't make sense. She asks our hero what exactly he is, and Tai informs her that he is a player as he walks towards her in a dignified manner. He then leans toward the mage and asks her the same question. The girl was taken by surprise at first. She looks at Ghosty, who nods at her, telling her to answer the question. This is when the mage finally introduces herself as Lalise, the conjurer of magic, and she informs our hero that she has entered here to learn more about the grand mysteries. Tai is confused when he hears the word magic, so the mage assumes that he must have come from a world without magic, commenting at such a place to be quite peculiar. She explains that not everyone can learn magic, because it is essentially an innate talent. Lalise tells them that she has no talent in it either, but her desire to learn magic is stronger than anyone else. That is also the reason why she entered the labyrinth, saying that it is the place where she can achieve all of her dreams. For someone who claims to have no talent, she manages to say all this while conjuring stunning visual magic into the surroundings. Going back to the topic at hand, she thanks our hero for saving her, but she regretfully tells him that she has no means to repay him for his kindness. Tai says otherwise, telling her that there is a way. Lalise immediately informs him that she is completely broke, but our hero isn't interested in her money. Rather, he is curious about her extraordinary powers. He looks straight into the eyes of the girl, catching her curiosity and attention, and tells her that he wants her to teach him magic as well. Looks like our hero has stumbled upon an interestingly cute NPC. In the previous episode, our hero asks the mage to teach him the ways of magic, who becomes silent after hearing his request. She apologizes, saying that this is something she learned while putting her entire life on the line. She explains that she's beyond grateful to him for saving her life, but she says that it is quite difficult for her to grant him this request. Tai wasn't surprised by this rejection, because he expected this to a certain extent. He tries to negotiate, but Ghosty butts in, asking the mage why won't she just teach him, with a nonchalant expression on his white face. The mage was taken aback by Ghosty's words, but he explains that he understands that the girl values her magic greatly, but from an overall perspective, it's really nothing special at all. At this point, even our hero is surprised by Ghosty's lack of sympathy. He adds that it would just be fitting for her to return the favor of saving her life. Lalise hesitates to agree. She knows that Sir Warrior has a good point, but it is still hard for her to do what he is asking. Ghosty floats around her, saying that it is not like it would do her any harm if she teaches Tai magic, and he asks the mage how many floors has she descended so far. She covers her embarrassed face with her hands, answering that she has only gone down up to the 9th floor. Ghosty rubs salt in her wound, saying that with her skills, he imagines that it would be hard for her to proceed any further. He then introduces our hero to her, informing her that Tai is an adventurer who will continue to descend the labyrinth. He adds that our hero is actually someone who was acknowledged by the gods, and the reason that the labyrinth's layout suddenly changed was because of him. He emphasizes that Tai will definitely reach much further down into the labyrinth, and will be able to save those in the abyss in the process. Thus, this will lead to an opportunity for the mage to learn magic she hasn't learned before. This piques the interest of the mage, who realizes that Ghosty has a very solid point. To end his persuasion, the spirit concludes that such an exchange will be advantageous for both parties. Lalise's attitude makes a complete 180, as hearing the possibility of learning new magic convinces her to teach our hero the ways of magic. She stands up excitedly, saying that it'll become much more fun going forward. But because she was forcibly chased out of the place she was originally at, she won't be able to teach our hero right away. Since the 5th floor is also an orc floor, it will be in the same shape as this one. Elias tells them that she will take her place in the secret room on the 6th floor and wait for them there, and our hero simply nods and says sure. With all said and done, the mage clapped her hands, and immediately, her staff began to glow. She pulls out an invisible cloth and wraps her body with it, and with short words of farewell, she disappears out of thin air. Ghosty comments that he was wondering how would such a weak mage pass through the 5th floor, but his question was answered by Elias's magic. Our hero was quite surprised as well. He cannot feel a single trace of the girl's presence, as she was able to completely erase her presence. And once more, Tai is amazed by the efficiency and practicality of magic. Now that there are only the two of them again, an awkward atmosphere arises. Our hero asks Ghosty why he suddenly helped him. I mean, he pretty much did all of his negotiation for him. Ghosty becomes shy and flips out, saying that he can also be nice once in a while, and prompts our hero to just accept the assistance instead of complaining. Tai noticed the change in Ghosty's behavior ever since he hunted the Goblin Lord, and he wonders what made the annoying spirit change his mind. Ghosty explains that he is just seeing the potential in our hero. It has something to do with his sense of self-redemption. Tai still doesn't follow the spirit's way of thinking, so Ghosty just says to forget it, and declares that from now on, he will be assisting our hero, which isn't exactly a bad thing for him. Tai sits down. He knows that Ghosty won't answer even if he questions him honestly. Well, not that it really matters, because the spirit floats around him, prompting him to finish his meal quickly and get a move on. Tai opens his system window to check on the community guide, and it seems both Kangjun and Lee Tion have passed the 1st floor. It is a bit unfortunate regarding the skill acquisitions, but besides the two, no one else appears to have attempted it. Looks like they are still afraid of trying our hero's life-threatening methods of acquiring skills. Tai decides to organize the loot he received from the boss, and equips the Ashen Arm Guards, which provides +5 defense stat. But let's just talk about the fact that our hero has placed his food on the ground. I mean, who the heck does that? He also obtained the Scroll of Engravement, which is an item that allows the user to engrave a special power on a piece of equipment. Our hero smiles with satisfaction. Luckily, discovering the lies counted as finding the secret chamber. Seriously, the secret rewards are just as good as our hero has expected. He activates the Scroll of Engravement on his ceremonial sword of Rakaratas. The blade got an increase of 5 attack points, a trait that recovers 5 health to our hero whenever he kills an enemy, and a chance to knock back opponents. Tai takes a good stare at it. Considering it was a random option, he was able to get a decent one. He goes down the stairs, which is immediately followed by the notification window stating the start of the Floor 5 quest, defeating the boss of Floor 5 to pass through. From what we can see, the reward this time will be a dazzling decorational blade and a secret reward. But before anything else, like usual, our hero visits the dungeon store where the shopkeeper is waiting for him. The old man welcomes him, asking if the chaotic sound he heard from the floors is due to our hero's trial. Seems like the rumbling was really that loud, only for our hero to speed run it. He tells the old man that he would like to sell the things he got first. Then he would like to purchase an inventory expansion ticket. He wanted to say more, but our hero stops his sentence midway as he notices something peculiar. There is a shiny golden potion on the shelves, and Tai questions about its presence, as it looks like it is something that is not supposed to be there yet. He comes to the old man, asking if he can take a closer look at the bottle. The golden potion turns out to be the Powder of Blessings, a powder that originates from a fairy's wings. This ridiculous item costs 500 gold, and there are rumors that the user of the powder will be granted a blessing. The shopkeeper grabs the bottle while explaining that it is just as the rumor says. The powder grants the user a blessing, but no one knows whether it's true. He adds that there are some who hope to increase their luck by bathing in it, but they tripped right away. Others tried sprinkling it onto their weapons, but it only ended up making them sparkle. Our hero turns to Ghosty, asking if he knows about it, and the latter says that he hasn't purchased the item before. In Tai's past life, there were many who were attracted by the word of blessing and purchased it, but because no one ever received its effects, it was treated as a trash item. But that only remained true until our hero discovered its real use. The way he smiles indicates that the powder isn't actually trash, it's just that people don't know how to unlock its potential. He asks the old man how many stocks of it he currently possesses, and the shopkeeper tells him that he got it from a bargain, so he only has 3 of it. Tai tells him that he will buy all of it, surprising the old man in a not particularly good way. The shopkeeper tells him that it's really expensive for something that has no clear use, but since our hero insists, he brings them up anyway. Happy with his purchase, our hero smiles and bids farewell to the shopkeeper. Turns out, the Powder of Blessing's real effect is minute control over chance. And I'll keep it 100 with you, I have no idea what that means. The old man sees them off, and Ghosty asks our hero the reason for purchasing such item. Tai remains secretive, telling his companion that he will personally see it soon enough. While they are walking, a system notification pops up, informing our hero that Balthazar is satisfied with his results and that the god is looking forward to when he will give Tai his reward. Despite the seemingly innocent announcement, our hero contemplates if the notification is a veiled reminder from the god to quickly clear the 5th floor as well. Ghosty praises our hero, saying that he is impressive to the point that the gods are willing to cut away their range of influences as they grant him favors. But still, our hero wonders if their influence is really that important in the first place. Such an innocent question makes Ghosty flips at Tai, exclaiming that this is the only thing the gods care about. They won't ever cut away their influence for their loyal believers who worship them, and the gods will only grant minimal rewards while presenting it as something worthwhile. He points at our hero, questioning him if he finally understands how much value the gods are placing on him. With a hint of timidness on his face, Ghosty meekly says that it is fine for our hero to be proud of himself. But as we already know, Tai isn't one to be making celebrations, and simply states that he is just clearing quests because they are giving him rewards. To him, it is nothing more or less than that. He's not really particular about gaining the favor of the gods, if it won't benefit him in the long run. In any case, they eventually enter Floor 5's first room, where an orc fighter is waiting for their arrival. Our hero swiftly prepares for an attack. The 4th floor's boss monster appears from the very beginning of the 5th floor, but it's not really that big of a deal for Tai. The two clash weapons, with the orc somehow parrying our hero's relentless attacks. Then, the enchantment that our hero imbued in his ceremonial sword began to take effect. It knocks the giant orc back, staggering its balance and making an opportunity for Tai to land a blow. He quickly activates his skill, Power Strike, and performs consecutive attacks on the monster. We can see that the beast is truly tough as it does not fall down despite our hero's onslaught. Suddenly, the knockback effect of the blade activates once again. It knocks away the orc's weapon, leaving the monster vulnerable. Tai smiles at his luck and immediately activates Power Strike. He slices the monster with a powerful blow, killing it instantly. And as per usual, the system notification comes up to state that he has come out victorious against the orc fighter. Our hero looks at his ceremonial blade with satisfaction. Even though the monster was as strong as the previous boss, he was able to end the fight quickly thanks to the scroll. If the first room is already that tough, the boss in the last room must be crazy strong. But of course, our hero looks forward to fighting tougher opponents in hopes of obtaining better rewards. And with that said, the sound of metals clashing and flesh getting ripped apart echoed in the 5th floor as our hero kept making his way through the rooms. Tai gently squeezes his sore arm, saying that the challenge is gradually getting more difficult. But despite that, he has already conquered the 5th room on the floor. Tai grins at the fact that after he finishes the quest, not only will he be getting the god's reward, he will also be able to learn magic as well. Now that he thinks about it, he asks Ghosty how he knows about the magician, Lalais. The spirit tells him about how the constraints of one's maximum lifespan disappear in the labyrinth, and explains that the girl was already present when he first entered the labyrinth. Just like before, Ghosty stumbled upon the girl as she was about to face her death on the 4th floor in front of an orc. So, their first meeting was Ghosty saving her life because she was so pitiful. This makes our hero wonder how long ago was the story that the warrior is speaking of. If they are to use the timing sense from the outside, Ghosty tells him that it would be about 100 years ago. Tai can't help but pity Lalais due to the fact that for the past 100 years, she hasn't been able to pass the 10th floor, nor has she been able to learn powerful magic. Ghosty says that although she entered the labyrinth in order to learn magic, because of her paltry talent, she is someone who hasn't encountered even a tiny bit of enlightenment yet. He sits on our hero's shoulder, saying that he helped her a little bit because her story is heart-rendering, but he never imagined that she would still be alive today. That's when Tai realizes that there are people who entered the labyrinth not to conquer it, but to fulfill their own purpose. Which also means that there may be a lot more NPCs than Tai had originally expected. Meanwhile, a door that holds down a horde of goblins slowly creaks open, garnering the attention of the monsters. Suddenly, a small pebble comes bouncing in, confusing one of the green creatures. Then, another rock comes into the door, intensifying the curiosity of the dumb goblin. As the stupid creature tries to chase the stone, we see our girl, Li Tion, holding her weapon and waiting patiently for the monster. Once in range, she immediately grabs hold of it and stabs it right through its neck. The bastard tried to scream and struggle, but it was no match for the resourceful adventurer. Our girl sits on the ground as she tries to catch her breath. Seems like she has been silently killing goblins in her wake, as we see countless of these creatures lying dead on the ground. She opens the chat window, informing Kangjin that she has barely managed to kill them all by baiting them out. The kid praises her creativity, including the time she schemed to burn the boss alive. He says that thanks to her, he discovered something interesting. It turns out to be the altar of Rakuratas, the god of death and strife. He was about to touch the altar when our hero messaged him to not even think about it, saying that the other gods may be fine, but he must not mess with the cunning god of death. Despite our hero's warning, the kid's curiosity is strong. Fortunately, he listened to our hero's words, saving him from Rakurata's devious schemes. Lee Tion and Kangjin happily talked to each other, thanking our hero for his life-saving advice that allowed them to survive the harsh labyrinth. On the other hand, people who are also in the community guide express their dissatisfaction and frustration. They keep telling the two to stop their exaggeration about our hero's advice. Such disrespect irks the wrath of our girl, as she frowns while reading the comments. That's when the keyboard wars between the newbie adventurers began, with the two intensely defending our hero's reputation, while the other party tries to tarnish it, saying that they are just trying to con them. An intense bickering between the white-haired adventurer and Kangjin commenced, since the kid won't let the man throw shade at Tai whom he looks up to. On the other hand, our hero recalls if it's been a month since they entered the labyrinth. This should be around the time when the easy and normal modes are basically done adjusting. As long as they are careful, there will be no reason for them to die meaninglessly. But such a leeway actually becomes a poison. Now, they are starting to look for a place to release their pent-up emotions. Rather than the awful and vast number of enemies in the labyrinth, they are starting to target the people in solo mode whom they often see on the community board. But in the past, it wasn't as bad as this one, and our hero contemplates if it is because of that white-haired man. The bastard continues to talk trash about Tai, saying that he is the worst of them all. He mocks our hero for teaching them to endure impossible tasks with just 1 health, saying that Tai is basically telling them to die. Our hero starts reminiscing about the ugly memories of his past, as the tension between him and the white-haired guy affects the atmosphere and mood of the people around them. In his past life, he was there to restrict the troublemaker, but since he is no longer there, the bastard must have already created a guild and conquered the easy mode lobby. In order to control the masses, the white-haired man needs an enemy, so he chooses the solo mode people and pertains them as the villains. The people of each mode can't meet each other, and if what solo mode people are saying is true, clearing it seems close to impossible. The white-haired bastard probably thinks that the possibility of retaliation is 0, but he doesn't know this one thing. Our hero sends him a very threatening message, saying that he will see the bastard in a month. Now that the commotion in the community guide board is settled, well, at least for Tai, he hurries to the last room. Ghosty is curious about what he just did, but our hero tells him not to worry about it. They enter the boss chamber, where the orc vice chieftain, Latran, awaits them patiently. It is a sinister-looking orc that wields a sword in each of its hands. Our hero is a bit disappointed to learn that today's boss is not a lord class, but Ghosty straits him, asking why the hell would he think that a lord class will even appear. In fact, the goblin lord's discovery was just an abnormality. The spirit warns our hero that a vice chieftain isn't weak. As the final enemy, the monster is really difficult to beat, and most adventurers can't even be its opponent. But with a stupid expression on his face, Ghosty confidently says that if it's our hero, there won't be any problem. Tai smiles and nods to his companion as he steels himself for another epic battle. Loud thumping of feet is heard across the whole chamber as the boss makes his way to our hero. The chieftain addresses our hero as a grand warrior, thanking him for his fighting spirit. The monster says that he had thought that those things called gods were useless, but now that he has found a worthy opponent, he thinks otherwise. He asks our hero if his companions, whom he takes pride in, have already left this world with satisfaction in their faces. In response, Tai simply nods in affirmation. He says that all of the orcs who fought him faced their deaths with a smile on their faces, as if it was fun. And just out of curiosity, he asks the chieftain if they are more interested in the battle itself rather than killing him. With a resolute and dignified stance, the boss affirms our hero's words, saying that there would be no point in just killing him anyway. The boss clenches his fist in anger, stating that they are nothing but a slave imprisoned in the labyrinth. Forget about a proud battle, they do not even know when they will be freed from the wretched place. However, our hero not only freed them, but he also granted them honorable deaths, so they would never dare stomp on his reputation. And with that said, the vice chieftain grins in anticipation of the upcoming battle with our hero. He releases his overwhelming aura, prompting Tai to show him his true power and grant him an honorable death. Letting out all of his desires and pent-up emotions, the orc emphasizes that he would like to have a fulfilling death. He lets out a deafening war cry, followed by the activation of his charge and rage skills. The system informs our hero that the boss will be a difficult enemy to face, but Tai was also waiting for an enemy whom he could fight with his full power. As he takes his fighting stance, he tells the orc that this is exactly what he wants as well. The next thing we see is the sight of the valiant orc vice chieftain, fallen to the ground as he coughs up blood. He utters that he didn't think that the gap between him and our hero would be so great. The boss can't help but ask our hero if he is truly just an adventurer of the 5th floor, saying that while he has no true knowledge in swordsmanship, he was able to use skills as sword arts. Not to mention, our hero's movement is definitely based on his own experiences. But the end is nearing his life, so the orc vice chieftain didn't bother waiting for our hero's response. Instead, he happily informs Tai that it was a very satisfying fight, a most honorable death he could ask for. With his dying breath, he wishes our hero good luck, and nothing but victory on the path he has decided to tread. As the orc vice chieftain turns into dust, the notification informs our hero that he has successfully defeated the boss of the 5th floor. He has now successfully completed Balthazahar's trial, and the god of victory is very delighted with his performance. Balthazahar's influence shrinks as the god gives our hero his well-deserved reward, the Belt of Fighting Spirit. The item provides a +3 attack and defense stats, with a passive of recovering 5 health and mana every time he is victorious. He also obtained the continuous trigger skill, Proof of Victory, which allows him to select one stat to increase continuously. Tai wonders if the chosen stat will continuously increase every time he wins, and if that is the case, he decides to choose mana. After that, just like with Rakuratas, Balthazar offers our hero an apostle contract. With a breath of sigh, our hero immediately rejects the contract. Surprisingly, the god of victory didn't dislike our hero's attitude. Rather, he was delighted by his choice and is looking forward for their next meeting. In the previous episode, our hero defeated the boss of the 5th floor, the orc vice chieftain, earning the favor and delight of the god of victory, Balthazar. Due to his excellent performance, the god swiftly offered Tai an apostle contract, which he instantly declined. 2 chests appeared before him, and he looked at them with great curiosity. Ghosty comments that one of the chests is from completing the floor's task, while the other one is probably the reward for the secret room. As the labyrinth layout was changed, and the secret room of the floor was nowhere to be found, the reward must have moved here. The 5th floor basic reward is the dazzling decorational sword, which has a bonus attack of 5, much like the sword of Rakuratas. As the name suggests, the sword is dazzling and shining brightly. Seems like Ghosty was right with his assumption that the other chest is a reward for this floor's secret room, the knife of self-harm. It allows our hero to store it by consuming health, and the ghost can't resist the urge to tell our hero how lucky he is for getting a secret room reward without doing anything. Meanwhile, Tai's interest in the item increases by the moment. He quickly wounds himself with the blade, curious about its effects. Suddenly, the blade absorbs the blood of our hero, storing 20 points of health in it. Seems like the sword can absorb up to 500 points of health, which our hero can use in case of an emergency, kind of like a refillable health potion. The chest also provides another secret discovery reward to our hero, which is the Robe of Dark Vaulting, and it allows him to enter a stealth mode for 1 second. After each use, it will have a cooldown of 1 hour. I guess this is more of a situational item to use since it can only be used for just 1 second for every hour, but our hero seems to be satisfied with it as he smiles from ear to ear. He quickly equips it, and the parts of our hero's body that are covered with the robe start to become invisible. Ghosty comments that as long as the enemies don't have a detection skill, they won't be able to find him when the robe is activated. Tai smiles, saying that it will be quite useful in a lot of combat situations. Well, that is indeed true. It is truly a game changer when you suddenly become invisible during a crucial moment of a fight, as that single second might even be the deciding factor. Now that everything is set, the duo is ready to go further down the labyrinth. With the dazzling and the Rakurata's ceremonial blades equipped, our hero is looking gallant and prepared to face the challenges ahead. While walking down the stairs, Ghosty spirals around our hero, informing him that he too had a dual-wielding sword skill in the past. He seems to be happy and proud to see our hero use the same style as him. The ghost elaborates that he had created his own sword arts, which earned him the title of a sword master. Hearing this, our hero immediately becomes interested, and asks Ghosty if he can teach him the arts. You see, Tai was actually looking for someone to teach him swordsmanship. He tried copying the battle styles of the orcs he previously fought, but it wasn't effective because he had no proficiency with the weapons. The spirit regretfully informs our hero that he doesn't think that Tai can learn it right now. With his current stats, Ghosty tells him that he might even die while using the arts. This made our hero wonder. His strength is almost 150 points, so how can that be not enough? Ghosty states that his sword art is much like a high-rank skill, so our hero can't learn it for now, but he is confident that Tai will be able to master it in time. For now, they should focus on descending further down and becoming stronger. If he can prove his capabilities, the ghost tells him that he will teach him with pleasure. Tai simply nods and acknowledges his companion's words. When that time comes, the spirit of the dead warrior will pass on everything he has left to our hero. The quest of the 6th floor starts, and just like usual, the goal is to defeat the boss of the floor to pass through. The reward on this floor will be the Scroll of Engravement, the one our hero used to enhance his Rakurata's blade, along with another secret reward. The setting on this floor is that of a swamp area. Moss covers the thick and lavish greenery, and after taking a few steps, our hero was reminded of Lee Tion's words, saying that it was a bit tricky moving forward because of the swamp. Also, the monsters on this floor aren't affected by the swamp at all. Only the players are the ones who are slowed down, making it more difficult to fight them. Just as luck, Tai encounters 2 lizardmen along the way, who emit their sinister aura and prepare to engage in battle. Without a second of delay, the monsters rush toward Tai, growling and howling as they aim their weapons. Still, my boy's expression didn't change at all at the sight of his enemies. The debuff from the swamp doesn't really affect him that much, and he is confident that he can take care of the monsters even with the current situation. He equips his magic staff and activates it immediately. With a confident smile on his face, he casts a fire spell towards the charging lizards, halting the monsters in their tracks. Screams of agony are heard all across the floor as our hero turns one of the lizards into a crisp, burning the living hell out of it. A notification prompt then informs him of his victory against the swamp monster, increasing his detection skills proficiency by 4%. Tai now turns his attention to the other lizardman and quickly grabs it by the neck, slamming it to the ground with a devastating throw. After that, he follows up this attack with a swift slash to the back with his Rakarata's ceremonial blade. In a flash, our hero made a quick work of the two lizard men, and his mana also increased by 1 point from the experience he received from killing them. Ghosty comments on how broken Tai's skill is, which allows him to permanently increase his mana points by 1 per win. While the two are busy chatting with each other, another lizardman hesitates if it will attack our hero, terrified after seeing its comrade get massacred in just seconds. Tai turns his attention to the cowering monster, and his gaze alone was enough to make the fucker flinch from terror. He taunts the monster to come over and attack him, wiggling his finger back and forth. Ghosty joins in on the fun and teases the monster as well, sticking out his tongue and waving his little hand as well. The last thing that the lizard fuck was able to do is let out a terrified screech, before the panel zooms out and saves us from seeing a poor lizard get mercilessly beaten up. Corpse and destruction are all that is left in our hero's wake, and the two casually walk away, while fire burns the lifeless body of the monsters. While carelessly floating in the air, Ghosty expresses his boredom from the easy fights. With how many trials Tai has been through so far, there is no way he would actually struggle against normal monsters at this point. Suddenly, Ghosty's mood shifts as he notices something from a distance and informs our hero about it. It is a piece of brick sticking out like a sore thumb from a structure, and our hero can't help but comment how blatantly obvious the trace is. Ghosty responds, saying that a monster wouldn't be able to differentiate something like that, so she is actually pretty smart for doing this. In case you're wondering, they're talking about the mage that they met on the 4th floor. And if you can remember, they had an arrangement to meet again on the 6th floor. Our hero presses the brick, putting it back in place, and immediately after, stairsteps began forming on the walls, spiraling around the structure and leading to the door above. Clatter and objects crashing is heard from the inside of the building, as Elias rushes to attend to our hero. Looks like the girl didn't expect them to arrive that fast, because it wasn't that long since they parted ways on the 4th floor. The system casually roasts the poor magician, calling her a poor being who longs for magic. Meanwhile, Elias comes out of the door, welcoming the duo to her secret room. The next thing we see is the mage sitting in an arrogant position, looking down at our hero as if she is a ruler of a certain country staring down at her subordinates. Ghosty can't help but cringe at her attitude, asking what the hell is she trying to achieve. She happily exclaims that she always wanted to pose like a grand mage, so she can't help but take advantage of the situation. The spirit warns our hero, who is kneeling on the ground like an obedient disciple, to not play along with her weirdness. In any case, to get things started, Elias begins explaining what magic truly is. While spinning her finger around, leaving trails of magical dust, she explains that unlike skills, one cannot directly learn magic. Instead, they will have to receive it from others or earn it from themselves. That is why, things that usually aren't possible using skills can actually be made possible with magic. Stuff like controlling flames, splitting space, or bending time itself becomes feasible with the help of magic, and as such, its value is overwhelming beyond any doubt. While elaborating on the definition of her arts, the mage reminds herself again that she will be the one teaching the powerful Tai the ways of magic. Elias becomes giddy and wears a smug smile on her face, saying that our hero will officially become her disciple, meaning that he will have to act respectfully towards her. Of course, Ghosty can't help but react negatively to Elias's ridiculous demeanor, but for our hero, learning magic in exchange for using formal language towards his senior isn't a bad trade at all. So, he plays along with her charade and calls her master, which almost makes the ghost's jaw drop to the floor, who never expected our hero to actually do it. I mean, my dude even refused to bend the knee in front of literal gods, so his surprise makes a lot of sense. In any case, to continue her explanation, she tells our hero that magic is just as he might think, a mystery beyond common knowledge. She then creates a flare on her palm and asks our hero what he sees. Tai responds, saying that he only sees the shape of the flame, and Elias replies that it is exactly what a person without magic would see. Well, our hero came from Earth, a planet where magic doesn't exist, so it is totally understandable. Finally, Elias says that the way of learning magic is simple. All he has to do is make a contract with the god of magic, and in her case, the god of magic came to find her directly and granted her the blessing. That's where Ghosty butts in the conversation, saying that cases where gods personally teach magic to a person are almost non-existent, and the reason why a god would teach her magic is because of her extreme obsession with it. The mage blushes after hearing Ghosty's words, but the spirit clarifies that it wasn't meant as a compliment. Listening to the talks about gods and contracts, our hero raises his concern if he also needs to form a contract with a god to learn magic. He has already rejected quite a few apostles' contracts, so accepting one this late in the game is a bit problematic. To clear his worries, Lilias gently places her hand on our hero's shoulder, assuring him that he doesn't need to do so, because she's here to teach him. The mage's hand began to glow in a bright white light, leaving our hero curious. The light gradually seeped into Ty's body, as if something was being integrated into him. Then suddenly, a notification window informs our hero that he has been transferred magic by the poor being who longs for magic, and now has obtained the ability to use it. You know, I still can't get over Lilias's nickname. She happily tells our hero that inside the labyrinth, a person who has magic can grant their teaching to someone who doesn't have it, which is one of the few advantages of this wretched place. Finally, our hero has attained the magic that he sought. He has a proficiency of 1% for now as it is a new skill, and it will only allow him to conjure some sparks for the time being. Along with receiving the ability to use this wonder, he also obtained magic endowment and magic extraction. Lilias then recreates the flare that she showed to our hero earlier, and asks what it looks like to him now that he possesses magic. Ty takes a good look and analyzes it, and he can now see the different elements that build up the flame. Before, he was only able to detect the outline of the fire, a simple bundle of energy that produces light, but now he can sense different colors of the flare. After a long time, he felt something that he never felt in his past life, and his mind wanders in amazement, thinking how wonderful is the existence of actual magic. While he is still lost in his thoughts, Lilias jumps up from her success, exclaiming that the preparations are done, and they can now officially get started. She happily tells our hero that she will teach him various ways to learn all kinds of magic, starting with the easiest method, which is to extract it from an object that contains power, like a staff or a magic tool. And without further ado, our hero pulls out his fireball staff and his dark staff, shocking the mage completely. Her reaction is valid though, since our hero is technically still just a beginner adventurer, yet he already has 2 magic items in possession. They then quickly jump to the procedure, where Ty placed his hand over the 2 staves and activates his magic extraction. After a few moments of concentration, Ty successfully extracted the magic from the staff and learned 2 beginner spells, Fireball, as well as the random mental attack. Of course, our hero won't lag behind in trying what he just learned. Not a second after the notification window informed him about obtaining the spells, energy suddenly began converging on his palm, indicating that he was casting the spell right now. A ball of fire appears right on top of his hand, and we see that he has successfully activated the fireball without the help of the staff. Lilias praises him for being a fast learner, telling him that he is doing great. And now that he knows about the first method, the mage informs him about the second one, which is to get someone who has learned the spell to teach him, or to offer tribute to a god and learn it. She adds that the latter method can only be done by a contractor, so it won't be viable for our hero at all. So, to compensate for that, the mage devises a plan where she will be the one to offer the tribute to the god and learn the spell first, and then teach it afterward to our hero. All he has to do is to handleize the tribute materials as he descends through the floors. It seems to be a well-rounded plan, so our hero agrees in a heartbeat. The mage starts jumping in celebration, saying that she can finally start learning new spells again. To be honest, it almost feels as if she agreed to teach our hero, because she wanted to use him to learn more magic herself. Ty asks her if she can teach him anything basic like an invisibility spell in the meantime, but the mage begins whistling awkwardly into the air, trying to avoid the question. She eventually answers it, saying that there are actually a few spells that she can teach him right now, but they won't come for free. She explains that the other magic spells were ones that she didn't learn on her own. Rather, she received them from a god, which means she can't teach them to others on a whim. You see, if she is to teach Ty the spells that the gods taught her, she will need to offer tributes to the god of magic, and receive the said god's permission. In other words, if our hero wants to learn magic that even the mage doesn't know, they both will need to make an offering to the god who is the owner of that certain spell. If that is the case, our hero asks Lilias what kind of items are suitable as offerings. The mage tells him that the most accepted ones are weapons, but it must be something valuable that is either special or unique. After hearing that, our hero pulls out his inventory and starts extracting the items inside it. Call him a certain fictional cat from the future, because the dude's got so much shit in his fourth-dimensional pocket that it starts piling up on the floor. Lilias takes a good glance at the items, saying that they may pass as an offering, but it won't amount to a single spell even if they are that many. The mage explains that they are talking about magic here, which means that simple quantity won't suffice, and they need to offer something of real value. Our hero then pulls out his necklace for the master, and asks if it will be enough as an offering. Lilias was amazed to learn that Ty possesses a lord's item, and informs him that what the necklace is valuable, but should barely be enough to get a beginner spell. Looks like the god of magic is really stingy, and it makes our hero scoff in annoyance. He then shows his Rakurata's ceremonial blade and asks if it will amount to something good. Elias flinches from the thought of using a god's gift as an offering, saying that he will probably receive a low-rank spell, but might incur the irk of Rakurata's. Tai casually states that knowing Rakurata's antics, the god may actually agree with him and like his decision. The mage trembles in fear as she sees how disrespectful our hero is toward a god, but Ghosty informs her that Tai has always been like that. Finally, he tries another item of his possession, the worn-out wooden staff, which gives +3 magic bonuses. Elias is delighted by the sight of it, saying that it will certainly be possible with that item, and that he might barely be able to ask for a beginner spell. Our hero is surprised to know that the worn-out staff was on the same appraisal as the Lord's necklace. The mage corrects him, saying that it's not that accurate to interpret it in such a way, because it is just that the concept of tribute is different. The gods of magic prefers items that are related to them, so magic items are the ones to go. Tai then decides to go along with the worn-out staff and use it as a tribute. So, the mage claps her hand and asks our hero what magic would he like to learn with his offering. She also informs him that invisibility is of a higher tier of magic, so it won't be an option for him. But everything else will be fine. Some magical spell icons appear right in front of our hero, and he stares at them with great interest. There is an icon of fire, an arrow, a target, and a crown-like spell. Tai already has a fireball spell, so that would be out of the question. The arrow icon turns out to be a frozen arrow, which is a bit similar to the fireball, but only has a different attribute. The target icon is a basic search spell that can tell him the number and location of monsters in the next room. Next up is the curtain of cover, which will help him cover his presence and make him less noticeable. Finally, there is provision production, which is exactly as it sounds like. It creates water and porridge, but Elias informs him that the food and water that it can provide don't taste like anything. That seems to be fine with our hero, so he chooses to learn the provision production spell. The mage was a bit surprised, as she was sure that Tai would choose the frozen arrow, given how aggressive he was with his battles. But our hero explains that he can always come back and learn the other spells, and it's not like there is a time limit to learning them. Ghosty agrees with his decision, saying that the food he will be able to conjure will probably taste better than some goblin meat. Elias is now convinced by his reasoning, so she starts preparing herself to teach our hero his chosen spell. She began speaking an unknown language, and suddenly, the green mist of aura began converging atop her head. Her chanting intensifies as the mist starts to form a mystical cloud that seems to link the place to another dimension. And from within that cloud, an eye of stars appears. The eye gazes immensely at our hero, who can't help but feel like it is laughing at him for some reason. After a few moments, the worn-out staff began to crumble in pieces and was absorbed by the mysterious eye, indicating that it had accepted the tribute. In a flash, the cloud of dimension disappeared and left behind a red spark, and right after, our hero successfully obtained the skill of provision production. It has a mana cost of 5 points, and it allows our hero to create a small amount of potable liquid and consumable solid. Even though she was the one who transferred the spell to our hero, Elias was shocked to learn that the god gave our hero his permission so easily. She thought that they would have to go through some difficulties to get the god to grant the spell. Our hero asks what she means by her words, so she explains that gods tend to be particularly fussy when it comes to people they haven't chosen, and she adds that Ghosty also went through quite the trouble when he tried to learn magic. The ghost comments that it was a different case for him, saying that the gods who hate our hero can probably be counted on one hand. It's not really surprising anymore, but it really seems like Tai is extremely lucky when it comes to gaining the favor of the gods. The mage buys his explanation and asks our hero if there are any more spells that he would like to learn. Tai affirms that there is one more, but he doesn't have anything to give as a tribute, so he will have to make do for now and come back at a later time. Eliza agrees with his decision and tells him that she will try to follow him down. She then bids him her farewell and prompts him to bring something good when he returns. Tai happily smiles and states that he would do just that, and bids his goodbye to the mage and takes his leave. In the previous episode, our hero obtained the magic he was always seeking. He bid his farewell to the mage for now, saying that he would come back and bring something good to offer for the god of magic. After that, Tai and Ghosty continue their journey on the murky swamp of the 6th floor. Our hero is still all giddy with his newfound skill, and he immediately tested it by casting a flare spell for fun. To try its combat effectivity, he used it on an unfortunate lizardman who happened to cross his way, burning poor Tommy to a crisp. Tai admits that compared to needing to equip the fireball staff, the fire spell has become a lot more convenient. Meanwhile, Ghosty is feeling proud of our hero and comments that Tai's path should be pretty simple. He just needs to keep moving forward and descend the floors like usual, and if he stumbles upon a promising item, he'll just give it to Elias and learn more magic. But apparently, our hero is too busy looking at something on the system window to listen to the ghosts blabbering. Curious, the ghost asks if Tai is looking at the community board again, but he finds out that he's actually looking at his protective shield skill, noticing that the ability's maximum value has increased quite a lot. The bored Ghosty prompts our hero to stop wasting time and get a move on, stating that he is getting tired of just idling around. But our hero is still not hearing a word that the ghost is saying, as he is busy stripping out his clothes. Ghosty's eyes almost left their sockets as he noticed our hero turn into a stripper, and it appears that his inner gayness might be awakening from this sudden show of muscles. The spirit flips out, exclaiming that Tai is doing something abnormal again, and inquires what kind of nonsensical idea he's planning now. Ghosty's soul left his body, if he even has one right now, and collapses onto the ground at the sight of our half-naked boy. Anyway, Tai states that he needs to earn something that requires him to undress. Our boy is probably eyeing your support on the channel, that's why he's giving us a little fan service. Just kidding. As it turns out, Tai wants to obtain a skill which requires him to remove all of his defensive equipment. He urges Ghosty to stop complaining, and just watch quietly while he does his thing. Just in time, our hero notices a wandering lizardman from a distance and locks his gaze on it. But he's now wearing a t-shirt, so I guess the fan service is over. The monster catches a glimpse of our hero, and it gives Tai a good long stare. For the monster, our defenseless boy looks like a delicious pudding left alone on a table, ready for the taking. The lizardman quickly rushes forward to claim its tempting prey, screaming like a child following an ice cream truck. But our hero just stands there like a statue, waiting for the monster to close the distance. The tip of the trident comes dangerously close to the boy, but Tai is still not showing any signs of movement. At just the right moment, he tilts his head to the side, just enough to avoid getting a hole in his face, then proceeds to grip the pole of the trident. The weapon managed to barely scratch our hero on the cheek, but since he isn't wearing any defensive items, that single scrape dealt him a massive 20 damage, reducing his protective shield down to 15 hit points. He then throws the monster off balance by pulling the pole of the trident and tossing it to the side, causing the monster to fall to the ground. Ghosty is confused with our hero's action. He asks why he would wait for such a dangerous attack until the last moment, just to barely avoid it. Then suddenly, Ghosty's inquiry was immediately answered by the notification window informing our hero that he has obtained the continuous trigger skill, Sturdy, as a result of taking less than half of the original damage of the attack. And since his health bar didn't decrease because of the protective shield, he also acquired the continuous trigger skill, Complete Nullification of the first attack, leaving the ghost even more baffled. Tai states that with this new skill, he will not receive damage from the first attack that will reduce his health, as long as he is not wearing any defensive equipment. While our hero is busy talking to the ghost, the lizardman takes the opportunity to charge at him once more. But our hero just stands there and tanks the attack without even flinching. He activates the complete nullification of the first attack at the moment of contact, completely negating the damage of the strike. He then proceeds to grab the monster's neck, choking it like a real daddy that he is. With all of his might, he then throws the poor lizard to the tree behind him, killing it on the spot. Since our hero's stats are too high for the current floor, he was able to pitch the large monster as if it were a pebble. He smirks at Ghosty, saying that he should be thankful to Rakuratas for giving him the protective shield skill, since it enabled him to acquire another broken ability. The ghost is at a loss for words, commenting how overpowered the skill is. From his facial expression, it is apparent that the spirit is a bit annoyed that our hero has acquired another skill that he didn't know about. Tai then proceeds to elaborate about his new skill even more. As the name suggests, this skill can nullify the first attack of the enemy, and can only be used once per battle per individual opponent. The way it works is amazing. It doesn't just block or avoid the attack that was received by our hero, but it makes it so that the attack never happened in the first place. No matter who the opponent is, they wouldn't expect such a thing and wouldn't be able to react to the skill. Ghosty asks our hero if he wouldn't be able to acquire the skill if he didn't possess the protective shield that Rakuratas bestowed him. And Tai states that it would certainly still be possible to obtain it, but he will have to go through a lot more difficulty. In his past life, Tai really did go through various hardships in order to acquire the skill. After hundreds of checks and thousands of attempts, he was barely able to achieve it, but now he got it on his first attempt. While reminiscing about his past difficulty, Tai uses his recovery knife to heal his protective shield. He comments on how convenient it is that the protective shield isn't considered as health, but rather a hit-based passive shield. Thanks to that, he was able to learn attack nullification and sturdy, which halves the damage he will receive from an enemy. Ghosty now realizes why this dude started a private stripper show, because these skills are definitely worth a lot more. He then asks our hero if he will be descending the floors now, but Tai states that he won't be doing that just yet, commenting that the skill only nullifies the first attack. The ghost gulps a huge chunk of his saliva, inquiring if the boy knows other skills that would also nullify the second attack or beyond, wondering if it's even possible. Our hero's protective shield only amounts to 35 hit points as of now, and the scrape he got earlier dealt him 20 points of damage. If you do the math, which I'm sure you won't bother with, the succeeding attacks should exceed the protective shield. If he gets hit twice, the shield will break, and he will receive direct damage to his health. Tai just smiles at the ghost and states that it is no problem at all, because this is the reason he purchased all the powder of blessings from the innkeeper. While he is busy sprinkling all the contents of the bottles all over his body, Ghosty comments that the powder is nothing but trash that looks appealing. It isn't as useful as Tinker Bell's pixie dust, that would grant him the ability of flight. But our hero didn't bother explaining any shit to the ghost, because he knows that showing it to him firsthand would be the best approach. And after emptying all 3 bottles of the powder, he barges into a lair of the lizardmen, looking shiny and sparkling. Of course, the spirit is currently wondering if the powder is enough to handle things with our hero's current value of protective shield. The monsters didn't waste a single second and immediately charged at the boy, with one particular bastard being hastier than the others. It quickly thrusts its trident to the explorer's midsection, but Tai didn't even react nor dodge the strike. As the tip of the weapon comes in contact with our hero, the nullification skill activates and nullifies the attack right away. It almost looks as if the weapon just passed through his body, leaving the monster confused. But the brainless creature doesn't bother to think for a second, and goes for a follow-up attack immediately by pulling back its weapon and stabbing our hero once more. To lessen the damage, Tai just barely avoided the attack. He then received 17 damage from the scratch, leaving his protective shield with 18 points. Naturally, Ghosty's mind was absolutely blown by this. Our hero's stats haven't increased since the last time he got hit with the previous lizardman's attack, and he certainly didn't put any defensive equipment as well. So why did the damage reduce to 17 points from 20 points? You see, lots of checks and factors are involved in an attack. Accuracy, evasion, defense, and finally, luck. All of those are being considered when calculating the output of a strike. Meanwhile, the stupid lizard is getting annoyed by our hero's nonchalant attitude. It took a step back before launching itself towards our hero in an attempt to land a powerful blow. According to the system, damage taken has a random range of 10%. So, if the attack is worth 30 points, the damage can range from 27 to 33 points, and the real outcome is purely left to luck. Tai blocked the second attack with his naked arm, and the damage he received rendered his protective shield empty. While it is true that the amount of damage he receives is totally dependent on luck, the Powder of Blessings effect is a minute control over probability. If he uses at least 3 of them, our hero knows that he will receive the minimum amount of damage from an attack. Just as he planned, the system informed him that his health did not decrease from the second attack, granting him the continuous trigger skill, complete nullification of the second attack. Our hero smiles with satisfaction with the result, because clearly this is what he wanted. Now that he got what he came for, he no longer has any use for Tommy's cousin, Brady. In a flash, he disappeared out of thin air as the lizardman tried to land an attack on him. A powerful kick bashes the face of the poor monster, fracturing its jaw and skull. And without even giving a split second to recover, Tai follows it up with a devastating spinning kick to the neck. The impact was so powerful that it sends the creature flying high into the sky, blasting off like a defeated team rocket. Our hero grins from the result of his method, though he can't help but think that he overdid it with the final blow. Ghosty gasps at his performance, commenting that Tai would really do all sorts of methods just to obtain his skills. After that, we see the beating of a green heart getting faster and faster, which might be from the tension or the sense of fear. Suddenly, it was pierced from 2 different angles, penetrating the sensitive muscles of the organ. The said heart belongs to a pitiable lizardman, who was unfortunate enough to come across our hero. Tai stabs his blades deep into its chest, and kills the poor monster on the spot. This results in a splatter of blood, dirtying his bored and expressionless face. As a result of accurately striking his opponent's vital spots, Tai once again acquired another useful continuous trigger skill, Vital Point Strike. The panel then zooms out, and reveals numerous corpses of unfortunate monsters, with each and every single one of them having a hole in their chest. It turns out that Tai has been skillfully targeting their vital spots, grinding his way to acquiring the said skill. Ghosty remarks that it is only natural for our hero to struggle for a bit to acquire such skill, because it is a very powerful ability that will greatly help him in the upcoming challenges. If the skill's proficiency goes up to a certain degree, it can deal almost 3 times the amount of your base damage. Finally, they have reached the 6th floor's last chamber, the boss room, where the only thing left to do is to massacre the floor boss and descend to the next stage. But before Tai enters the room, he activates his magic skill, Provision Production. Out of thin air appears a cup of water and a bowl of rice, truly a work of magic. He takes a quick break from fighting and eats his fill of the food, and just like what Lalias told him, the food tastes like nothing. While eating, he asks Ghosty if the effects of the random mental attack spell would stack if he used it repeatedly. The ghost confirms this, but he adds that it is probably not in the way our hero imagines it to be. All it would do is apply the effect of the next spell after the previous one expires, so the effectivity doesn't really change. In short, it works sequentially. While he is staring at his flare magic, our hero recalls his interaction with Lilies, where he asked the mage if magic is ultimately considered a skill in the labyrinth. The girl replied that it kind of does, but with just a tiny bit of differences. However, she didn't elaborate any further, as our hero states that her explanation was good enough. He casts his flare spell and tries to mold it into a shape of his liking. The form kind of shifted, but not exactly how our hero wanted it to be. He clicks his tongue, expressing his disappointment. He was imagining it to be a sharp fire spell, kind of like a fire arrow, but it seems that it doesn't work that way. Ghosty informs him that the thing he is trying to create is a separate form of magic, which is pretty advanced. If magic could be controlled by how our hero thinks it to be, then there would be no way spells would have specific ranks. However, Tai is always the stubborn type. He simultaneously activates 3 fireball spells, creating a series of flames in front of him, before proceeding to launch them into the ground in hopes of creating an explosion. Unfortunately, the result isn't what he had hoped for. Even if he creates a similar effect as he does with his skills, he won't be able to learn new magic spells. Ghosty yawns, expressing his boredom, and asks our hero if he isn't tired from all of the experiments that he's conducting. Tai replies with a short no, and immediately casts 2 fireballs once more. He then tries forcing them together, but the fireballs stay at their designated locations, and wouldn't combine with each other. He then tosses the fireballs into the air, and they fly at a great speed, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. While the spell is flying over, our boy notices something different with it. There is a significant difference in its power when in flight, compared to when it was on his hands, which makes him wonder if his plan could actually work. Ghosty curiously asks the boy what he's thinking about, but our hero just stays silent. The ghost was trying to give us spoilers, but I guess Tai wouldn't want to ruin the surprise. He consumes a mana potion to replenish his magic, preparing to conduct some series of experiments. Tai then casts a fireball spell on one of his hands, and proceeds to toss it in the air. He follows the trajectory of the flame, exerting himself to overtake it. He then successfully passes it, and stops right in front of its path. After standing in the way of the spell, he casts another fireball spell, and waits for the other one to arrive. He places the flame on his hand, exactly where the other fireball would pass through. Eventually, the 2 fireballs collide, and end up creating something unexpected. As the 2 fireballs actually combine with each other, Ghosty exclaims in absolute amazement, because this has been an unprecedented case. However, Tai isn't done with his experiment yet. He throws the combined fireball into the air and repeats his previous method. Just like before, he chases the burning projectile, creates another fireball, and combines it to the previous one. He repeated the process over and over until he achieved his desired size and firepower. Tai then proceeds to throw the fireball into a wall, and the result was a massive explosion that a normal fireball would never be able to achieve. Ghosty's jaw almost hit the floor, astounded by the dude's little experiment. Tai clenched his fist as well, because it looks like he's pretty content with the results. That's when a notification window pops up, informing our hero that he has learned a new magic, the Fire Blast. In conclusion, our hero's assumption of comparing magic with skills was absolutely accurate, and I'm sure it's going to open a brand new horizon of possibilities. Inside the 6th floor boss, a harrowing scream is heard all over the chamber as the sinister dragon-like lizardman shouts its battle cry. Its teeth are as sharp as knives, and the saliva drooping from its mouth indicates how hungry it is to consume its prey. The lizardman fighter tries to chomp our hero in half, but Tai is able to skillfully dodge the attack by moving swiftly to the side. And now that he was able to create some room, he immediately casts a blinding flare right above the monster, distracting and taking away its attention from himself. The lizard boss uses its dual tridents to block the light, and shield its eyes from the flare. But of course, our boy won't allow such leisure for the monster. With a snap of his finger, he activates his dark magic, and a dark ominous aura starts seeping out from his body. He has activated his despair magic along with the madness skill, affecting the mental state of the boss. It entered a state of confusion and despair as it screamed from the horror brought upon by the combination of the spells. It then proceeds to violently shake its head in hopes of removing the effects of the curse. But that only made it worse, because the monster's head felt like it was about to explode from the pounding and confusion by the spell. Its eyes looked like they were about to pop out of its sockets, and veins started appearing on it as well. The monster becomes disoriented and kneels to the floor. Cold sweat drips from all over its body, while it squeezes its head forcefully to make it stop pounding. Meanwhile, the flare that our hero casted earlier turned out to be a massive fireball, and it gradually descended to the confused boss. As the fire blast comes in contact with the monster, it causes a devastating explosion that reverberates the whole chamber. The monster, who was caught in the middle of it, screamed in pain and agony, while our hero continued casting his spells in succession. While the monster is immobilized and engulfed in the flames, our hero continuously activates his magic, Fire Blast, Helplessness, and Confusion without giving the boss any time to recover. 49 damage was dealt to the lizardman fighter, followed by another 50 damage. It all kept coming at the poor bastard, and to make things even worse, the boss also received a burn status after getting afflicted by the flame. Through the entire light show, Ghosty could do nothing but stare at the massacre that is happening right in front of him. No matter what the monster tries, he is constantly afflicted with mental attacks and continuous fireballs. It couldn't even do a single thing to retaliate, which earns him a bit of pity from the spirit. Not long after, the lizardman fighter eventually drops dead to the floor. His demise is followed up by a notification window declaring our hero's victory over the floor boss. The burns on the ground indicate the intensity of our hero's fireball, and it's no wonder that the lizardman turned into a barbecue. Tai smiles while looking at his fire magic, stating that until now, because of the various restrictions, he was only using magic as support. But at this level, he might be able to break through just by using it. Ghosty comments that there are probably people who've made it to the lower floors just like that, claiming that it isn't entirely impossible. Finally, the boss of the 6th floor has been subjugated, and it is now time for our boy's favorite part, claiming the rewards. He receives the scroll of engravement for clearing the floor, and also obtained the staff of Cold Heart as a bonus for locating the secret room. Tai looks at the staff and says that it seems to be useful, so he will keep it in his inventory for now. The staff gives our hero a +6 magic power and has a mana cost of 1 per spell cast. He also acquired the fighter's necklace, which gives +3 strength and +1 agility. But still, this necklace seems to be worse than the Lord's item drop he received earlier. Tai wonders if the necklace, along with the other drops he has collected so far, would suffice as a tribute to the god of magic. Ghosty lets his thoughts slip and says that he thought they would finally go down the lower floors, but it seems our hero is planning to return to Lali's. Inside the mage's secret room, our boy offers the necklace that he obtained, and Lali's immediately offers it to the god of magic. She began calling forth the blessings of the god to bestow our hero knowledge about a new magic. And then, ice-cold aura surrounded our hero, followed by a notification prompt indicating that he has successfully learned the frozen arrow spell. By the way, it seems that they're not inside Lali's secret fortress this time around. Rather, they are in a small treehouse. Tai comments that he didn't know that these small safety zones would appear once the floors were cleared, because he thought that it was just another random room. And in response, Lali's informs him that she is good at finding these sorts of places where monsters can't get inside. Our boy seems satisfied with this, and immediately tries out his new magic. He observed curiously as the shiny crystals of ice magic took form on his fingertip. In the previous episode, our hero defeated the floor 6 boss, the lizardman fighter, using various combinations of spells and attacks. He then offered the loot he acquired, the fighter's necklace, to the god of magic, and learned the frozen arrow magic. He now has fire and ice attribute magic to his arsenal. As our hero is inspecting the frozen arrow on his fingertip, Ghosty comments that he knows what Tai is currently thinking, saying that the idea is certainly possible with the judgment. Tai is pleased to learn that the ghost agrees with him. On the other hand, Lali's is confused about what idea the two are talking about. The two just stared at her with dead expressions, making the mage even more confused. To avoid having a lengthy explanation, Ghosty invites her outside and prompts our hero to demonstrate what they are talking about. Right after leaving the safe room, a huge explosion occurs, which is caused by our hero. Lali's falls down on her knees after witnessing such magical prowess. It wasn't that long since Tai had learned magic, but he can already perform such devastating spells that even the magician hadn't thought of. Her knees falling on the ground wasn't enough to express her astonishment. It was soon followed by her jaw dropping from alignment as if it was dislocated. Ghosty proudly showcased our hero's magic, stating that Tai was able to learn such a powerful spell without the help of anyone else. Lali's quickly approaches our hero, eagerly inquiring how Tai managed to learn the low-rank spell called the Fire Blast, without consulting the god of magic. She adds that in these past 100 years, the only low-rank spell she had learned was invisibility. In response, our hero casually asked her if that spell was that difficult to grasp. This honest question from him flipped a switch to the mage. She exclaims that it is indeed hard to learn, saying that the difference in rank between a normal fireball and the Fire Blast is massive. The mage explains that beginner spells are at the level of just imitating magic, such that they can be stored in staves, but starting from low-rank spells, they're at a level where one can't store anything. Not being able to take it anymore, Lali's once again plops down on the ground and tears begin flowing from her eyes from disbelief that our hero has already surpassed her, making her centuries worth of pursuit seem ridiculous. Seeing how pitiable the mage is right now, our hero asks her if she would like him to teach her, saying that he is not really trying to keep it a secret. Lali's was elated after hearing this, causing her to ask if our hero was an angel sent from heaven, or if he is just trying to become her new master. But Tai tells her not to get her hopes up because he thinks that even if he teaches her the method, it wouldn't be much of a help to her. Moments later, all the eagerness and excitement have left Lali's body, taking her soul along with them. She lies flat on the floor, asking what the hell just happened. If you can still remember, Tai went through the exhausting process of casting one fireball, chasing it, merging it with another one, and then repeating it multiple times to create the fire blast. Seeing all eyes on the ground in disbelief, Ghosty comments that it is the fitting reaction. Our hero asks her if she can't replicate the process, to which Elias confirms, saying that there is no way mages would have gone through strength training to be able to chase a loose fireball. Despite having her hopes crushed, she still thanks our hero for giving her a new perspective on magic. She didn't know that there could be such a difference in system judgment like this. With this newly acquired knowledge, she states that she should be able to test things out in various manners. Tai expresses his relief after seeing the mage bounce back quickly. He then bids her farewell, and Elias does the same, telling our hero to meet her on the next floor. The two then continue their journey, descending the stairs leading to the 7th floor. While he's at it, our hero proceeds to check his current status. It is revealed that he is now level 18, with his strength and agility standing out from his other stats, and he is also at his peak condition. Our hero smiles in satisfaction after seeing it. He states that almost all of his stats have far surpassed those of his past life. Add to that the fact that he now has magic in his arsenal, this run is really going to be different. As they step into the light at the end of the tunnel, a notification prompt pops up, informing them that the Floor 7 quest has started. The mission is the same as usual, defeat the boss of the floor to pass through. Ghosty comments that their time together is coming to a close, and with Tai doing his side quest, his goal shouldn't be impossible. Our hero looks at the ghost and asks if he would finally teach him his sword art. The ghost gently smiles and nods at our hero, confirming his question. Ghosty states that what he will teach him is their imperial sword art. The Karvat Empire is a land that reveres power, and that is why they deem the weak as useless. It is to the point where they believe it's obvious that the strong would prey on the weak. Of course, the imperial family isn't much different. It's then that Ghosty revealed his gruesome past. Apparently, he stabbed his knife into the necks of those who shared his bloodline and fought for his succession to the throne. Of all his 6 brothers, only he remained alive. Everyone in the labyrinth had asked how one was supposed to survive in a world of such ambitious people. But nevertheless, it was his one and only world. Now, even if he dreams of going back, he can no longer do so. Even if he wants to save that world, his chance of doing it has long since passed. That is why for Ghosty, leaving behind even a trace of his world, at the very least, would be his atonement. Still, it is too ironic to think that a prince who killed all of his brothers just to prove that he is the strongest, would then get killed while asleep. I guess complacency is indeed fatal. They find an empty structure, which our hero deems to be a good place to learn Ghosty's sword art. They entered the room, and the ghost stated that since the technique is a sword art from their world, the specialty lies in strength. To the inhabitants of his world, defense doesn't exist. They take the saying the best defense is the best defense quite literally. They use the method of attacking where the opponent's sword will be in order to neutralize it, in other words, intercept an attack with your own. Tai comments that there are definitely still attacks that can't be blocked or intercepted, so the technique is not that stable. Ghosty then reassures him that the attacking power of the sword art is just that strong. He then asks our hero what he would like to do, and Tai responds that of course, he would like to learn it. The warrior spirit then gently taps our hero. His human form is revealed, and he recites the words needed to pass on the technique. A surging storm, and scars that resemble the marks of powerful claws. The sword of the scarring storm is Ghosty's only remnant, which he would now pass on to our hero. A notification window informs our hero that he has met the owner of the sword of the scarring storm. He now has obtained the high-rank skill, the Sword of the Scarring Storm. The visage of his former self smiles at our hero with longingness before disappearing out of thin air. This is really an emotional event for Ghosty. While it is true that he now found a successor for his world's sword art, it also means that he has to accept that the world he previously knew no longer exists. Tai tries to press the issue, but Ghosty prompts him to check his newly learned skill immediately. A notification window presents his new high-rank skill, the Sword of the Scarring Storm. Unlike other skills which start from 1% proficiency, the sword art starts from 0. It is a sword art that has been passed down from a ruined world, and now only a single person has learned it. Originally, the proficiency would be at 100%, but the teacher this time is a ghost, so it hasn't been passed on completely. Ghosty only received the permission to pass down the skill, not the entirety of it. It looks like our hero has to work on it on his own and grind it. Fortunately, the ghost is more motivated than ever. He states that he will go forward as far as he can, and he will teach our hero all that he can teach him, so he prompts Tai to listen carefully. He explains that it is not about blocking the attack but reacting to it. Only when he stays in line with that concept can it be called the Sword of the Scarring Storm. The warrior tells our hero that when he attacks his opponent's chest, he has to bend his arms and move toward the left, which our hero immediately follows. The ghost then elaborates things about using our hero's body's elasticity, but then he stops mid-sentence. After a bit of trying, Tai admits that he has no idea what the ghost is trying to say and he cannot fully grasp the concept. His awkward stance left the ghost speechless and horrified. Just a few seconds after learning the skill, our hero has managed to butcher the ghost's memories about it. The ghost squeezes his head in agony, expressing his dilemma of how he will teach an actual combat technique with mere words. He can't believe that he didn't think this far ahead. Meanwhile, our hero continues his embarrassing scarring storm sword arts, swinging his sword like a 5-year-old with a stick. Surprisingly, Ghosty reassures our hero that it doesn't mean he has no talent with the sword. Usually, one would explain while showing the movements, but because they cannot do that, it is only making it more difficult. Our hero just doesn't have the experience yet. After some deep thinking, Tai asks if they can consider proficiency as a form of experience. Ghosty explains that since it is something one needs to acquire on their own, then yes, it is indeed a type of experience. Tai then pulls out the proficiency increasing potion that he acquired from his battle with the Goblin Lord. It increases a single skill's proficiency by 5%, more than enough to get our hero going with the Scarring Storm technique. He gulps the whole glass of the potion like a bottle of Kool-Aid, hoping for the best. Ghosty has some doubts that it would actually work, but nonetheless, he also hopes for a good outcome. As he chugs down the liquid, the memories of Ghosty performing the sword art came rushing into his brain. Notification windows informing him that he has consumed the proficiency increasing potion, and the sword art increasing in proficiency popped out. His expression was that of amazement. He suddenly felt like he could mimic those moves as well. Without saying a single word, Tai begins performing the Sword of the Scarring Storm flawlessly. His movements are fluid, and his strikes are flawless. It is as if he has been practicing the technique for years. Ghosty, who is watching on the side, can't help but be emotional. He sees a younger version of himself when he was starting to master the arts. The fact that he was able to see himself from our hero's movement attests on how good Tai is. Our hero raises his blade, and with the final stroke of his sword, he now has mastered the Sword of the Scarring Storm. He looks Ghosty in the eyes, and proudly states that the potion worked. Tears began dripping from the ghost's eyes due to the extreme nostalgia, and I can only imagine how moving it is to see a glimpse of your past after a long period of time. He softly thanks our hero, a word of gratitude that truly came from his heart, although Tai wasn't able to hear it. The scene shifts to the old shopkeeper, wondering why our hero would purchase a piece of junk from him. Nonetheless, business is business, so he still accepted the gold coins. The item that our hero bought is a rusty sword that only gives a +1 attack bonus. The blade really lives up to its name. It has rust all over its edge, probably enough to give tetanus to anyone who will get stabbed by it, assuming that it would actually penetrate the opponent's skin. However, the old man says that it may be a useless item, but he still trusts that our hero has a reason for buying it. Satisfied with his purchase, our hero bids the shopkeeper farewell and sets off. The old man's screen time this time is limited to only 3 panels. Seems like our hero purchased 2 rusty swords, as we see both of them rain down in the next panel against the enemy's trident. The weapons clashed, creating sparks at the point of impact. While our hero is busy demonstrating his new sword technique against the lizardman, Ghosty is in the corner, yelling at him like a boxing coach. He states that in order to understand the Sword of the Scarring Storm, actual battle is essential. To practice more against the monster, our hero bought those pathetic blades so that the enemy would survive much longer. That's a pretty good decision, because I imagine the lizardman getting sliced in half if he uses the Rakarada's blade. The beast pulls back his trident, in preparation of a powerful thrust. On the other hand, Tai is able to see all the methods to handle and intercept the monster's attack. It is as if the image from his brain is being projected to reality, and he just has to choose what move is more effective. He intercepts the thrust with his left hand, leaving the lizardman vulnerable with his right sword. And with that opportunity, Tai stabs the lizardman's neck with his right hand, staggering the monster. He then pulls back both of his swords and slashes the life out of the monster with a synchronized attack. This little victory of his increased the proficiency of the skill by 1%. Ghosty praises his performance, but he comments that it would be better if he moved his wrists by about 3 centimeters more. The ghost is really putting his soul into teaching our hero his technique, which Tai appreciates and states that he will keep that in mind. He wears a satisfied grin on his face, saying that the fight would have definitely taken much longer without that Sword of the Scarring Storm technique. Our hero declares that he will try to break through the 7th floor using this kind of method. And so he did. Every time he faces an opponent, he would just use the 2 rusty blades and harness his sword art. Ghosty kept on monitoring him and giving him advice from time to time. He states that while pushing forward is important, it is also important to take steps backwards. And when he spins to the left, he needs to move his left foot a bit more to the front. There are also times when the ghost scolds our hero for backing off too much. He comments that even if our hero is backing off, he must still consider it as a method of attacking. After some series of battles and pointers from Ghosty, we see our hero peacefully having his well-deserved rest beside a campfire. He backed himself on a wall, a very sound decision to avoid getting jumped at. I bet Ghosty is wishing he should have done that when he was alive. Speaking of the ghost, he observes our hero, thinking that Tai really is an unusual person. During the day, he spends 12 hours battling, and invests another 6 hours in practicing the movements of the sword art. The only time he rests is when he sleeps. He then remembered the time when he asked our hero if he didn't find his method tedious. Tai told him that it isn't at all, rather, he actually finds the tiresome process to be fun. He stated that rather than repeating a stifling and unknown future with no answers, it is much more preferable to hone yourself and be prepared for anything. Ghosty just laughs at this recollection, saying that it is easy to say but hard to do. Not many people would choose the kind of life our hero is walking, which made the ghost wonder what sort of life has our hero lived so far. Well, if he knew what Tai has been through, he'd understand. Ghosty gives up pondering about the mysteries that shroud our hero and deems him to be just a crazy guy. He rests on Tai's shoulder and calls it a day as well. I'm not sure if ghosts sleep though. The morning comes, and our hero diligently hones his new sword art. He tosses some pebbles into the air and slices all of them in one go, cutting each and one of it perfectly in half. And just like that, 4 days have passed since Tai started learning the Sword of the Scarring Storm. He comments on how easy it is for him to control his movements now that he has increased its proficiency, stating that he can now properly respond to his opponent's movements. However, he looks at his blades, feeling something lacking, kind of like the itch that you can't identify where to scratch. Suddenly, a lone lizardman pops up from behind a nearby wall. It notices our hero and readies its weapon. Tai takes a look at his new prey, thinking that instead of just falling into deep thought, he should just practice more. He was about to give it a go when Ghosty interrupted him, telling him to close his eyes. He stares at the ghost with a confused look in his eyes, asking if he is serious with that statement. Ghosty just nodded at him with a smile, telling our hero to trust him. And so, putting all his confidence in Ghosty into his abilities, Tai closes his eyes. The ghost instructs him to take one step at a time and move his feet forward. He also tells our hero to empty his mind and follow the sword path resonating with his instincts. After some deep concentration, our hero can visualize the monster taking its battle stance. Ghosty tells him to respond based on his own predictions and rely on his senses. Maintaining a bestial posture is required to keep moving forward. As the monster was about to take its free meal, a sudden slash cuts open his shoulder to his abdomen. It was so blindingly fast that the lizardman didn't even realize that he was attacked. Tai follows it up with another slice from his other sword, pushing back the monster even more. Our hero continued his barrage of strikes. The succession of movements and attacks depicted a scene where a pack of wolves ganging up against a lone deer, biting the poor monster in every angle. The relentless attacks just kept on coming, and because our hero is using rusty swords as his weapons, the monster didn't die immediately, prolonging its suffering and enabling our hero to train the sword art even more. And for the finishing blow, Tai holds the swords in a reverse grip and brings them down to the monster's body, just like a wolf's fangs sinking into its prey. Notification prompts inform our hero that he was victorious against the lizard warrior and that the skill's proficiency has increased by 3%. Our hero is learning fast. Even Tai himself was amazed by what he just did. Ghosty informs him that it is the Sword of the Scarring Storm's first sword, called the Wolfgang. The name is pretty accurate since every strike feels like a wolf is launching itself towards the target. The ghost adds that while there are more sword forms that our hero needs to learn, they can't do it against these weak opponents. Even if they were on the 10th floor, it would be difficult to teach the second sword, or so Ghosty thinks. This means that our hero would have to figure out the rest by himself, because the spirit's quest is limited only until the 10th floor. We will miss you, bud, even though you started off annoyingly. Nonetheless, Ghosty praises our hero, saying that he did great. He was impressed how Tai managed to learn the first sword in just a few days. Our hero nods and accepts the spirit's compliment, even himself acknowledges his speedy progress. The skill's proficiency is now 12%. Tai has successfully doubled it up in just a short amount of time. Meanwhile, we see Li Tion munching on food. The disgusted look on her face suggests how bad the taste of the meat is, and she even says that it is making her want to puke. The lady adventurer is hesitant to eat a humanoid-type monster, but the store's emergency rations price is giving her no choice. She expresses her longing for the food from Earth. She started to daydream about the delicious cuisine found only on our planet. Pizza, corn cheese, stew, and other mouth-watering dishes cross her mind. Her only wish is to get to eat them even just one more time. With a meek and soft voice, she says that she wants to return to Earth. Suddenly, multiple notification windows interrupt her thoughts, making her wonder what they are about. When she opens them, her eyes widen from disbelief. She doesn't know how to react. The system issues a special mission quest that is effective starting now, which is to return to Earth. It further elaborates that 1 week from now, everyone will return to the lands they have left behind. It also tells them to return to the labyrinth after surviving the experience. The rewards will vary based on the results and they cannot reject the quest. Naturally, the community lobby is exploding with excitement, and everyone is pleased to learn that they get to return to their home world. Li Tion joins the chat, and she is immediately greeted by the excited adventurers. All of them are on Cloud 9 right at this moment, except for Kang Jun. He expresses his thoughts, saying that he doesn't think that this is actually a good thing, which confuses the others. They ask him how he could not be excited by the thought of going back home. Kang Jun states that it is not the case, it is just that the reason they are inside the labyrinth in the first place is because monsters have invaded the earth. Realization dawns on everyone in the lobby, erasing the hint of joy and excitement from their face and replacing them with despair. In the last episode, everyone in the labyrinth was given a mandatory side quest, which is to return to Earth and survive. Initially, everyone was excited by the prospect of returning to their homes, but Kang Jun woke them up to the reality that their Earth is now being overrun by terrifying monsters. Realization dawned on them, causing them to lose the joy and excitement. Nevertheless, this setback wasn't enough to entirely dishearten them. They expressed their belief that their experiences navigating the labyrinth had fortified them, fostering newfound strength that might aid them in facing the hardships on their home planet. With this in mind, they resumed dreaming of indulging in Earth's food, envisioning rice, canned goods, corn, and other potential meals that could still be salvaged amid the desolation of the planet. While everyone else engages in discussions about the new side quest, lost in their imaginings of what awaits them back on Earth, our hero Tai is preoccupied by something else entirely, which is his recently acquired magical ability, the Frost Arrow. Ghosty notices that he keeps on looking at the community window while creating magic arrows, so he asks what could our hero be reading. Tai states that the other adventurers seem like they'll be going out to perform the quest soon. The ghost seems like he has no idea what will be in a place protected by broken people, but our hero says that it is not the place he is talking about. As usual, Tai is full of mysteries and thoughts that even I don't know what he is talking about. In a display of his flourishing abilities, Tai directs the frost arrow towards a wall of a crumbling structure, resulting in a devastating impact that triggers an expansive formation of ice upon contact. It appears our hero has been experimenting with this newfound magical spell, reminiscent of his previous endeavors when mastering his fireball magic. Grinning with satisfaction at the outcome of his magical feat, Tai confides in Ghosty, expressing that when the moment arrives, Ghosty will comprehend what he is talking about. However, for the time being, Tai emphasizes the urgency of conquering the maze at a faster pace. The warrior spirit remains unaware of the direction our hero might be headed, so he simply dismisses it, choosing not to dwell on the matter and leaving it as it is. True to his methodical nature, our hero meticulously explores every nook and cranny of the labyrinth floor, leaving no stone unturned. His thorough approach pays off as he swiftly manages to clear the secret room on the 7th floor in no time. As a reward from the secret room, he acquires the Rune of Agility, a coveted prize that bolsters his agility by a significant 10 points. Tai is indeed true to his words. He did clear up the floor swiftly, only taking 3 panels to clear the whole 7th floor and managing to defeat the boss. As the lifeless corpse of the elite lizard man lies in front of him, Tai comments that the battle wasn't that difficult. Such feat truly is amazing, considering that he only used the rusty swords and not the ceremonial blades. He receives a common reward for defeating the boss, the Scruffy Man's earrings, which gives him 10 additional mana points, aside from being stylish. Our hero also acquires a secret reward, a neat leather armor, which grants him an additional 8 defense power, and a +2 agility stat. After equipping all the rewards he has gained on the 7th floor, Tai wastes no time and immediately goes back to Lali's to learn a new magic. After repeating the same method of offering a tribute to the god of magic, our hero acquires a new spell, Basic Detection. It has 2 mana consumption, which isn't that much, and in return, he will be able to identify the surroundings, limited only to the locations of objects. Witnessing our hero's progression along the magical path, the mage becomes emotional, her eyes welling up with tears. She inquires when our hero intends to learn new magic, hoping to reap its benefits herself. In response, our hero assures her that after mastering all the magic that Lali's knows, he'll consider expanding his arsenal to share with her. Our hero then proceeds to descend to the lower floor after the interaction with Lali's, but as he walks down the stairs, he keeps on glancing at the system window, looking at the community board. Ghosty grows irritated, chastising our hero for being excessively engrossed in the community board, labeling it as an addiction. Our boy explains that it's nothing special, it's just that one bastard who is usually busy typically ranting and slandering others is nowhere to be seen. Tai comments that he is sure that the bastard is going crazy right now, because it's a future that the man has never expected before. Our hero is referring to none other than the contemptible Choi, the player who dominates the easy mode and relishes his self-proclaimed superiority in his miniature kingdom. If you can still remember, our hero witnessed the confrontation between Kang Jun and Choi, during which Choi was berating our hero. Tai defiantly informed Choi that he would meet him in a month. It seems like Tai is looking forward to the time that all adventurers will be sent back to Earth, giving the players different difficulties to meet each other. With an innocent-looking smile on his face, our boy eagerly anticipates what will happen next week. However, Ghosty still has no idea what the hell Tai could be talking about. Why can't our hero just explain it to him, poor ghosts? They then arrive on the 8th floor, and the quest immediately begins. Just like the other floors, the main objective is to defeat the floor boss to pass through the floor. The reward for completing such a task will be the Rune of Marnius and a secret reward. The moment our hero sets foot in the area of the floor, a bird-like monster swiftly swoops down, launching an immediate attack. As the bird swiftly approaches, Tai instinctively looks up, meeting the creature's oncoming assault head-on. In a swift response to the monster's aggression, our hero matches its energy, launching himself into action. He swiftly charges forward, utilizing a broken wall as a makeshift platform, leveraging it to propel himself higher. In an instant, Tai swiftly closes the gap, positioning himself right beside the bird-like creature, delivering a menacing greeting. The monster, taken aback by our hero's incredible agility, appears startled to the point where its eyes nearly bulge out in sheer shock, realizing it has made a grave mistake. Our hero adeptly readjusts his position mid-air, skillfully maneuvering to strike the monster's vulnerable back with his trusty, albeit slightly worn, blades. A deafening shriek echoes as the beast succumbs to its wounds, its life fading away. A notification window proclaims our hero's victory against the beast. In just a quick moment, Tai has already defeated a Markanda. Our hero comments that the monsters in this place move according to their instincts, so it is rather easy to catch them. He is surprised to learn that swordsmanship would be useful against animaloid monsters, to which Ghosty agrees, commenting that even though it might have been originally created to fight humans, it is still effective against beasts. As he conjures a fire spell at the tip of his finger, our hero casually remarks his intention to swiftly conquer the floor, deeming it the perfect opportunity for him to delve into learning something new. In the subsequent panel, chaos erupts as Tai, with an air of nonchalance, unleashes a barrage of blasts and freezing spells, neutralizing all the Markandas in flight. The scene unfolds like a spectacular fireworks festival, a display of his magical prowess. Tai remarks on the sheer convenience of magic, highlighting its ability to effortlessly subdue typically bothersome airborne enemies like the Markandas. He acknowledges the advantage it provides in swiftly handling such adversaries. While systematically eliminating every enemy in sight during his stroll, Tai's attention is suddenly drawn to something peculiar that stands out amidst the chaos, prompting him to pause and investigate further. Tai discovers a small water fountain positioned at the center of a modest clearing, revealing itself to be the revered altar of Oman. While our hero looks at his reflection in the water, Ghosty informs him that Oman is the god of trials. He tests adventurers and enjoys making them identify their own strengths and talents. He adds that he is indeed the kind of god our hero needs right now. As Ghosty concludes the introduction of Oman, the deity promptly establishes a connection with our hero, expressing a desire to test the one who has arrived at the altar. Similar to the previous encounters with gods, the rewards for this trial will hinge upon our hero's performance during the test set forth by Oman. Radiating an aura of confidence, our hero graciously accepts the trial, expressing a resolute belief that there is no reason for him to refuse such a challenge. Thus, the subquest from Oman begins, and the god immediately starts preparing Tai's choices. The water from the fountain ascends, shaping itself into a formidable wall made entirely of water, enclosing our hero within its protective embrace. Tai stands with unwavering dignity at the center, poised and prepared for whatever trials may befall him. The water wall solidifies, fashioning itself into a cage that entraps our hero within its confines. Within this enclosure, something within the confines of the wall begins to emit a radiant and brilliant shine. The liquid within the fountain undergoes a transformation, its once clear and pristine form turning dark and emanating an ominous and malevolent energy. A jet-black liquid seeps out from the fountain, slithering and spreading along the floor like a sinister, creeping mass. The trials of Oman commence, setting the objective for our hero to demonstrate his strength. The black liquid coalesces into a humanoid-shaped creature wielding a sword, its malevolent intent palpable as it swiftly advances toward our hero, ready to engage in a confrontation. With our hero's battle experience, he quickly creates distance from the creature and equips his rusty swords. Perks to Tai for staying true to his words. Even though he is facing a god's trial, he still uses those worn-out blades to further enhance his swordsmanship. As Tai cautiously backs away to create some distance, he observes a peculiar trait about the adversary. The water soldier, despite its menacing appearance, moves at an incredibly sluggish pace, almost as if it's trapped in a perpetual state of slow motion. Our hero takes the opportunity to strike the enemy down, precisely slashing its neck using his scarring storm sword art. With the one strike from our hero, he successfully passes the first test and receives a reward in the form of his agility increasing by 1 point. As soon as the first enemy dissipates, another black liquid oozes out from the water source, heralding another adversary that he has to overcome. Just like the previous one, a soldier made out of water is formed. Tai wonders if these kinds of monsters will keep popping up from the fountain. The enemy swings its sword at our hero, which Tai magnificently parries. He notices that the second enemy is faster than the previous, but overall, it is still too slow to pose him any threat. With swift precision, he thrusts forward, dispatching the enemy soldier into oblivion with just a single strike. Having triumphed over the second test, Tai receives a power increase of 1 point as a reward. He comprehends the essence of the trial. It's a progressive challenge, gradually escalating in difficulty, designed to test the limits of our hero's capabilities. Ghosty validates our hero's deduction, affirming that the two enemies he encountered were approximately at the strength level of adventurers on the first and second floors, indicating an average or moderate level of strength. He adds that through this kind of trial, Tai will be able to identify what level his current strength is, based on the floors. Another one of the humanoid liquid charges towards our hero with a noticeable increase in speed. With a grin on his face, Tai expresses his appreciation for the test, acknowledging his curiosity about the level of strength he currently possesses. With a single strike, our boy swiftly deals with the third trial, granting him a +1 increase in his intelligence. The trial continues, and without much challenge, our boy deals with the fourth enemy, giving him another increase in his agility by 2 points. Then the fifth test commenced, and as you've guessed, Tai dealt with it with ease. His power is then increased by 2 additional points. At the sixth test, which is equivalent to the power of an adventurer raiding the 6th floor, the enemy has started to use a skill against our hero, Sharp Stab, which our boy blocks without difficulty. Knowing that the real challenge is about to come, our hero smiles and activates his magic, Frost Arrow. He launches it to the enemy, which the shadow soldier blocks with its weapon. However, it is evident that our hero's magic is more powerful than the enemy, as his magic penetrates the weapon of the water soldier and passes through its midsection. This time, his mana has been increased by 2 points. Tai then notices a fascinating pattern. His mana replenishes every time he completes a test. Delighted by this discovery, he expresses his satisfaction that there are no limitations on his arsenal for each new enemy that appears. With this setup, he anticipates being able to confront the upcoming adversaries at full power, unencumbered by previous battles. Thanks to this kind of setup, Tai can try various things on the enemies. This boy really has the audacity to experiment with his skills while doing a god's trial. He blasts the 7th test with his powerful fire spell, garnering him a +3 increase in his power. As he approaches the 8th test, our hero ponders whether the shadow entity that will manifest before him will match the strength level of the monsters inhabiting the current floor he's currently on. For this challenge, Tai chooses to activate his confusion magic. With the enemy affected by the mind spell, our hero strikes it with a huge frost arrow, piercing its liquid body with ease. As he passed the 8th test, his mana has increased by 4 points as a reward. Tai grins confidently, remarking that even though the enemy matches the strength level of the current floor, it proves to be too easy for him. This realization reflects the remarkable strength of our hero. He can't contain his excitement for the next adversary that will appear, eager to demonstrate his prowess once again. However, our hero's excitement is cut short, as the water in the fountain turns back to normal, and no shadow soldier emerges from it. Tai walks closer to the water source, confused about the situation. Suddenly, Ghosty bursts into laughter, exclaiming that he has finally figured out what's happening. Confused, our hero inquires about Ghosty's discovery and the reason behind his sudden laughter. The ghost explains that the test permitted by Oman is only up to the same level as the floor the adventurer is on. If our hero wants to continue the test beyond this, then the god will have to pay a price, sacrificing his influence. Oman seems to feel it's a waste to get his interference area reduced. This revelation turns out to be anticlimactic to say the least. Now we know why Ghosty is laughing, and it is because our hero got his hopes up for nothing. With a hint of disappointment on his face, Tai comments that the other gods showed no sign of regretting such a thing. To which Ghosty explains that it is because Tai is unique. Moreover, there must be a gap between those overlords right now, they must be under pressure as well. Oman wants to see Tai's potential, but at the same time, he doesn't want to suffer any losses. What a cheapskate god. Maybe that's why his altar is not that significant compared to the previous two. An awkward silence enveloped the water cage, with our hero and Ghosty waiting for the result to come out. Tai expresses his boredom, saying that the result is taking too much time. Had he known that this would happen, he states that it would have been better if he just chose to conquer the maze. Suddenly, the water within the container splashes out, implying that the god might have overheard our hero's remark, and feels somewhat embarrassed about the trial he designed. A notification window pops up in front of our hero, informing him that the interference area of Oman's has reduced, and the god is offering him a strengthened test this time. Ghosty bursts into laughter once again, finding the current situation too ridiculous. It seems like the god's ego has taken a massive blow from this duo. The system notifies our hero that Oman is experiencing complicated feelings. In a more assertive message, the god expresses a renewed desire to test Tai's strength once more, indicating a heightened determination to proceed with the trial. Our hero gets excited once again. He quickly takes his battle stance, knowing that from here on out, he is going to see shadows of floors he hasn't reached yet, making him look forward to it. Then, the appearance of the shadow-like enemy proceeds. This would be an enemy at the level that our hero would face after clearing the 8th floor. In short, a spoiler. The enemy soldier swiftly swings its blade towards our hero, prompting Tai to gracefully block the attack. This time, our hero cautiously employs 2 of his swords to defend against the assault, signaling his wariness and readiness to confront this unfamiliar adversary. His eyes are now filled with determination, replacing the previous boredom that lingered on his face. Tai's demeanor has shifted significantly, shedding any traces of nonchalance, and he is now fully committed in taking this situation seriously. Following an intense exchange of blows, our hero emerges triumphant from the 9th trial, significantly boosting his strength by an impressive 4 points. I kind of know now why the god is somewhat hesitant to continue the challenge, and it is because every time our hero slays an enemy, he has to give out stat points. After defeating the formidable opponent, our hero's spiritual increase has activated, and his deflect skill proficiency has increased by 3%. Tai was surprised that the spiritual increase was activated on its own. Our boy comments that the trial is getting more interesting, but it is time for him to ask the question about what the hell are his opponents supposed to be. Now that they have become worthy of his attention, our hero is now curious about them. Ghosty explains that it is not like there is any specific individual that the shadows take after, they each have their own story and background. There are those who attempted the trail and lost, those who have contracted with a god, and also those who have collapsed and offered their souls. Apparently, they are all but shadows of the various adventurers who have disappeared within the long history of the labyrinth. I wonder if Tai will face a shadow that resembles Ghosty in the long run. It'd be awesome if he got to fight his real form from when he was still alive. Anyway, at the tip of his index finger, our hero conjures his Fire Blast spell as a preemptive strike. His opponent now uses a bow, and it easily dodged our hero's magic by moving to the side. All of Tai's enemies until now were just eating all of his magic. Seems like he now has an enemy worth going all out for. After unleashing the Fire Blast, our hero prepares to cast the Madness spell. Ominous purple energy gathers and converges at the palm of his hand, signifying the gathering of formidable and foreboding power. The shadow succumbs to the adverse effects of the Madness spell, hindering its movement significantly. Our hero seizes the opportunity, conjuring a frost arrow and swiftly launching it at the creature, delivering a fatal blow that ends its existence on the spot. With this triumph, Tai successfully completes the 10th trial, earning a substantial increase of 5 points in strength. Following Ghosty's explanation about the shadows, Tai comments that they aren't some simple toys of the gods. Each one of them has their own individual movements, and their styles are all different. Tai made sure to keep that in his mind. The challenge of the trial persists, evident from the flashes of sparks and the sound of clashing weapons echoing within the confines of the water cage. At the 13th floor's shadow entity, the enemies are slowly starting to show various types of skills. Tai is somehow managing the trial, but it is evident that it's getting harder and harder for him. He finishes the 14th test using his Fire Blast spell as the finishing blow, but Oman's trial doesn't end there. Our hero observes that the shadows are now using a variety of skills, but they rely too much on them, so the movements are a bit awkward. He states that the 14th shadow is easier than the former. At the 15th test, Tai notices that the enemy's stat is at the same level as his, or maybe even higher. He is starting to get pushed back little by little, but it is still not enough for him to fall. Tai combines his mastery with the Scarring Storm Sword with his proficiency in magic, greatly increasing his odds of winning against enemies at the same level or higher than him. The Fire Blast causes a powerful explosion, creating a distance between our hero and his opponent. From within the fiery blaze, Tai triggers his acceleration skill, catching the shadow off guard as he swiftly moves, utilizing the cover of the flames to his advantage. Just before closing the distance, Tai activates his Power Strike, augmenting the force behind his impending attack. His surprise assault proves effective, delivering a decisive blow that vanquishes the formidable adversary. Tai confidently asserts that despite their strength, he maintains the upper hand by strategically utilizing his array of hidden tactics and abilities. By defeating the 15th trial, Tai received massive bonuses, increasing his strength by 6, his agility by 5, and mana by 4. Our hero notices that though the reward gives off a lot of stat points, they don't give him experience points. With the spiritual increase and all of his stats increasing, our boy is amazed by how crazy good it is. If you were to make an estimate, it will add up to an increase of at least 60 stat points. That's a pretty good reward, honestly. Our boy whistles and states that the trial is actually fun. Ghosty comments that all of this is only possible because it is Tai who is doing the trial. If it was any other adventurers, he doubts that they will reach this far. He contemplates how strong our hero will be by the time he finishes Oman's side quest. Tai has finally reached the 18th test, and right off the bat, we see him using one of the forms of the Scarring Storm Sword art, Wolfgang. In the previous episode inside the Labyrinth of Challenges, Tai, our hero, is captivated by his newfound magical ability, the Frost Arrow. In the intense 18th trial, our hero unveils the formidable Wolfgang form of the Scarring Storm Sword art, showcasing the strength of his opponent. The story continues as the shadow's behavior took an unsettling turn, its movements becoming strange and unpredictable, as if guided by an otherworldly force. Suddenly, it lunged at our hero, Tai, wrapping around him in a tight embrace aiming for a fatal strike from behind. In the nick of time, just as the young warrior prepared for a decisive strike, a system notice flashed, announcing the activation of Tai's nullification skill. The skill swiftly nullified the impending attack, sparing him from harm. Ghosty pondered if the shadow tried going for mutual destruction, thinking it's useless and a failure. The ethereal companion thought that Tai's nullification skill was like a cheat, since the system notification only shows up after he gets attacked. Unless the opponent knows about it, they won't be able to respond effectively. The shadow on the 19th floor proved tenacious, wielding a war axe with formidable strength. As Tai blocked its attack, a powerful force pressed against him, causing the floor to crumble beneath the impact. Another system notice abruptly appears, declaring that Tai's opponent is deemed impossible to beat. With a smirk, Tai remarked that the negative judgment doesn't faze him, as such assessments hold little significance in his determination to face the challenge. A system notice appears, affirming that Tai hasn't wavered his determination in the face of an impossible opponent. Unfazed, our hero responds by activating a trio of buff skills: impartial duel, craving for battle, and contempt for the strong. After countless trials, Tai realizes he's now brimming with buff skills to confront tough opponents, launching an attack at the shadow, but the strike was deftly blocked as the shadow gripped its axe. In response, the shadow counterattacked, activating the assault skill. This skill forcibly twists the body to execute a 270-degree slice, a formidable move. However, its weakness lies in its unstoppable nature once activated, leaving the attacker's back vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Tai swiftly attacked the shadow from behind, activating both his acceleration skill and power strike. With precision, he delivered a fatal blow by stabbing the shadow in the back, capitalizing on the moment to turn the tide of the encounter. Having triumphed over the 19th trial, Tai reflected that the ease of defeating the shadow was because of his buff skills. However, he acknowledged that the challenges ahead might not be as straightforward. The shadow of the 20th floor emerges, activating the absolute victory skill. Tai overcomes it with sheer focus, acknowledging the heightened difficulty level and escalating trials that test his abilities. The shadow leaps forward, launching an attack at Tai. Despite a clash of blades and his attempt to use deflect, he still gets hit, spitting out blood. In response, Tai activates madness, but the shadow counters with backlash, a skill Ghosty learned late. Still, the shadow has minimal health, tipping the battle in our hero's favor. In the midst of exchanging blows, Tai activates his acceleration skill and power strike, launching an attack at the shadow. However, the shadow blocks the strike and counters with a powerful attack, dealing 210 damage to him. Activating the robe of dark vaulting, Tai teleports to the shadow's blind spot. With a swift execution of the Scarring Storm sword art, Wolfgang, he slashes through the enemy, beheading it and securing victory in the intense battle. After the intense battle, Tai sat on the floor, gasping for air. Successfully passing the 20th trial resulted in a substantial increase in his attributes, his strength boosted by 12, intelligence by 10, and mana by 14. Suddenly, Tai felt a shiver as he noticed a shadow crawling towards him, attempting to reach him and inducing tremors. Despite the eerie presence, he grinned and calmly informed Oman that this was the extent of his strength. Just then, a system notice popped up, signaling the conclusion of Oman's trial. Gazing at his status, revealing a significant growth in his stats. Ghosty, astonished by the results, finds it unbelievable that an adventurer from the 8th floor could defeat an enemy from the formidable 20th floor. Just then, Oman's area of interference diminished, and Oman rewarded Tai. Ghosty noted that Oman's strength had significantly decreased. Tai acquired the Ring of Proof, boosting his strength and defense. By clearing the strengthened test, he gained a skill buff Proof of Limitation, increasing all his stats when facing enemies at the same or nearly the same level as him. Oman offers Tai an apostle contract, but the young warrior swiftly refuses. This irritates Oman, who responds by spraying Tai with water, eliciting laughter from Ghosty. A system notice appears, indicating that Oman promises Tai a future meeting. Tai contemplated within himself, acknowledging that his current limit is the 20th floor, a piece of valuable information. Recognizing its usefulness, he pondered the idea of sharing this test result with the community, deeming the experience worth contributing to the collective knowledge of fellow adventurers. A while later, Tai discovers a secret room and is rewarded with the strong ankle protector, enhancing his defense power and agility. As he continues through the labyrinth, he encounters the 8th floor boss, Markandia Rusha, whom he swiftly defeats. Ghosty notes that individuals typically grow stronger in a gradual manner, but in Tai's case, his spiritual power, skills, and Oman's unpredictable nature have combined to make him exceptionally strong. As a reward for clearing the 8th floor, the determined adventurer receives the Rune of Marnius, which imparts attributes based on the probability of the weapon. Storing it in his inventory, Tai ponders its potential. A system notice appears, revealing a secret identification reward. The young warrior gains an always active special skill called the Touch of Exploitation. providing an effect that absorbs a certain percentage of stamina every time he inflicts damage on an enemy. With all the gathered rewards in tow, Tai decides to pick up the pace and continue his descent into the labyrinth, ready to face the challenges that lie ahead. 4 days before returning to Earth, the intrepid explorer encounters the monsters of the 9th floor, the hobgoblins. They launch an attack, but the skilled fighter handles them with ease. During the fight, he chats with his spectral companion, remarking on the unexpected strength of goblins compared to lizard men. Ghosty replies, explaining that the hobgoblins have undergone training, and hints that his human partner knows who their leader is. Reflecting, Tai recollects that the former goblin lord is Hagehua, and it dawns on him that the current goblin lord is the one presiding over the 9th floor. 3 days before returning to Earth, our hero confronts the 9th floor boss, the hobgoblin patriarch. The enemy growls menacingly, chanting ominous incantations. Swiftly employing his robe, Tai teleports in front of the hobgoblin patriarch and effortlessly slays it by slashing its neck, causing its head to fall off. In the next scene, he proceeds to remove the traps and heads to meet the goblin lord, Lut-Ra. As they come face to face, Lut-Ra inquires if the young warrior was the one who defeated Hagehua. Nodding in affirmation, the atmosphere grows tense. The goblin lord acknowledges that Hagehua fought a monster, correcting himself to say a warrior like Tai. He expresses that Hagehua must have died satisfied, and in his stead, the goblin lord wishes to thank the young warrior for the formidable accomplishment. Tai inquires why Lut-Ra removed Hagehua from his position as the goblin lord. Lut-Ra responds, explaining that Hagehua was destined to be killed, and he believed that at least leaving something behind before his death was essential. Lut-Ra shares his belief, stating that he considers dying as a goblin lord better than perishing as one of the ordinary goblins. Tai considers that Lut-Ra's actions may be rooted in his own greed. The goblin lord admits that he foresaw this day arriving eventually, yet the reality of it feels strange. He acknowledges the need to accept the inevitable changes. The goblin lord says, "Let's fight, warrior," and they clash. The goblin lord admits he can't match Tai's skills and struggles with the young warrior's better moves and sword skills. When Tai asks if he'll give up, the goblin lord firmly says, "Of course not." He adds that even if winning seems impossible, he'll still give it his best shot. The goblin lord expresses a desire to make his final moments memorable with his best effort. Tai respects this and puts forth his utmost force. The impact propels the goblin lord into a wall, breaking it. Despite being surprised at being pushed back so far, the goblin lord expresses satisfaction, considering it enough. In a final act, he tosses his modified spear to the skilled fighter, encouraging him to continue on with the warrior's resolve before taking his last breath. After the intense battle, the young warrior earns the title of Kingslayer. This title comes with an increase in stats and additional rewards when facing lords, kings, or patriarchs of tribes. Tai, having concluded the battle and earned the title of Kingslayer, turns to his spectral companion and declares, "It's time to go." With this, they prepare to move forward, leaving the aftermath of the clash with the goblin lord behind. A while later, the skilled fighter has mastered the art of the covering sheet, concealing the signs of his presence. Using half of his fortune, he purchases a large quantity of potions, leaving the apothecary astonished. As a reward for clearing the 9th floor, the intrepid explorer obtains high-speed boots, providing defense strength bonus, agility boost, movement speed increase, and action speed improvement. Discovering the 9th floor's secret, he receives the Radiant Frost Sword with 11 attack power, prompting a change in weapons after a considerable time. Arriving at the 10th floor, the ethereal companion mentions that the journey is almost over. Reflecting, Tai recalls Ghosty's quest for revenge against the one who killed him on the 10th floor and confirms his understanding. The spectral companion expresses gratitude, leaving the young warrior curious about the reason. Ghosty explains that he can leave a trace of his existence thanks to Tai, prompting a moment of reflection on their shared journey. He shares that his world has perished, signaling the end for them. Yet, his role remains to preserve the remnants of what was lost. Ghosty thinks it's a bummer that he can't teach Tai the second swordsmanship, but he expresses confidence that if it's Tai, he will surely achieve it one day. He bids his goodbyes in advance, expressing to Tai that he had a lot of fun with him. Despite the uncertainty about what the future holds, he decides to postpone his farewell for the time being. As our hero proceeds, he encounters the 10th floor monster, the ogre, launching an attack. Tai swiftly catches its finger, breaks it, and slams the ogre to the ground, defeating it with ease. Moving to the 10th floor's secret room, the determined adventurer utilizes his trap remover skill, increasing its level. After removing all the traps, he receives a blue ring as a reward. This ring enhances his mana capacity. Finally, they reach the boss room, where the ethereal companion informs Tai that defeating the boss will lead to the discovery of the one who killed him inside a hidden room. Completing this quest by defeating that individual would mark the fulfillment of Ghosty's mission. The skilled fighter pulls out the rune of Marnius, providing attributes based on the probability of the weapon. He also retrieves the engraving order, which imparts special powers to equipment. Using both, he strengthens the Radiant Frost sword, enhancing its stats and imbuing it with lightning attributes. Curious, the young warrior asks Ghosty if he is in existence inside the maze. The spirit replies that technically, it's true, as he is dead and bound to his grave, present here only because of Tai. Our hero agrees, emphasizing that the roots of their connection haven't changed. He understands that Ghosty is tied to him due to the quest, and as long as the quest remains incomplete, his spectral companion will continue to remain bound to him. He poses a question. Is it Ghosty who is bound to the maze, or is it him who is bound to Ghosty because of the quest? To be honest, it looks like the spirit doesn't really understand the question. Suddenly, the spectral companion, curious about their location, asks Tai where they are, expressing that he has never heard of such a place in the maze. Now on Earth, Tai decides to explore and heads to an abandoned convenience store. Upon entering, he checks the products and remarks that they smell bad, but he understands, considering that 3 months have passed since his departure. Tai takes a canned ham and, after opening it, uses his sword as a makeshift grill, roasting it with his fireball skill. The spectral companion is left speechless while Tai savors his unconventional meal. Puzzled, Ghosty wonders why the skilled warrior chose to roast it using such a method. Even though all the maze items belong to the maze, the young warrior can bring them as items when he returns to Earth, as the ownership of the player takes priority in the judgment. While heading out, the ethereal companion asks Tai how he even got to go to Earth. The adventurer explains that he is not entirely sure because Ghosty is not an item but a living creature. Ghosty then inquires about the square-shaped things he sees all over the place. Tai compares them to cars and asks if the spectral companion would understand if he explained that they are like horse-drawn carriages that can move without the horse. The ethereal companion continues his inquiries, asking about the towering buildings and questioning if they belong to the evil ones. Tai reassures him that they are just normal buildings. Redirecting the conversation, the young warrior asks Ghosty if he knows anything about the oddly-looking rift above them. Ghosty informs Tai that he senses a completely different power and takes a closer look to investigate. Meanwhile, Tai contemplates whether he should put behind the identification. During this, an oddly-looking creature, resembling an octopus slime, sneaks up on Tai and attempts to attack him. The alert adventurer notices and grabs the creature's tentacle-like appendages. While holding the creature, Tai asks Ghosty if he knows what it is. Ghosty examines it and identifies it as a god's slave, but he finds its energy strangely different, making it distinct from a typical god's slave. The spectral companion ponders the possibility that it is from the outside, but questions if there's any entity that has the need to send such creatures. Identifying the source becomes a challenging task. He concludes that one thing is certain: the owner of the creature is undoubtedly an extremely powerful existence, perhaps even stronger than Rakarada's. Tai then proceeds to burn the creature with his fire blaze skill. Amused, Ghosty asks Tai if he brought him there just to ask such questions. The young warrior responds that it's not a bad thing, right? Ghosty agrees, expressing gratitude for being able to see a new world through their adventures. A system notice pops up, indicating the start of a special quest. The skilled fighter is tasked with heading to Anyang City Hall, and the condition is straightforward. He must get there alive. Ghosty expresses amazement at the minimal amount of guidelines provided for the quest, adding an extra layer of mystery and challenge to the mission. While walking and exploring the city, Ghosty observes that no one seems to be around. Tai responds with a simple acknowledgement. The deserted city adds an eerie atmosphere to their quest. The skilled fighter contemplates how many people would choose the option that suddenly appears before them. He speculates that most individuals might have decided to stay on Earth, hiding while hoping for the government to save them. The current desolation of the city could be a consequence of the collective choice made by many. Ghosty questions Tai about his slow pace, noting that with his stats, he should be able to move faster. Tai explains that he is deliberately moving slowly because there is someone he wants to meet. Ghosty inquires if it's the ones Tai taught, expressing curiosity about them. However, the young warrior clarifies that it's not them, but they will encounter them soon. As they stroll through the city, they are approached by someone who inquires if they also received the quest to go to the city hall. The person mentions not having seen them around and notices they don't seem to come from hard mode. He asks if they are from normal mode. The man introduces himself as Jim Young-jun from hard mode and extends an invitation for the young warrior to join the group of survivors nearby. Tai, remembering him and his previous death before Tai went back in time, agrees to join, bringing a sense of happiness to Jim Young-jun. The two reach the survivor camp, and Jim greets everyone, inquiring about their situation. As everyone gathers around the campfire, they express relief that June returned safely. Jim introduces Tai, the adventurer from normal mode, asking everyone to get along with him. Some people are skeptical, as they have never seen him before. Some notes that it is difficult to spot someone from normal mode. Tai wonders if these people are players from easy and normal mode. Ghosty notices that it seems they cannot see him. Tai anticipated this situation where he doesn't remember a single one of them. June gets everyone's attention and confirms if everyone is gathered so they can start heading to the city hall. Some express fear of encountering monsters, even though it's a quest. With a reassuring smile, June encourages everyone not to worry, assuring them that he will protect them. This gesture brings a sense of comfort, as someone from hard mode appears reliable. The group expresses gratitude to Jun, stating that it is a relief to have him by their side. Tai remains silent, observing everyone. Jun stands tall, wielding his sword and shield, leading the large group of people towards the city hall. Meanwhile, Ghosty observes the people from above and wonders why the players from the labyrinth seem so weak. Among them, Jun is the only one deemed useful, but only up to a certain point. Ghosty thinks that Jun wouldn't be able to go deeper into the lower floors of the labyrinth. Puzzled, the spectral companion questions why Tai wants to meet Jun and why he is willing to join the group of seemingly weak players. While treading the path, one player becomes terrified and points at a monster, calling for Jun's help. They hide behind a broken wall, observing the growling monster. Seizing an opportunity to attack, Jun instructs them to stay back and wait while he faces the monster. Anxious, everyone waits for Jun's confrontation. Tai stays back, observing the unfolding events. The monster is an F class, making it relatively easy for players from easy mode to defeat. However, considering the labyrinth standards, Jun, being from hard mode, faces a more formidable challenge. Jun struggles for a bit but manages to defeat the monster, delivering the final blow with his sword. The monster shrieks before succumbing to its demise. He calls for everyone to come out of hiding, assuring them that the monster is defeated. The group, with teary eyes, expresses immense relief and joy. This pattern repeats throughout the journey, with Jun dealing with every monster encountered, and the rest of the group hiding to ensure their safety. While Jun was engaged in a fight with a monster, another one appeared, causing panic among the group. The new monster chased them, shrieking and creating chaos. Shouts filled the air as everyone wondered why it had to show up while Jun was already dealing with another monster. Frantically calling for Jun's help, the group feared for their safety. In a swift move, Tai calmly killed the monster by throwing a rock, making it seemingly disappear in the eyes of the others. They felt relief as the threat vanished, though some questioned why it disappeared without taking any visible damage. Jun swiftly arrives at the scene concerned as he assesses the situation. With a reassuring tone, he inquires about the well-being of everyone present, making sure each person is okay. The lingering tension from the recent encounter with the mysterious monster leaves an air of uncertainty. Gathering the details, the group shares that the monster just vanished, leaving behind a perplexed and uneasy atmosphere. Absorbing the information, Jun contemplates the unpredictability of their surroundings and the potential challenges that lie ahead in this mysterious journey. He thinks to himself that it would be impossible for anyone to beat the monster since he is the only one from hard mode. He wonders if it could be the silent observer, Tai, and reflects on how the young adventurer remained unusually calm, as if anticipating the situation. Jun starts to piece something together about Tai's name but brushes it off for the moment. He instructs everyone to follow him, emphasizing the need to keep moving as they still have a long way to reach the city hall. The vigilant protector continues safeguarding the group by slaying monster after monster with his sword and shield. Whenever Jun steps forward to defeat monsters, the skilled fighter, Tai, secretly takes care of those that appear later. As the journey progresses, the ethereal observer, Ghosty, becomes frustrated with the players. He expresses discontent over their reluctance to work together and easily defeat monsters. Referring to them as insects, the spectral companion criticizes their lack of will to fight for their lives or show any desire to take action. He questions why such petty individuals entered the labyrinth, finding it ridiculous and insulting. The young warrior, Tai, observes Ghosty's unusual anger, reflecting that it's fortunate the people can't see or hear the ethereal companion. Amidst the overwhelming despair, a lady finds herself breaking down, voicing her belief that she can no longer endure. Jun, embodying empathy, approaches her with reassurance. He encourages her to grasp onto hope for just a little while longer. As the spectral observer watches the scene, he can't help but speak up, questioning how they managed to come this far when they're not strong and can't fight for themselves. He finds it kind of sad and pathetic. So, I guess Tai and Jun are reunited on their quest and finally embark on their journey. In the last episode, our hero, along with all of the other adventurers of the labyrinth, were sent back into their homeland, the Earth, due to the mandatory quests. Tai and Ghosty met Young, the hard mode player, and joined his group. Our hero's ethereal company is getting increasingly frustrated after finding out that Young is doing all the work, killing the monsters to protect the other adventurers. He asks Tai, why is there a huge difference between him, Young, and the other adventurers who are cowardly hiding whenever there are monsters appearing, emphasizing that they are all facing the same dangers inside the labyrinth. It would seem that Ghosty isn't aware about the different difficulties between the labyrinth mode, prompting our hero to have a serious conversation with him. Tai enlightens the spirit warrior that there are actually different modes that the adventurers can choose from: easy, normal, hard, and solo. Each mode has a different configuration of monsters and bosses on each floor. However, the shape of each floor and the monsters on the 100th floor are still the same for any difficulty. The ghost comments that the maze he knows isn't separated, unlike from our hero's description. He states that there would be times that the dimensions will be separated by the gods, but it ultimately returns to its original form. Ghosty whispers and asks Tai if such diversity was created by someone artificially. He states that if it was an existence that didn't know how to design an extraordinary maze and just carelessly copied and pasted the floors, then this whole situation can be explained. However, considering the scale of the labyrinth, even that must be difficult to do, leaving the two wondering why someone would go through all this trouble just to create different labyrinth difficulties. Our hero contemplates the possibility that the one who did it was someone at the level of a god or even higher, considering how intricate it is. As he thinks deeper, Tai realizes that the monsters that have appeared on Earth right now are just F-class monsters. Although they are still difficult to handle for a normal adventurer, they are still not strong enough to completely wipe the human off the face of the planet. If that mysterious existence really intended to kill the humans, he would have sent A-class monsters, but he controlled the output as if he is watching over the adventurers. This fact prompted our hero to recall that the gods like it when mortals show their great efforts. I don't know if they just want to be inspired by humanity's dedication and hard work or they're just plain sadists. Nonetheless, one thing is for sure, them gods are bored as fuck. Our hero's deep thinking is then interrupted by Ghosty, who more bored than those gods right now from watching the pathetic adventurers. He asks Tai if they can't just go to their destination right away, wanting to leave the group as soon as possible. In response, Tai states that they can't do that as of now. Besides, there's nothing for them to do anyway if they go there early. Growing increasingly frustrated, our hero's ethereal companion throws a tantrum on his head, telling Tai to just help the pathetic humans blatantly and stop doing it in a secret way. But our hero remarks that he doesn't enjoy being the hero that much. Tai reveals that he is helping the group specifically because of Young, revealing that the young adventurer is someone who our hero can give his affection to and survive with until the end. Our cold-blooded hero really doesn't care whether the other adventurers live or die, but if they do die, he knows that it will eat Young from the inside, and he will lose his strong mentality. You see, in Tai's previous life, Young Jun also led the weak under his protection, but he ultimately failed in the end. When the young adventurer reached the city hall, he was all alone. Time passes by and the dusk is breaking. Knowing that the night will arrive, the group opted to rest inside an abandoned building and hide from the monsters so that they can replenish their energy and eat. They gobble up some monster's meat and are repulsed by how bad the taste is, but considering their situation, one can't afford to be picky. The people whine and expresses their regret of not having to go to a convenience store and pick something up. Now I'm really taking Ghosty's side. These noobs are really irritating. Meanwhile, as the others are crying over their awful meal, our hero lavishly enjoys the ham he picked up along the way. The others can't help but gossip and murmur of how delicious our hero's food might be. Suddenly, one of the weaklings approaches Tai, thinking that he is an easy target. A muscular man with the blonde hair confronts him, telling our hero that he surely must have heard of him if he claims to be in a normal difficulty mode. The punk is revealed to be Li Changxiok, the leader of the Athene Guild, and it seems that he is famous as he claims, as other adventurers recognize him, pitying our hero for having to deal with the punk. The thug threatens our hero for his food, saying that if Tai doesn't want to die when he returns to the maze, he better hand his food over. Despite this, our hero just casually chewed his food. Tai then comments that he isn't sure whether Li could actually return to the labyrinth after this mandatory quest, aggravating the thug's mood even further. With that short exchange of words, our hero opted to return to his meal, closing his eyes and ignoring the arrogant bastard. Although it almost slipped his mind, our hero was able to recall the bad reputation of the Athene Guild from his previous life. According to him, they are a bunch of bullies that abuses their power and try to take control of the labyrinth. Li's patient then runs out and asks our hero to square up. He pulls back his fist in an attempt to launch a punch at Tai. Suddenly, Young interrupts him, commanding the thug to stop. Li tells Young to back the hell up, stating that this is his own personal problem and that he should stay out of it. While the arrogant bastard is still yapping and complaining, the young adventurer abruptly grabs him by his face and lifts him up into the air. They tried desperately to escape Young's grasps, but it is all proving for naught as the difference between their strength is massive. Cold sweat drips down the bastard's face as he realizes that he just fucked around and is now about to find out. Young then looks Li straight into his soul, and then, in a still polite manner, he states that everyone has the freedom to do anything they want, but if they choose to cross the line, there will be consequences. He then punches the so-called leader of the Athene Guild on the shoulder. Albeit the punch wasn't in full force, it was enough to make the bastard roll into the ground from the agonizing pain. Young emphasizes that it is absolutely not a problem for him to throw Li away at any time, showcasing his authority to the other adventurers. As he walks away, the weak shit people look at him with scared expression on their faces. They comment that this is the first time they ever saw Young act that way. As for our hero, he still kept his mouth shut and continued to observe the situation. Later that night, Young opted to be alone outside the shelter to keep watch for possible monsters. We can really tell that he didn't want to act that stern in front of the others, but the situation forced him to. Suddenly, our hero arrives, complimenting the young leader for his diligence to do night watches even though he is the one most exhausted from the battles earlier. Tai then comments that what Young did earlier scared the people, saying that they felt worried that they might be discarded from the group. In response, Young stated that he had no other choice. He had to do something after all. He is aware that there are too many people for him to protect alone, so in order to survive together, he has to make them obey his words. He then thanks Tai for giving him the opportunity to demonstrate his authority, albeit making the other people fear him. Our hero then asks him if he really need to go this far just for the sake of others. Young seemed to be confused by our hero's question, inquiring Tai what he meant by his words. Tai then remarks that Young is aware he will be able to reach the city hall easily if he was alone. Being someone from the hard mode, Young is well aware that people who are meant to live will live, and those who aren't will die. The kind-hearted man is horrified by our hero's words, but unfortunately, he cannot deny them, leaving him with a confused expression on his face. You see, the probability of surviving in hard mode is merely 1%. So, just like Young, when one experiences that mode, even just for a short while, they will definitely understand that even if they help someone who has no chance of surviving, that person will still die in the end. Our hero then gets straight to the point. In a cold and calm manner, Tai asks the young adventurer why he is so obsessed with those people who will eventually die. Those words triggered Young. He angrily questioned our hero why he would say such a thing to those poor adventurers. But when he looked Tai into the eyes, he senses that our hero is someone who has seen countless of deaths. Young then concludes that Tai isn't actually someone from normal mode. The air he emits is totally different from any players he has encountered. Threatened by his presence, the young adventurer grabs his sword and takes his defensive stance against our hero. Even though he is clearly shaking in fear, Young asks Tai for his real identity. Our hero remarks that this is the first time he has ever seen Young make such an expression. He then turns around the comments that Young is someone who has a goal in mind. As he walks away, our hero tells the young man that he will reveal everything once they reach the city hall. The valiant leader was left staring at our hero until his silhouette disappears in the dark. He then ponders about who that man cloaked with mysteries really is. The morning then arrives, and Young promptly wakes up all the other adventurers. He informs them that they will be arriving the city hall in 2 hours if they kept their pace, delighting the people with his words. The group then continued their march, with Young leading the pack. However, there are some things that they have overlooked. Firstly, monsters will only attack humans who are heading to the city hall, meaning people who are trying to complete the quest. Second, those who go there independently are either already in the city hall or already dead. Worm-like monsters started appearing. Seeing their numbers, Young hurriedly tells everyone to run and get going, knowing that he will not be able to face all of the beasts alone. The people quickly followed his command, but they are all engulfed in fear as they run for their miserable lives. One kid gets left behind and was about to get devoured by the monster. Fortunately, Young made it in time and was able to shield the child from the attack. The situation is getting dire for the lone hero. He is aware that he doesn't have the capability to fend off multiple enemies at once while still protecting the citizens. However, the city hall is just in front of them. Young devoted himself into buying time until the people reaches their destination. He quickly activates his skill, Breathless Strike, giving him freedom of breathing for 10 seconds. The enemies charged towards him, and the young leader valiantly confronted them with all his might. He then throws calmness powder to the beasts, which explodes when it comes in contact with the monsters and creates a smoke screen. With the help of the item, Young was able to buy some time and distance away from the enemies. He smiles after figuring out the most successful strategy. However, as he turns around to check up on the other adventurers, he was surprised to see that the people haven't left yet. As it turns out, they are encircled by other monsters coming from different directions. Realizing the dire situation, all the people yelled for Young's help, asking the lone hero what to do next. The pressure and anxiety are starting to get through the valiant leader's mentality. He can't think of ways of how to get out of this predicament. Young no longer has any useful items that will help them escape, and fighting the monster all at once by himself is out of the question. But if he just focused on one battle, he knows that everyone will die. Stuck between a rock and a hard place, the thought of running away on his own crosses his mind. He surmises that he might be able to live, since his strength and speed are equal to the monsters, and he will not have a hard time dodging the attacks as well if he just moves quickly. As he was contemplating these thoughts, the people all looked at him with pleading eyes, begging him for his help. The young hero becomes nauseous from the wicked thoughts, but he cannot discard them as it is the only realistic and practical solution. But the fact that he was the one who chose to gather all the people and take them under his wing is eating his conscience. He thinks that if he is just going to abandon them like this, he shouldn't have saved them in the first place. His honor dictates that if he's going to protect the people, then he should protect them until the very end. Young Jun is indeed a good person at heart, but it is not to the point that he is willing to sacrifice himself for others. Right now, all he wishes is strength, the power to destroy all adversaries in front of him. Our hero finally butts in and asks the young man if he's planning to escape. It is a very cruel question, but a very important one. Tears begin falling from Young's eyes as he stares at our hero intensely and queries if he's to be blamed for considering such thoughts. Everyone is silently observing the two as they converse with each other, while the monsters are paralyzed in their position. Seems like our hero did something without anyone noticing. To answer Young's question, Tai states that he won't guilt trip him no matter what choice he makes. He was just curious to know. As he was uttering those words, he slowly manifests his radiant frost sword and prepares himself for some action. Seeing Young act like this, our hero wonders what really happened to him in Tai's previous life. Different kinds of emotions surged into Young's heart. Even though he is thinking of escaping and leaving everyone behind, his nature isn't allowing him. All he can do is weep and fantasize of having the strength to save everyone. Suddenly, a monster creeps up behind him, but it was immediately cut in half by a swift strike that came out of nowhere. Young falls down on his bum as our hero moves in lightning speed, hacking and slashing the ugly beasts behind him. Everyone has the same shocked expression on their faces from our hero's display of strength, but the one most surprised is none other than Young himself. 3 red beasts sneak their way behind our hero and launches a surprise attack. However, Tai just casually incinerated them without putting much effort using his fire magic. And with the horde gone, our hero prompts the people to head to the city hall. The scene then shifts to the city hall, the destination of the adventurers. In there, families and friends who have chosen different modes in the labyrinths were finally able to reunite. The other people notice the large group of people led by Young, commenting that this is their first time seeing such a flock of adventurers reach the city hall together. They attributed that success to Young, wondering if the young adventurer is from the hard mode. Young tries to deny this and wanted to make clear that Tai was the one who saved them all, but our hero placed his hand on Young's shoulder and gestured him not to do so. Suddenly, one adventurer prompts everyone to gather up, saying that he will escort them. Although the city hall might seem to be filled with people, the total current population is still a far cry from the initial population of Anyang, which was 500,000. Right now, Tai calculates that there are only 100,000 survivors left. Our hero peacefully resting in a corner when Young approaches him and offers a bottle of water. It seems like the young adventurer has finally pieced together our boy's identity, saying that he felt the need to greet him, addressing him as solo mode player, Mr. Tai. As our hero accepts the offer, he commends Young for acquiring the Breathless Strike. In response, the young man gives all the credits to Tai, saying that it is all thanks to him that he was able to learn it. Young reveals that he is still doubtful about some of the posts in the community board. He admittedly states that he first thought that it was impossible to acquire the skill. The young adventurer then expresses his sincere gratitude towards Tai, thanking him for saving the people. Because of his timely interruption, Young wasn't forced to make such a disgusting choice like escaping on his own. In response, Tai tells him that it was no problem at all, saying that he did it because he wanted to and not because he was compelled to help. He then praises Young for the kid's valiancy, emphasizing that it was Young's own decision to lead the group of the weak and protect them in the first place. The young man was touched by our hero's words, prompting him to grab his hand and express his most sincere gratitude for not only sharing the ways of how to acquire necessary skills in the dungeon, but for literally saving their lives as well. However, the kid is getting swayed by his emotions too much, prompting our hero to throw his water bottle into Young's face to calm him down. Young stares at our hero with glimmering eyes as if he is gazing at his idol. It looks like Tai is weak in this kind of interaction. In his mind, he wonders what has gotten into the young man's head, emphasizing that he wasn't this friendly before. Suddenly, Huion interrupts the two, looking for Young Jun, saving our hero from the awkward interaction. She informs Young that she has something to explain about the current situation, but she stops mid-sentence to inquire about the identity of our hero. It seems like Yeon is a very influential figure from our hero's past life as well, as he was able to identify her as someone who is a leader in the hard mode. On the other hand, Yoon proudly introduces our boy as Kang Tai-san from solo mode. Yeon recognizes our hero as someone who talks a lot in the community board. I don't know if that's comforting to hear or not. The lady then invites our hero as well, informing them that there are at least 100,000 people gathered at the city hall. However, the problem is, among all those people, there are only 1,000 adventurers who can face the monsters. She regrettably states that it is because most of the people gathered here are from the normal and easy mode, so their experience, let alone their strength, is too little. To add more to the dilemma, they have a serious shortage of food and places to sleep. One more thing that troubles them is that they haven't found someone to lead all the people yet. Young then remarks that Yeon should obviously be the one to command them, to which the lady acknowledges. However, she states that when she tried to do that, a guy from the easy mode named Choi Young-hyuk ran wild to get himself the right to command. Our hero's eyes widen as he hears the name of the bastard. Choi is none other than the arrogant fuck who kept on dissing our hero in the community board. Yeon shares that during her interaction with Choi, she brought up that there is no way a person who can't even kill a single monster on his own lead a whole 100,000 people. But then, Choi raised his voice, asking if Yeon is looking down on the people from the easy mode, trying to earn the sympathy of his fellow weaklings. She shares that the bastard is even holding some hostages to win his point. Seeing that he has a captive, Yeon opted not to confront Choi recklessly, and decided to postpone her decision. Curious, Young asks who Choi's captives were, showing great concern on his face. Huey reveals that they are Lee Taeyeon and Kangjun. Suddenly, a sinister aura is emitted from our hero as he asks for more details of the two getting caught by the bastard. Unfortunately, Huey states that she doesn't know the details of their capture. All she knows is that they have been detained ever since they came to the city hall. This prompted our hero to facepalm his face. He is confident that the two are strong enough to win against Choi. Heck, they can even match Young's strength according to Tai. This led him to think that there is something else that forced the two to be Choi's hostages. Young asks if there is something they can do about the situation, to which Huey states that they should monitor it first before intervening. As of now, there are no casualties, so she thinks that it would be best to think things through. However, Tai butts in, declaring that he doesn't intend to go along with such plan. Huey was immediately alerted as our hero slowly walks towards her. She asks what Tai is planning to do, to which Tai states that he needs to stomp on the rat bastard first before anything else. Huey Yon then stops him on his track, telling our boy not to commit violence against other humans. In response, our hero stares at her dead in the eyes while emitting an overwhelming energy, asking who will stop him from doing so. He emphasizes that the world has already collapsed, and the law is now meaningless. Despite our hero's intimidating presence, Huey didn't back down. She confronts our hero head-on, emphasizing that even though the world has been plunged into chaos, humans should not kill each others. Tai looks straight into her eyes, and comments that she is the same as ever. The tension is brewing in the city hall, with our hero getting increasingly mad at Choi with the bastard's latest atrocity, capturing Lee Tion and Kangjun. In the last episode, Tai-san became furious after learning about Choi, using Lee Tion and Kangjun as hostage to be the representative of the people. However, as our boy was about to confront the scumbag, Huey Yon gets in his way. She seemed to have sensed our hero's bloodlust towards the man, so she tries to prevent Tai from committing a crime. Of course, Tai won't let anyone stop him from doing what he must. But this interaction and Huey's stubbornness in upholding the law reminds him of the past. Even in his past life, Tai recalls Huey to be someone who has always been a stern person in maintaining the rules. However, this attribute of her proved to be fatal because during our hero's third return, Huey died while trying to uphold the rules and save everyone. Even now, the lady adventurer knows that the person in front of her is powerful. According to her assessment, Tai might be as strong as Youngen. Girl, you are way off. She is now readying her sword up, resolved to prevent our boy from committing murder. However, all that dedication and resolve she had was nothing in the face of an unpassable mountain who is Tai-san. In the blink of an eye, she suddenly fell down unconscious on the floor as our hero smacked the hell out of her. Of course, Young was shocked by Tai's action, but he didn't quickly retaliate and only asked our hero what the hell is he doing. In response, Tai tells him to shut up and just watch comfortably to what is about to unfold. Our boy then takes a powerful stance, focusing all his energy on his feet. Then in a flash, Tai zoomed out of the room with an astonishing speed. The sonic boom he left behind from his dash was so strong that even a hard mode player like Young was forced to close his eyes from the force. As he is running full speed ahead, Tai is gathering his resolve to confront the bastard Choi in this turn again. Meanwhile, the devil himself is enjoying the nice cold breeze, leaning over the window. He smiles in satisfaction as everything seems to be going exactly according to his will. Feeding his arrogance further, he tells himself that this is what true power and authority feels like. We get a little flashback of the bastard's past life before all the shit about the tower fell upon the earth. We see a ragged man begging Choi for mercy, desperately pleading the punk not to touch his family. However, Choi only smirked at him, saying that there is no way he will do that, for the man signed that contract that he will pay all his debts or else he and his good will kill the poor man's family. It was at that moment that the monsters from an unknown place descended upon the earth. As he was transported into the labyrinth, Choi was just like any other player, helpless and confused about the situation. He even runs away from a mere slime, but fortunately, there was another explorer who happened to save him. The man kindly extended his arm to Choi, saying that in situations like this, people must stand together and help each other. In response, the bastard acted accordingly and expressed his gratitude. Little did the man know, the person he just helped is a piece of shit human garbage. And as soon as they were isolated in a secluded place, Choi took advantage of his kindness and killed him, looting all his equipment and items. That is the kind of person this sick bastard is, deceitful and murderous, truly the epitome of evil. For him, there are neither laws nor regulations in the maze. He views it as a limited space that can make anyone go crazy with just a little push. Such a place will embrace high-level players and use violence and conciliation when objections occur. It sometimes gives a reward for keeping people's mouths shut. This is how the sick punk controlled the maze to his liking. Looking back, he can't help but smile at how fascinating it is that everyone is obeying his words. At this point, he is convinced that it is just a matter of time before he gets to be the king. His little celebration was then interrupted by Lee Tion, asking if he is enjoying himself. She comments that Choi would have died at their hands earlier if it wasn't for the petty trick he pulled out, so he has no right to act like a big shot. In response to the provocation, the punk only laughed at the female explorer, admitting that the two were indeed strong. However, he states that the goddess of fortune sided with him during their confrontation. Not only was he summoned directly to the safe zone near the city hall without encountering a single monster, even the ones from solo mode that he was so afraid of turned out to be pretty weak. He managed to subdue one of the solo players relatively easily, saying that his power was comparable to those in easy mode. At that point, his confidence boosted up, thinking that the solo mode players are merely focusing on survival rather than increasing their combat abilities. That's why one lost to him. However, he was a bit taken aback when Lee Tion and Kangjun arrived, displaying a powerful aura. But being an expert with how human sympathy works, he used the man he captured as a hostage, and that's how he was able to subdue Lee Tion and Kangjun despite the massive power difference. He taunts the lady for their mistake, saying that if only they had used their brain and forget about his hostage, they would have won. He emphasizes that the two lost because they failed to use their brains and got outsmarted. Not gonna lie, he's right. Letting all the arrogance consume him, Choi states that the people from solo mode are nothing to be afraid of. Suddenly, a voice comes out of nowhere, asking if he is sure about his statement. The door then explodes from the outside, shocking the punk. The blast was so powerful that the thug froze for a moment, wondering what the hell is going on. While the rebels from the explosion are still falling from the air, Tai walks in the room emitting an overwhelming aura around him. I'm pretty sure this kind of entrance was made by All Might from My Hero Academia. That scene still sends shivers to my spine. Anyway, Choi quickly turns around to ask who the hell would dare make such a ruckus. His eyes then met the cold and terrifying gaze of Kang Tai-san, staring at the bastard's very soul. Just from a quick glance, Choi's instinct immediately warned him that the person in front of him is dangerous. He quickly thinks of a way not to let Tai near him, while our boy is just walking slowly towards him. Terrified, Choi resorts to threats in hopes of stopping our hero, saying that if he continues to advance, he will order his underlings to kill the other captives. Tai was about to say something along the lines of go ahead and do it, but he was quickly interrupted by a voice of a woman, telling them to wait. It was none other than Huey herself, who is still a little bit groggy after our hero knocked her out, so she's having June to support her. She warns Choi not to issue such an order, for if he does, she will no longer stand idly by and take the matter by force. She then asks the punk what he really wants. The arrogant bastard then collects himself, knowing that his threats are working. He regains his confidence and declares that all he wants is his safety and authority. If he's given these two, he will ensure the safety of his hostages. However, Huey furiously declined the request, saying that there is not a snowball chance in hell that they will hand over such an authority to someone like this bastard. In protest, Choi states that Huey and the others might be strong, however, they lack the ability to lead people, implying that he has that skill. He states that he has led a lot of people in his mode. He then proceeds to mock Huey, saying that everything she has done that is related to leadership is follow the command like a lapdog. There is no way her experience is comparable to Choi, or so the fucker arrogantly claims. Despite the overwhelming disadvantage that he is currently in, Choi seeks refuge at the fact that he is dealing with naive and young adventurers, thinking that they might be able to slaughter monsters with ease, but there is no way that they can bring themselves to kill another human being. As for our hero, the punk thinks that having both Lee Tion and Kangjin as his hostage is enough to hold him back. However, his fantasy was immediately shattered when Tai opened his mouth, saying that Choi's way of thinking is absolutely way off. In a blink of an eye, Tai-san was able to snatch away the radio that Choi was holding and crushed it into pieces. The action was so fast that the punk was left baffled, thinking when did our boy took the radio away. Our hero's patience for the arrogant bitch is running out. According to him, someone like Choi Yun-hyuk oppresses people and disobeys rules and laws, thinking that he can always get away with it. But he forgets the fact that he himself can also be the object of such defiance as well. Alarmed, Choi quickly pressed a remote control in his pocket, telling our hero to die. Suddenly, metal beams came crashing down from the ceiling directly above our hero. This is a trap that the Sly Fox prepared beforehand for this kind of situation. The metal beams fell directly on our hero, crushing him. Jun, Huey, Lee, and Kangjin were all surprised by the sudden turn of event, worrying for the well-being of Tai-san. Choi knew that it wasn't enough to finish off his opponent, but he was glad to learn that he's able to deal damage to someone as strong as our hero. However, agony and despair soon consumed him as the system informs him that Tai didn't receive any damage at all from that surprise attack because of our hero has activated his interception ability. The message saying that Kang Tai-sen took 0 damage kept on appearing as our hero casually emerges from the rubbles as if they weren't heavy steel beams. Choi instinctively knew that things would get messy quick, so he calls out his subordinates to come out and gang up on our hero, commanding them to kill the intruder. His lackeys immediately follow through, popping out from every corner for the room. Armed with weapons and bloodlust, the swiftly surrounded Tai, trying to overwhelm the strong opponent by sheer numbers. In response, our boy equips his ice sword and readies himself for a quick fight. After all the experience and battles he had in the labyrinth, he knew that this fight will be a quick and easy one. His expression didn't even change in the face of what seems to be an impossible odd. Huey already knows what is about to unfold, and that is one lone man massacring countless of people. So, she tries to intervene, pleading our hero to stop. But it was all too late. The cocky goons started to jump at their prey, thinking that numbers alone is enough to bring down someone who is leading the adventurer in all modes. With one swift swing of his blade, everyone who is surrounding our hero was immediately sent back to their creator in the afterlife. Blood splattered in the room and heads rolled off on the ground. The bastard Choi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets after witnessing such incredible feat of strength. Never in his wildest dream that he would have imagined something like this from happening. The difference in strength between his subordinates and this lone man is massive. As if to mock the futile ambush attempt, Tai-sen states that considering the number of people on Choi's side, their attack would have worked if they were against Lee Tion and Kangjin. However, he emphasizes that not in a million times that it would work against him. Our boy then closes the distance between him and the shivering coward, Choi. The punk is now about to soil his pants, and his legs are too terrified to even move. Meanwhile, outside the city hall, the other adventurers are having a peaceful noon, walking around the area. Even Ghosty himself is lying on the grass, enjoying the momentary peace. Suddenly, the upper floor of the city hall began to explode, revealing our hero grabbing Choi by the face and carrying him to the edge. The people were naturally surprised, wondering if they are being attacked by a monster, but they were even more in shock after finding out that the commotion is caused by two humans. Ghosty quickly flies over to where our hero is, saying that Tai has finally decided to do something fun. The arrogant punk tries desperately to escape our hero's grip. But despite exerting all of his strength, our hero's fingers are firmly attached to his head, not moving a single inch. The fucker then questions our boy how a man could like him even exist. In response, Tai-san states that Choi also said the same thing in the past. Now that he thinks about it, he feels pity for the punk because in his previous life, he was the one to end the fucker's life as well. Choi is still digesting our hero's words, wondering what he meant about killing him in the past. But before he could even deduce Tai's statement, his head explodes as our hero mercilessly crushes it. In a cold and terrifying tone of voice, Tai states that this is exactly how he killed Choi in the past as well. The bastard's headless body then falls from the building and into the ground. All the other adventurers were horrified by the bone-chilling murder that has just occurred. The people were thrown in a state of panic, and they all shouted at Tai, branding him as a murderer. Despite all these, our hero remained calm and unfazed. He just simply walked away from their sight as if nothing happened. Later, as our hero is casually strolling around the area with Ghosty, he tries to recall about what happened during the first time that he prepared to kill Choi. He was just an ordinary easy mode player back then, and that bastard was the leader of the easy mode, just like this time. As a result, Tai, a kind of person who refuses to be ordered around by anyone, evident by how he keeps on declining apostle contracts with the gods, went through a lot of hardships because of Choi. Being on the same mode, our hero wasn't able to completely overpower the bastard back then. He had to go down in the labyrinth for months to become stronger. Our hero then looks at his bloodied hand, saying that time, it was all too easy. As he was wiping up the stains left by the now headless bastard, June appears out of nowhere, wanting to have a word with our hero. It turns out that the kid appeared to try and warn our hero about the trouble that he is about to face as consequences of his actions. However, before June could even finish his sentence, Tai cuts him off and states that he doesn't give a single damn. He states that they can complain all they want for now because they won't be able to blabber so noisily any longer anyway. Tai is really cold for this one, though it is a known fact that most of the noisy bastards are useless against the monsters. Meanwhile, those who are upholding the rules and laws are having a meeting. An old man angrily slams the table, telling the other members to administer punishment for our hero. He states that no matter how serious Choi's crime is, Tai has no right to kill other people. He tells Huey, who is currently stressed out of the situation, that even though Choi was the one who instigated the situation, Tai's vigilantism was excessive. The other old farts agree with his statement. They all voted in unison to administer punishment for our hero. It is then that Huey finally reacted. She angrily slams the table, asking the arrogant old fossils how they could bring punishment to someone who just killed multiple players alone. The council of the power-greedy old farts were then put into silence, realizing Huey's point. Suddenly, another old man who used to be a congressman before Earth was thrown into chaos speaks up. He tries to display his authority by saying that Huey was a former university student, implying that she has very little knowledge about how real world and politics work. He states that this world cannot be a place that favors someone who is reckless just because he has power. They have to control everything according to the law, and they shouldn't live like wild animals. A bold statement coming from an old man who is hiding behind a strong female player. Huey tries to compose herself despite hearing this atrocious arrogance from the old man. It's very difficult for her to have a conversation with these people who are too full of themselves. As it turns out, Huey called them for a meeting thinking that they will be able to help deal with the situation because she acknowledges the power they once had in the society. However, she didn't think that they will be this ignorant. They didn't even try to overcome the labyrinth, and all they did was turn the food obtained from their followers into mush. At this point, the female player is truly regretting her decision of seeking their counsel. In her mind, she contemplates how they're going to administer punishment to our hero. No, who could even do such a thing to someone wielding extraordinary power? She fears that if they act recklessly, they might incur Tai's wrath and make an enemy out of him. The very thought of this happening is enough to send shivers to Huey's spine. You see, strong people has the ability to acknowledge follow strong people. Meanwhile, all these power-greedy fossils just want to regain the authority they once had. This made her realize that Tai might be viewing her the same way she sees the old folks. As the useless old peeps are still trying to push the idea of condemning our hero, notification windows popped up in front of all the players, informing them about the special quest. Their mission is to kill all approaching enemies and defend the city hall. There will be a series of waves of monsters that will try and destroy the building. Suddenly, the other adventurers barge into the room, looking for Huey, asking if she has already seen the quest. Huey promptly gets up and immediately takes command. She tells them that she will be giving commands later, but for now, they need to compose themselves and calm down. As she says this, all the useless old bones flee from the room to try and save themselves. Honestly, it would have been better if they just used these fuckers as sacrifices. Meanwhile, contrary to other players who are panicking and shitting their pants from the announcement of the quest, our hero is just calmly reading the notification and thinks that Huey will be able to manage things somehow. Kangjin and Lee Tion then abruptly appear out of nowhere, shyly approaching our hero. Kangjin states that this is the first time they will be meeting Tai, the one who has been giving them advice how to survive in the solo mode. He expresses his gratitude for saving him and the other captives from Choi's grasps. His attention is then shifted towards Ghosty. He asks our hero if he's just hallucinating or the floating marshmallow beside Tai really exists. Ghosty was a bit surprised that Kangjin is able to see him, so he sends his regards, asking what's up. Kangjin asks if the spirit is part of a quest, to which Ghosty immediately states that he has no intentions of giving them any tasks. Our hero's gaze then finds itself drifting towards Lee Tion, surprising the young lady for a bit. Seems like she is a little terrified at our hero, but who can't blame her after what happened earlier. Tai was then immediately flooded by the memories of past Lee Tion, who despite going through hardships, stood tall and proud, overcoming all challenges. The young lady then asks our hero why is he looking at her like that. In response, our hero shakes his head and states that it is nice finally meeting the two of them. He asks if they have already seen the quest window, emphasizing that there will be a 12-hour break before the wave starts. So, before that, he will teach them something that will help them survive. Tai-san then prompts them to take out their swords, taking the two by surprise. To elaborate, our hero confronts Kangjin and states that the man is too bold for his own good. While it is good to like challenges, it's still perilous to go charging in headfirst. The young man must know the importance of the limits of his capabilities. On the other hand, Lee Tion is too timid, although it is thanks to that she was able to survive up until this point. That attribute of her will one day make her lose important rewards that she might get. With a serious expression on his face, he tells the two that he doesn't want them to die, so he will train them to be better. As he says this, he issues a request for a battle to the two. Windows appeared in front of Lee Tion and Kangjin, asking if they will accept our hero's request. While the two are hesitating on whether to accept or decline, our hero equips his sword and states that this battle will help them determine how high their skill level is. However, Kangjin protests that their levels are too low compared to Tai-san. There is no way that they will be able to win against him. Our hero then explains that once they accept the duel, their levels and stats will be adjusted accordingly to match each other, meaning that they won't have to worry about unfair disadvantages. Tai also states that he won't be using activation skills as well during the fight. After hearing this, Kangjin takes a huge gulp of his saliva. There is no more reason for him to decline the match. If he still does, it will just mean that he doesn't have the balls to go against a tough challenge. Steeling his nerves up, the young man accepts the request to battle. Lee Tion then asks him if he's insane for even trying. But Kangjin states that this is a great opportunity to know more about himself and also to show Tai-san, whom he idolizes so much, how strong he really is. Although it would have been impossible for Kangjin to fight our hero with their original stat, with the restrictions brought by the duel, the young man thinks that he might have a chance to win, even against Tai. Our hero smiles at the young man's bravery and tells him to come at him. In the last episode, Tai-san challenged his disciples, Lee Tion and Kangjin, to a duel in order to test their strength and capabilities. They were reluctant at first, because they knew the massive level difference between them and our hero. However, Kangjin managed to muster his courage after Tai informed him that for this fight, their levels will be configured to be the same, so there will be no unfair disadvantage. With that, Kangjin accepts the challenge and charges straight to our hero. He swung his blade with all his might, putting all his weight behind it, but Tai easily blocks it with just one hand. Our boy then twisted his sword, putting Kangjin in an awkward position. Using that momentum as an opening, Tai easily sliced through the kid's arm without putting much effort. Lee Tion, who is just watching in the corner, can't help but be worried about his colleague. Even though it's just a battle with no killing intent, seeing Kangjin gets hurt like that is too much for her to bear. Even the man himself was surprised with our hero's attack. He stared at his injured arm, wondering what just happened. From that swift counterattack, the young man received 8 damage. However, our hero will not let him off the hook that easy just for sustaining some damage. He tells him to keep going, and Tai continued his relentless attacks. Kangjin gritted his teeth to try and endure the pain from our boy's strikes. At this point, the kid is no longer sure what the hell is happening. It seems like he is facing multiple opponents at once. No matter how hard he tries to focus and anticipate Tai's barrage, he can't seem to block a single strike. Suddenly, our savage boy leaned close to Kangjin's ear, whispering to him to face the reality and accept that he's just a weakling. Seems like physical abuse isn't enough for Tai-san the Terrible. The young man's anger was triggered by our hero's statement. He held his sword tightly and pulled back his arm for a wide swing aimed at our boy. However, that anger-fueled attack proved to be a fatal mistake, for it left Kangjin wide open and vulnerable to counterattacks. Sure enough, the skillful Tai-san hit all his vital spots as he was about to swing his sword. Kangjin falls to the ground, panting and grasping for air to breathe. He tries to collect himself again, but Tai suddenly stabs his sword right next to the man's face. While looking down at his opponent, our hero educates the newbie that sense, judgment ability, how to target weak points, and other physical factors make huge difference during a fight. He tells the man that Kangjin is able to survive the current quest because his power is working even though they are on Earth, but he emphasizes that such power will not suffice to survive the labyrinth solo mode. Tai is being harsh particularly on Kangjin because he has grown fond of the kid. He would like to avoid the same occurrence from his previous life where this young vigorous adventurer just disappeared without making a name for himself. He knows that if this reckless kid continues his way of doing things, the same thing will happen again. Kangjin trembles in shock, wondering how such factors could create such a huge impact in battle. He thought that stats and levels are all that mattered in the dungeon, and our hero gave him a rude awakening. While the kid is still processing everything, Tai-san orders him to stand up and fight once more, saying that he will gladly be Kangjin's opponent until he fully realizes everything he's doing wrong. With a menacing glare and a cold dead expression on his face, Tai tells the young adventurer that they are just getting started. 30 minutes later, Kangjin finally runs out of gas and falls from his injuries. Tai really gave him a good beating for being overconfident in his abilities. Our hero asked if he had finally grasped his level after fighting Tai with the same stats. In response, Kangjin states that he indeed does. He knows that his current level sucks so bad that it is not even worth mentioning. And with that, the duel between Kangjin and Tai-san has come to an end, with our hero emerging victorious. As a final remark, he reminds the young man that while it is good to have confidence and faith in himself, it is also crucial to know his limits and avoid being reckless. There is a thin line between being confident and being complacent. Our hero then redirects his gaze to Lee Tion, hinting that she will face our boy next. The young lady immediately burst into tears from fear of facing our hero. She states that she already knows very well how weak she is, so there is no need for them to fight. Lee Tion states that she won't ever go across her limits. However, no matter how much she downplays herself, it won't work on our hero. He points his sword towards the lady and states that she has an entirely different problem compared to Kangjin. So, in order to address that as well, Tai-san issued a duel against her. As the match began, in contrast to the battle with Kangjin where the young kid was the one to attack, our boy swiftly rushed towards Lee Tion, telling her to respond accordingly to his attack. Left with no choice, Lee Tion takes her battle stance. Although her eyes were closed, she was able to properly react to our hero's strike. She ducked below to receive Tai's blade and block it. Not only was she able to defend herself from our boy's attack, but she also managed to instinctively launch a counterattack, even though she kept her eyes closed. However, even that wasn't enough to bring our hero down. He skillfully repositioned his feet and launched a spin attack against Lee Tion. Surprisingly, despite his low self-esteem, Lee Tion's reaction time and quick reflexes are keeping up with our hero. She stepped forward to avoid the blade of our hero's sword and intercepted his arm from the swing. After that, she launches her own attack on Tai, forcing our hero to step back and give her some space. Kangjin, who is currently watching the battle, was astounded by his colleague's performance. The young lady may seem to be moving randomly, but she is managing to block all of our hero's attacks. As our hero steps back, Lee Tion charges forward in hopes of delivering a finishing blow. Unfortunately, despite being skilled enough to block and respond to Tai's attacks, the young lady isn't strong enough to beat our experienced hero. He grabbed the girl on her shoulder and throws her to the ground with ease, successfully ending the duel with Tai as the winner once again. While the lady is trying to catch her breath, our hero questions if she has learned or realized something from their fight. Tai commends her, saying that she isn't as weak as she thinks. Hearing this, Lee Tion can't help but tear up a bit, realizing that our hero's words are true. However, Tai reminds her that this doesn't mean she can be too bold and reckless in the future. With the two learning what aspects they have to improve on, Tai declares the end of their training. He states that from now on, he will tell them about other skills and how to conquer the maze, so he prompts them to listen carefully. Our boy then gave them a long-ass explanation that the artist decided to skip the cutscene. The night has arrived, and our hero concludes his lecture. If we are to guess what the lecture is about, it's probably just about the previous episodes of this series. Tai then tells the two that they are free to share this information with other players as well, so that they will also know what to do and not die a meaningless death in the labyrinth. As a final remark, Tai demands the two to survive, and not die no matter what. His genuine concern has taken aback both Lee Tion and Kangjin, prompting them to look at each other. Our hero then asked them if he had said something wrong for them to be making such confused faces. In response, the disciples shook their heads and say that they just didn't expect such warm words from Tai-san. After getting beaten up badly earlier, they really thought that our hero was a savage person. Tai-san sighs and states that if he's a cold person, he wouldn't have shared his knowledge with them. Having said everything that the two needed to know, our hero prompts them to go inside the city hall to get some rest. With that, the three dispersed, concluding their long-awaited first meeting. Our hero then opens the system window to check how much time is left before the mandatory quest starts. The clock states that there are still exactly 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 58 seconds before the first wave starts. Meanwhile, inside the city hall, we see Huey stressing her head out, planning on what to do about the upcoming quest. If you can still remember the last episode, all the power-hungry old farts quickly ran away after hearing about the quest, leaving Huey to take charge in everything. Suddenly, a voice out of nowhere asks her what's wrong, spooking the lady a bit. It is none other than our hero, Tai-san. Huey asks him since when he was inside the room, to which our hero replies that she better close the window for safety because people with high stats can easily come inside just like he did. With the mini formality out of the way, our hero gets to the point and asks about the situation, somehow surprising the lady. She then began explaining the plan. Since the monsters will come from all 4 corners of the city hall, she intends to divide their personnel and place them on each side. Huey explains that it will be difficult to guard the city hall from the inside, since it will be too hard for that many people to move inside a cramped space. So, before the quest starts, she will command everyone to go outside and intercept the monsters. However, her real dilemma starts from here. There are people who refuse to follow her orders, saying that they don't want to fight the monsters, and Huey is having a hard time convincing them. These freeloaders should just be thrown outside and be used as monster bait. Our hero then makes a suggestion that rekindled the hopes of Huey. He tells the lady to leave one side to him, an entire area defended only by Tai-san. With that, he states that she will have more personnel to send to other sides. Although she was relieved to hear such a suggestion, Huey isn't that shameless to just instantly accept it. She asks our hero if that will really be okay, and our hero states that he wouldn't be suggesting such an idea if it wasn't fine for him. Huey doesn't know how to express her gratitude properly, so she just repeatedly thanked our hero. Tai then climbs out of the window, telling the girl not to stress too much about it for it's not really a big deal for him. He then bids her temporary farewell and states that he is looking forward for their next meeting alive. Time is ticking fast and there's only 31 minutes and 48 seconds left before the quest begins. The low-ranked adventurers are having some existential crisis every time the clock ticks, wondering if they really have to go and face the monsters. Their nerves are really getting into them, causing their morale to plummet. Although, no matter how much they hate to participate, they have no choice but to do so or they will die a dog's death without even having the chance to defend themselves. The chess pieces are now in place. On the south side of the city hall, Huey is the one to lead the other adventurers. On the west side, Jun is chosen to be the leader of the pack. On the east side, Lee Tion and Kangjin are waiting with the other adventurers for the monsters to arrive. And lastly, Tai-san himself is standing alone on the north side of the city hall. After a few minutes, a distortion in space and time started to appear out of nowhere, revealing a portal where the monsters would spawn. The system windows then notify all players that the quest has begun. Their task for today is to defeat the enemies and stay alive. As the quest commences, a force field dividing the players has suddenly arisen, confusing the people. These massive walls enveloped the whole city hall in a cross-like structure. The monsters then came rushing towards the player like students running to the cafeteria as soon as the lunch bell rang. Those who were doubting about facing the beasts have completely lost their will to fight at the sight of the horde of monsters. Their ranks became messed up with people trying to escape from the scene. However, the energy walls that had risen earlier prevents them from going back inside the city hall. Panic ensues within the defenders, leaving them vulnerable. Huey tries to rally them back, commanding them to get back into their positions and not be afraid. But the valiant lady can only do so much. She still has to protect herself from the rushing beasts. One weak-ass adventurer got himself in trouble and falls down on his bum to the ground, leaving him vulnerable to the approaching monster. As the dumbass was about to be taken away by the beast, he was fortunate enough to be saved by Huey, so he only received 7 damage from the attack. The valiant leader informs them that the monster's attack power isn't that high, so their chances of survival are pretty favorable. They just have to be careful. She shouts for the people to get their shit up and fight together. Now I know why our hero opted to solo one side. Dealing with these useless shits is more stressful than actually fighting the wave. Hearing that they wouldn't easily die from the attacks, the adventurers recalled that their rewards will be determined by the results of the quest. This somehow motivated them to try and fight the wave. Gathering their resolve fueled by the anticipation for the rewards, the useless adventurers began launching their assault toward the incoming monsters. Now they are properly doing their jobs. Huey is finally able to breathe a sigh of relief after seeing how motivated the other people has become. Meanwhile, Lee Tion and Kangjin are effortlessly dealing with the wave. They are even slashing the beasts with smiles on their faces. Looks like the match with our hero really boosted their confidence. The other adventurers can't help but be amazed by the two's performance, saying that they are as strong as the opponents. In response, Kangjin smiles at the man and humbly states that he isn't that strong. It seems like he really took note of Tai-san's words. Lee Tion comments that the real monster is actually fighting on the other side of the building, pertaining to our boy. Speaking of the devil, we see Tai-san really going at it against multiple enemies. He slices through the horde of beasts as if they were made of butter. Ghosty comments that there surely are a lot of monsters, however, they are all too weak and easily defeated. He wonders how other people could be intimidated with such weak opponents. He then notices that Tai has already gotten rid of all the monsters in the area, but the quest is still not over. In response, Tai tells him that it will only be finished after the other sides have cleared theirs as well. Our boy then tries to destroy the wall that is dividing the sections of the city hall, but no matter how much force he puts into his attacks, he isn't leaving any scratch on the barrier. Left with no other options, our boy decides to just sit around and patiently wait the other players. After some gruesome while, the mass celebrated their first victory against the first wave. The system then informs them that they have successfully completed the special quest and that they will get their rewards once they return to the maze. Suddenly, another notification pops up, informing them about the commencement of the second wave. The instruction is the same as before: kill the enemies and defend the city hall. The people frowned after learning that it still isn't over, but they were surprised to see that there is only one monster that has appeared. They were then convinced that the second wave would be easy if they were just going to fight a single opponent. However, June immediately knew that it wouldn't be without a catch. One eager adventurer quickly charges towards the opponent, wanting to monopolize all the reward after defeating the second wave. Unfortunately, all his eagerness and excitement quickly dissipated after he launched his attack. He gave his all with the one strike, intending to end the monster with it. But the beast only received 1 damage. The beast then suddenly grabbed him and started squeezing the life out of the man, giving him 54 damage repeatedly until finally, the adventurer ran out of health points and his head exploded. All the other adventurers were horrified at the gruesome scenario that just unfolded. They began shivering from fear as they tried to grasp the situation. The beast then revealed its true aura and lets out a harrowing scream. The force behind the powerful sonic wave was so strong that a few numbers of adventurers exposed with the wave were killed on the spot. Realizing how crazy strong this lone beast actually is, the mass is thrown into panic. They again return to their chaotic nature, trying to run away and save themselves. June tries to persuade them not to run away and hold their position like earlier, saying that if they retreat, they will just die in vain. While he is preoccupied pleading his comrades, the monster launched another attack which June narrowly avoids by ducking. However, the people behind him weren't fortunate enough to react on time. From that one single strike, multiple adventurers were killed. The young man now wonders how they will be able to win against such a strong and formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Tai-san is just chilling, sitting atop of the corpse of the same type of beast that is sending shivers to the other adventurers. He pities his kind, saying how cruel it is that they are literally being forced to put their lives on the line in order to win. Seeing how despair had already consumed the other side of the wall with people trying to ask for help, our hero decided to get off the corpse and started sprinting. Ghosty queries what does Tai intends to do, saying that the wall is preventing him from helping the other sides. As it turns out, our hero isn't planning on crossing to the other part of the city hall. Instead, he rushed over towards the portal where the monsters are spawning. He easily dispatched off the beasts that were guarding the place. As he stands before the massive portal, a special quest is suddenly issued to him, telling our boy to destroy the black swamp vessel. Our hero then becomes serious and starts attacking the portal. Although it isn't as large as the portal in the sky, he knows that if he destroys it, he will be able to lessen the monsters that are spawning on the earth. As he is stabbing the black swamp vessel, a D-grade monster appears in the form of a giant wolf. It grabbed our hero's blade with its mouth and sends him flying with a powerful howl. Tai-san manages to land safely on his feet, but he is concerned about the well-being of his eardrums. You can judge a monster's strength by the number in its name. The lower the number, the higher its rank is. The monsters that came in the first wave were F rank and E rank, respectively. And the monster that is right in front of our hero is a D-class beast with only 6-digit number on its name. In his previous life, mankind was almost brought to extinction during the waves because of this monster's attacks. In the past, it was only after Tai's third return to Earth that he was barely able to eliminate the wolf. But now, our boy knows that it won't be the case. It will be completely different this time. He then activates the sword art that Ghosty has taught him and slashes the monster with precision. However, even after dealing 136 worth of damage to the beast, the wolf is still able to launch a counterattack, raining down its paw on our hero and smashing him into the ground. Fortunately, Tai was able to activate his skills, nullification of first attack and nullification of second attack, allowing him to receive no damage from the monster's strike. He then activates his frost arrow and freezes the arm of the mutt. As a result, the beast pulled back its paw, freeing our hero from its grasp. Our hero quickly took this opportunity to propel himself up and reposition. He states that the monster is indeed strong and resilient, but it is still not enough to defeat him. While Tai is in the air, the monster tries to take a huge chunk of our boy, but our hero lands directly into its mouth and stabs the wolf. He then activated his fire magic, Fire Blast, creating a powerful explosion inside the wolf's mouth. According to him, compared to the opponents he has faced in the past, those who have 1,000,000 points worth of health, this wolf is very manageable. The battle dragged on for too long that the illustrator once again skipped the cutscene. 1 hour later, we see our hero drinking potion to replenish his energy, and the wolf has finally kicked the bucket. The notification window then pops up, solidifying our boy's victory against the monster. Tai then launches a massive frost arrow to the black swamp portal, effectively destroying it. Our boy has successfully completed the special quest, and just like the others, the rewards will be automatically sent to him once they return to the labyrinth. Tai-sen then scans the area to look for other portals, but there seems to be none. Suddenly, another notification saying the same thing as before appeared. Ghosty asked why the same notification would appear twice, to which our hero states that it must mean that the other sides of the city hall have also finished up as well. In the last episode, Tai-sen has managed to subjugate the monster that gave him a lot of trouble in his past life, the D-class wolf beast. Although he still struggled even this time, it's worlds apart compared to the past. The notification window then informs him that the other adventurers have finished the quest as well. We now see Huey leaning on her sword, struggling to catch her breath. The poor condition of her armor and the blood stains on it are evidence of the difficult scuffle she had with the monster. As we see the ugly ass face of the beast, Huey declares that it's finally over. Even though they have successfully subjugated the monster, the expression on her face is that of distress. The reason is because a lot of people had to sacrifice their lives just to kill one monster. The corpse lying on the ground far outnumbers those who are still alive, and even those people are almost half dead from the injuries they've sustained. Well, the main reason this tragedy happened is because they didn't immediately try to fight back. They scrammed around the area, trying to break the magical wall in hopes of escaping, but they soon got devoured by the monster with their backs turned around. It was only after a couple of hundreds of escapees died that they finally realized that the only way to survive is to do what they did during the first wave, face their fear, work together, and kill the monster as a team. Most of the participants have to face the word scenario of dying in vain without being able to do anything. Due to their cowardness, they have died without even trying to defend themselves. Even though such tragedy is caused by the fault of the majority, the natural-born leader Huey blames herself for it. She thinks that it is somehow her fault that this happened because she lacks leadership. While grasping her sword really tight, she goes hard on herself and states that the deaths could have been lessened if she had led them better. While the poor girl is lamenting about the deaths, the magical barrier slowly dissipates into thin air, signaling the end of the quest. Now, the adventurers divided by it can reunite. After realizing all the hardships they had to endure in the face of the monster even though they are banded together, Huey suddenly remembers our boy. Concerned for his well-being, the lady reflects that she has to help him, thinking that no matter how strong Tai is, there is no way he can defeat such a strong monster by himself. She abruptly stands up and commands everyone to promptly head towards the north side. Even though she's already limping from her injuries, she mustered all her courage and might to drag herself to move. In her mind, she thinks that they absolutely cannot afford to lose someone who might be a great strength for them in the future. However, her injuries seem to be worse than she had expected. Despite her strong will, her body refused to move and proceeded to collapse. As she was about to fall down, a hand grabbed her by the shoulder and acted as support. It was none other than our hero, catching the exhausted lady in the nick of time. Although taken by surprise, the relief became evident on her face as she saw our hero alive. Tai informs her that the north side has been defended flawlessly. Moreover, he states that he seems to be improving better than before. Our boy then notices the corpses on the ground. The horrifying number of deaths in this quest is terrifying. Regaining her balance, Huey states that Tai seems to be doing fine. She comments that unlike him, they had to literally risk their lives just to finish the second wave. In response, Tai states that everyone will be risking their lives once again when they return to the labyrinth. Notification windows then appear, congratulating the surviving adventurers for the job well done. It informs them that they will receive their rewards according to their performance once they return and that they have 48 hours left on Earth. Out of the 100,000 people who were sent back to their home planet for the special mandatory quest, only 30,000 were fortunate enough to survive. Realizing her weakness, Huey tells our boy that compared to her, Tai is more competent to lead the people. However, our hero refutes her words, saying that he cannot be that kind of person. He emphasizes that compared to a stranger like him, the people will most likely put their trust on Huey, who is a natural leader. Tai gives her a little lecture, saying that it is a fact she can't protect everyone, but those people know that she has risked her life to fight and do her best. Huey's eyes widened as she heard this, appreciating our hero's kind words. As she is absorbing everything, a group of battered adventurers approach her, asking what they should do now. Given the responsibility to lead once again, Huey looks down, unsure of what instruction to give. Tai then places his hand on her shoulder, telling her to familiarize herself with death from now on. The labyrinth and the quests aren't kind. Death lingers everywhere every time they venture. Huey takes a moment to collect and compose herself. After gathering her resolve, she gives a speech to remind the people about the reality of the situation. She states that a lot of people has died today. Although they are on Earth, the planet they consider home, Huey remarks that they have arrived in a world where civilization and order has disappeared, where even people who provide solace in death can just be gone tomorrow. She reminds them that this return to Earth will not be the last time. There will also be a next, and a next after that. With a firm expression on her face, she tells everyone to survive. Survive for the sake of those who have died. In order to reveal the truth, she urges everyone to come back even stronger. With that, they have buried the unfortunate ones in the grave. I don't know if it will make them a little bit glad, but at the very least, they are now resting eternally on their home planet, unlike the others who have perished inside the unknown place called the labyrinth. As our hero was about to head out on his own, Lee-Tion and Kangjin caught up to him. The young man asks if they all have to split up once again. After being in solo mode for a long time, looks like Kangjin has grown fond of having comrades by his side. Tai answers yes, saying that it is time for them to return to the maze, as he stands before the portal leading to the labyrinth. He bids the two farewells, promising to meet each other next time. However, Lee-Tion has doubts about that. She anxiously asks if they will really be able to meet again. Contrary to her Xian reluctant mindset, Kangjin is 100% positive that their next meeting is set in stone. He even confidently declares that he will win against Tai the next time they fight. Lee-Tion comments that Kangjin hasn't changed at all even after experiencing the gruesome special quest. Jun then also appears and calls for our hero's attention. He thanks Tai for everything he has done and reassures him that he will do his very best to become stronger. Huey comes with Jun as well, telling Tai to survive so that they can meet again. In response, our hero waves his hand and says that he's supposed to be the one telling them that. He looks them straight into their eyes and states that they must live and survive no matter what challenge they face. With that final remark, our boy enters the portal and was sent back into the labyrinth. He takes a moment to internalize everything, then continues his journey. If you can still remember, this will be the last floor that Ghosty will be joining our hero's adventure, for the Spirit's quest is about clearing the 10th floor. Now, Tai is facing the boss's room on the 10th floor, but before he could even make a move and open the door, multiple window prompts popped up in front of him. It calculated all the points that our hero will receive for his performance back on Earth. With all things added, Tai accumulated a total of 482p, which he can use to get anything. The system informs him that he can exchange it to gold, stats, skill, or competency level. If he is to exchange it for gold, the ratio will be 1:10, meaning that Tai will get 4280 worth of gold. Our boy thinks that it is a good ratio, but considering that he can always get gold inside the labyrinth, its value is low. For stats, the points ratio will be 5:1. If he's to convert everything into it, then he will obtain 96 points of stats, which is very impactful as he ventures the maze. However, he considers it a waste if use it like that with his current stats. So, our boy chooses to use the points for his skills competency level with a ratio of 10:1. You see, skill competency level is only built with time, experience, and effort, so there's really no other way to increase them. Unlike with gold, where he can always clear every nook and cranny of the maze and obtain rewards, and for experience, he can always kill every monster roaming around. Using his points on competency is the best choice. When the competency level of a skill increases by 20%, its contents will change. For example, in the skill Always Activated Special Skill, Detection. With 1% competency, the player can only detect creature weaknesses, but once it reaches 20%, they can occasionally be provided with important information which might prove to be crucial. To put it simply, it is the same as skill strengthening. But depending on what the skill is, the changes may be significant or may be insignificant. Tai then calls out to Ghosty, who seems to be dozing off at the moment. After a few tries, our boy has finally managed to get his attention. The warrior spirit asks our boy about why he's calling him. Tai was confused by Ghosty's question. Normally, conversation between them is so natural. But ever since they have returned from Earth, Tai noticed that Ghosty seems to be constantly thinking about something. I might be wrong, but I think he's lamenting about the fact that their time together is about to end. We will miss you too, you annoying ghost. Our boy asks about Ghosty's thought of Tai increasing the competency level of the Sword of Scarring Storm instantly. Ghosty states that he isn't too sure of what would happen, but he thinks that it might not be good. He tells Tai that it is definitely best to improve the skill along with his body. It doesn't matter how much knowledge Tai possesses about the skill, because physical ability is a whole different story. It will only be a waste to increase its competency level if our boy's body isn't able to keep up. Our hero then opens his skill window. Iraq Weapon Mastery, Protective Shield, Vital Point Attack, Thirst of Battle. Those are all of our hero's skills that he considers worth leveling up. However, he doesn't eliminate the possibility that it will be regretful to waste the points to those skills, and it is more of a gamble to increase his competency level. He's having a hard time due to having too many options to choose from. Suddenly, he stumbles upon his magical ability, which is currently at 2% proficiency. He instantly knew that of all his skills, this would be the most worth it to improve. However, he still wants to confirm it first before deciding. Later, a huge explosion occurs in the safe zone of the 9th floor. It seems like our favorite clumsy mage, Lilias, is doing some failed experiment. She coughs from the smoke and states that it wasn't the correct combination. Suddenly, our hero comes barging in, surprising the girl. He fills Lilias with the details, and the mage was surprised that there is a way to increase his magic competency level instantly. She expresses her disbelief that one could interfere with the internal systems of the labyrinth from the outside, commenting that even she cannot do it. She then asks our hero how he has done such a thing. Tai asks if it is really that impossible to do. In response, Lilias states that of course it is. She explains that competency levels are regulations from the labyrinth. It is possible for people with no talent to become stronger in this place, but they are bound by regulations at the same time. That is why no one can interfere with regulations, not even the gods. Curious, she asks our hero to what extent he can increase his magical capabilities. With a calm and casual expression on his face, our hero reveals that he can improve them to about 50%. After hearing our hero's answer, Lilias's expression became very serious. She shivered from shock and hit the table, almost causing the objects on it to fall to the ground. She tries her best to calm herself and sternly warns our boy not to tell anyone about it. She states that she guarantees that people will kill him as soon as they know about it. In response, Tai asks if it's really that serious. Lilias then questions him if he's deliberately trying to mock her. She emphasizes that she's even willing to cut off one of her fingers just to increase her magic level competency by 1%, revealing that her current competency level is at 20% only. She continues her explanation, saying that although this is a sure thing, but the higher one's level of competency in magic, the higher its usefulness will be. Lilias states that Tai's magic is probably around 2 to 3%, so his magic is limited and shouldn't be able to use even beginner-level magic properly. Basic, beginner, intermediate, advanced, ultimate, these are the levels of magic that all people can use inside the mage, given if they have the right level of proficiency. She comments that it was already a unique case for Tai to be able to master intermediate-level magic right away. Normally, when he is at 20% proficiency level, he can max out the power in basic-level magic and he will only be able to use half the power of beginner-level magic. At 40%, he can completely use beginner-level magic. At 60%, he will be able to master intermediate-level magic. She then states that this would be all for her explanation, stating that the information would help Tai in making his decision. Tai ponders about it for a bit, then leaves the mage to go back to the 10th floor. Unsure of the changes that would happen, our boy opted to use 100p first on his detection skill, increasing his competency level by 10%. Now that his detection skill is at 62%, its effects have changed. He can now see through the weaknesses of creatures and non-creatures. It will also allow him to identify the hidden room and his opponent's information roughly. The skill will also occasionally provide him with important information. He then uses the remaining 380 points on his magic proficiency level, increasing it by a whopping 38%. As a result, our boy acquires magic acceleration and magic explosion. At 40% proficiency, Tai is able to properly control magic, and it is likely that he will be able to control flame, cold, and wind element. Ever the excited type, even though his face isn't showing it, our boy immediately tested his new magical abilities. He conjures flame into his palm and flicks it away. He notices that the size has gotten bigger and even the slight delay of creating the spell has disappeared as well. As he flicks the fireball, he activates magic acceleration, further increasing the power and speed of the spell. He then happily tested his frost arrow. As he shoots the giant arrow of ice, our boy activates a magic explosion. As a result, the giant icicle exploded in the air, sending shards of ice everywhere. Tai takes a moment to absorb the changes that have occurred and smiles with satisfaction, saying that it's all worth it. Now, it is time to continue his journey. He opens the door of the boss room where the ogre fighter is waiting for him with its 2 giant battle axes. As soon as our boy steps into the room, he activates his blazing ball spell and pairs it with magic acceleration. The giant ball of fire collides right into the face of the ugly bastard, giving the boss with a high defense a whopping 112 damage from a single attack. Tai follows it with a confusion spell, of course. He also activates his magic acceleration this time too, causing despair for the boss. While the mental spell is consuming the ogre's mind, our boy activates his magic explosion. Surprisingly, the debuff spell became an attack skill. The magical elements that are affecting the monster suddenly exploded. The monster staggered from the attack, rendering it immobile. Tai then declares that he isn't done yet, as he begins to conjure multiple spells at once. A number of fireballs and frost arrows began appearing out of thin air, then our hero launched all of it to the poor monster. As they make contact with the beast, our boy then activates a magic explosion, resulting in a devastating bombardment of spells. The ogre fighter wasn't even able to swing its axe a single time as it dies from our hero's ruthless magic. I'm sure that Lilias will become crazy if she ever sees Tai doing this. With that, our hero has successfully cleared the 10th floor, giving him the basic reward. The Ogre Ring. Amazed by the power of magic, Tai comments that he might be able to clear up to the 20th floor with just magic alone. Finally, Ghosty has finished thinking to himself and states that it would only be natural for our hero to do that with his level of proficiency with magic. He states that magic is one of the axes of the labyrinth. Seeing that the ghost is now willing to have a conversation, our hero then asks him something. Ghosty states that it really took him some time to wrap his head around the thing he was thinking about. He was wondering why something like that appeared. I guess he saw something that we aren't aware of. Our hero then becomes serious and questions him, asking who was it that destroyed their world. Some mortals exceed their limits through trials. Whether it's in strength or faith, once they reach a certain level in a field, they will turn from mortal to a transcendental being. Only after the life they have lived is evaluated and they gain the area they are in charge of do they change from transcendental beings to gods. Even though transcendental beings became great existences after successfully breaking free from mortality and possessing extraordinary power, but at the same time, the amount of strength they possessed was fixed, so they can't recover easily after using their strength. Ghosty states that monsters came to invade the cities of Ty's world. Moreover, there were so many of them. When transcendental beings interfere with mortal affairs, they will experience a great loss of strength, so it is considered a crazy thing that they wouldn't normally do. However, there are some existences capable of doing just that. They can interfere in the world of mortals without suffering any loss of strength. They are existences from the past that have lost their names. The ghost calls them as innate transcendental beings known as the old gods. They are the kind of existence whose lifespan isn't determined in the first place. So, when they interfere in the world of mortals, they will not lose any of their strength. If Ghosty will be honest, he claims that he never seen them in person. He only found out about it because of the folklore and information of the labyrinth. Those old gods have disappeared in a long time, hence their names. Ty wonders how come such powerful beings could just disappear out of nowhere. To answer that, although he isn't that sure about its credibility, Ghosty states that he heard that there was a war between the transcendental beings or something. His being unsure about it is the reason why he was so deep in thoughts in the past panels. Now, our hero wants to know why such powerful transcendentals would want to attack the Earth. Ghosty states that he isn't really sure as to why they would do that, but he's pretty confident that they can't dispatch someone who is too strong. The old gods just don't lose strengths from the clauses, but they undoubtedly have their limits. Ty then became deep in thoughts. Even if it was true that they have limits, it is still a fact that they have sent an apostle that even Li Tion of the past couldn't defeat. Our boy cannot believe that such an unbelievable powerful existence would appear. Satisfied with Ghosty's answer, our hero states that will be all for now. After defeating the boss, as per usual, our hero heads to the secret chamber of the floor. It is a staircase leading to an unknown place. While they are descending, Ty briefly remembers the first time he met the annoying ghost, forcing him to kill the 10th floor boss. They have finally gotten to this point, and our favorite spirit's quest will come to an end. As they reach the place, they were met by Fat Ogre reading a book, a rather peculiar sight. The Sage Ogre closes the book he was reading to greet the warrior who has stepped into his domain. The Ogre states that he knew this day would come, but it was faster than he had expected. He then prompts Ghosty to have their last talk, shocking him. To answer Ghosty's confusion, the Sage Ogre states that the adventurer that the warrior spirit is with seems like an opponent he can't defeat, so he is sure that today he will meet his end. Knowing that, the Ogre would like to satisfy his curiosity first before going into business. Even though he is overwhelmed with raging emotions, Ghosty does his absolute best to calm himself down and accepts the Ogre's request. Even though he was the one to make the request, the Ogre Sage was surprised that someone who used to be so arrogant and reckless as Ghosty would accept. It seems that Ghosty and this Ogre Sage have some history between each other, a bond more than that of enemies, because the monster knows plenty about Ghosty's past. In the last episode, our hero defeated the 10th floor boss and proceeded to descend into the hidden room with Ghosty, where they found the Ogre Sage who seems to be acquainted with the warrior spirit. Despite the raging emotions of Ghosty, he allowed the monster to speak his last words. It is then the Ogre revealed that the Seekers of the Gods have rejected Ghosty, and even the Lost King despised him. The Ogre states that Ghosty, who has come from the ruined world, is way too weak-hearted. Due to Ghosty being shunned by the gods, his urge to have someone by his side grew. That's why he didn't kill the Ogre, even though he's aware that the Sage is a monster, because that monster was the only one who listened to his story. The Ogre Sage then proceeds to blame the warrior for his own demise, saying that he knew he was an adventurer, and the Ogre was a monster. The Ogre Sage states that he just did what a monster was supposed to do, eliminate the adventurers, even if it meant betrayal. Hearing this, Ghosty became even more furious. Consumed with unquenchable rage, he tells our hero to kill and shut the monster up. However, to Ghosty's surprise, Tai-san tells him to wait. This sudden turn of events baffled even the Ogre Sage. He thought that our hero was just a mere puppet that moved all the way to his lair under Ghosty's control, but he was proven wrong just now. Tai then steps closer to the monster and asks where the ogre got his weapon, the very blade that he used to end the warrior's life. As our hero voiced this unnoticed subject out, Ghosty apparently remembered something from it. Tai continues, saying that offensive weapons are very valuable because of their performance. It was the kind of equipment that was impossible for a trivial monster on the 10th floor to have. He then reiterates the question, pressing the ogre for an answer. The monster then suddenly grins, commenting that our hero is the one responsible for changing the warrior. The Ogre Sage then turns to Ghosty, asking him how he can be so calm after all what happened. He states that there are countless of existences who hated the warrior spirit's arrogance, and those existences aren't only the gods, but also other adventurers. Something then crosses Ghosty's mind after hearing this. He recalls an organization called the Guide of Sins. The monster then reveals that the organization ordered him to kill the warrior, and even gave him a weapon to do so. He states that they threatened his life, so he had no choice but to accept. Ghosty's rage became uncontrollable, and he exploded from sheer anger, calling the ogre bastard. The overwhelming aura and emotions emitting from the spirit was so powerful that the very ground they were standing on started to shake. It seems like Tai is also familiar with the Guide of Sin, saying that he has heard about them from Li Tion in the past. The ogre sage continued his blabbering, remarking that the group were too scared to kill the warrior by themselves because they are aware of his power, and that he is too strong to eliminate. That's why they borrowed the hand of a trivial monster like the ogre to get the job done. After those provoking facts from the monster, the ogre states that he has said everything he wanted to say, and they can do whatever they want now. In response, Tai quickly pulled out his Rakaraka's ceremonial blade and points it towards the monster. As the blade nears his neck, the ogre sage comments that even though he was weak, he managed to survive this cruel and dark place called the labyrinth for a long time. He took advantage of the loneliness of everyone in the maze and used the art of conversation to build closeness with them. However, there's always an end to everything, and he is facing his right now. Our boy then slowly impales the monster's heart with his sword, gradually draining the life out of the ogre. As blood gushes out of his mouth, the ogre sage speaks to our hero, telling him that power is the main answer to this cruel place. He places his hopes to our boy, praying that he becomes someone so powerful to the point that no one would ever dare to touch him. In response, Tai closed his eyes and sincerely told the ogre that he definitely will become someone like that. As life slowly fades away from the monster, he entrusts his hopes to our hero, praying that Tai becomes the one to conquer the unforgiving place and become their salvation. After those final words, the lifeless body of the monster falls to the ground while our hero bravely stands beside him. The notification window then informs our hero of his completion of the 10th floor after eliminating the sage ogre. It also notifies him that the existences of this place are starting to pay attention to him, garnering both kindness and hostilities. After killing the monster, the weapon it uses was left to our boy, the Edge of Calamity. Meanwhile, Ghosty is conflicted on what to feel after acquiring his long-awaited revenge. He doesn't know if he should continue resenting the ogre or should he thank him. Nonetheless, he chooses to pay it no mind and turns to our hero, saying that he will now give his reward for completing his quest. The spirit rewards him with the Kabat's relic, the sword imbued with the blood of the ancestors. It is a relic from a world that has now been destroyed. The blade has taken countless lives of royal family members. That stat that the weapon gives is amazing. It provides a whopping 20 additional attack power, which can be further increased by another 10 when fighting someone with a noble lineage. Ghosty proudly boasts about the sword, saying that it is a blade that has a deep history in his world. He states that even the forefather himself also lost his life with the blade. Tai is gobsmacked with the reward. He never thought he would get such a good weapon. After handing out his reward, Ghosty proceeds to vent out his pent-up emotions, calling the Guide of the Sin bastards, saying how dare those who had given up on conquering the maze and gone crazy to justify their actions get in his way. Suddenly, a subquest was issued to our hero. The system informs Tai that after realizing the truth, the warrior desires more revenge. The condition of the quest is to kill everyone involved in his murder, and the reward will be decided by the warrior depending on his mood. Seems like it's still too early for us to say goodbye to the noisy companion. He tells our hero to rip anyone who has anything to do with his death, the Guide of the Sin included. Tai then tells him that issuing another quest will mean that the ghost will have to continue to accompany him. In response, Ghosty states that it's nothing bad about it. Actually, he is curious to see how far Tai will get. After absorbing the content of the subquest, our boy chooses to accept it. Meanwhile, somewhere around the labyrinth, we see a person cloaked in a black robe, seemingly observing the place. He talks to themselves and asks if there are any useful newcomers, revealing that he is from the Guide of the Sin. Half of the adventurers who bowed down before the brutality of the maze combined their strengths and created their own group with the aim of conquering the maze, and they named their group as the Guide of the Sin. However, despite having the same goal as any other adventurer, which is to conquer the labyrinth, the method they chose to become stronger wasn't to be a challenger to the maze. Rather, they chose to become parasites instead. They limited the number of floors adventurers could conquer and created their own hierarchies and laws. When they find adventurers who break their laws and refuse to be part of them, they will do their best to eliminate them, just like what they did to Ghosty when he was still alive. Tai-Sen continued with his journey, and he immediately took down the boss of the 11th floor, the Skeleton Knight, without any problem. No, I did not skip any panels. Our boy just straight up killed the 11th floor boss in just one panel. He then asks Ghosty if the Guides of the Sin are on the deeper floors, to which Ghosty answers with a maybe. He states that the executives who are considered the core of the organization and leaders are definitely on the deep level floors, while the rest who are the lower ranks are mobilized throughout the maze. Our boy comments that they might run into the bastards in the near future, but he thinks that he's prepared for such scenario. As rewards for killing the boss, our boy receives the bracelet of countermove, which gives +5 defense and an effect which allows him to counterattack his opponent's attack with a 1% chance. He also acquires the Ogre Ring, which gives 15 additional powers. Lastly, Tai obtains the Lion's Ring that gives +3 damage to the dead. This probably means undead opponents. I mean, why would he need to damage the dead if it's already dead? Anyway, our boy continues his descent to the next floor and states that whatever it is, the fact that they have to keep going down doesn't change, and so, the quest of the 12th floor begins, telling our hero to defeat the 12th floor boss. A rotter ghoul appears and attacks our hero as soon as he steps into the floor, and as expected, our boy dispatched the ugly-ass monster without any problem. Tai comments that he fought Skeleton on the 11th floor, and now he is facing a ghoul on the 12th floor. As it turns out, the theme of the labyrinth changes every 10 floors. The main monsters from the 11th to 20th floors are the undead existences. While it is true that Tai is having no issues dealing with the monsters even though they are undead, the nasty smell is somehow bothering him. He entered a room and was a bit surprised on what he finds inside. The system informs him that he has discovered the altar of Maria. Tai steps closer to observe the altar better. He comments that unlike Rakurata's, it is quite simple. If not for the system, he wouldn't have known that it was a god's altar. He turns to Ghosty and asks what kind of goddess is Maria, to which the spirit states that she is the goddess of choice. However, since the given conditions between them are different, he really can't tell Tai what kind of trial she would give him. But if he's only to tell our boy about the goddess, Ghosty states that she is incredibly strong. He then tells our hero that strong gods tend to be very whimsical. Despite that mild warning, Tai slowly raises his hand towards the statue, saying that he doesn't plan on getting scared and running away at this point. The god then wishes to test our boy, the one who visited the altar. If Tai overcomes the trial, he will be granted a mystery reward. As Maria prepares the quest, her range of influence shrinks. She then offers our hero an empowered trial with a smirk on her statue's face. Our hero could immediately tell that the god means business. The very aura that is being released from the statue is overwhelming enough. He is a bit surprised that Maria is giving him an empowered trial right off the bat. But Ghosty states that the rumors about Tai might have spread widely amongst the gods, so Maria must feel that she doesn't need to test the waters with Tai. This situation works for our hero as well, since he isn't a fan of wasting time. Without any hesitation, Tai accepts the subquest, making the god giggle. Maria, the god of choice, then asks our hero for his preference, making him choose if he would like to face many enemies, or less. This is the first time that Tai has ever experienced a god giving options to a contestant, so he confides to Ghosty and asks for the difference. In response, the companion just emphasized that Maria is the god of choice, so he just needs to choose whatever he wants and not pay too much attention to it. However, the ever-cautious Tai still took a moment to consider his decision, pondering if there is no correct and wrong answer. After contemplating, he chooses fewer enemies. In his mind, if he doesn't know the answer, he will just choose honestly. There is no need for him to make the goddess dislike him. Maria then prompts him to choose the type of enemies he will be fighting, if they will be more varied or less varied. In other words, asking if he will be facing different kinds of enemies or not. He chooses the less varied options, and was then asked if he would like a battle with lots of movements or not, from which he quickly picked the one with lots of movements. The god was pleased by his choices and is content. With a huge smile on her face, the scale on her hand began to glow, followed by a wave of godly powers. The walls of the room began moving away from each other as the room started to expand. Suddenly, different kinds of monsters spawn out of thin air. Tai comments that this is his first time seeing these types of beasts. A red circular zone then forms right beneath him, then a notification window informs him that he will lose the trial if he ever steps out of bounds. Our hero took a quick look around his surroundings and clicked his tongue. I guess Ghosty was indeed correct. The goddess Maria isn't testing the waters anymore. All the monsters began charging at Tai in a synchronized manner. In response, our hero swiftly activated his skill, Unbreathing Attack, which allows him to neglect breathing for a few seconds, giving him a boost of concentration and speed. He then pulls out his swords and performs the sword art he learned from Ghosty, successfully repelling the enemies that are too close to him. While he is preoccupied hacking and slashing the ugly fucks around him, our boy is deep in thoughts. In his mind, he never thought that the trial would be the exact opposite of all his battle preferences. It seems like our boy got bamboozled. He even picked his choices earnestly. This might be the very reason why Maria is known as the goddess of choice, for in the end, her choice is the only thing important. Our boy grabs an ugly goblin and tosses it to the bird monster, instantly defeating two enemies at once. His attention then shifts to the undead from afar, which seems to be casting some dark magic. Tai didn't wait for the monster to finish its attack and quickly flicks a knife to its direction, precisely hitting its head and effectively killing it. He comments that he has finally got the essence of the trial now, stating that he has to risk it all and try to win in the worst case scenario, which he wants to avoid the most. After realizing the reason behind the goddess trial, our hero smiled and activated his skill, Proof of Combat, making him stronger the more victorious he becomes in combat. A flock of dirty-ass rats then came charging towards our boy, which he quickly disintegrated with his fire magic, toasting the nasty rodents into oblivion. A huge troll then hurls its massive weapon behind our hero's back. Fortunately, Tai's reaction time and reflexes were beyond of that a normal human, enabling him to quickly turn around and block the surprise attack. The power struggle between Tai and the monster has reached a stalemate, with neither of them giving a single inch to each other. However, our hero knows that with all the monsters eager to attack him, this contest in strength is unfavorable to him, and he has to think quickly before the others strike him. He then activates his power strike ability, giving him a massive boost in strength, and he overpowers the ugly troll. These bastards aren't giving our hero any breather. Just as soon as he dispatched of the troll, a serpent-like monster along with a wolf jumped from behind him. On the other hand, the Lick is casting a spell from afar as well. In response, Tai had to multitask as well. While he is skillfully waving his swords around, repelling any incoming enemies, he is also casting his frost arrow magic too. Amidst all that, he grabs the tail of the serpent beast and uses the monster as a whip, then throws it to the lizardman. He then follows it up by showering them with his frozen arrows, butchering the two monsters up. Tai has successfully defeated the wave of monsters, yet another batch is awaiting their turn to have a piece of our boy. Tai remarks that they look like swarming ants, mocking the monsters. He takes his defensive stance and with great confidence, he challenges them to come to him. After he just tells them to come at him, the artist decided to skip the fight scene. The next thing we see is our hero kneeling on the ground, recuperating from his injuries. As he stands back up, we see the pile of corpses of the monsters, butchered by Tai's hands. He comments that he has killed most of the enemies. All that's left is the sinister-looking humanoid monster, the very commander of Sung Jinwoo himself. Igris, nah, just kidding, it's just a Death Knight. Tai heard about the Red Knight from Lee Tion. It was the 20th floor's boss, but the ornament that the Death Knight in front of him is wearing is not something a normal monster would wear. Just like Rakurata's servant from before, our hero wonders if this is an existence that is used to be a human. This assumption is highly likely. However, the fact that there are 4 of the Death Knight clouds the theory. There's no point pondering about it though. Tai brings out his knife of self-harm, healing him for 500 points of health. The knights then surround him, preparing to launch an assault. Our boy points his sword at the enemies and taunts them to come at him. This time, however, we get to see the fight. The simultaneous attacks from the knights are giving our hero a difficult time, especially with the limited space he has to work on. The blades are always reaching him, so he constantly had to use his deflect skill. Tai is in a pinch. Even if he uses deflect, there's a limit to blocking all 4 of the opponents at once. So, the solution he had for this situation is his other skill, the forced battle, the one he used to best the first Goblin Lord. He casts the skill to one of the knights, creating a private space for them to duke it out, and no one from outside the barrier can interfere. Our hero quickly uses Power Strike to deliver a powerful blow towards the isolated enemy. However, the experienced knight just jumped out of the barrier and dodged our hero's attack. It seems that the forced battle doesn't confine them inside the space. Tai clicks his tongue out of frustration towards the restriction field that he is under. Because of it, he cannot move freely, and his enemies are using it to easily dodge his strikes. To compensate for the lack of range, he activates Fire Blast and Frost Arrow simultaneously, also adding magic acceleration as well. He launches a barrage of spells towards one of the knights, hoping that it will hit them. However, the knight just easily avoided the spells by running and strafing side to side. Our hero states that his life would have been easier if he could use sword arts and magic at the same time. However, because the enemies are keeping their distance from him, he can only use one of his arsenals at a time. Suddenly, one of the enemies charges towards our hero, leaping and launching itself to Tai. The knight managed to stab our boy right into his chest. Although it may seem that our hero is in deep shit, it turns out that this was one of his plans. He quickly grabs hold of the knight's arm and lets out a huge grin on his face. The other 3 tried to join the fray. However, Tai activates Forced Battle once more, keeping them away. Now that he has grasp of the enemy, it won't be able to escape the barrier anymore. Tai activates his unbreathing attack skill to deliver a barrage of strikes towards the knight, softening up the enemy. After dealing multiple damage, Tai then activates a power strike to deliver the final blow. He mercilessly stabs the Death Knight to its neck, taking the life away from the bastard. The system notifies him that he has successfully defeated the Death Knight. As the battle between Tai and the soldier comes to an end, the barrier that was preventing the other knights from getting near him disappears. Tai is currently about 1/10 of his total health. It will be difficult to continue this battle using the previous tactic of getting stabbed. To make matters worse, it's a 3 versus 1 fight. Our boy can no longer take any hits. In other words, he's fucked. But our boy isn't one to give up. He does his best blocking every strike of his enemies, knocking them back to create distance and gain time. And when he can't do any of those, he avoids the attacks, then repeats the same pattern. We can see our hero's face looking absolutely exhausted. The looks in his eyes are that of a dying man. He wonders if the attacks were too rough. Sword of the Scarring Storm first form, Wolf Fang. Tai attacks in a flurry like a storm and scratches away at the entire body like a wolf, putting on a lot of pressure. The sword art is proving to be effective, keeping the enemy at bay while also dealing damage. However, our hero can't help but be confused as to why he isn't doing the sword art more fluidly. It felt to him like his movements aren't smooth and heavy. Ghosty, the master of the sword art, was surprised by what our hero is currently demonstrating. According to his observation, Tai's movements until now were like paint splashed into a blank canvas, thick and heavy. However, our hero naturally adapted and adjusted his movements to make the sword more fluid while also keeping the killing intent intact. Bit by bit, a new form of movements is being generated by our hero. It is different from the first form. The attacks are softer, lighter, and more graceful, as if Tai is dancing. Ghosty expresses his amusement, saying that he was thinking that it was about time that he started to teach Tai about this exact movement, but he never thought that our boy would figure it out on his own. Tai successfully defeated all the remaining Death Knights with the newly learned sword art form. He turns towards Ghosty and asks what kind of movements he just did. His companion informs him that it was the Sword of the Scarring Storm's second sword, Dancer's Steps. If the Wolf Fang was a barrage of attacks, Dancer's Steps is a fluid attack to eliminate the enemy. They decrease the feeling of rough movements and slice them with optimized movements. Our hero smiles with satisfaction after learning the new sword form. In the last episode, Tai was in a huge pinch after being faced in a situation where he had to fight 3 Death Knights at once with only 1/10 of his health points remaining. However, in an unexpected turn of events, he was able to perform the second form of the Sword of the Scarring Storm, the Dancer's Step. Ghosty asks our hero what he thinks about the second form, inquiring if it wasn't so bad. In response, our boy lets out a huge smile, answering that the form was incredible. He opens his stats window to check upon the newly acquired skill, and it informs him that the sword art has been passed down from the ruined world. Now, only a single person has learned it, which is our hero, and he is currently at the level where he can claim to have properly started learning it. Tai can't really say which of the two forms of the sword art is stronger, but one thing is for sure, because the two forms are the exact opposite of each other. The knights became confused of how to respond when our hero suddenly performing the Dancer's Step. Ghosty asks if it is expected that being pushed to his limits will help Tai grow. He states that he had been thinking he should start teaching him step by step, saying that it was very impressive. Suddenly, the Goddess of Choice commends our hero for successfully passing his trial. The system then informs Tai that he will be rewarded based on Maria's evaluation. It is then revealed that the goddess is extremely content with Tai's truthful choices and results. As a reward, our boy was bestowed the shape-shifting weapon. He also receives the trigger skill, Freedom of Choice, as an additional reward, and just like any other gods who has encountered our boy, Maria offered him an apostle contract, which our hero instantly declines. Suddenly, Ghosty notices something awry. The flow of power emitting from the statue has changed. Then, a notification pops up and states that the goddess Maria's has activated Absurd Choice. Tai then receives the goddess invitation, giving him 2 choices, whether to accept the invitation or to accept the invitation. Yep, you heard that right, the choices are the same. Left with no other options, our hero was forced to accept the invitation. Suddenly, the world becomes inverted, giving our hero a sensation of falling into the unknown where the Pantheon greets him. When he gets to it, Tai-san finds himself in the middle of some unknown cosmic place. The surrounding is pitch black with just subtle lights resembling stars, somehow depicting the empty void of the outer space. While our hero is genuinely curious and confused on where he is, Ghosty on the other hand is surprisingly seething with rage. He was told that inviting someone to this place was impossible, yet they are taken to this unknown place by a god. Our hero sees the ghost's reaction and thinks that this is his first time seeing him tremble so much in fear, finding the situation even more peculiar. Tai stood up and started wandering around. He then finds a huge structure resembling that of a Greek temple with enormous columns support it and wonders if this is the place where the god was inviting him. He enters the place without a second thought, which surprises Ghosty. The spirit tells him to be more careful, not just going inside an unknown structure thoughtlessly. In response, Tai refutes that the gods were the ones who invited him, so he sees no wrong in his action. Inside the temple is a corridor which seems to be unending, decorated with jewels scattered about beautifully like flowers in a garden. And as he looks up, the ceiling is nowhere to be seen. It is as if the building has its own sky inside it. Our hero then thinks to himself if he can consider the existence who sits at the very end of the temple could be claimed as a being from this unknown world. Suddenly, a giant goddess I'd like to love descended in front of our hero, staring at him seductively. She is none other than the goddess of choice herself, Maria. The beautiful giant mama opened her mouth, saying that she is glad to finally meet our hero, calling him a child. Then, multiple checks were done to our boy, checking his confusion, fear, madness, and other psychological aspects, making sure that he is fine. After a while, the system deems him clear from all negative mental emotions. Meanwhile, Ghosty is having a hard time. It seems like the system is corrupting him as he continuously coughs and groans in pain. Our boy immediately came to his rescue though. He confronts the goddess and asks why she is behaving in such a rude manner in front of the guests she personally invited. In response, this humongous mama giggled menacingly, then proceeded to clench her fist. All of a sudden, the pain that was tormenting our hero's companion disappeared as if nothing ever happened. Ghosty huffs to regain his composure, thanking the goddess for her mercy. She then leans towards Ghosty, saying that it has been a while since their last unfortunate meeting. It seems like there was an unwanted past between the goddess and the past warrior. Upon hearing the goddess' statement, Ghosty inevitably gulped his saliva. The giant beaut then introduced herself as Maria, the goddess of choice. She is the goddess who forces one last choice on those mortals who reach this very place after repetition of awful choices. Maria welcomes our hero wholeheartedly, calling him a precious child. Tai-san can't help but be awestruck by the magnificent goddess. She isn't only majestic, she also emits an overwhelming power that our hero can feel with his very skin. Truly a realm beyond comprehension. It is then he realized how terrifying powerful gods really are, and Maria is only one of the hundreds. Ghosty nervously asks for the attention of the goddess. With his voice shaking, he politely asks her if he can make an inquiry about something. Maria calls him the child who died, and permits the poor warrior to speak his thoughts. Acquiring the opportunity, he asks the genuineness of the fact that she was unable to invite people into the temple of the gods. According to his memory, it was said to be impossible because they were just mere mortals, yet here they are now. Maria then answers his curious question. She states that the tolerance of mortals in the presence of an overwhelming god is solely their responsibility. While they may not be able to handle the burden of a god's presence, it is something that the gods can solve themselves. However, the reason why they don't call any mortals to the temple of the gods is because they see no value in doing so. As she says this, she laid her giant finger near the ghost and proceeds to crush the ground, indicating that mortals are just insignificant beings that they can squash anytime. Tai then interjects into the conversation. He asks the most obvious yet important question, if the reason he was invited to the place is because he has that sort of value that the gods are looking for. Ghosty became nervous from our hero's audacity to speak in such a manner in front of a goddess. However, his concern was proven unwarranted since Maria states that our hero is correct. They do see value in him, and she wants to see it directly. Whether it be people who have accepted her trial or people who overcame her trial, there were not many, and especially those who survived her enhanced trial. There hasn't been a single one, not until Tai came and accepted it. Our boy then follows up his question, asking what would have happened if he didn't answer Maria's choices honestly. If you can still remember, in the last episode, Tai was given different options regarding the trial, and our hero decided to pick whatever was in his heart. But the twisted goddess gave him a trail completely opposite to his choices. Maria then looked at Tai menacingly, as if she is looking at an ant, saying that if he would have done that, she wouldn't be happy at all. Both our hero and Ghosty can't help but flinch by the suffocating aura of the goddess. She then points to Ghosty, saying that the warrior did exactly that in the past. It seems like this prideful warrior purposely lied to the goddess of choice, explaining why he is so obedient and nervous in front of Maria. The goddess then gently places her hand to our hero and strokes him. Yeah, I know, it's kinda weird. She asks if he really has no intentions on becoming her apostle. She explains that if Tai agrees to become her apostle, everything he could wish for will come true, and he shall travel down the labyrinth as her representative. No one could speak against him. It seems to be a sweet offer for our hero. However, our hero respectfully declined the offer, even bowing to the goddess like a knight. The goddess decides to respect our hero's choice after getting declined sincerely. She didn't press Tai anymore nor try to convince him. Our curious boy then asks if he can make another inquiry, to which the goddess allows. He asks how much the gods know about him. In response, Maria grins, indicating that she knows enough. She states that they know that this isn't our hero's first time, and that he used what the snake spit out. Maria expresses her pity to our boy, saying that he has went to the wrong place because of deceit, making Tai confused. Maria then states that there is nothing to call it other than deception. Tai was unable to go to the correct place and he was made to suffer. Our hero wonders if she is talking about the other modes of the labyrinth. If so, she definitely knows something about this. Tai was about to ask another question when he was abruptly halted by the goddess' finger. She states that it is a story that is like their flaw, so she cannot tell him without a price. However, if Tai becomes her apostle, she will tell him about it. Okay, never mind about not persuading him anymore. This giant shoddy is really into our hero. This time, Tai took his time to consider the offer. However, before he could even decide, something unexpected happened. The ground suddenly started shaking and the structed began to crumble. Maria states that it appears now is not the time to talk about their agenda. She tells our hero to become stronger and come down to the deepest parts of the labyrinth. It is unfortunate that their meeting was cut short because according to her, something annoying came up. She bids farewell to our hero and sends him off with just a snap of her finger. Our hero then falls into the void, the same portal-like thing that sent him to the place. Before the portal could fully close, Tai caught a glance of something appearing in front of the goddess of choice, presumably another god, expressing his anger. Maria taunts the god, asking if he is mad that he made contact with our boy. She says that because he was too fixated on our hero, it made her want to play with Tai too. I'm guessing that this god who needs anger management counseling is Rakarada's. Unfortunately, Tai wasn't able to see more besides that for the portal closed and he was dropped into the labyrinth once again. As he lies on the ground, our hero wonders what was happening in the temple of the gods and who was being that appeared out of nowhere. One thing is for sure though, that other existence was as powerful as Maria. Tai then looks at his hand. So far, he thought that he just needed to raise his stats in the labyrinth, even higher than Letion and Angel, but after seeing the gods face to face, he was awakened to reality. They're incomprehensibly powerful beings that exists. He remembered Maria's remarks about calling the other modes as fakes. That would only mean that Tai can achieve everything possible from here, the real one, the solo mode. He wonders if he perseveres and struggle enough, would he gain the power and capability to face the gods? This thought lingers the mind of our boy, and one thing is for sure, he will do anything to find out the answer. Now that the agenda with the goddess of choice has been concluded, or at least for now, Tai is back on his adventure. He equips the reward that he received after finishing the trial. Because of the sudden invitation, he wasn't able to check it, so he is testing it now. Our boy received the shapeshifting weapon which gives plus 15 bonus attack. The blade can physically change itself from a short dagger to a long sword, a really handy weapon. He also received a new skill, the active skill, Freedom of Choice. This ability costs 20 mana per usage and it makes it possible to convert between stats. However, the conversion ratio is not very high as of now, since it's still at 1% proficiency. Ever the excited type, our hero quickly activated his new skill to test it out. His health points decreased in exchange of increasing his protective shield points. According to him, the ability is not bad. Though the ratio is only 10%, it will become a very useful skill later on. As our hero thought that it's all there is to it, he noticed something peculiar. An LGBTQ flower is found in his inventory. It turned out to be Maria's gift, a gift given to a human adored by a god, but right now, it has no effect. He turns to Ghosty and asks for information about the rainbow rose, but the ghost has no idea about as well, saying that this is also his first time seeing something like that. Tai takes a good look at it and thinks that it is an item that the goddess of choice bestowed upon him out of goodwill, so it shouldn't be anything bad. With that, our hero decided to continue his journey. So, he goes ahead and defeats the floor 12 boss, less decomposed ghoul, Saitama from One Punch Man style. Just like the other boss fights, the artist decided to not show it anymore. He also completes the secret room and receives the gloves of strength which gives 5 attack bonus and 3 defense as a reward. He complains how smelly his hand is after punching through a decomposing monster. I mean, you have a new sword, why did you choose to kill it by hand? Tai comments that the normal bosses are too easy for him now. Like this, it will be impossible to receive any proper reward. Though that might be, he thinks that there's nothing he can do since there isn't any other way to do things. Our hero then commences his venture to the 13th floor, and the system tells him the usual, defeat the boss of the floor 13 to pass through. He opens a door leading to a room of zombie family happily living their peaceful life. Then the cruel invader, which is Tai, massacred them like a fox entering a chicken coop. No, I'm just kidding, these ugly bastards deserve it. In a blink of an eye, our hero killed all the monsters in the room and exits through the other door. He comments that it was too easy. This time though, he made sure to use his sword to avoid getting guts in his hands. Meanwhile, the mysterious person from the Guide of Sin organization made her appearance once again, observing our hero. As she watches, she lets out a wide grin, indicating that she finds something amusing. Our hero, who has entered another room filled with zombie, notices the person's presence. He flinched a bit, sensing that there is another presence in the area who isn't a monster. He looks above to take a quick glance at the person, but she suddenly leaps off the air, disappearing instantly, then making a superhero landing right in front of our boy. Tai's detection skill quickly activated to check the person's information. As it turns out, this person is no female, shocking the narrator. I'm sorry guys, I got deceived by this trap-looking dude. The fucker's name is Levebazeta, level 42. Our boy becomes wary of the stranger and takes his battle stance. Remember, always be wary of men wearing man bun. Tai learns that the man is 14 levels higher than he is. Levebaz then greets him, saying that he is a member of the Guide of Sin. But before they start conversing with each other, the trap dude pulls out a horn from his inventory and blows it really hard. The wide-range horn has been activated, causing all the monsters who hear it to approach them. All the zombies in the room charge towards the man. But the stranger remained confident and stood his ground. He bumps his fist, showing off his arrogance, saying that he hates being interrupted when talking, so he will deal with the monsters for our boy. This show-off gay boy charges through the horde of undeads, killing them with just one punch each. Tai, who is observing him from the sidelines, assesses the man's abilities. According to him, the Guide of Sin's Levebaz is certainly strong. However, that's it. He's all brute force. He looks down at the arrogant trap boy with his blade on his shoulder. The fact that Levebaz has gone ahead and decided on his one to steal our hero's praise is pissing Tai off. Ghosty seems to recognize the arrogant bastard. He expresses his surprise that Pissboy is still alive after all these years. He comments that Levebaz used to be scared shitless whenever he sees the warrior in the past, but now he is straight up ignoring his presence. Still full of himself, the soy boy takes a glance at our hero and smiles. Maybe he's thinking that he's impressing our hero with his little showboating. Tai takes a deep breath and joins the fun, covering the attention seeker's back. Levebaz was surprised by our hero's action, but he ultimately acknowledges him. Ghosty comments that our boy is intentionally matching his movements with the monsters and purposely controlling his power. Meanwhile, it seems that the Guide of Sin's member hasn't noticed this and only remarks that Tai's deflect skill is not bad. This drives him to show off even more. He activates his skill, Power Strike, and delivers a forceful blow to the poor monsters, killing multiple of them at once. He turns to our hero and tries to boast, asking what does he think of his power, yet Tai seemed to be unimpressed and kept a dead expression on his face. Our boy is wondering why this gay dude is trying to show off to him, contemplating if he likes him. For Tai-san, it would be weirder for a level 42 to be having difficulty on the 13th floor. Seeing our boy's bored expression, Lebebas comments that he's no fun and that Tai won't live long if he's like that. He then remarks that our boy looks useful. If it's him, he might get permission to go up to the 20th floor. The bastard reveals that scouting for such promising newbies like our hero is why he does reconnaissance. Finally, the trap dude asked our hero for his name, and our boy responded accordingly, saying that he is Tai-san. In our boy's mind, he doesn't like the man's tone. He's already assuming that Tai will be joining their guild. And speaking off, the very next words that came out of the man's mouth is the words of invite for our hero to join the Guide of Sins. Ghosty leans toward him and says that it is ultimate Tai's choice. He won't hold grudge if he decides to do so, even if the organization was the one responsible for Ghosty's death. Lebebas continues his explanation, saying that as people already know, within the labyrinth, one can become infinitely stronger, which they consider to be a blessing. But dreaming of breaking through this place even after all the grace has been granted it nothing but a mere imagination. It is the thought process of a bitch who doesn't know their place, or so the gay dude says. Tai then asks if that statement means that the Guide of Sin have given up on clearing the labyrinth. Lebebas states that rather than giving up, they have come to terms with the place. This place isn't something mortals can clear in the first place. He says that those damn gods in the maze all mess around and try to kill adventurers through their impossible trials, and the occasional hidden places have things that can't be cleared. He adds that even our hero's companion, pertaining to Ghosty, has lost his life. Ghosty scoffs at this statement, commenting that they were the ones who had him killed, yet he still has the audacity to speak like that. The man ignores his comment and proceeds to introduce their guild. He says that they are a single organization working for one goal, in order not to die meaninglessly and become infinitely stronger. He confidently states that they are the ones who make laws and govern the labyrinth. Also, he notes that for Tai to be affiliated with them, he must reject Ghosty's quest as he is someone who broke their laws and attacked them. So, they can't have Tai journeying with him. Our boy takes a deep breath and absorbs all the nonsense that the bastard was spouting. He states that from what he heard, Lebebas needs permission to become stronger, which will also be applied to our hero if he ever decides to join. Lebebas scratches his head and wasn't able to deny such statement. However, he says that it isn't that bad. Since the labyrinth gets more dangerous the lower you go, the Guide of Sin made that rule as a safety measure. We all know that it all bullshit though. In response, our hero points his blade towards the man and states that the mages and the transcendents who created this place gave them freedom. It is absurd to think that a single organization of mortals can think too highly of themselves and create their own laws to manage the labyrinth. He mocks the man bun guy for talking too much, yet they don't even dare to challenge the maze at all. Our brave hero looked at the man straight into his soul and confidently states that he loathes them all. In response to his statement, Lebebas snickers for a bit, saying that he doesn't know what Tai is trying to say. However, at the very least, he can understand that Tai is declining his offer, which made him serious, emitting an overwhelming murderous intent. Our hero smiles at him, saying that Lebebas is finally getting it, provoking the man even more. There are two reasons why the Guide of Sin seeks out newcomers. The first is to try and bring them into the fold. The second is to kill off any opposers of their views before they become too strong to be stopped. Lebebas jumps at our hero, signaling the battle between Tai and the level 42 Guide of Sin member. Soon as we continue with this episode, we get right to the action. Lebebas launches himself towards our hero, punching the ground where Tai was standing on, destroying the hard concrete of the labyrinth. In a very surprising turn of events, our hero has caught the enemy's powerful strike, and manages to stand his ground against it without even flinching, shocking Lebebas. Tai grips his hand really tight, taunting the man to punish him for he is disobeying the Guide of Sin's so-called rules and laws. Respecting our hero's prowess, the high-level man jumped back to regain his footing. He wonders what kind of tricks our hero has just pulled off to be able to handle his sure kill strike. For a moment, Lebebas was struck with fear and uncertainty, but he chose to push it all in the back of his mind, thinking that Tai is just a 13th floor adventurer at best. There is no way someone like him will lose. He dashes forward, swinging his fist against our hero, but Tai is just casually blocking everything he throws with ease using his sword. The confusion and astonishment are evident on his face. Meanwhile, our hero still had the luxury to assess his opponent while parrying the attacks. Although he's making the level 42 enemy look like a newbie with his defense, he still recognizes the man's abilities, being able to clear the 20th floor. He wonders if Lebebas increased his capabilities through repetitive hunting. On the other hand, the Guide of Sin scout is losing his shit completely. Despair is starting to engulf his state of mind, shocked that he is being pushed back by a mere bastard from the 13th floor. His contrasting expression from his confident demeanor earlier is absolutely priceless. Not only were all of his attacks blocked by our boy, Tai also managed to land a strike on him, dealing 12 damage. To add salt to the injury, after damaging his opponent, Tai proceeds to twirl his blade around, telling the man that his defense is high, but that's only his good characteristics. Lebeba's movements aren't very impressive for someone with a high level. Ghosty takes this opportunity to shit on one of the men responsible for his death. He states that even the labyrinth itself found Lebeba's no value, so he is just a poor soul who hasn't learned jack shit. The pitiable gay dude gritted his teeth from the intense emotional damage he has just received. If words can kill, he would have died 1,000 times from being humiliated like this. Levebas then snaps and decided to launch a full-on assault to our boy. He leaps into the air and activates his power strike, aiming at Tai. Unfortunately for him, his reckless charge is akin to a baby throwing a tantrum to our hero. Tai just activated his counter skill, stabbing the gay dude and dealing 6 damage, then kicks him away. The ponytail man recognized our hero's attack. The old man angel immediately popped into his mind from that counter kick that dealt him 6 damage. He cannot fathom that the crazy old man who looked down on the entire Guide of Sin organization actually gave our hero a skill. The confusion and mysteries are no longer bearable for the girly ass dude. He shouts, asking our hero who the hell he actually is. In response, Tai accelerates towards him and pins him to the ground. With a menacing glare on his face, he tells Levebas to figure it out on his own, for he is also an adventurer just like Tai. Levebas quickly jumps back to gain distance away from our boy and rethinks his strategy. Backed into the corner, he deems that he cannot continue losing like this and is forced to use his trump card. Tai quickly noticed that the man's gauntlet began to glow. He knows this. It's called the Gauntlet Explosion, a hidden ability that can only be used once a month. Levebas is only hoping for one thing, which is to land this attack on Tai point blank. He simultaneously activated his power strike and his Gauntlet of Explosion while dashing towards our boy. Gauntlet of Explosion multiplies the base attack damage by a whopping 500%. Adding the power strike to that will result to a tremendous damage. The punch did connect to Tai. However, our hero's passive skill, complete nullification of the first attack, just jumped into the way and nullify his opponent's trump card. Tai just stared down at the desperate man, asking if he is done. Leveba's eyes almost popped out from their sockets from the extreme shock. Cold sweat is beginning to drip on his face, bewildered by the incomprehensible situation that he is in. Putting his all into that one single attack, only to find it ineffective, drained all energy and will to fight from the man. He plops down to the floor, wondering what the hell he is fighting all this time. As our hero slowly bridges the gap between them, the ominous aura emitting from him gave Levebas a concrete idea on what he is up against. In his eyes, his opponent is not a person, rather, he is currently facing a monster. And as expected, the artist once again deprived us of a good beating, for in the next panel, we see Levebas lying with his back on the wall, bleeding and all beaten up. Our hero states that the enemy is a disappointment. Surprisingly, Ghosty gave him some credit, saying that he is still an adventurer from the 20th floor. Originally, the ponytailed soy boy wasn't this bad, but since he didn't have any enemies, he became complacent, so his skills deteriorated. Our hero confronts the man who is coughing blood at this point, saying that Levebas now knows what's going to happen and what our hero is about to ask. The man questions if Tai will let him live if he answers his question, to which our hero denies, saying that he will still end his miserable existence right after. Levebas chuckles from hearing that and says that he won't talk then. Seeing that our hero lacks negotiation skills, Ghosty jumps in to threaten the man. Addressing him as Pissaboy, he asks Levebas if he is aware what sorts of things the Transcendents in the Labyrinth accept as tribute. After hearing this, something came to the man's mind. It was so terrifying that it made him plead for anything but that. He begs our hero, saying that he will answer anything, just don't offer him as sacrifices to the crazy and sadistic Transcendents. Observing his reaction, Tai wonders if that something is really scary that it warrants such reaction from an arrogant person like Levebas. Nonetheless, Tai proceeds with the questioning, asking how many members the guild has. Regretfully, Levebas doesn't have access to such information as he is only allowed to venture up until the 20th floor. However, he states that there should be more of them that Tai will encounter the further he goes down the labyrinth. If he is to give an estimation, there should be a couple of hundred people running tyrants in the whole maze, since they have accepted most adventurers who have come. Our boy took note of the word most and realizes that there are only few like him and Ghosty who rejects the scum ideology of the Guide of Sins, that, or maybe they aren't powerful enough to say no. Tai continues probing, asking if the guys in charge in the lower floors will climb up to confront him, as he was able to defeat the guard of the 20th floor. Levebas states that they divided the floors by tens, like floor 20, 30, and 40. The mechanics will be that floor 20 is tier 2, floor 30 will be tier 3, and so on. The guild is strict to their hierarchy, so they follow such rule. The adventurers lower down tend to think of coming up as unfitting for their dignity, so they usually won't go out of their way to come up. Our hero can't help but be disgusted after hearing the word dignity associated to the guild. Ghosty remarks that they have always been like this, always centered on a few strong guys. It may be a shitty organization, but they will kill anyone who betrays them. As if to warn our hero, Lebebas tells him that he may not know about the leadership of the organization, but there are tons of adventurers in Tier 2. Even if it's our boy, he won't be able to fight them all. However, our hero disagrees. He states that he doesn't give a single fuck about any of them, shocking Lebebas. He stared at Tai and saw that there is no hint of hesitation nor fear in his eyes. An overwhelming confidence backed with skills, truly an admirable combination. For a moment, our hero's antics reminded him of his old self, fighting and challenging the arduous labyrinth like a proper adventurer. Regretful as it is, he wonders how things turned out to be like this. He succumbed to the difficulty of the labyrinth, threw away his pride, and stupidly joined the trash organization for convenience and easier life. Tears dropped down his face, wondering if he had rather rejected the offer to join the Guide of Sins. Would he have a more honorable death instead? However, the saying held firm, regret do always come last. Lebebas is about to meet his end at the hands of our hero, but he will go down as someone who lost himself within the labyrinth, making all his previous effort to climb up be in vain. With a quick swing of his sword, Tai ended the Ponytail Boy's existence. The system verifies this and informs our hero that he is victorious against Lebebas. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. Our hero's spiritual increase activated on its own. He gains massive power-up and bonus stats. His strength increases by 23. Agility by 20, health by 70, mana by 40, intelligence by 18, and his proficiency in power strike has increased by 8%. It is a massive stat boost that even overwhelmed our hero, who is constantly looking for improvements, making him wonder what is going on. The scene shifts to the community board, where we see our hero questioning Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jin about their progress. The young lady informs Tai that they both have finished clearing the 3rd floor and have just recently entered the 4th floor. They are currently scouting it bit by bit. Thanks to the points they received after returning from Earth, their status increased quite a bit as well, so there weren't any major issues with their journey. Our hero then asks the situation about the other modes. Kang Jin answers, saying that it appears easy mode is having some difficulties. After all, they're the ones who had the most people die during the return this time. Tai sighs, commenting that there's nothing they can do about it. The only thing that the easy mode players can do is get used to death. He then proceeds to inquire about the normal mode, to which Kang Jin states that nothing much has changed except they became more cautious. As for the hard mode, Jun butts in the conversation, saying that he will be the one to provide intensive information about it. For the most part, there were no deaths during their return to Earth. However, Tai's existence became a huge motivation for all of them. The young man happily informs our hero that everyone is doing this and that to try and become stronger. The next time they meet, Jun declares that they will most likely be a lot different. Our boy smiles, saying that it is a good development for all of them. The satisfaction on his face indicates that all of his efforts back on Earth paid off. Kang Jin then calls for our hero's attention. He mentions that during his venture on the 4th floor, he stumbled upon a god's altar which belongs to Balthazar. Man, that's really nostalgic. We've really come so far. Contrary to his previous impulsive nature, Kang Jin informs our hero that he is thinking really hard whether to accept the god's trial as he is right now. Although he really wants to do the quest, he still asks for our hero's opinion about it. However, instead of answering the man directly, he mentions Lee Tae-yeon won't probably even try to consider proceeding with the trial, so he praises Kang Jin's proactiveness. But it seems that our hero's assumption this time is incorrect. Lee Tae-yeon states that she is also attending the trial this time, shocking our hero. She proudly states that she has learned her lesson during the time that our hero fought them. She can't remain a scaredy cat forever, so she is doing her best to try and be courageous. Tai is honestly surprised by this development. The two have really changed a lot, especially Lee Tae-yeon. Our hero realizes that she's really different from the girl he knew in the past and wonders if it's because of his influence. To answer their inquiry, Tai states that he cannot give pointers about the trials they will receive if they accept the quest, but he won't stop them from doing it if they have made up their mind, so he just reminds them to be safe and do their best not to die, to which the two nod in agreement. With that, our hero bids their farewell, telling them to see each other again next time. As they are walking, our boy turns to Ghosty. The spirit also received a trial from Balthazar before, so he's curious about what Ghosty thinks about it compared to Rakarada's. Ghosty states that it was somewhat doable and easier than the latter's trial. As it turns out, Tai made this inquiry out of concern for the two young adventurers. Since Ghosty states that it is somewhat easier than the sadistic Rakarada's quest, there's a high possibility of the two surviving. Now that he is caught up with all the happenings in other modes, it is time to assess his loots. Our hero obtains Leveba's Gauntlet of Explosion, which grants additional 18 attacks. Once a month, it allows the user to inflict damage equal to 5 times his base attack. Our hero then proceeds to check his stats. He has been raising his spiritual increase consistently while hunting monsters, but this is his first time seeing such an explosive boost in stats like this. It makes him wonder if it only works when facing other adventurers. Ghosty then reminds of reality. He has just killed Levebas. Though the man might be one of the lower tier members of the guild, he is still a member of the Guide of Sin. Thus, the scummy organization will definitely be after our boy starting from now. With a confident demeanor and blazing gaze in his eyes, he urges the group to come after him. Meanwhile, in the departments of the labyrinth where the Guide of Sin meeting room is located, several key members have gathered. They are discussing the fuzz that our hero has caused, saying that a guy from a mid-teen floor won against a tier 2 scout. A baldy who uses fire to cover up his baldness comments that our boy's ability is tempting, but they need to show him who is boss and the repercussions of defying them. He or she, whatever this baldy's gender is, commands the other to set a bounty on Tai and orders 2 members from tier 2 to finish him off. After a brief discussion about our hero, they then proceed to talk about their attack on the 74th floor. At the tier 2 adventurer's lair, news about Labeba's death is spreading like wildfire, with some wondering if the bastard was taken off guard, resulting in his unexpected defeat. Then, a legit bald head with a fiery attitude rally everyone, saying that they should repay our hero for embarrassing their organization. He informs his colleague that the higher-ups have set bounty on the enemy. They form the written order. They will be promoted to the 3rd tier if they manage to subdue Tai. After learning about this, all the tier 2 scumbags became motivated, arguing who would be the first one to have a go at our hero. However, since the order states that there will only be 2 who will attend to the matter, one old fart suggests that they do the voting like the usual. He pulls out a die from his robe and rolls it. The person who gets the highest number gets priority for the mission. The scumbags took turns rolling the die. After everyone has finished rolling, the first one to have a taste for our hero is decided. It will be Aldota, a sinister-looking bastard with lots of facial hair and sharp fangs. Going back to our boy, he has successfully subjugated the 13th floor boss at this time, the zombie army. Just like always, Tai completed the quest without suffering a single scratch. Ghosty comments on how crazy our boy is. You see, traps are laid out in the room to assist the adventurers while clearing the boss, but our badass hero decided to slaughter the monsters normally without utilizing the traps. The passage leading to the lower floor then appears. Then out of it comes Aldota, eager to have a go with our hero. He tries to intimidate Tai, asking if he's the bastard who killed Labebas. However, our boy just stood still, asking what the man going to do about it if it was true. The eager bastard recklessly charged at our hero, declaring that he will kill him. In his mind, he thinks that this will be an easy promotion for him, for Tai is only the level of the 13th floor. In the next panel, however, his face came in contact with our boy's fists. Tai punches the hell out of the noisy bastard, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. With an indifferent attitude, Tai asks who the fuck is this noisy bastard. Ghosty recognizes the man, saying that he is as loud as he can remember. He comments that he's not really that impressive. Tai immediately realizes that he is from the Guide of Sin. He didn't expect that they would come after him that quick. However, he states that the man right in front of him seems to be weaker than Labebas. Meanwhile, Aldota is wondering what just happened. All of a sudden, he is groveling on the floor, furious about the embarrassing entrance he has just displayed. The man prompted to transform and release his full power. He turns into a wolf from Twilight, growling at our hero with high killing intent. Tai is surprised to see a person turn into a beast. It seems that this is the first time he ever saw one, but the expression on his face still shows confidence that he can make a quick work on the enemy. The stupid mutt jumps at our hero, all while shouting that this will be his final breath. In response, Tai closes his eyes, commenting that it is good that the man has great vigor, but he is too slow to be our boy's enemy. He pulls his fist back and releases a devastating punch to the stupid dog, killing the bastard instantly. Our hero comments that all the transformation did was increase his speed a bit. There's nothing much into it. He walks over the dead dog's corpse, telling it not to block his way. Back to the tier 2 base, the crystal indicating Aldota's life force dissipates, informing the others that he has just died. Everyone shivered after realizing that their comrade died so quickly. Now, they are slowly absorbing the fact of how formidable their target is. To ease up the tension, they began speculating if Aldota became complacent with the fight and died before transforming. If he isn't in his werewolf state, they know that he isn't much of a big deal. Unfortunately for these dumb shits, their comrade transformed into his full power and still died with a single punch. A young mage then proudly steps up, saying that he will be next to go. He calls himself as Gaisip, and complacency is not in his dictionary. Then in the next panel, we see Mr. Not Complacent crashes into the wall after Tai sends him flying. He rants at our hero for attacking him without even allowing him to finish sentence. In response, our boy states that he already knows that he's sent by the Guide of Sin and is on a mission to kill him, so there is no need for hesitation. Tai swiftly dashes towards the kid, swinging his sword. Commendable enough, Gaisip managed to block his attack by activating his magic shield. Our hero, who is a fanatic on magic, is delighted after witnessing such an interesting spell. The enemy then cast mental magic at our hero, the Madness spell. However, its effects were instantly neutralized by Tai's Iron Will skill. It is then that Gaisip realizes that his comrades were defeated not by sheer luck. The young mage then activates some magic to hinder our hero's movement, then follows it up with the Frost Arrow spell to finish Tai off. In response, Tai casts a Frost Arrow of his own and challenges the mage in a contest of magic. Gaisip was dumbfounded after seeing a Frost Arrow much larger than his destroy his magic. All he can do is duck and protect his head from the ice-cold debris. Even the tower acknowledged this young boy's magical talent, so he is absolutely losing his shit after finding out that Tai has a higher magic proficiency than he has. Refusing to accept his defeat, he activates the spell Thunder Fall. As a result, a sudden lightning strike appears out of nowhere and strikes our hero. But to the boy's surprise, Tai came out unscathed, all thanks to his complete nullification of first attack skill. Our boy expresses his interest towards the peculiar lightning spell. Despair has now devoured the cocky mage. Just like Leveba's, he flops down the floor, wondering what kind of monster he's fighting right now. Tai casually walks towards him, sending shivers to Gaisup's spine in every step he takes. Not before long, the magic crystal that indicates Gaisup's life force fades. Everyone in the Tier 2 base have the same exact expression as they did when Aldota died. But they tried to play it off once again, thinking that their colleague died before being able to properly use magic. Another young adventurer with an axe eagerly takes his change. He states that Ghosty might giving our hero some pretty good advices on how to counter them, but he states that it won't work on him. Then, I guess the artist is getting tired of it as well. We see his life force disappear as well, saving us from seeing a boring one-sided massacre of the cocky bastard. Another cocky Tier 2 fucker steps in, and just like the previous ones, he also met the same fate in an instant. They are starting to recognize our hero's prowess, and decide to go by group of 5, saying that there's really no need for them to go individually. However, trash grouping up together is still nothing more than trash. They all lost their lives in a futile attempt of killing our hero in a matter of 2 hours. At this point, no one is willing to accept the job. Contrary to when they first received the order where everyone is volunteering to go first, they are now cowering in fear, giving lame excuses not to go. Seeing that no one is willing to accept the quest anymore, the old man declares that they will halt the operation for now and that they will hide until Tai passes through the Tier 2. Suddenly, someone from Tier 3 appears. A man with 2 long horns climbs up from the lower floor, calling the Tier 2 adventurers as scumbags. This arrogant demon-fold bastard is Jagan, a man assigned on the Tier 3 of the labyrinth. In the previous episode, Tai has been consistently one-shotting every Tier 2 assassin sent to dispatch him. As we continue, we see the appearance of the 3rd Tier Guide of Sin member, the demon Zagan. As he makes his appearance, the Tier 2 old man who seems to be the leader of the fodders greets him accordingly, along with the others. In his mind, however, it doesn't seem like he's quite fond of Zagan. In all honesty, he would prefer if people from the 3rd tier just stay on their post on the 30th floor. Zagan's appearance is too much of a bother. The demon notices that the number of the Tier 2 Guide of Sin members have decreased by half, making him confused. He asks the old man why that is so, with a condescending and arrogant tone of voice. The old man spouts an obvious lie in order to hide their incompetence, saying that the others have ventured out to other floors just earlier. In response, Zagan smiles with a threatening air behind him. This stupid fossil really thinks that he can deceive a demon with such a pathetic excuse. As a result, Zagan delivers a devastating blow to the stomach towards the sly old man. It was so powerful that the Tier 2 members' eyes almost popped out from their sockets. The demon looked at him with a terrifying gaze, asking how dare he tell such an obvious lie. Now that he's caught red-handed, the old man had no choice but to spill the truth, saying that half of their members are all dead. Zagan was a bit taken aback, but his arrogant posture didn't waver. He asked how could an adventurer, who is just on the 13th floor, dispatch half of their members. Despite how unnatural the situation is, Zagan finds this an opportunity to prove his strength. At first, he came from the 30th floor without any thoughts in his head. Maybe he just wanted to flaunt his authority, but it's different now. His eyes are set on our boy. He leans closer towards the writhing old man, and with a sinister smile on his face, he tells him that the news is quite good to hear. The sharp gaze in his eyes and the current aura he's emitting shows that he means business. I just hope he does live up to expectations. In a confident demeanor, he declares to the cowering Tier 2 dudes that he will take revenge for them pathetic noobs, ordering them to take him to Tai-san. If not, he will just finish all of them at once. Meanwhile, we see our hero slowly pulling out his blade from one of his victims' stomachs. Expressing his disgust, he calls the members bastards for ganging up on him 5-1, saying that they have completely abandoned their pride. According to him, the attackers did have high attack and defensive power, but they seem to have never fought together before. Their poor coordination showed that much. For our boy, it is such a huge advantage to be able to level up and recover even just by eliminating one of the members. Thanks to that, he was able to increase his level by 11, making him feel a little bit giddy, to the point that the background changed into gold with glitters in the surroundings. As always, he's excited to check his current stats to monitor his progress. Our boy is currently level 39, with whooping stats, most of them are triple digits, and of course, he's currently at his best condition. However, as the level rises in this manner, the rewards for completing tasks will likewise drop, which is a little bummer for Tai. In this method, the system can avoid adventurers with high levels from clearing easier floors for rewards over and over again. Ghosty comments that even if that's true, this situation is more profitable for Tai, so he urges him to not be so greedy. Our boy extends his hand and conjures his magic, Particle Dispersion, which consumes 4 mana upon use. This particular basic magic makes a large number of ice particles to collide with each other and scatter, creating a beautiful lighting effect. I'm not really sure how it can be used in combat though, but knowing our hero, he'll find a creative method to utilize it. Tai acknowledges Ghosty's remarks and asks if the attacks would stop from now on. In response, his companion states that the guild must have realized now that Tai is not an opponent they can handle. However, before he could even finish his sentence, numerous marching footsteps are heard heading towards our boy. Among the distressed and nervous tier 2 weaklings comes Zagan, nonchalantly walking into the room where Tai is in reaction with the Tokyo Manji gang-like spectacle, Ghosty had only few words, saying more of them are coming. Unlike his relaxed demeanor though, our boy turned serious for a bit, seeing that the boys brought a demon with them. Tai can sense Zagan's strength well, and he can clearly tell that the man is different from all the members of the Guide of Sin that he has ever encountered. While emitting such high murderous intent, Zagan kept his hands on his pocket, maybe wanting to look cool in front of our hero. He asks if our boy is the one who defeated the second-tier members of the Guide of Sin. The demon relaxed his aura for a bit and proceeds to assess Tai. Now that the annoying menacing aura is out of the way, we can see that he has thin eyebrows. Meanwhile, our battle-crazed boy recognizes that this man is a threat. He equipped his blades and took his battle stance, releasing his aura. Upon assessing him, Zagan concludes that Tai's power surpasses that of those from the 20th floor, making him wonder if our boy obtained all his strength just with the 13 floors. The demon then inquires if our boy is a dragon, looking sincerely curious about our hero's bloodline. In response, both Tai and Ghosty looked at him with confused expression on their faces. If we can only read their minds, I'm sure they are thinking something along the lines of, is this man has some screw loose. Contrary to their reactions though, the other tier 2 members seem to be convinced with Zagan's question. They murmur that dragons are species that can even divide dimension, and it would be impossible to touch them unless you are a high-level demon. The tier 3 member continues his analysis. Judging from our boy's strength, he is sure that Tai was a powerful presence right from the start, because even the weakest dragon is impossible to defeat unless the opponent is someone who reached the 40th floor. Seeing his opponent be overly cautious of his strength, Tai smiles as he thinks of something amusing. He grins and states that what will the demon do if he answers that he is indeed a dragon. Meanwhile, Ghosty, who loves drama and messing with other people, smiles as he hears our boy's response. Convinced with our boy's statement, cold sweat drips down Zagan's face. All the arrogant air and confident demeanor he once had were all thrown out of the window, knowing that the creature in front of him is of dragon's blood. Showing utmost respect, he bows and expressed his best etiquette, saying that he has now intention of stopping our boy from his journey. The sudden flip of his character is too comical. All the tier 2 scumbags outside the room watching the scene in front of their eyes cannot believe what has just transpired. All their superior's confidence is gone just like that. Ghosty could no longer hold back his emotions and burst out laughing, saying that the demon sure showed his worst to them. Meanwhile, our hero has no idea what's happening, so he asks the spirit warrior if dragons are really that powerful for this demon to fold too quickly. Seeing them crack up shocked Zagan's very soul. He slowly realized that he has been had. While the poor demon is processing everything, Ghosty explains to our boy that dragons are ancient existences that are comparable to gods. Embarrassed that he had been made a fool, Zagan grits his teeth from rage. All the murderous intent he had earlier has been multiplied exponentially. Well, it's his fault for acting stupid and assuming everything on his own. Out of his wrath, Zagan quickly took his battle stance and activated his skill, Dicarabia's distorted vegetation. Pitch black energy started emitting on his hands. He expresses once more his loathe of being lied to. From his magic, several dried up roots began spawning from thin air and surrounded our hero. Tai did his best to avoid the attack, but he was still caught by the roots, entangling his arm. In response, our boy quickly activated his blazing ball magic to burn down the vegetative tentacles. The fire from Tai's spell was powerful, with some of it even reaching Zagan, but it wasn't that strong to pose any threat to the demon. According to him, no matter what our boy does, nothing will change the outcome of this fight. Zagan activated another skill of his, the Raven Spirit of Dicaravia. Then, multiple murder of crows began spawning in the battlefield, surrounding our hero. This time, our boy is prepared. He hacked and slashed those ugly-ass birds with his blades, showcasing superb swordsmanship. However, there's just too many of them, forcing our hero to use his scarring storm sword technique to deal with them. Despite his predicament, Tai still finds himself amused by the magic that his opponent used. It is news to him that these complicated creatures can also be summoned using magic. Although, Ghosty states that the magic our hero uses is different from Zagan. Tai utilizes the magic of the gods, while Zagan uses magic created by demons. The demon didn't like Ghosty's meddling. He shouts for the warrior to stop interfering with the fight, stating that this is a battle between him and Tai. Ghosty then immediately remarks that he has no intention of helping Tai, shocking the demon. What the heck does this dude want? He was the one to demand Ghosty not to interfere, yet he gets surprised when he agreed. In Zagan's mind, he didn't expect that the former warrior would back down that easily, making him wonder if Tai and Ghosty's relationship aren't very good. Well, whatever the truth might be, the demon is determined to obliterate the living shit out of our boy. He won't let that disrespect from earlier go unpunished. He then conjures another magic, Marchoja's fake flame. A sudden burst of black flames began making a beeline towards our hero. In response, our hero decided to fight fire with ice, casting his frost arrow to counter the attack. But the cold energy from the frost arrows isn't working against the flame. I guess it's the reason why it is called fake flames. The black fire made contact to Tai's arm and began burning it. Fortunately, our hero still has the absolute nullification of the first attack skill, so he didn't take any damage from it. The demon was surprised by this ability. He wasn't aware of the skill that can completely nullify an attack. Even so, he won't be backing down just because of such unexpected skill. He's confident that Tai isn't familiar with his attacks either, so he kept on pressing the attack and sends out another flame to our boy. The fire once again made contact to Tai's limbs, so his skill, absolute nullification of the second attack, got used up as well. But the flames weren't extinguished that easy, so it still dealt damage to Tai later on. The demon is quite satisfied with it, making him think that his victory is already in the bag. He follows it up with Nibiru's despair, engulfing our hero with a sinister shadow from out of nowhere. The shock is very apparent on our boy's face. Could this mean that he's really in trouble? The black thing completely devoured Tai, so Zagan declares that this will be the end of their fight, as he watches the black energy spiral around our hero. As it turns out, Nibiru's despair is a black magic that attacks an individual's fundamental mind. I'm not really too sure what it means, but basing on the illustration, I guess Tai is being surrounded by shadow-like entities calling him names or some sort. Ain't this just elementary level bullying? Ghosty continues his narration while watching our hero. He states that bulk magic is an abstruse magic, so it is bound for someone to find it difficult to respond when they are first confronted with it. He comments that even him cannot understand it very well either. However, he is sure that it is not the case for Tai-san, since this man has made the impossible time and time again. Sure enough, the bubble that engulfed our boy began cracking from the inside, seemingly from our hero's slashes. Of course, the one most surprised is the conjurer of the spell himself, Zagan. He thought that our hero won't be able to escape from that sure kill magic of his. Except with his hair getting a bit messy, our hero escaped the bubble unscathed. He even praises the magic that swallowed him to be a bit impressive, making him want to learn it as well. Zagan is racking his brain thinking of what just happened. He wonders if Tai was able to overcome his spell just by using his mental spirit. Even so, the demon convinces himself that nothing will change the outcome. Once again, he activates the raven spirit of Decoravia magic, spawning multiple birdies. Tai is much calmer this time. According to his assessment, this spell spawns weak-ass ravens, but there are too many to easily deal with. In response, he activates his skill, Repulsion. It is a skill to launch formless energy with the owner as the center to push away the target. As a result, the weak birds get knocked back the moment they get near our boy. The demon is now sweating profusely from nervousness. Tai is adapting at an alarming rate with his attacks, and it seems he has shown most of his attacks. Next up is the fake flame. To counter this, our hero crouches and parries it with his blade, deflecting the black fire. He states that Zagan's flame should be able to burn everything, even a flame itself. If that was the case, then Tai should have melted due to the residual heat. But it was strange that he only had burns. Moreover, the strange feeling that he felt when touched by it indicates that it is actually just a fire-form substance. The demon gets furious at Tai for figuring him out too quickly, so he resorts to using his first spell once more, Decoravia's distorted vegetation. Multiple rifts in space opened up around our hero, and our boy quickly notices that it has the same exact pattern as the magic that was activated earlier. The roots clearly only emerge from the cracks of the darkness. If that's the case, then it will be simple for him to predict the attack's routes. He concentrates on his footing, 3 steps to the left, and 2 steps forward. After that, our ballsy boy just stood still. Just as he has predicted, none of the shooting roots hit any of his body parts, bewildering the demon. Our hero just stood there still, surrounded by woods that only hit the ground. Zagan can't help but asks our hero as he was able to avoid all those seemingly random attacks, to which our hero answers saying that it's all too simple. Ghosty, who is watching on the sidelines, states that this much is as he has expected. He had no doubt that Tai would figure out the essence of the skill, deducing the most reasonable solution and bring it to action. Our hero then charges towards the demon after burning the roots, engaging in a close-quarter combat. Tai even managed to figure out how to activate and how to destroy the black magic that he saw for the first time. This is no doubt Tai's greatest strength. He found out that the halt and trajectory state of magic are separate, and that's how he learned beginner-level magic. After learning that the movement of the Sword of Storm Scar swordsmanship was rough, he then removed it and obtained the second swordsmanship, the notch. Ghosty deems that our boy has a talent for identifying and inferring the essence of something, even if it's the first time he has seen it. He wonders if it is even correct for him to call it a talent. The spirit acknowledges that this ability of our hero is something he has got from thousands of efforts and repetitions to the point he can feel Tai's madness over it. While Ghosty is giving us wonderful commentaries, our boy has successfully driven the demon into the corner, injuring him to the point of being immobile. The spirits claims that Tai's insane concentration is our hero's own way of doing things, something that only he can do. As our hero stares at the beat-up demon, he asks him a question that he's been curious about. He scratches Zagan's face with his blade, and threateningly inquires what he should do in order to learn the black magic that the demon has displayed. The demon informs him that he may be able to learn it. Black magic is operated using demon energy and mana. Originally, demon energy was the kind of energy that only the demon can possess, but this place is the labyrinth. It wasn't impossible for other clans to have it, as long as they meet the conditions. Tai inquires if Zagan is suggesting that meeting their god is the way to obtain such energy, to which the demon says yes. He reveals that the demon god also resides in the labyrinth, abandoning them all. Zagan states this with a melancholic expression on his face. He remarks that their god loves people who have skills. If Tai can make their god adore him and pass the test, even though it would be nearly impossible, he might be able to obtain the privileges that only the demon kind could have. Our hero then turns to Ghosty, asking if he knows where the god of demon is. Ghosty reveals that he remembers it vaguely. He thinks that the god is somewhere not too far from where they are right now. Acknowledging his total defeat, Zagan tells our hero to finish him off. He doesn't want to be offered as a tribute to the demon god, and would just prefer to die completely. Our hero recognizes the demon's request. Call it mercy or pity, Tai swiftly ended Zagan's misery, ending his life with a quick swing of his sword. As he dispatches the demon, a notification window informs him that his spiritual power enhancement has activated, and he has leveled up twice. Our hero also obtained the beginner-level black magic, Marchoja's Fake Flame. The Marchoja's Fake Flame consumes 13 mana and 5 basic demon energy upon use. It allows the owner to summon fire-formed substances controlled by Marchoja's the demon. It is just as our hero expected. The flame is actually just a substance, not an actual fire, though he won't be able to use it unless he obtains demonic energy. Now that the issue with Zagan is finished, it is time for our hero to deal with the other troublemakers. He urges the Tier 2 scumbags to stop hiding and show themselves. Since the bastards are pretending not to hear our hero, Tai resorts to threats, saying that he will personally go outside and kill them off if they don't come inside. Sure enough, they all knew that Tai isn't joking around. So, they all went inside the room with their tails tucked between their legs, looking like innocent little puppies. The old man is the one to speak up, asking our hero what he wants from them, while the others are shivering from fear, not wanting to even have an eye contact with our boy. Tai states that he only wants to use them as experience points and stats, sending shivers to the old man's spine. However, our hero states that though he initially wanted to kill them all, with his current level, it wouldn't have much of an effect on his stats anyway. In exchange for their miserable existence, Tai states that he will spare them if they follow one order from him, which is to not let anyone from the Guide of Sins know that he is still alive. As expected, the old man who was acting their leader gets what our hero is trying to say. He wants them to file a false report to their superiors, indicating that our boy has been dealt with. Tai tells them to just report that he died in their arms. Mixing lies with the truth, he wants them to tell the Guide of Sin that he dies as a result of the fight with the guy from the 30th floor, Zagan. He's giving them this option because he considers that after all, it is not these dudes joined the Guide of Sins because they wanted to, they just don't have a choice. So, if they don't want to meet their demise on our boy's hands, they better do what Tai asks. After careful consideration, the old man, along with the others, lowered their heads to our hero, saying that they accept his demands. Tai then turns to Ghosty, asking if that decision is alright with him. In response, Ghosty states that it doesn't matter either way. For him, these trifling guys aren't the ones who killed him after all, but he does have one question for them. He turns to the old man, the second-tier representative, and states that he surely must know something about the person who ordered for the former warrior's execution. The old man flinches after hearing Ghosty's words. Collecting his composure, he comments that it might be better for Ghosty to remain in the dark about it, but the spirit isn't backing down, saying that he will be the one to decide. Left with no choice, the representative gives him the answer, stating that the person they are looking for is someone who inherited the bloodline of the Cursed Kingdom, the Grey Lady, Societe Gardentia. She is the one who took the lead in Ghosty's demise. The name of the lady immediately struck some memories from the warrior. Due to his extreme emotion from disbelief, he wasn't able to contain himself and glitched a little. He cannot believe that the woman mentioned was the one responsible. The old man held firm, stating that it also surprised a lot. We then see a little flashback from Ghosty's memories regarding Societe. In this fragment, we see the former warrior sitting with the mentioned lady. The old man continues, saying that she is the only executive of the guild that had a good relationship with the warrior, resulting to his bewilderment. Ghosty can still vividly remember the innocent face of the seemingly charming woman beside him, looking fondly at his eyes. It is no wonder why Ghosty was so perplexed after hearing that Societe was the one responsible. This truth bomb is a little bit too much for the poor spirit. As we continue, we see Kangjin happily celebrating something, shouting at the top of his lungs that he has won. As it turns out, he was able to clear an insanely difficult floor, or at least according to him, commenting that he still can't believe it. On the other hand, Lee Taeyeon is expressing her shock as well. She didn't expect that they're going to be able to finish Baltazar's test. Our hero inquires what did their trials consisted of. Lee Taeyeon says that the test was to face what they fear most, and for the female adventurer, she got matched against a giant spider that appeared out of nowhere and attacked her. Recalling the event gives her the chills. Kangjin then states that he was faced with an elephant, taking Lee Taeyeon by surprise. She states that elephants are cute, so she wonders why Kangjin is afraid of them. In response, the man says that he fears being trampled by them. Tai-san ponders in thoughts for a bit, saying that the trials are indeed the kind of unreinforced test that the god of victory would befit to give. If he had faced a similar quest, our hero contemplates what would appear in front of him, wondering what it is that he fears the most. Kangjin states that he now understands why Tai wanted them to take the trial, saying that the rewards of the quest are extremely generous. Despite the joyous atmosphere, our boy made sure to remind them not to overdo it because there are also some whimsical kinds of gods too that may cause them trouble. After that short conversation, Tai bids farewell to the two. The young ones expressed their thanks to our boy then logged out of the community chat. The warriors out of the way, our hero shifts his attention to Ghosty, asking if the warrior is now ready to spill the truth to him. However, Ghosty's expression is that of reluctance, asking our boy if he really needs to inform Tai about it. Our hero remained persistent and unwavering, telling the ghost that he has no other choice but to spill it. He doesn't want the quest he has worked so hard to come to naught just because of someone's fickleness. Ghosty lets out a defeated sigh and accepts our hero's request. He states that this won't be a special story, but he'll say it nonetheless. As we all know, the former warrior came from the ruined world, and after being transported to the labyrinth, all he could find were monsters that he couldn't communicate with. After a while, he met an opponent that he could converse with, and that is Societte. Due to the two having similar backgrounds, Ghosty felt a sense of kinship with her. If he'll be asked about it, he doesn't view Societte to be someone so underhanded, so he's curious as to why she decided to contribute to his murder. And that is all that's going to Ghosty's mind right now. He tells our boy that his mission hasn't changed, so there's no need for him to worry. Tai stared at his companion for a while. He knows that there's more to it, but chose not to pursue the topic any further if the other party isn't willing to talk about it. He acknowledged Ghosty's feelings and decided to leave it as it is and continue their journey. Tai-san continues his quest. He swiftly clears both the 14th floor and the 15th floor of the labyrinth. Well, it is no surprise at this point that he can speedrun such floors. He did manage to eliminate almost half of the Tier 2 Guide of Sin members that are responsible to keep the 11th to 20th floor in check. Right before entering the 16th floor of the maze, Tai decided to drop by Laliza's abode. After a quick look at our hero, the mage was astonished by how far our boy has grown and how quick he is clearing the labyrinth. Tai casually states that his level got higher, so there's nothing special that he can obtain from the lower floors anymore, leaving him no choice but to go down deeper. He then pulls out several magic items from his inventory and gave it to Laliza, which they will use as tributes to the god of magic. And as expected, the mage quickly went to work and blessed our boy. Tai has now learned the beginner level magic, transparency, as well as the beginner level magic, slow. Our boy wonders about the effects of his new spells, but Laliza reveals that this will also be the first time that she has learned the magic slow, so she is not sure what it is like. Then, a bright idea came into her mind. She happily smiles at our hero and states that he can use it on her to test it out. This magic nerd is willing to be the guinea pig. Tai doesn't really have any reason to refuse, so he casts his magic against the girl. Just like the name implies, the magic rendered the mage's movement slower. We can see the amusement in Eliza's eyes as she's suffering the effects of the debuff. But according to her, since our hero's proficiency is still at 1%, it doesn't feel like she's slowed down that much. Tai assesses that the effect of the slow is about 20%. Now that they have figured out the effects of the spell, Eliza prompts our hero to undo it. Unfortunately for the guinea pig, this is the first time Tai has used such magic, so he doesn't know how to dispel it. The bright and jolly expression on Eliza's face for learning a new magic quickly turned into that of fear. Who knows how long will the effects persist? In response to her distress, Tai can't help but chuckle at her, finding the situation rather comical. As they continue their journey, Ghosty still can't stop his laughter. He states that it was fortunate that it was a magic that could be lifted automatically after 10 minutes, making Eliza somewhat lucky. Thanks to that little experiment, our boy was able to find out the duration of his new spell as well, so good job, Eliza. Our hero then entered the 16th floor of the labyrinth, and as per usual, the goal is for him to defeat the floor boss and pass through. He then recalls the words of the Tier 2 representative from before. The old man informs our hero that once he reaches the 16th floor, he will be able to find an empty room. There, Tai will find the one he wants to meet, the blacksmith. True enough, our boy stumbles upon a door on the area, and as he opens it, he sees an old man busy forging metals with his hammer. The muscular short dude turns around to greet our hero, asking if he's a new adventurer. The system then sends a notification, saying that Tai has encountered a silly man who refines dream. We get a little glimpse of the past when the timely Tion visited the silly man who refines dreams, Hafren the blacksmith. According to the woman, Hafren always seemed cold, and he almost never showed his emotions. He only saw her as his business partner. However, perhaps because of the scorn and insults she has received from the NPCs and gods in the labyrinth, she felt very thankful to the blacksmith for his attitude. Going back to the present, Hafren gives our hero a little trivia session, saying that the monsters in the place drop two things: equipment and materials. In general, materials are sold at shops or used to make equipment. If our boy hands the materials to the blacksmith, he states that he will make him the equipment that our hero wants, and since this is his first patronage, the generous old man will give him for free and won't take any money. This delighted our hero so much that the background turned bright gold. Moving forward with the introduction to Tai, the blacksmith shifts his attention to Ghosty. The former warrior remarks that the old man doesn't look so surprised at the situation despite the last time they met was when Ghosty still had flesh. Hafren then states that he always thought Ghosty would definitely go down, no matter what shape he is in. This blacksmith sure does know how persistent this warrior is. He then asks if our boy is the man that took his quest, to which our hero nods in affirmation. The old man then comments that he definitely thought the two of them were wiped out by now by the Guide of Sin. Given all the commotion that they caused to dispatch our hero, he wasn't really expecting this meeting. Nonetheless, the old man says that he doesn't really care all about it. He doesn't pay attention to whomever he does business with. It doesn't matter whether they are lowly people or the Guide of Sins. What matters to him are the materials and equipment, nothing else. He then points at our boy and warns him to not ever do anything troublesome like offering him an exclusive contract. Tai nods in acknowledgement to the old man's statement and says that he would like the smith to make him an equipment right away. For his first ever order, Tai states that he would like a wrist guard. Hafren accepts the requests and asks for the materials to be used. In response, our hero opens his inventory box and drops numerous materials that he has gathered while exploring. The sheer number of items surprised the blacksmith. After inspecting the materials, Hafren tells our hero to come back to his shop after half an hour, shocking our hero at how fast he works. The blacksmith states that the materials aren't from the deep-level floors, they are just commonly found materials, so there's no reason for him to take long to use and make them into something. Our hero acknowledges his words and left the workshop. For our hero's level, 30 minutes is enough to clear one floor, so he went ahead and continued his journey. He even comments that if he really gives it his all, he can finish one floor in under 10 minutes, but that would leave them plenty of free time, so he decides to take it slow. At exactly 30 minutes later, our hero returns to the workshop, where the blacksmith greets them, saying that they came just in time and that the item is done. Tai-san quickly equips his new wrist guard and was astonished by the high buff it gives. The wrist guard made from ogre leather gives 13 bonus defense power, a good quality item made from the hands of a craftsman. Hafren then dusts himself off and says that he will accept Tai's money next time. He gives our boy a heads up that the price will be different depending on the value of the equipment. So, for now, he urges our boy to save the other materials. At this moment, Tai is thinking that he has no other options but to go down to a certain floor to prepare even better materials. With that in mind, our boy bids his farewell to the blacksmith and prepares to take his leave, but before he could take a step out, Ghosty says something to the old man. He asks Hafren why he isn't offering an even better equipment to Tai, saying that he knows the blacksmith can make something better than the wrist guard. The old man turns around, as if he doesn't want to fully entertain Ghosty's question. He states that, of course, he can make better items, but there are some things he lacks. However, the former warrior doesn't seem to be talking about such a thing. Hafren gazes at Ghosty with a troubled look on his face. He's clearly not comfortable in entertaining Ghosty's suggestive inquiry. Ghosty states that he is talking about the equipment that only Hafren, and no one else in the entire labyrinth, is able to make, the special powers equipment. These are items that can be made from the materials found in a certain place where only people with permission can enter. He then tells the blacksmith that Tai will definitely be able to enter such place. Even though our boy has no clue what the two are talking about, hearing about this mysterious place and equipment intrigued him. It seems like the blacksmith isn't fond of how casual Ghosty can talk about such precious item that Hafren deems important. However, the warrior states that he's indeed aware of how much it means to the blacksmith, indicating that he's serious about the topic. It's about time that our confused hero butts in the conversation. He asks what exactly the two are talking about. Ghosty then tells Tai that he came to this shop to save his ruined world. He reveals that Hafren is in the same boat as him. This special individual has the ability to return to his former world. The blacksmith facepalms himself after Ghosty reveals his secret. He states that he has no doubt that our hero is strong since he is an individual that Ghosty chose for his quest. However, it still doesn't change the fact that Tai is just a beginner who is currently trekking the lower floors and hasn't even managed to reach the 20th floor yet. Hafren isn't that sure that Tai is trustworthy enough to hear about his secrets. In exchange for revealing the blacksmith's secrets, Ghosty informs him that our boy actually defeated someone from the 30th floor. He informs the old man that Tai came face to face with Zagan, a Tier 3 Guide of Sin members, and actually managed to kill him even though he's still venturing the 13th floor of the maze. Hafren then shows the most natural response to such revelation, which is disbelief. He gets from his chair, angrily prompting the former warrior to cut all the bullshit, saying that it's impossible to believe such claims. Despite his extreme reaction, however, Ghosty remained calm, asking when he has ever lied to the old man. It would appear that this ghostly companion is truly honest even in his past life, judging on how Hafren reacted after hearing his words. The blacksmith contemplates for a while, thinking of what action to take next. He then offers our hero a chance to prove his legitimacy, demanding a proof that he actually defeated someone from the 30th floor. In order to do so, Hafren asks Tai to defeat the monster that he has prepared. If he does so, then he will accept Ghosty's offer without any further complaints. Ghosty apologizes to our boy for putting him on the spotlight without any heads up, but he states that he only did it because he thought they wouldn't find any better timing than now. In response, Tai states that he doesn't really care or mind it as long as he finds a way to become stronger. However, there's something he would like Ghosty to confirm first. Is the thing that he's talking about really worth the trouble of proving himself? To answer his question, Ghosty stands, or I guess floats proudly, saying that it is indeed. He confidently assures our hero that it will be more than worth it. If he gains recognition from Hafren, Ghosty claims that Tai will become stronger in more ways than one. Hafren then comments that since Tai is aiming to reach the level where the gods are, this kind of trail will be beneficial for him. Our hero was then surprised that the blacksmith noticed this, to which the old man states that it is pretty obvious with his sparkling eyes. He went to his storage room for a little while, and after some time, he calls our hero, saying that the preparations are complete. As they enter the room, Hafren reveals a powerful-looking monster enchained by the blacksmith. A notification window then pops up, notifying our hero that the sealed barlog appears. Ghosty was bewildered upon seeing the creature. He shouts at the old man, saying that this monster is a creature that appears on deep-level floors. No matter how you look at it, this trial is absurd. However, Hafren states that the creature is continuously deteriorating and weakening. At this point, it is only at the same level as the boss at the second half of the 20th level. He then asks Tai if he's really going to accept this challenge. Contrary to their worries though, our battle-crazed boy seems to be liking the situation. Upon gazing at the monster's terrifying eyes, our hero knows that it has overwhelming strength which made him excited. Without a single of hesitation, Tai accepts the trial, so Hafren rips the seal that is restraining the monster and sets it loose. As soon as the chains were unbounded, Barlog lets out an overwhelming scream, revealing that he has quite the similarity with Mega Evolution Charizard. The monster then locks his gaze at our hero and sets him as his target. Barlog quickly charges towards Tai. While the monster is closing the distance, it activates its skill, Demon Energy Outburst. In response, Tai swiftly activates an ability of his own, Evasion, and dodges the projectile with ease. He then finds this the perfect opportunity to test out his new magic, so he casted Slow on the enemy. As the monster gets afflicted with the debuff, Tai uses the opportunity to simultaneously activate his Frost Arrow, and Blazing Ball then shoots it to Barlog, creating a massive explosion upon impact. Hafren cannot believe what he's seeing with his own eyes. He questions if such a thing even possible to do. No matter how weak Barlog has become, it still doesn't make sense that it will be defeated just like that. Ghosty then proudly claims that Tai is just the type of guy who makes the impossible a reality. Despite that, the blacksmith comments that no matter how strong Tai is, it should be impossible for him to go beyond his own stats. This made Ghosty realize it as well, finding it odd. The skills that Tai-san has are mostly beyond normal, especially spiritual power enhancement. It doesn't only increase his own stats, but it also allows him to pick up his opponent's skills. It is more high level and different from any other existing skills. He wonders if it is even a skill that a mortal is allowed to have. While the two are staring in disbelief, our boy swiftly finishes off the monster with his blades. A notification window then appears, solidifying our boy's victory, saying that he has won against the sealed Barlog. As promised, Hafren keeps his end to their deal, telling our hero that he will allow him to travel to his world. Tai was surprised upon hearing this. He questions if the old man has the ability to go to a destroyed world. The old man pulls out a shiny black crystal ball from his pocket and replies with a yes. He states that his world was destroyed in a somewhat unique way, so he can send Tai there with the gem on his hand. Although the facilities in the labyrinth are somewhat decent, there is still a limit to what the blacksmith can create inside. But only the master of the destroyed world can handle the materials found in the said place. If Tai brings them to him, the blacksmith guarantees that he can make our hero something even stronger. He then ponders what could our hero bring back with his current abilities. After a while, he informs Tai about the wild roots from the Grey Forest, saying that it would be a good material. According to him, as Tai descends into the labyrinth and becomes stronger, he will have him bring materials from deeper parts of his world as well. The sub-quest from the old man is then initiated. Tai's goal is to enter Hafren's destroyed world and bring back wild roots from the Grey Forest. The reward for completing the quest is an equipment made from the wild roots. The old man then hands our boy a map of his world, saying that Tai will know how to obtain the material the moment he arrives in the forest. Hafren then clenches the gem with his hand and started to chant some unknown spell. After a while, a portal leading to the other side appears, and the old man invites our boy to enter. As Tai was about to enter the portal, the old man gives him one last thing to remember. With a very serious expression on his face, he warns our hero that the destroyed world will absolutely try to kill him, so it's best to be cautious. With that being said, Tai jumps in the portal fearlessly, then he and Ghosty seemed like they are falling into an unknown dimension. Tai asks Ghosty what exactly is happening, and the former warrior states that they are experiencing the movement of space. It will take as long as light has to travel between the stars, so they have to be patient. In our hero's mind, he thinks that this is his first time traveling to a destroyed world, but in a way, Earth is also a world on the verge of destruction. A star that could also be Earth's future. Tai wonders how different it will be. After some time, the two finally lands in an unknown place, filled with nothing but emptiness. As soon as our boy opens his mouth in an attempt to talk, something enters his mouth. It gave him a sensation akin to choking, making him wonder if the foreign object was poison. As safety measure, Tai activated his skill, breath holding, which allows him to hold his breath for some time. He then moves his limbs to test things out. So far, he doesn't feel anything when he moves around. If there was air, he would at least feel the wind. He then notices that the ground is slowly trying to devour his feet. As he assesses the place better, his senses tell him that there are hostilities in all directions. Tai then realizes what Hafren's words truly means. The star, the planet itself, is trying to kill the living. Our hero is talking minuscule amount of damage just from walking. That is how hostile the planet is. Luckily, there is a small amount of oxygen in the place. Ghosty, who is in effect because he's already dead, tells our hero that it will probably wise to limit his movements. If Tai shows more movement than necessary, the planet will start paying attention to him more. He makes it clear that this world is deadly. While they are journeying towards the Grey Forest, Tai asks a curious question to Ghosty, inquiring about the difference between adventurers like Tai and beings like Ghosty and Hafren. Ghosty asks if our boy is talking about the contractors, referring to himself and the others. It seems like the NPC of the labyrinth calls themselves as contractors. Ghosty states that the difference is that the others are bound while the others are not. Adventurers have the freedom to go outside, just like Tai, but contractors are bound to the labyrinth and cannot do so. In exchange for a chance to fulfill their wishes, they made a deal with the wizard. That is why they are tied to the labyrinth. Tai became curious about the wishes that the ghost is talking about. Continuing where we last left off, Ghosty elaborates about the wishes that NPCs like him desire. For the deceased warrior, he wants revenge. For Lalize the mage, she prays to walk the path of magic. Einjar made a contract to find his divine. The shopkeeper and the blacksmith Hafren are no different. That's why they ask adventurers like our hero, Tai, instead. Our boy wonders if that's the reason why their requests manifest in a form of a quest. Tai then inquires how can one become a contractor. Ghosty states that there are various ways for it to happen. As for him, he was approached directly by a wizard for the contract. Growing more curious, Tai asks who is the wizard that came in contact with the ghost. But Ghosty just stared at our boy with a blank expression on his face and says that he cannot answer such query. He tells our boy that Tai will naturally find out the answer to his question as he descends the labyrinth, making our hero wonder if it's too early for him to find out. While they are having a casual conversation, a sudden gust of wind began forming around our hero. That small whirlwind transformed into a violent sandstorm, making our boy realize that the world is seriously trying to eliminate him now. To protect himself, Tai activates his skill, evasion, as well as shelter to shield himself from the violent wind. Despite that, he still takes damage over time, making him wonder if using skills even help. He also notices that the sandstorm isn't moving away from him. It's fixated on the outsider as if it's determined to kill only him. Desperate, Tai equips his blades and tries slashing the wind with all his might. However, physical attacks seem to have no effect. He then proceeds to try using magic. He casts both fireball and frost arrow simultaneously to create a powerful explosion. This combination of attack was strong enough to deal massive damage to Barlog in the previous episode, but even this proved to be for naught against the violent sandstorm. He then gambles everything with his newly learned spell, the Slow. Fortunately, this one seemed to be effective. It slowed down the velocity of the wind, making it more bearable. Tai then activates acceleration and quickly dashed out from the entrapment. He ran with all his might, making sure he has enough distance away from the sandstorm. Deeming it safe to stop, our boy turns around and sees the sandstorm dissipates on its own. Ghosty comments that it might have realized that the sandstorm has no longer value if it doesn't achieve its purpose, so it went out. Suddenly, a notification pops up, informing our hero that his spiritual increase has been activated. He then obtains the conceptual skill which has no descriptions for now. A gently and bright blue aura began enveloping our hero, making Tai confused as to what this strange phenomenon is. Even Ghosty expresses his curiosity on this unexpected turn of events. He states that this is also his first time seeing this type of ability. Then, something strikes the mind of the former warrior, prompting our hero to ask if he remembers something. However, his idea about it is still hazy, so the ghost shook his head and tells our hero that he will explain it after he finishes organizing his thoughts. Seeing the ghost rack his brain just to remember what exactly is the conceptual skill is, Tai states that there is no harm in hearing about it at a later time. As they continue venturing the world, our hero inevitably encountered unforeseen challenges. Tai expresses his frustration, commenting that he's going through so many random experiences today. Multiple debris came flying straight to our hero, prompting him to use his mental acceleration skill to increase his reaction time and deal with them. The hostility of the blacksmith's world is beginning to prove challenging to our hero, leaving him no choice but to also utilize his sword art to deflect the projectiles. It also forced him to use his unbreathing attack, allowing him to dish out strikes without breathing. This is a testament on how Tai is having difficulty dealing with the annoying trial. Sweat and fatigue are starting to build up on our hero. To make things worse, his defenses are being pierced by the unending barrage of attacks. Then, as he looks up, he notices something peculiar. He asks Ghosty what's that thing that is embedded in the cliff walls. Unfortunately though, Ghosty doesn't seem to be seeing it. This gave our hero the idea that he was able to notice such a thing thanks to his newfound ability, the conceptual skill. He propels himself from the wall and leaps straight through the peculiar object. While he's flying through the air, a giant hand made from stone tries to grab him, but Tai was able to destroy it with his sword skill. As our hero gets closer and closer to that certain thing, the attacks became more wild and violent. But this too is within his expectations. He comments that the person orchestrating the attack must have been flustered because Tai came rushing in. Our hero stabs the dark orb, effectively destroying it. As soon as the object gets obliterated, all the flying debris and projectile came falling down, proving that the black orb was the one controlling it. Due to our hero's spiritual increased passive skill, his conceptual abilities proficiency increased by 2%, giving him a new trait, willpower. The appearance of this new clue gave Ghosty some hints about the skill. In Hafren's world, the star itself is trying to kill the world. You could see it as the world's own will, and our boy was able to triumph over that world's will. He forcibly stole away power, not from something physical, but from a concept. Ghosty contemplates that if a stealing type skills tier is lower, it can't take away anything. Spiritual increase has a higher tier than the star itself. Rather than calling it a power grantable to mortals, it should be something only granted to transcendence. Ghosty stares at our hero in absolute bewilderment as he delves in his thoughts. Finally, our hero and his companion has reached their destination. Ghosty comments that he also brought a root from this place, indicating that he was also entrusted by Hafren before. Tai-san smiles, expressing his excitement of getting a better gear after bringing back those roots to the blacksmith. As our hero steps closer to the forest, it began attacking him with deadly roots. Fortunately, its attack pattern proved to be of no challenge to our hero as he easily dodges everything that's thrown at him. As he gets closer, he sees how enormous the root really is. Sensing another attack incoming, our hero activates his skill, Backlash, halting weak root attacks from the tree. Unfortunately, our hero's force field was shattered by the roots, resulting to Tai barely dodging the attack thanks to his mental acceleration ability. He then resorts to using his Scarring Storm sword art to deal with the other roots coming in his way. While he's doing so, he's frantically searching for the heart of the monster. He notices that multiple roots are gathering at a certain point, as if it's trying to protect something. Ghosty tells our hero to be careful as he tries to approach the thing. But it seems that Tai is so preoccupied with his thoughts that he cannot hear the ghost. The former warrior is in awe as he watches our hero focus towards his single goal to become stronger. The attacks are starting to become more ferocious, even taking away our hero's nullification of the first attack skill. After some intense back and forth against the monster, Tai finally managed to destroy the core of the beast. His spiritual increase activates once more after defeating the adversary, increasing the proficiency of his new skill by another 1%. And so, our hero is able to acquire haphazard roots. Despite the hardship and challenges that he had to go through to obtain the root, our hero comments that the trial wasn't that difficult. Ghosty agrees, saying that with Tai's level things shouldn't be too hard. More importantly, the ghostly companion urges for him to quickly head back. Tai seconds the suggestion, as they see an ominous black energy beginning to form from a distance. Observing the foreign object, our hero comments that the black thing seems to be wanting to kill our hero if only it can. But alas, our hero doesn't have the luxury to find out. He quickly opens the portal back to the labyrinth, saying that he will see the world next time. As we continue, Tai-san has successfully completed Hafren's challenge, procuring the root from his broken world. As such, our hero returns to the labyrinth, where he is greeted by the blacksmith. Tai appears from the portal with a nonchalant expression on his face, as if the harsh and hostile world didn't even pose a single threat to him, surprising Hafren. He asks the blacksmith if the quantity that he acquired is enough. In response, the blacksmith says yes, commenting that Tai isn't a resident from that world, so he didn't expect that our boy will be able to take much. However, he can't help but be in a bit of shock of how fast our hero completed the task, making him wonder if Tai brought the right item. Our boy nods with a yes, showing the haphazard root on his hand. It is a special root that originated from the ruined world. Alone, it cannot become anything, and if it's planted in a suitable environment, it seems like it may grow. Tai then pulls out a sword from his inventory, and it seems that Hafren is familiar with the blade, because he immediately asked if it will be alright to use such sword. For confirmation, he inquires if he's even allowed to combine the haphazard root with the cavert's sword. As it turns out, Ghosty is also not a stranger to the blade. More like, he has a deep connection to it because he's the one who gave permission to the blacksmith to use it, saying that he can do whatever he likes with it. You see, the cavert's sword is a very special sword to the former warrior, but since he can no longer use it, he deems our boy worthy and declares that it is Tai-san's sword now. As our hero stares at it, he can feel a slight connection to Ghosty's home world through the sword. Tai is delighted after hearing Ghosty's words. He then turns to the blacksmith, telling him to fuse the blade with the root. The cavert's relic sword is a blade imbued with the blood of the ancestors of a world now in ruins. It has very impressive stats of plus 20 attack, which increases to 30 when facing enemies of noble lineage. Receiving all the confirmation he needs, Hafren accepts the proposal and states that he will use it if it's Ghosty's will. He takes the haphazard root from our hero's hand, but he tells Tai that he doesn't need the weapon just yet. After reforging the root, he opts to join our hero at a later time, so he tells him to come back in 2 days. On the 17th floor of the labyrinth, we hear clashing of blades as our hero continues his journey. It appears that he is battling a knight-like monster which is proficient in wielding dual blades. Tai is currently fighting the floor bosses of this moment, the Dullahan. Although this monster is infamous for its ruthless and skillful sword technique, it wasn't long before our hero was able to subjugate it. In just a matter of minutes, Tai successfully defeated the Dullahan without much trouble, giving him the Blood Mist earrings, which increases strength and agility by 10 and defense by 5. As he walks down the labyrinth, he comments that the Dullahan was weaker than he has expected, to which Ghosty rebuts that Tai is just too strong. He also acquired the leather armor imbued with the dew of magma, giving him plus 20 defense and increases the chance of burn resistance. Now, our hero is more eager to become stronger in the next 2 days. On the 18th floor of the labyrinth, our overpowered hero once again made quick work of the boss, the Skeleton Mage Knight. It was defeated by a stab in the neck, making sure that it will no longer terrorize the labyrinth. Next, on the 19th floor, our boy faces the floor boss, Lick, an undead proficient in using dark magic and necromancy. Emitting a very powerful and sinister aura, this terrifying boss is a nightmare for most adventurers. However, that only applies if it's a normal adventurer. As expected, Tai-san also made a quick work of the undead magic caster. With his blade and swordsmanship skills, the rotting bones didn't stand a chance, only lasting 2 pages. After speedrunning the labyrinth for quite some time, our boy finally levels up once again. It sure did take him long enough to level up because he has amassed too much experience points from farming the Guide of Sin members. Now, our boy is level 42 with absurd stats versus his current floor. After checking his stats, he invites Ghosty to head into the 20th floor, but before they can descend, something ominous catches the attention of Tai-san. A peculiar presence emanating dark aura is sensed from a distance. Ghosty informs him that it is the altar of the goddess of demon folk. Her roots are with the demons. She is an existence that rules over all things demonic. It is none other than the altar of Lucifer. Being the first one to discover the altar, our boy receives a bonus reward. His intelligence increases by 3 and mana by 10 permanently. Tai questions his guide if he knows what trial this particular god will give. In response, Ghosty answers that he doesn't know either, making our hero curious if the former warrior didn't receive it. Ghosty explains that what our boy needs to know is that gods give trials related to their domain. He then asks Tai's opinion on what sort of trials does he thinks the goddess of demon folk will give him. Our boy wonders if the demon goddess only hands her challenges to demon folk, to which Ghosty shakes his head as an answer. He states that it isn't necessarily the case, but the standards for humans will probably much stricter. Tai gazes at the altar and ponders about interacting with the goddess for a bit. Then he arrives at the conclusion to just come back for it at a later time. The former warrior immediately knew that our hero is just being cautious. Since he doesn't know what sort of trial will manifest from this challenge, he opts to have the enhanced weapon first. And so, the two continue their journey to the 20th floor of the labyrinth. As usual, our boy speedrun the normal monsters and arrives at the boss room quickly. We see Tai dashing at full speed while wielding both of his blade. His face is full of concentration as he fixes his gaze at the boss. The 20th floor boss is the Death Knight, an undead type of warrior clad in bright and bulky armor. Tai presses the attack on the enemy, but the monster is somehow able to block it with its blade. Despite this, our boy asks if this is all what the Death Knight can do, as the two have a mini stare down. Tai mocks the bulky monster for being too slow, then releases all his strength as he swings down his blades. The Death Knight's sword wasn't able to hold up to the pressure and was split in half. As a result, our hero's blade tears down its armor like a hot knife through a butter, ending the boss terror. Death Knight is infamous for its ridiculous strength and fighting capabilities, but our hero made it look like it was all too easy. Ghosty laughs half-heartedly as he comments that this floor shouldn't be something that someone can pass through with ease. Without paying any mind to the former warrior's comment, our hero casually opened his system window, checking the secret clear of the current floor. As he has expected, there is still something hidden within the vicinity, and knowing our hero, he wouldn't move onto the next floor without clearing every nook and cranny of the current one. While he is staring at the system window, figuring out where the place could be, he receives a powerful premonition. His gaze instantly shifted to a brick that's obliviously out of place from the others. Tai quickly knew that this is the key to the secret room. He pushes the protruding brick, and the wall began crumbling, revealing a hidden entrance that leads to a certain chamber. Before our hero could even take a step into the pathway, clanking sounds of metal armor is heard getting closer and closer, as if someone is walking towards them. In response, our hero immediately places one of his hands on the handle of his sword, preparing to unsheath it at any given time. Ghosty asks if the enemy that's approaching them is a lord level, but Tai just kept quiet. The entity gets closer, revealing a monster clad with jet black armor and holding a one-handed greatsword. Our hero glares at the knight with utmost caution, watching every movement that it does. The knight talks, saying, "You've come." This is the Death Knight Lord, Valoran, a jet black armor-wearing monster that emits an overwhelming aura that's enough to make normal adventurer piss their pants. As Valoran approaches the two, his attention is focused on Ghosty, saying that he must be the ghost of that past warrior. The knight states that he often heard stories about him from the Weissman, then proceeds to call him a weakling. Ghosty jolted from shock upon hearing the old orc. He asks the knight if he had met that bastard monster who killed him. Valoran responded with pride, saying that it is a secret amongst themselves. This secret is the very least freedom that should be granted to beings like them who are tied down in the labyrinth. His murderous gaze then shifts to Tai-san, questioning if he will be his opponent. The Death Knight Lord praises our hero, saying that he's quite strong. Just from a single glance, this monster already knows that he doesn't stand a chance against our boy. Despite this, Valoran challenges Tai to a duel inside the room that he was given sovereignty to. In response, our boy pulls out his swords and takes his battle stance. Even though the enemy realizes that he stood no chance, his pride as a knight will not allow him to abandon his sword and flee. It has been several hundred years since an adventurer has found his secret lair, so he's really grateful to our hero. Finishing their introductions, Valoran quickly moves. He leaps into the air and delivers a powerful blow to our boy with his blade, which Tai blocks. Our hero repels the monster, parrying his attack and sending him back to gain some distance. While fighting, Tai recognizes the Death Knight's strength. Assessing the enemy's capability, it could be said that he's above the level of 25th floor, someone on a level that a normal player could win against. While trading blows, Valoran manages to sneak a kick within the gaps of our hero's swordsmanship. As such, Tai-san's complete nullification of first attack is used. The enemy had the balls to praise our hero's ability, saying that it is indeed an incredible skill. He then stabs his sword to the ground, preparing for his next attack. With his blade, he sends rubbles of cement towards our hero, obstructing his sight. Tai swiftly jumps back to avoid the debris as well as to prepare if there will be a follow-up attack. Tai realizes that the attacks of the Death Knight Lord may be flashy, but his body is large and bulky, that's why his movement aren't that fast. Using the rocks in the air as leverage, our hero closes the distance towards the enemy while maintaining higher ground. He then pounces on the enemy, striking him with his blade. Tai was able to stab the joint area of the armor, enabling his blade to penetrate the monster's iron defense. While still on top of Valoran, Tai states that he's definitely strong, so strong that a normal player wouldn't be able to defeat him. Unfortunately for him, Tai-san is no normal player. Our boy then tries to pull out his swords from the knight's shoulder, but he had trouble doing so. This gave the enemy an opening to launch a powerful uppercut to our boy. A direct hit. Judging from our boy's facial expression, he clearly felt that one. Our hero braces himself and sucks it up. He then retaliates by delivering a blow of himself. He swings his swords violently, and the knight falls into his knees. However, Ghosty notices that there is something unusual with our boy. He asks why Tai-san isn't using the skills he normally uses, mentioning about the acceleration skill and magic. But our hero didn't reply. Instead, he asked the kneeling Death Knight Lord what's wrong, sensing something awry. Valoran's helm cracks open, revealing a human with white hair and yellow eyes inside. He then leaps into the air to deliver another strike to our hero. As he does, he thanks Tai for giving him an honest and straightforward match that he always wanted. While dishing out relentless sword strikes, Valoran kept on yapping, saying that he waited 100 years for a day like this to come. On the other hand, our hero kept quiet and focused on the match. He was able to dodge the strikes and managed to use the Death Knight's sword as foothold. Tai dashes forward, pulls his blade back, preparing a powerful thrust. The gap between them is too close, and it doesn't seem like Valoran will be able to defend the attack. However, as soon as our hero was about to strike, the knight looked at him with teary eyes and thanks Tai sincerely. In the next scene, we see Valoran leaning against a thin pillar, panting desperately as life slowly leaves his body. Despite the shortness of breath, he made sure to thank our hero for the satisfying battle he has gifted him. He never imagined that our boy would purposely not use his skills and only utilize his swordsmanship to defeat him. However, Tai won't be deceived. He knows that the Death Knight Lord is well purposely held back from using his abilities. Valorant removes his helmet, revealing his full human face. He states that he is a knight, and he did not wish to lean on the use of skills. He wished to fight using purely his sword, however, that was only his own stubborn wish. He had no thoughts of enforcing that to our hero. That's why he thanks Tai-san from the bottom of his heart for not using skills in their battle. Valorant remarks that he wants to say that he's free now that he's about to face death, but there's still something holding him back. He asks our hero if he has any idea how people like him, creatures with intelligence, ended up being tied down in the labyrinth as monsters. This is a really good question, to which our hero doesn't know the answer. The knight explains that it's really simple. To some people, this labyrinth is a land of opportunity, but to others, it isn't the case. Although he would love to spill the secret to the valiant swordsman, it's unfortunate that he cannot explain the truth any further. However, believes that if it's our hero, he will be able to reach the bottom floors and gradually figure everything out. About who they really are, what kind of existence the mage is. And when Tai finally does, he begs him to grant mercy to all of those who cannot escape their fate. That wish are the final words of the valiant Death Knight before he disintegrates into light particles. With that, the 20th floor secret room boss was defeated. As a reward, our hero obtains Valorant's helmet. It gives plus 22 on defense and plus 3% on action speed. Funny thing is, the broken part of it was retained as our hero acquires it. Despite this, Tai actually likes the reward. Usually, action speed boosts are only acquired through footwear, so a helmet giving such buff is quite desirable. As he checks his current stats, he notices that it's a whole lot better than before his regression. There is a continue trigger skill, the proof of self, which allows the merits one have obtained so far will material and encompass the owner. According to Lee Tion, it was a skill that gave off a feeling of intimidation. Our boy equips the shoes of sharp scars. This particular footwear gives off a lot of bonuses. It is plus 4 attack, 14 defense, 10 agility, 12% movement speed, and 6% action speed. He also receives the Rune of Strength, a red shiny rune that bestows plus 20 strength. Once again, Tai checks his current status and is delighted with what he sees. Comparing it to the stats of the previous Lee Tion, our hero surmised that it is equal to hers. Now that they have some free time, our boy returns to the 6th floor, where Lalias the mage resides. The mage quickly greeted our boy and asks how far he has gone down. Our boy informs her that he went into the 20th floor, shocking the young girl at how fast he's progressing. She then realizes that since our boy has descended a lot of floors, he must be here to offer some tribute, to which our hero confirms. And so, the mage quickly initiated the offering. Uttering out of this world language, she began communicating with the god of magic. This time, our hero is given the spell Air Leap. It is a low-rank spell which will allow him to leap mid-air, kind of like double jump from video games. Since our boy's proficiency at it is still low, he can only use it once per jump. Knowing our boy, he quickly put the spell to the test. He didn't even bother stepping outside the room to try it out. He just went ahead and leapt to the air inside Eliza's room. He was able to jump into the outside from the double jump, revealing that Eliza's room has no roof. Our hero smiles, thinking that this is a good and useful spell. Now that he has finished acquiring new magic to his arsenal, our boy went back to the 20th floor boss room where the Red Death Knight respawned. Our hero removed all his gear, making Ghosty confused. In the eyes of a commoner, they will surely think that our boy is into some perverted motives. But since Ghosty has been traveling with Tai for too long, he already knew that he is just about to learn more attack nullification skills. After removing all his gear, he sprinkles a full bottle of powder of blessing into him, increasing his luck. Realizing that Tai has already quite a few nullifying skills, he was dumbfounded to learn that our boy could actually learn more. However, our hero replies that he's not sure either, that is why he's here to find out. He throws away the bottle as he comes face to face with the fully armed Death Knight, although this time, he has no equipment. The boss dishes out an attack, and our hero made sure that it will hit him but not to the point that he will face real danger. As such, his nullification of first attack was used. Using the same method, our hero spends his complete nullification of second attack. Ghosty, who is watching on the sidelines, comment that Tai has already 2 nullification abilities. Surely there's a limit to that kind of skill. Now that Tai is barehanded and has no nullification skills left, he began taking damage from the Death Knight's attack, but he always made sure that it won't cause him too much health points. As he receives the third damaging attack, he receives a notification window stating that his health didn't decrease from the strike. This is because he successfully obtained the continuous trigger skill, complete nullification of third attack. Now that he has acquired what he came for, he sent the 20th floor boss flying with a pure and raw roundhouse kick. Ghosty's jaw almost dropped to the floor after learning that there's actually a third nullification skill. He grinds his non-existing teeth as he checks our hero's stats along with Tai, saying that it is not a skill that you can obtain normally. He was so sure that it's only limited to 2. Ghosty deduces that the third strike nullification is only obtainable through the use of protective shield. You see, to acquire the nullification skill, one's HP must not decrease as he receives damage. Since our hero has the protective shield, which is used first before his actual health points, he passed the requirement. He comments that now one knows about this skill because there's none who actually passed Rakurata's trial, so they didn't receive the protective shield from the god. Our hero then sits, making Ghosty think that he will be taking a rest. He comments that it is good to take it easy once in a while, but our hero just stared at him with a dumb expression on his face that says, "What are you saying?" This prompts the ghost to scold him, asking if getting strong is the only thing that's running through Tai's head, urging him to rest. The two then returns to the blacksmith. While they are climbing the stairs, our hero took the chance to review his sword skill. The Sword of the Scarring Storm is a sword art that has been passed down from a ruined world, and right now, only one person has successfully learned it. His proficiency has already reached 29%, making the former warrior genuinely impressed. However, he comments that Tai was only able to do it because he was reviewing and referencing Ghosty's past skill. Starting now, it will probably become a lot more difficult improving the skill. But our hero thinks that raising the skill's proficiency by 5% in just 2 days is quite a lot. For now, it's enough for him. As he opens the door of the smithy, he sees Hafren working on something, making Tai wonder if he came a bit too early. But the old man replies that he came just in time. The blacksmith states that he has just finished what our hero asked for, and invites Tai to come take a look at it. He shows a shiny silver orb to our hero, and explains that he processed it into the simplest shape. Changes made during the combining process are to enhance its strength. After that quick explanation, he orders our hero to show the weapon. He lightly tapped the orb onto the blade's edge. Then, the orb shattered into pieces. The aura that came from inside the orb enveloped our hero's sword, and Tai was left dumbfounded. The description of the sword changed. Tavert's relic sword is now imbued with the blood of the ancestors of the ruined world. The stats of the sword increased significantly. It now gives plus 30 attack power and a bonus 15 when facing noble lineage. Tai once again became stronger, and now he has also acquired a stronger sword and a new magic for his arsenal. Even our hero, Tai-san, was amazed of how powerful the sword has become. He was left speechless, and could only say thank you to Hafren as he looked at the blacksmith with sheer astonishment. In response, the blacksmith looks at him with pride, stating that this is a business deal between them, no need for thanks. He then informs our boy that he will descend the labyrinth with 5 floors intervals so that our hero wouldn't have too much trouble visiting him. Any more than this would be annoying for the old man since he has too much baggage. With that, he bid our hero good luck, and Tai continued his journey. Our hero went back to the demon god's place, the altar of Lucifer. The aura inside the room is as sinister and as ominous as before, but Tai walked up to the statue without any hesitation. Ghosty comments that he can feel an unusual gaze directed towards them, to which our hero questions if this is the god's curiosity or annoyance. Tai slowly places his hands on the skull decoration. As soon as he did, the eye sockets of the skull began to glow red, as if something was activated. Then, an evil and overwhelming presence appeared behind our hero. As if she was answering Tai's previous question, she mentions curiosity, stating that it must be the same for our boy as well. Tai flinches from the cold voice and evil stare of the woman. Despite that, our boy remained steadfast. He accepted Lucifer's invitation, allowing the goddess to inflict its influence towards our hero. Something strange then occurs at the altar. Our boy comments that he cannot see what's in front of him, even though the altar is glowing in a purplish light. Then, he gets transported in an extravagant hallway, befitting that of a god. Massive pillars that almost reach the heavens support the unusual structure. Tai finds himself in front of the demon goddess throne. Sensing the overwhelming power and authority of Lucifer, our boy kneels to the ground and pays his utmost respect towards the goddess. The entity sitting on the throne comments on how quick our boy kneels. In response, Tai makes a bold reply, saying that he is not idiotic enough to not understand the situation, while still minding his attitude towards the person in front of him. The one sitting on the throne is an entity with the body of a small little girl with long horns and pointy ears. She has long jet black hair that flows all the way to the ground. Lucifer grins at our hero's remark, prompting her to ask for our boy's name. With a small bead of sweat sliding down our boy's temple, he respectfully introduced himself as Kang Tai-san. Even Ghosty, who no longer fears death, is frozen in place with his eyes glued on the goddess. The little girl squints her eyes, saying that Tai acted so cocky and arrogant, making her want to crush his skull. As she makes such remark, pitch black energy began wrapping around Tai's head. Our boy flinches, knowing that his life might be in trouble. However, he's also aware that if he makes sudden movement, his journey will end right here, right now. As such, Tai-san has no other options but to watch the negative energy slowly envelope his face, and just hope for the best. Nothing good will happen if he retaliates, for he's aware that he's in the goddess domain. Lucifer then dismisses the dark energy, saying that it was all just a silly prank to test our boy. She says that she couldn't possibly crush Tai's precious skull. While still teasing our hero, she comments that if she does kill Tai-san, quite a few folks would get mad at her, pertaining to the other gods who took interest in her. Tai coughs from being strangled by the dark matter, desperately catching his breath. Worried, Ghosty asks if he's alright, but our boy couldn't respond. Lucifer then mentions about Zagan, the tier 3 guide of Sin Demon that our hero dispatched. She clarifies that she doesn't intend to take revenge for her little follow, remarking that Tai and Zagan fought fair and square after all. She then goes to the main agenda, pointing out the reason that our hero came to her is to obtain the demonic energy. Our boy meekly nods in affirmative, revealing his true intentions. You see, demonic energy is a necessary cost for using black energy. If our hero would want to use Marchoja's false flames, which he obtained after defeating Zagan, he definitely needs it. To reaffirm his answer even more, he gazes straight at the goddess' eyes. Showing utmost conviction, he says that he wishes to acquire demonic energy with the help of the goddess. She declares that Tai is a human, and she is the goddess of demons. Demonic energy is the power of those who belong to her, and humans definitely do not belong to her. Hearing that the goddess is going a roundabout way to put it, our hero clarifies if she is unable to give demonic energy to humans. While still looking at our boy like he's a mere child, she makes it clear that she can indeed grant him demonic energy despite Tai being a human. This piques our hero's curiosity. Her explanation from before and her answer now contradicts each other, so our boy asked what she means. The goddess explains that normally, it would be impossible for a human to acquire demonic energy. However, Tai was able to obtain the power of her demons through a loophole. Lucifer then states that the thing next to him, pertaining to Ghosty, does not have the qualifications to acquire the energy. But if it's just Tai, he can receive it. He has the constitution to control demonic energy. Our boy is not following quite the goddess explanation. He just knows that he'll be able to. However, the demon goddess clarifies that there is a price to all things, including the acquisition of the demonic energy. Our hero bows his head sincerely, asking for the goddess to enlighten him. Lucifer then gives a short and simple answer, saying that all Tai has to do is to help her protect her little lamb. Our hero was about to ask what she meant by that, but his words were interrupted by the sudden appearance of a system window issuing a sub-quest. The mission requests our boy to help the goddess protecting her child who is being persecuted. However, that world is one where demon folk cannot intrude. She wishes our hero, who can visit that world, to help her child. The reward for this quest will be based on our boy's result. Our hero asks if he will be going into another world, to which the goddess replies yes. Lucifer adds that Tai has already been in the blacksmith's ruin world, so he's not unfamiliar with such quests, but she makes it clear that the world he will be going is not like Hafren's, so he does not need to worry about it being hostile. Her expression then changes to that of irritation, stating that her little lamb is in pain and being persecuted in a world that has forgotten her. So, she wants Tai to bring that child to a safe place. Our hero stands in a dignified manner and reassures the goddess that he understands the context very well. However, before he accepts, he would like to make a request first. Ghosty, who hears our hero's bold statement, warns him, but our hero stood firm with his decision. As expected, Lucifer became somewhat infuriated with Tai-san's balls of steel. Normally, such imprudence would be met by having one's head crushed by the all-powerful demon god, but she's in a room for negotiation right now. She allows our hero to speak his mind, but she warns him that if it's something unsatisfactory, then she shall ignore it completely. Tai steeled his will. In all honesty, he doesn't want to provoke the entity in front of him, for he knows that the gap between their powers is like heaven and earth. But this question is worth the risk. With a straight face, he asks the goddess if she knows about the one trying to conquer his world, the planet Earth. The demon goddess lets out a small chuckle and wears a sinister grin. She then states that she will forgive our boy's imprudence. Lucifer informs our hero that she will give him the answer if he fulfills her order in a satisfactory manner. Her reply was enough for our hero. He then started his mental preparation for the quest. Lucifer acknowledges our hero's willingness. Although she claims that it's a hassle, she intends to at least explain the basics to our hero as she conjures the portal leading to the other world. The world Tai will be visiting is Vequiseta. Magic exists in this world, and it is protected by a dragon. The strength of the world itself is average, or so the goddess of the demon folk claims. However, she frowns and comments that something annoying is guarding such average world. She reveals that the god of light born from that land, Hammon, protects the land. With all the introductions needed out of the way, the portal connects to the said world. Lucifer bids our hero good luck as Tai-san embarks on a new journey. He gets transported in a forest of the said world, where he falls from a certain height, crashing into the ground. While scratching his head and recuperating from the fall, he comments that Vequiseta is not much different from the other worlds he knew. It has a thick forest full of life. The green scenery somehow reminds Tai of the beauty that Earth, his home planet, once had. Ghosty comments that Tai can tell just from looking at the Guide of Sin. The most universal form of creatures with intelligence is the shape of human. That's why even demons look like it. As our hero is thinking that he won't be chased around because of the difference in appearance, a system window pops up, notifying him that his presence detection has caught something. Ghosty states that Tai doesn't appear to have the time to be lost in thoughts, which our hero agrees. He heightened his sense, observing the unfamiliar surroundings. He then jumps into the air multiple times with the help of his new skill, Leap, allowing him to see the area better. While in the air, his presence detection skill once again activates, signaling our hero about the presence of some individual nearby. He sees several people who appear to be in a chase for one person. It immediately comes to his mind that the person being chased is the lamb that the demon goddess was talking about. The two also notices the jet black hair and the pointy horns that this person possesses. They are clear indication that this individual is that of demon folk. Tyra positions himself while in the air, preparing to make his entrance. However, he knows that he cannot just jump in carelessly. The girl being chased trips over as she tried to avoid the arrow shot near her foot. The pursuers then catches her with a rope to her leg, making her fall into the ground face first. They celebrate their success by mocking the poor little girl. From their attitudes, it seems that they're not even viewing her as a person. The demon folk young girl pulls out a knife and tries to cut the rope that's binding her leg. While she does so, the men comments that it was really difficult to catch the princess. Now they know why she was able to avoid capture for 10 years. They compliment her, saying that she's a professional escapee. Although their words are that of praises, they say it in a sarcastic tone of voices, clearly mocking the miserable gal. One white-haired fucker leans closer and slaps the shit out of her, telling her to go sleep for a bit. The other bastard sneers as they watch their comrade punish her. The leader states that they will split the reward money for capturing the girl, garnering them 100 gold coin each. The man with the bow comments that the bounty is a bit lacking for them, which surprises the white-haired bastard. He reiterates that it isn't just few coins, but 100 gold coins. However, the man protests that the cost for tracking, request fees, even the bribes for keeping people silent was too high. He adds that he was the one to pay for all those. He proposes that they all get 90 gold coins each while he takes 190 gold. He declares with high vigor. The others could only look at him with sweat dripping down their faces. On the other hand, the white-haired man fearlessly voiced out his opinion, protesting against the archer's suggestion. The man then stares at him with contempt, stating that if he doesn't like it, then he can just die. While the discord amongst the bounty hunters is intensifying, our hero appears right behind the white-haired man without any sound. In a very calm and undisturbed tone of voice, he says that he would like to join the conversation. Everyone was taken aback by the abrupt appearance of the unknown guest. As professionals, they quickly jumped away from our boy and took their defensive stance despite being surprised at first. The first thing that they noticed on the mysterious person was his black hair. They immediately thought that he's a demon folk, but upon closer inspection, they see that his hair is lighter than those of demon folks. Tai-san was a bit confused. Does having a dark black hair have something to do with demon folks? Our boy didn't get any time to ponder about such thoughts as he was asked by the other party for his identity. He calmly replies that he is someone who has business with the girl with horns. The bandit flinches. He seems to misunderstand our hero for someone who is also aiming for the bounty placed on the girl's head. He quickly snatched the unconscious demon and held her hostage, saying that he won't allow Tai to take away their hard-earned bounty. But before he could even finish his sentence, a hard clenched fist collided with his blabbering mouth, unhinging some of his teeth. His comrades were all bewildered by the sudden attack from our hero. They could only watch the white-haired man fly through the air from the force of our hero's fist. Astonished, they quickly turned into the defensive after witnessing the capabilities of the unknown intruder. They asked our boy one more time for his identity, and just like his previous answer, he reiterated that he is someone who has business with the girl on the ground. In the next scene, we see the bald-headed bandit pleading for mercy while our boy mercilessly dispatches his comrades. Well, that escalated quickly. With his trembling voice, he tells our hero that he will spill everything he knows in exchange for his life. It's impressive how he can still voice out his thoughts despite his vocal cords on the verge of collapse from fear. This unsightly form of begging is what saved the bald head with brain from certain demise. Unlike his fellow bandits who were now reduced to lifeless corpse lying on the ground, he is the only one left with the capabilities to breathe. He began explaining things to our hero who listened to him attentively. According to Baldy, there was an oracle 10 years ago. This place, this world, used to be a normal one where humans and demon folk divided the world in half and had proper amounts of interaction. But everything's changed when the Fire Nation attack. Just kidding. One day, the people received an oracle from the god of light, Hammon. Abusing his almightiness and unquestionable authority, the god of light gave a decree to humanity to wipe out all the demons. Backed with their god's will and overwhelming drive for victory, the humans obeyed Hammon without any thoughts. They waged war on the unsuspecting demon folks, and through the years, they gradually succeeded. And so, 2 years later, the demon king was slain, and the war was declared over. A bounty was placed on the remaining demon folks, and now, after hunt, they are nearing their complete extinction. Tai, who is hearing this, had no words to say. Bald then nervously points towards the unconscious girl. With his voice still trembling in fear, he informs our hero that she is the last princess of the demon kin. Our boy looked at the sleeping lady with a somewhat pitying gaze. The goddess of demons' quest clearly indicates that he should protect this soul princess. Hearing enough, our boy kept his promise and dismissed the man, allowing him to keep his miserable life. Tai took the unconscious princess inside a cave nearby and kept watch outside, making sure that the exhausted lady gets all the rest she needs. The demon woke up. While still groggy, she stood up and went beside our hero. Tai comments that she should rest more, for clearly, she isn't in her best condition. Even though her head is still in pain, she made sure to thank our hero properly for saving her. However, she adds that our boy should quickly go back to where he came from. She explains that Tai must not remain by her side, for she is an existence that should not be in this world anymore, a demon folk. As she gives our hero explanations as to why he should leave her be, she recalled the days when she was still traveling with her kin, looking for a place to fit in. With the painful memories running through her mind, the lady unconsciously teared up. She states that she doesn't have anyone she can call her own anymore. Despite being in a pinch, she informs our hero that those bounty hunters aren't the only ones chasing after her. Many who have made a name for themselves are also after her life. Our hero acknowledges her explanation. He then points to a distance, asking the girl if that guy is also one of them. Naturally, the demon girl didn't notice the guy that our hero was talking about. Hearing our boy being aware of his presence, the man chose to reveal himself, emerging from the bushes. The young lady instantly flinched at the sight of the man, and a drop of cold sweat rolled down her face. An adventurer conducts himself like a gentleman, properly greeting the demon folk and calling her princess. He tries to make a small conversation with the girl, saying that he didn't expect that the rumors of her being here was true. In response, the demon princess quickly pulled out her knife and points it towards the man she calls Garrett. She mentions how the old man used to swear his loyalty towards her father, but now he's nothing but a disgusting traitor. The man wearing the whiskers of a catfish smiles briefly in response to the demon's remark. His facial expression then turns to that of grimace, saying that it was all in the past. He mentions that those days were just dreadful memories he'd rather forget. He regrets swearing loyalty to mere demon folk. As he says this, he quickly closes the gap between him and the girl, surprising the demon. His movement was so quick that all the princess could do is follow him with her eyes. Garrett then repositioned himself and aims at our hero. On the other hand, Tai just stood there, staring at the man with a blank expression on his face. The demon girl tried to plead Garrett not to hurt our boy, saying that he is not related to their conflict. However, it was all too late. A loud clanking sound of metals clashing is heard after the old man swung his sword towards our boy. Unfortunately for him, Tai was able to block his attack with only the hilt of his sword, surprising the man. His surprise attack was flawless, and he made sure to attack between the gaps of his conversation with the princess. Despite that, the reality in front of him remains unchanged. Tai just casually blocked his surprise attack with just the hilt of his sword. And as if to insult him even further, our boy did all these with his eyes closed. Our boy then delivers a devastating punch to the man's face. Garrett wasn't even able to take his defensive stance as our hero's attack was too fast. The man flies through the air from the force of the punch. The demon princess was bewildered at what had just transpired. It seems that she didn't clearly see what happened. Nevertheless, that counterattack from our hero didn't instantly kill the man. He was able to skid through the ground and regain his footing. Tai smiles, deeming the man worthy of some attention. He grins, telling the man that he's not too shabby. Contrary to our hero's unfazed reaction, Garrett became wary of Tai, but his pride won't allow him to back down. He mocks our hero, calling him a nameless savage, then proceeds to release his aura, and his power rose in response. The young lady became anxious after seeing Garrett get serious. Being her father's former soldier, she knows that the old man's capabilities are no joke. Garrett then imbues his aura into his sword, making it sharper and deadlier. Confident that he could take on our hero now that he's serious, he grins. Even so, Tai's expression remained unchanged, but he somehow got interested in the guy's aura release. Ghosty asks him how he even know about such a thing. To answer his curious question, our boy reveals that he has something similar to it. He waves his hand, prompting Garrett to come at him anytime. The old fart bit our boy's provocation and quickly dashed towards him. In his mind, he thinks that our hero is a fool for giving this chance to him. He intends to cut Tai in half with his blade. He then thrusts his sword towards our boy, putting all his body weight and all of his power into the attack. Unfortunately for him, Tai easily blocked the attack with his blade without even exerting much effort. The fucker was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out from their sockets. Our boy casually comments that the attack imbued with aura was still not enough to shatter his sword. Garrett is nearing the limit of his patience, and this embarrassment caused him to get even more serious. He sends another powerful attack towards our hero, but this time, Tai didn't move an inch. Seeing the blade pass through our boy's body, the demon princess couldn't stomach to watch, so she closed her eyes, thinking that the attack worked on our hero. However, as she reopens her eyes, he was dumbfounded to see our hero completely unharmed. Tai just looked at the idiotic old man as he tries to figure out what just happened. He was sure that his previous strike connected, so why the hell is the enemy unharmed? To answer his own question, he concluded that his opponent might be a mage, and the trick our hero pulled is a spell that manipulates time. But he deems such a thing impossible. Not even the grand mages of the magic tower can cast spells that alter results like what our boy just did. He then repositions himself for another strike which lands on our hero, but the result was just the same as the first attack. At this point, Garrett is starting to view our boy as a monster. He swings once more, but it was also rendered useless by our hero's nullification of the third attack. The old man is absolutely losing his shit right now. He's so confused as to why his aura attacks aren't working. Curious as to how much damage an aura attack deals, our hero uses his arm to catch Garrett's blade, causing 63 damage to him. He avoids the next strike with ease, then activates his dodge skill for the next swing from the man. Garen stabs Tai, but due to the skill, he didn't take any damage. This prompts the man to shiver as he asks our boy's identity. Tai looks at him with a stern gaze, declaring that he is an agent. Our hero then conjures a frost arrow and calls it aura, before shooting it to the man. Garen is now on the defensive. While he's doing his utmost best to parry the projectiles being casually launched by our hero, he desperately questions how a mere savage like Tai can control attack spells so easily. However, our hero is more interested on the man's use of aura. He comments that it appears Garen can't change its shape or form, and there isn't any enhancement to his mind or body. All it can do is slightly increase the sword's cutting force, so it's nothing special. The old man has absolutely no clue what our hero is blabbering about. Tai then turns his attention to Ghosty, asking if the former warrior also learned aura before. Ghosty answers that there wasn't anything called aura in his world. He clarifies that Tai's planet should be also like that. There wasn't really any aura, magic, or monsters in it. He comments that it is rare for people to reach the lower floors of the labyrinth, and it's even rarer for those people to have aura. Realizing that he can't get any information about the topic to Ghosty, he shifts his interests to Garen. The old fucker has gone absolutely nuts at this point. He's shaking and drooling from terror while repeatedly calling the person in front of him as a monster. Seeing that the one he wants to interrogate has become bonkers, our hero resorts to using his skill, the continuous trigger skill, Proof of Self. As our hero activates the skill, his overwhelming presence began to take form in the eyes of the shaking old man, which drove him into an even deeper despair. The man falls into his knees from the absolute fear, coughing loudly as if he's being suffocated. Tai realizes the tremendous effect of the skill on the man. He states that the idiot won't be able to properly answer him if he's too terrified from the intimidation caused by the skill. Then, regaining a bit of his sanity, Garen pleads our hero to ask him anything, stating that he will answer any question that our hero has. Ghosty laughs loudly from the pitiable state of the man, commenting that it is like he saw a terrifying hallucination or some sort. Tai doesn't actually know what just happened, but the situation is working for him till he takes it. Now that the man is willing to talk, he commands him to spill everything he knows about his aura. Not a day has passed since our hero arrived in this world, and Tai is already inflicting pain onto its citizens. Then again, it's not like they didn't deserve it. As we continue, we see that our hero, Tai-san, takes up Garen's offer to spill everything he knows. He informs our boy that aura is a skill that can be obtained by a swordsman, and as we can see, Garen's aura is in the form of blue flame. The man mentions that once you obtain the highest level of skill, the aura will turn white, but he has never witnessed such a thing. Digging further, Tai asks what are the benefits of imbuing aura to one's swordsmanship, and the man gives him a short and simple answer. The sword's cutting power will be almost absolute. Just almost, because as we saw in the previous episode, it didn't work on Tai at all. Our hero wants to know if the skill is only applicable to swords. If so, it wouldn't be that useful. Although Tai also utilizes his swords, his specialty is combining various attack patterns to dominate his enemies. Garen then states that aura is possible to use on any weapon, however, it cannot be utilized freely. As expected, there will be some kind of restrictions, because if not, it will be an absolute skill. For example, just like with the old man's sword, someone will only be able to use aura on the type of weapon that he has practiced all his life. In short, one must first have a great mastery of his weapon before he can imbue aura on it. However, the higher one's proficiency becomes, the more freely he can utilize the aura. Tai understood it quickly. Our boy's familiarity with competency and proficiency levels are second to none, for he has been grinding his skills whenever he has the chance. He then inquires about the energy consumption when using aura. Garen answers that there is no such thing as energy consumption when utilizing the skill, which shocks our boy for a bit. The man with a whisker-like mustache explains that although there is a limit on how much aura you can emit, there is no limit on the usage, even if you use it for a long time. At most, it will only make the user a bit tired. Tai instantly took more interest in the skill after hearing how useful aura actually is. As such, he went directly to the point and asked Garen what he had to do to learn such a powerful skill. Unfortunately, the old man states that there is no special way to obtain it. It is a kind of power that one can naturally gain through one's own realization. He sticks to the previous explanation, saying that Tai must have a great mastery of his weapon of choice first before he can imbue it with aura. However, as expected, there are always exemptions. Garen reveals the existence of the sword masters who have mastered the art of imbuing aura. They might know what to do in order for our boy to freely use the skill without taking decades of practice. Our hero acknowledges the explanation. To put it simply, he comments that Garen doesn't actually know how to learn the use of aura. However, the information that the old man has told is still useful. Spilling everything he has to know, Garen looked at our hero's eyes and begged him to end his life. In response, Tai points his sharp blade toward the kneeling old man, and the atmosphere returns to its former intensity. Garen lowers his head and pleads with our hero to kill him, wanting to be spared from further humiliation and asking for eternal rest. Tai stared at his opponent with a melancholic expression. Although Garen appeared as an arrogant man when he ambushed our boy and the demon girl, it can't be denied that he still has the pride of a warrior. Sensing that Tai has acknowledged his request, a small smile appears on the old man's face, knowing that he will die with his dignity and pride intact. As his final words, he called our boy a great man, thanking him for the honorable death. With one swing of his sword, Tai ended Garant's misery. In that instance, his spiritual power enhancement activates. However, the system informs him that due to the massive difference between his and Garant's soul, Tai won't get anything from his victory against the warrior. Time passed for a while and the sun was starting to set. We see our hero and the demon girl sitting by the campfire. The first one to break the silence is none other than our boy. He asks the demon princess for her name. Sitting in a tucked position, not wanting to show any vulnerability, the demon princess reveals that her name is Anesha in a very meek voice. She then returned the question to our hero. Tai introduced himself as Kang Tai-san, stating that his role is to be Anesha's guard, which shocks the demon girl. As far as she can remember, her kin is already in the face of extinction, with her being the only one left. She can't think of anyone who would send Tai to be her guard. Sensing the flow of conversation, Ghosty interrupts our boy and tells him not to reveal the truth to the girl. He mustn't reveal that he was actually sent by the demon goddess to protect Anesha. It seems like our hero didn't think of lying to the girl and intended to spill everything. So, now that Ghosty warned him, he had to make an impromptu background story of his. He states that a few years ago, there was a person from the demon clan who came to see him. That person gave Tai his treasure and asked him to keep the demon princess safe. Ghosty, who's listening to our boy's cliché story, can't help but chuckle in the background. In contrast with our boy's spiritual companion, the demon princess seems to have bought Tai's words. She asked for the identity of the mysterious person with great interest in her eyes, but Tai stated that he didn't know either, saying that he died as soon as he accepted the request. Wanting to move on from the uncomfortable topic, our boy proceeds to ask Anesha if she knows a safe place in this world, a place where she can live peacefully without having to fear unexpected pursuers. Unfortunately, the demon princess answered in a defeated tone of voice, stating that there is no such place. Tears began building up in her eyes as she voices out the painful truth. Wherever she goes in this world, everyone is trying to kill her. That is the despairing fate for the demon kin in this world ruled by the god of light. Acknowledging her words, our hero stands back up, inviting Anesha to move along. He's sure that there must be an unknown place that is at least safer than where they are right now. And so, the two began their journey, venturing into the unfamiliar world. Every now and then, they will encounter opportunistic bastards hungry for the bounty placed on the demon princess, but Tai would quickly dispatch them. The whole time, Tai kept on thinking about the demon goddess' words, telling him to protect her sheep. He recalls that she wanted Anesha, who is facing constant persecution and misery in the world and has lost faith in her, to find a place where she can be safe. As such, our boy is sure that there will be such a location, so the goal is to find that place. However, the question still remains, where could that be actually located? The night falls, revealing the beautiful starry sky of the hostile world. The two have ventured quite a distance from where they started. They are currently surrounded by tall stone pillars scattered around the forest. Anesha took a moment to kneel on the ground and pray to the demon god, asking for her blessings in the form of peace and salvation for her kin. Tai turns around to observe the faithful subject of the demon goddess, praising her for being loyal. However, being the ever-diligent adventurer that he is, it didn't take our hero too long to lose interest in the praying demon folk. He would rather use his time to train himself rather than do nothing. As such, he grips his sword tightly and focuses his mind on getting stronger. He closed his eyes and felt every inch of his sword, becoming one with his weapon. Unfortunately, despite pouring his utmost attention and concentration into his training, he still couldn't manage to activate his aura. Due to his extreme focus, Tai didn't even realize that the sun had risen already. He turns around to check the girl he's traveling with and sees her sitting patiently on the sideline as she observes our boy. He asks her how long she has been watching him, and Anesha reveals that she has been doing so for the past 2 hours. Curious, the demon princess asks our boy if he's practicing something. In response, Tai states that he's trying to learn aura. This came up as a shock to Anesha. She was so sure that Tai had already mastered the skill given how powerful he was. Not to mention, he also defeated Garant with ease, a warrior who was capable of utilizing the skill. To address her confusion, Tai states that he is from another place, so his fighting abilities are different. Now that the previous incident has been mentioned, Anesha remembers that she hasn't thanked our boy properly for saving her. As such, she stood up and posed in a dignified manner. Emitting the elegance that most royalties possess, the demon princess states her full name, Anesha Bridget, the demon princess, and sincerely expresses her gratitude towards our boy. She gazed at our boy's eyes, properly maintaining good eye contact, then put up a small yet captivating smile. Despite looking ragged and haggard from the constant fleeing, Anesha didn't fail to showcase her elegance. In response, Tai was a bit taken aback by her sincerity. It kind of bothers him that the girl is expressing her heartfelt gratitude towards him, because, in reality, he's only doing this quest in order to obtain the demonic energy from the goddess. Their small conversation was interrupted by Ghosty, alerting our boy that there were more pursuers coming their way. Tai immediately went back to his default mode, and the hesitation in his face disappeared in an instant. In a distance, a group of hooded men approaches our hero. From their conversation, it is clear that they are searching for the demon princess. One of the men informs the elder that this is where they have last sensed Anisha. Before they could even notice the two, Tai took the liberty to greet them, asking the group if they were wizards based on their getup. The old man who seems to be leading the group confirms his statement, saying that he is a wizard from the Malfrey School of the Great Magic Tower, introducing himself as Barmandor. In response, Tai smirks, saying that their fight will be more exciting than dealing with the hunters who kept on appearing out of nowhere. This battle maniac is sure that he will be able to learn something from battling magicians in this other world. Contrary to our boy's excited attitude, the old man remained calm and asked our hero if he was the one guarding the princess. Such thought is incomprehensible for Barmandor because, in this world, the humans have waged an all-out war against the demon folks in accordance with their god's words. In a heartbeat, the group of wizards assumed their battle formation, and the old man quickly readied his staff to dish out some spells. With an aggressive tone of voice, he states that they have come to deal with the demon princess, and a lowly swordsman such as Tai has no business standing in their way. Despite their threatening aura, our boy didn't back down. Rather, he became even more excited and walked towards the enemies. Anisha followed him from behind, commenting that the old man was about to use his oracle. He doesn't intend to hold back because the god Hammon wants to wipe all the demon folks out. Noticing that the demon princess is preparing herself to fight alongside him, Tai turns around and states that the pursuers are indeed persistent people. However, he doesn't intend to allow her to join the fight and orders the princess to go back to the cave. After that brief exchange of words between the two, the next thing we see is a lone swordsman wreaking havoc in the place. Wizards are flying into the air one by one as our hero strikes them. Their organized formation instantly dissolved the moment Tai attacked. After dealing with the low-level magicians, Tai went straight toward the leader. He swings his sword at the old man. However, it would seem that Barmandor is not someone to be taken lightly, for he managed to evade our hero's swift slash by the strand of a hair. I guess that's a terrible metaphor to put it because the man is completely bald. Well, nonetheless, the man quickly regained his footing and went to the offensive. Still, the mage is astonished that their magic isn't working on a puny swordsman like Tai. He orders his subordinates to keep their distance away from the opponent and simultaneously dish out their spells and launch a powerful barrage of magic, which they comply with. Different elemental magic flies straight to our hero, but they aren't fast enough to land a hit on the seasoned adventurer. Tai gracefully avoided each attack like he was just taking a walk in the park. Our cocky boy even taunts them, asking if that's the best they can do even when they are banded together. At the same time, he conjures a frost arrow into his hand and launches it towards the enemies. Multiple icicle spears speed toward the baffled magicians. Adding salt to their injured pride, Tai calls their attacks weak. Not surprisingly, the wizards were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. They didn't expect that the measly swordsman they looked down upon was capable of using frost arrows without chanting. In that moment of hesitation, some of them forgot to be on the defensive, ending in a catastrophic result. Some of them were hit defenseless by the projectiles, taking them out of the picture. As for the others who were a bit faster, they still suffered fatal injuries even though they tried their best to defend against the attack. All of the wizards, except for the old man, fell to our hero's magic. Tai steps on one of the corpses and comments that he finds it fancy that they call his magic the Frost One. With victory almost in his grasp, our boy confidently declares that he is here to protect the demon princess, and he will not spare anyone who tries to go against him. Now that his subordinates are out of the picture, Tai points his sword towards Barmandor, then activates his skill, Intimidate, the same skill he used against Garrett which made the bastard shit his pants. Despair quickly engulfed the already terrified old man. But our hero assures him that he won't kill him quickly. He demands the Barmandor spill everything he knows about magic in exchange for some time being alive. The scene then switches to our hero and Anisha continuing their journey. Needless to say, our boy made a quick work with Barmandor. According to the dead wizard, it is mandatory to cast a chant when one activates magic in Begeseta, and basic magic to identify the surroundings can be used from the intermediate level. Also, the Frost One, or the Frost Arrow, is a high-level magic from the school that learns cold control. Tai had expected this kind of result from their battle, but he deems that the Frost Arrow is really nothing special. Suddenly, Anisha felt a bit dizzy, causing her to fall into our hero. Her complexion turns pale, indicating that she isn't in her best condition. Seeing this, our hero begins taking something from his spatial inventory, while Ghosty comments that the years of being persecuted have affected the demon princess' well-being and are now taking a toll on her body. Our boy pulls out a red potion from his inventory and hands it over to the demon folk. He orders her to drink it, saying that it will make her feel a bit better. Fully trusting our hero, Anisha takes the bottle of potion from his hand and drinks it without hesitation. After swallowing the last drop of the potion, its effect started to manifest. All the wounds and bruises that the demon princess had disappeared in an instant, surprising Anisha. She inquires what kind of drink Tai gives her. In response, our boy informs her that it is a stamina-restoring potion, and he had expected that it would work well on the girl. The demon princess eyes glittered from our hero's generosity, asking him why he would give such a precious item to her. Our boy assures her that it isn't something precious, so there is no need to feel indebted. However, in Anisha's point of view, this mysterious man has already done too much for her, so she is currently thinking of ways how to repay our boy's kindness. The dusk breaks, so the two set up a small campfire to take a rest. The girl prepares a steamed fish and hands it to our hero, saying that she added some spices to it so it wouldn't taste that bad. Tai compliments the dish, saying that it looks delicious. Anisha was happy to be praised by our boy and goes to reveal that it has been a long time since she last cooked, but her cooking sense hasn't disappeared yet. She then began sharing memories she's most fond of. Back when this world was still at peace, she stated that she liked to cook this and that for the people around her. However, a tinge of sadness brushes over her face when she recalls that those peaceful and lively times wouldn't ever return. The family she once had is gone forever. Our hero took this opportunity to learn more about the world. As it turns out, Hammon is a god who hasn't even reached 100 years in this world. Back then, the demon princess reveals that they didn't have a culture to believe in a specific god who governs the whole world. Each region and clan had a different god they believed in. During that time, a god was born into their world, the god of light, Hammon. Ghosty was shocked as well after hearing that Hammon hasn't even reached 100 years of sovereignty. Yet, his followers are already on the verge of dominating the world and are almost causing the extinction of the demon folks. Seeing him become interested, Tai asks his companion if he has something in his mind that is somehow connected to the current situation, to which Ghosty says yes. As he has told Tai before, those who were gods from birth have already disappeared. All the gods that exist now are gods who originated from mortals and then turned into transcendental beings. Our quick-witted boy instantly knew what Ghosty was trying to imply. His words would suggest that Hammon was also a mortal 100 years ago. The gods are the ones who are obsessed with their possession, so they can tell that Hammon's direction is extreme. That's why it is no surprise that he ordered the extinction of the demon folk. In the end, Hammon ordered the extermination of the demon clan so that he could become the complete god of Begesada. Since the demon folks are faithful believers of the demon goddess Lucifer, once they are extinct, only Hammon's followers will be left in the world, making him the one and true god of Begesada. Tai then asks Ghosty the most obvious question: why would the demon goddess just sit idly by while her followers are being executed? Shouldn't she be making moves in order to prevent such a thing? Ghosty agrees with our hero's reasoning and states that it is exactly the reason why Lucifer sent Tai into this world where she has zero influence. No matter how strong Lucifer is, it is difficult for her to fight another god outside her territory. Even though the demon goddess is at a much higher level, it doesn't change the fact that this place is Hammon's territory. Hearing the sound explanation from Ghosty, our hero has no other choice but to agree. Now, his mission has become clear. Tai is now aware that his true goal is to stop the tyranny of the god of light Hammon, as well as to protect Anisha, the demon princess. A moment of silence engulfed the atmosphere between the two. The demon princess is still thinking about the peaceful past, wishing that she could go back in time. On the other hand, Tai is deep in thoughts of his mission. If he can complete this quest, he wonders if he will be able to find out the identity of those who tried to destroy his world, the planet Earth. On some other place, a band of knights are gathered together, and from the looks of it, they are out to capture the demon princess as well. They are far better equipped than the hooligans that our hero encountered before. At the same time, another group of wizards, far more than the group of Barmandor, is organized as well. One of the knights jests that with that amount of advanced wizards, their forces will be enough to destroy an entire city. Amongst the elite troops are two distinguishable individuals. One is clad in bright bluish heavy armor and the other is a female swordswoman who exudes an air of confidence around her. They all have received one command, and that is to kill the demon princess. On the other hand, Tai is sitting comfortably with his hands supporting his face. He seems to have already seen the group out to get them and casually comments that there are many of them. As it turns out, he is sitting on a nearby cliff, watching the army as they march in search of the demon princess. In a bold display of courage, Tai shouts to greet them, giving them a casual hello. The one to repay the greeting is an old bishop wearing a gray robe. He asks our boy if he's the guardian of the abandoned princess. Behind him is the massive army ready to go at any time. The old man tells our hero to back down, clarifying that their goal is to get the princess, and they have no intention of fighting against the unknown guardian. He repeats his words, saying that they are the followers of the god of light, Hammon, here to obey his words, which is to kill the demon princess. Despite their numbers and threatening aura, our hero confidently declines their offer, stating that he also has his own reason for protecting the princess. Also, he wants the people below to spread rumors about him. This peculiar statement catches the attention of the old bishop, asking what kind of rumors our hero is talking about. However, our hero ignored the query of the magician. Instead, he asks if their force has all gathered now, stating that the more people present, the better it will be for him. His attitude baffled every soldier below. They could not comprehend how could a lone swordsman be this confident. Then with a nonchalant tone of voice, our hero urges them to come at him, saying that it would be most convenient to get rid of all of them at once. The soldiers below are getting provoked by our hero's cocky attitude. They are wondering if there's something wrong with the swordsman's mouth. They ask him if he's just saying such nonsense because he wants to play the hero. In response, our boy jumps down the cliff to show that he's serious. Tai reiterates his statement that he would like to face them all at once. In order to show that he means business, he conjures a frost arrow on his hand, declaring that there is something he wanted to test. Being well versed in magic themselves, the mages recognize our boy's spell and calls it the Frost One, getting surprised that their enemy can conjure it. Finally accepting that the lone swordsman is their opponent, all of them charge towards our hero's direction. The blue-armored soldier was the first one to strike, calling our boy a traitor to the god Hammon as he swings his weapon. Moving insane speed, he was able to thrust his spear to our hero, but Tai didn't even flinch. The soldier was bewildered. He knows that his strike connected, however, it didn't deal any damage. He doesn't know about Tai's skill, nullification of attack. Meanwhile, our boy just continued creating frost arrow while standing still. Multiple projectiles are being created out of thin air due to magic. On the other hand, the soldiers are still baffled by the fact that their first attacks didn't work on their enemy. Frustrated by our hero's antics, the soldiers provoke him to launch his spell already and stop standing still like an idiot. However, our hero remained firm and continues creating more frost arrow. Out of desperation, they simultaneously charge towards him, swinging their weapon like madmen. Having spent his nullification skills, our hero began taking damages, but it ain't to the point of needing concern. His enemies also started to notice that their attacks are now working. As such, one tries to land an empowered attack, but to his surprise, his attack didn't work at all. This is because Tai activated his second nullify attack ability. Our boy just continues making his spell larger and larger by combining the frost arrows he has conjured. The enemies began shooting projectiles towards him. In response, Tai just casually evaded some of it while blocking the others. Exhausted, some of the soldiers fell down to the ground after receiving a few counter-attacks from our hero. Then, one of them finally notices that something is wrong. A huge sphere of frost magic has been created above our hero. They cannot believe that their opponent has managed to combine dozens of frost ones into one single spell. Finally finishing his preparations, Tai finally opens his mouth, saying that he is really fond of spacious places, pertaining to this barren wasteland they are using as battlefield. He states that with this amount of space, he can go ahead and test many kinds of things to his heart's content. Then, our boy clenches his fist, and the magical aura around him started trembling. At the same time, the giant ball of ice, which is called the ice pellet, began descending at an alarming fast pace from the sky. Of course, the wizards are the first ones to realize how dangerous and powerful this combination of dozens of frost ones are. Unfortunately, they have noticed it far too late to even prepare their defense or run away from it. To make things worse for the bastards, Tai adds acceleration to his magic, making it more potent. The ice pellet plummets to the ground, sending a massive and overwhelming frost energy towards the unprepared enemies. Those who were unfortunate enough to be too close to the impact froze to their deaths, while the others were sent away flying by the violent shockwaves. One old magician was lucky enough to survive the attack, but the mental damage he has received is evident on his wide-mouthed face. The despairing reality has finally sunk in his brain and his complexion began to fail. The aftermath from our hero's single attack managed to freeze dozens of his comrades in just a matter of seconds. He can't help but wonder if they are actually being attacked by a dragon right now. While the old man is still processing what had just happened, Tai casually walks towards him, commenting that his spell's preparation was tedious, but it sure is effective. With a nonchalant facial expression on his face, he confronted the remaining soldiers, asking if they would like to continue the so-called battle. Of course, this is an offer that the old man and the rest of the survivors would gladly pass up. While they still have their strength in their legs, they put it all to running away from the monster right in front of them, which is Tai-san. As they flee, they actually scream to the top of their lungs that they are being attacked by a dragon, saying that the demon princess has a dragon as a guardian. The scene then switches and we see Tai and Anesha back on their feet. The demon princess asks our hero if it was really okay to let those wizards go back alive. She comments that they will definitely spread rumors and information about our boy's identity, and to what had just unfolded, and they will surely declare Tai as a human who defied Hammon. In response, our boy states that it is actually what he wanted. He wants the survivors to spread rumors about him, making him known throughout the place. He then turns around with a smile, commenting that his previous opponents were actually quite disappointing, but it seems that there are some who will prove to be a challenge for him. As it turns out, another batch of hunters are dispatched to get rid of the demon princess and her overpowered bodyguard. Ghosty, who is watching on the sidelines, can't help but laugh, commenting that everything is going exactly as our hero has planned. The group confidently approach the outcasts, walking proudly as if they are some kind of well-known heroes. As they get close enough, Anisha started to recognize their faces. Fear began flowing through her nerves as she sees that the ones they are facing right now are the Swordmasters. Sure enough, the gang confronted the two in high confidence. They even complained that they will only be facing 2 people as their opponents. Regaining her composure, the demon princess turns to our hero and tries to dissuade him from fighting the Swordmasters, saying that they are elites who possess impressive auras. Anisha remarks that no matter how strong Tai is, he won't be able to win against 4 experts. However, the girl wasn't able to finish her sentence as Tai knocks her out cold gently. He catches the unconscious demon lady and whispers that she should just have some sleep for a while. Tai then carried the princess to a nearby cave, making sure that she is safe before returning to their pursuers. The 4 were actually kind enough to let our boy do his thing first and waited until it's over. Our boy then comments that he worked so hard to put the demon princess to sleep, so they better not wake her up with their screams, implying that they will shout from despair. Impressively enough, the Swordmasters weren't taunted by our hero's provocation. Instead, the red-haired guy is just mad about the fact that they even sent 4 of them Swordmasters, just to get rid of someone so young. The white-haired swordsman shares that same sentiment with his comrade, stating that he didn't come here because he wants to. Contrary to their unmotivated attitudes, the blue-haired man tells them to stop complaining, reminding them that this mission is issued by the DEA. While they are conversing, Tai just stood there patiently while holding the hilt of his sword. The yellow-haired broadsword user commends our hero for being brave, but the hot-headed red-haired guy orders him to stand back. He pulls out his blade and started emitting his blazing hot crimson aura, suggesting that he's serious about taking Tai out. The man reveals that he heard rumors of our boy being able to annul his opponent's attacks. In response, our boy just kept quiet and blankly stared at his opposition. Finishing his preparation, the red-haired swordmaster taunts our boy, declaring that they will test how many times Tai can use such nullifying skills. Continuing the fight between the red-haired swordmaster and our hero, Tai-sen, the swordmaster launches several barrages of blade projectiles to our hero. The first wave forced Tai to use his absolute nullification of the first attack, followed by a second and third wave of flying swords. All of our boy's nullification skills were spent. Despite that, the attacks didn't stop. Razor-sharp swords continued flying towards Tai, and one actually managed to hit him by the shoulder, dealing 52 damage. The red-haired bastard smirks as he sees Tai take damage. He snarks that it seems Tai can only use his nullification 3 times, commenting that the skill turned out not to be that special. However, our hero doesn't seem to be bothered by the damage he took. In fact, it would seem like he purposely took the hit to check how much damage will a sword imbued with aura would deal, but to be honest, he's quite disappointed for it didn't do much impact. Getting cocky, the red-haired bastard taunts our boy, telling him to show his true strength, the one he used to eliminate the high-tier wizards earlier. As the two exchanges blows with their swords, the swordmaster kept on yapping about our boy's nullification skill, mocking it for its limited use. He asks Tai what he will do next now that he's vulnerable with attacks. Despite his provocation, our hero doesn't seem to be troubled at all. His blank face indicates that the man in front of him is no threat. In his mind, he analyzes that his opponent's swordsmanship isn't much different from the adventurer on the 20th floor. Tai backs away to create some distance while thinking that the fight will be easier if he uses magic to knock his foe down. While our hero is contemplating on how to finish the fight while also making the most of it, the red-haired swordmaster continued pressing the attack, sending magical blades one after the other. He then leaps into the air and parries every single sword that is flying towards him. With minimal effort and efficient movements, our hero was able to nullify the attacks with ease. Red Hair now somehow senses the trouble that he's in. Watching Tai break his blades one by one, he slowly realizes that his opponent is no weakling. He grits his teeth in despair, knowing that he might be in big trouble. The other sword masters as well were astonished by our hero's performance. They started thinking that Tai might not be a wizard after all, commenting that his swordsmanship is top class. On the other hand, Tai thinks that the red hair's swordsmanship isn't that strong. The only thing that makes him powerful is his aura. He wonders if he improves his strength until his aura takes shape. He will be able to increase the attack power freely without consuming stamina. As if to mock the desperate sword master, our boy smiles at him and says that his attacks aren't bad. Of course, the proud swordmaster took offense on our boy's snarky comment, and so he conjured another batch of magical swords out of thin air and aims for our hero. But this time, Tai decides that he's no longer just going to stand and receive the attacks. He activates his acceleration skill, then energy began accumulating on his feet. In a flash, our hero swiftly shortened the distance between them. Spooked by the unexpected development, the red hair guy hastily launched his swords at our boy, but Tai just kept making a beeline towards him. Our hero effortlessly fended off all the blades shooting at him, then activates another acceleration skill to make him go even faster. Red hair guy realizes that something is wrong. As such, he shouts and asks our boy where did he actually came from and why someone as powerful as him is protecting a person from the demon clan. His comrades on the other hand have grim facial expressions. They already know what the outcome of this fight will be and all they can do is watch their fellow sword master slowly meet his demise. Before our boy delivers the final blow, he answered the man's question, stating that he, of course, came from the maze and that he is here to fulfill his client's request. The red-haired sword master was still processing our hero's words, but alas, his time has come. With one swing of his blade, he made quick work of the arrogant bastard, killing him with one strike. Having killed a strong opponent, Tai's spiritual power enhancement activates, slightly increasing his stats. He also acquires the always active special skill, Proof of the Sword. The others have grim expression on their faces. They came all the way here thinking that they could easily beat Tai, for they are known as the strongest individuals in this world. But now, they are slapped with the harsh reality that their opponent and them are worlds apart. The three simultaneously activated their auras in preparation to confront our hero. In normal circumstances, these people wouldn't fight together against a single opponent, but since they know Tai outclasses them, they casted away their pride, thinking that our hero wouldn't call them cowards if they joined forces. In response, our hero glares at them. He's fine with them joining forces, but he tells them that they shouldn't regret the fact that they've pulled their swords out against him. Swords clashed against each other, and the next thing we see is our boy wiping of his sweat. It seems like Tai wasn't unscathed from the confrontation, testament of how strong the opponents are. Nonetheless, two of them fell in battle. The so-called strongest were no match for our overpowered boy. Our hero comments that he's worn out from the fight, but it seems like he can go for another round. He checks his stats. Not surprisingly, his protective shield has been reduced to 0, and he spent a bit of his stamina. The last remaining sword master remarks that our boy is a monster. Tai quickly shifts his gaze to the man, but it doesn't seem like he's going to fight him. On the other hand, the yellow-haired sword master raises his hands into the air, gesturing his surrender. He claims that the four of them could take down a kingdom together, yet, in front of Tai, they were like amateurs. He states that he surrenders and comments that he still wants to live his life. But of course, if Tai will try to finish him off, no matter how futile it is, he will frantically resist to the very end. However, he would greatly appreciate if our boy will show some mercy. In return, he would do anything he's asked. Tai accepts the offer, and the first thing he issues is for the man to help him move the corpses somewhere where Hammond will see them quite well. It looks like our boy wants to challenge the god. The sword master is horrified at our hero's request, but he can't protest against it since he knows what will happen if he does. Looking at his former comrades, he can't help but comment what a terrible fate they ended up. In his words, Tai is unbelievably strong. While the two are taking care of business, someone is observing them from a distance, stating that he has finally found the princess. Underneath the robe are protruding long horns, indicating that the man is of demon kin, and from the looks of it, he is weeping at the fact that he has finally found the princess. Anisha wakes up and exits the cave where she was hiding, looking for our hero. Tai calls to her and she quickly runs towards him. She questioned our boy where he went, and Tai reveals that he took care of the corpses. Out of nowhere, the usually elusive princess clings to our hero, prompting Tai to ask if there's something wrong. In the background, the yellow-haired sword master can't help but smile at the sweet scene. He grins and comments that it is a nice view to gaze at. Then our hero tells him to shut up. Realizing that they are not alone, Anisha turns around and quickly took her defensive stance as she sees the sword master. As it turns out, she's also familiar with the yellow dude. Calling him Atria, he convinces her that he is not here to take her away, so there is no need for her to get so anxious. With a gentle smile on his face, he claims that he has lost, so he has no right to pursue the demon princess anymore. Seeing them converse with each other, Tai inquires if they know each other. Anisha reveals that Atria sometimes came to meet them when her father was still alive. She then turns his attention back to the man and asks if he's here to catch her. Atria states that it was his initial goal, but since he has lost fair and square to our boy, the loser has no intention of fighting back, so she can ease her mind. Tai can't help but comment that the man seems too sluggish for someone who followed the god Hammond's orders, unlike the others who faithfully obeyed the god's command. Atria gave up quite easily. The man reveals that even though Hammond is their main god, he doesn't have much faith in him. More than that, Atria is curious as to why our hero is letting him live. Even though he was the one who asked for mercy, he knows that it isn't given lightly to an enemy. Tai stares directly at his eyes, saying that the man already knows his reasons. He states that it is because he's really curious about auras, and no one is more capable of teaching Tai about it than a sword master. Atria comments that at Tai's level of swordsmanship, he should have already learned how to use aura. The man cannot believe that a master such as Tai can't activate it. However, our boy just gives him a simple yet logical explanation as to why he can't use aura despite his skills, and that is because he came from a different place, like literally from a different world. Atria was a bit confused at first, but then it comes to his mind that our boy might be referring to the labyrinth created by an archmage. Of course, Tai was a tad bit surprised to hear that the man knows about the maze. With that in mind, the yellow-haired swordsman ponders for a bit. He then comments that although he's not 100% sure, but he thinks that Tai is not fit to learn how to use aura, making our boy curious why is that the case. He explains that according to legends, aura is a power directly granted by the god of swords. He chooses a world he fancies and grants that power to that place. This also means citizens of worlds he hasn't chosen cannot learn it without permission. Our boy looks through the system after hearing the man's explanation. It doesn't seem like he's given up hope yet. On the other hand, Atria feels bad about the situation. He would really love to teach our boy how to use the aura. After all, Tai did spare his life. Then suddenly, our boy smiles and opens his mouth, saying that he might just be able to use aura after all. After pressing some things on the system, Tai-san has earned the continuous trigger skill, Proof of the Sword. This skill gives him permission to use the Proof of the Sword, which qualifies him for the Sword God's blessing. The scene then switches and we see our boy swinging his sword in the air while the two enjoys the spectacle. He then takes a rest for a while and looks at his hand. Tai was surprised to learn that he only needs to swing his sword to improve the aura skill, which is no different from what he has been doing so far. He expresses his regret to letting Atria live just to teach him how to use aura, which turned out to be quite easy. The man in question heard this, but he didn't get offended. Rather, he then questions our boy on what he should do now. Tai deems him useless. Our boy tells him that he no longer has any business with him, so he can go back to wherever he came from. Atria ponders about the thought for a while, then an idea comes to his mind. He asks our hero if it will be alright if he continue to accompany them. But of course, he states that he will immediately leave if Tai doesn't want to. Before giving him an answer, our boy asks for the reason first. Atria smiles and simply explains that he's curious if Tai will truly learn how to use aura. He also adds that if Tai is worried about him hurting the princess, then he can make an oath right now to assure them. Anesha remarks that she is fine with Atria's suggestion. Even though this dude was sent to kill the princess, it seems like our girl really knows the sword's master's personality. After hearing the princess' side, our boy accepts it as well. However, instead of trusting Atria's oath, he decided to do something else that will reassure them better. He extends his hand towards the yellow-haired dude and casts a magical spell. A blue gust of energy began spiraling around the man before converging into his heart. The man then felt a slight tinge on his heart, making him flinch. The system reveals that Kang Tai-san has requested a contract with Atria. It prohibits the man from making any dangerous moves against Tai and Anesha. Tai tells the man about the contract, saying that it's a temporary agreement which states that he can't bother them. He states that he will let Atria accompany them if he accepts. The man is still feeling the little tickle on his heart, shocked to learn more about the power of the labyrinth. He thinks that the maze really does have everything. He smiles for a bit, thinking how interesting that mysterious place actually is. Then, without further ado, he accepts the contract. Moments later, we see Tai resuming his sword training. At this point, it seems like our boy is slowly getting the hang of it because his sword is now glowing by a bit. All this time while our boy was practicing, both Atria and Anesha glued their eyes to him, appreciating the dedication of the man. The yellow-haired swordsman expresses his amusement. It has already been 3 days that our boy started his training, and he has been swinging his sword for 22 hours each day. Suddenly, Tai stops what he's doing to wipe off his sweat. He then wonders why is there no one coming after him. Based on their previous experiences, the followers of Hammond should have sent someone to kill them by now. However, Atria explains that there are 8 sword masters who exist in this world, and 4 of the 8 has died trying to capture our hero. It's pretty safe to say that there will be no one crazy enough to pursue them even further. Tai thinks that it is a very reasonable explanation, so he deems that it would be better if he just continues his training. On the other hand, the princess notices something from a distance. There is a group of people from a distance walking towards their direction. Naturally, our hero assumes that they are another batch of pursuers, so he walks in front of Anesha to protect her if anything happens. But then, as they get closer, we see that there are horns sticking out of their hoods, suggesting that they are of demon kin. The princess became anxious yet brimming with anticipation with the arrival of these new visitors. Then, they all remove their hoods and calls out to Anesha, calling her princess. Without a doubt, these people are Anesha's people and they all looked relieved seeing her alright. Tears began forming on the princess' eyes. She immediately recognizes that man leading the group and calls him Haberneck. No words can explain how happy Anesha is at this moment. Haberneck kneels to her, stating that he barely escaped when the castle went up in flames. He then apologizes to Anesha for abandoning her to save themselves. However, Anesha makes it clear that she has no problem with that. She runs towards him and shouts that as long as they are alive, nothing else matters. She hugs the old man and expresses her relief. Tears of joy began flowing down her face as she expresses her happiness knowing that she isn't the only demon left in this world. Atria, Ghosty, and Tai-san all watch the touching reunion of the demonkins. Our boy then invites the two to leave them alone for now, suggesting that they give them some privacy. And with that, Tai continues his training elsewhere, but not too far away from the princess. He thrusts his sword into the air. We can see that he has improved quite a lot in just a short amount of time. Not only does his sword is imbued with aura, it's also producing some electricity every swing that he does. Tai-san focuses all his energy and concentration before making a powerful thrust. The sword was covered with a thick cloud of energy and electricity, hinting that he has got better at using it. He then feels that he has reached the limit that he can learn for now, and so he thinks that he should work on the rest while moving forward. As it turns out, the thing that's enveloping his sword for now isn't actually an aura, rather, the sensation needed to activate it. Contrary to Tai's slight frustration for not being able to use it quickly, the yellow-haired swordsman comments that our boy is forgetting that he already gotten the feeling for aura in just mere 4 days. He stares at the stars, wondering if it's possible for Tai to do all these due to the power of the labyrinth. The more he learns about the place, the more impressive it becomes for him. The night falls, and we see the demon kin kneeling down in front of our hero. They express their sincere gratitude to Tai for protecting their princess and risking his life for her. Our boy closes his eyes and states that he has already received the payment for his deeds, so there's no need for them to lower their heads to him. Haberner once again expresses his thanks, then invites the princess to return to their lands. Anisha smiles and turns towards our hero. She happily asks Tai if he will be coming with them, anticipating a yes from him. Tai nonchalantly states that if she's going, then he would be too. However, Haberneck flinches after hearing this. He states that their place is confidential from other people. To bring an outsider there might spell trouble for them once again. Anisha then reassures him that nothing bad will happen. She states that Tai faithfully protected her, and she can guarantee that he will be nice to them as well. Hearing their princess speaks highly of our boy, Haberneck changes his mind and agrees with her. Although that is what's coming out from his mouth, his face can't hide his anxiety of inviting an outsider to his place. Anisha then remembers about Atria. The man then states that since Tai has already gotten the sense for aura, there should be no reason for him to stay anymore. He bids his farewell to our boy and comments that it will be great if their paths will cross again sometime, but not as enemies of course. In response, Tai just nods and tells him to do as he wishes. With that said, the yellow-haired sword master waves his final goodbye and disappears into the night. After the sword master left, Haberneck takes an amulet out of his pocket, urging the princess to take it. He states that it is an accessory made from a dragon's claw. With this accessory on, they can hide from Hammond's gaze. He also offers one to our boy, to which Tyson accepts. The accessory made from a dragon's claw is a world-protecting item that blocks interference from transcendent beings. Now that they are all set, the group made their move onto the demon kin's place. While they are journeying, we see Tai still swining his sword. Toasty can't help but tease his persistency, not knowing when to rest. By now, Tai can activate aura by his will. Ghosty comments that even if Tai received the proof of the sword skill from the red-haired sword master from before, he didn't expect that Tai could actually learn the skill. On the other hand, it seems like Tai is glad to finally able to use the skill. While there is no consumption cost to using it, there's an exact limit that caps the skill. Finally, Tai has acquired the trigger skill, Aura. It is a reward given to those who have received proof of the sword. As Tai is still inexperienced, he still cannot wield it properly. Moments later, Haberneck informs them that they have arrived at their destination. The old man then shifts his attention to our hero. He states that there was something he planned on telling him earlier, but chose to just tell him now because the shock might be too great for our boy. Naturally, Tai becomes curious to what it is. If there's another secret to this world, he would love to learn it. Haberneck then points to the mountain in a distance. He states that on the mountain covered in autumn leaves, a dragon resides. Sure enough, we can see a silhouette of a dragon floating in the air beyond the clouds. Our boy was shocked after learning this. No matter which world it is, a dragon is a rare and mythical beast. Then suddenly, a voice is heard only by our boy, welcoming their arrival. The voice addresses Tai, calling him an adventurer following the will of the demon goddess. After that short greeting, the group arrives to the place where the remaining demonkins are residing. The people, or should I say demons, in the village are naturally cautious of the outsider, which is Tai. We can't really blame them since they were almost wiped out by humanity. Haberneck reveals that there are only about 50 demon folks living in this small village. It's sad to think that a whole clan's number is reduced to such state. The old man states that although the place might be a bit shabby, they will still provide them with the best lodging they can give for the duration of their stay. The people then see Anisha and they immediately recognize as their princess. Excitement and relief are evident on their face, and they all gather to come and greet Anisha. As we continue, Anisha has finally been freed from living like a fugitive who is continuously on the run. Thanks to Tai-san, she finally found a place she can call home where she can live peacefully with her demon kins. Tears quickly build up in the girl's eyes as she sees her fellow demon alive and well. After all this time, she thought that she was the only one remaining of her kin, so she's overjoyed to see her people doing well. On the other hand, our hero looks to be deep in thought about something. Although he doesn't want to ruin the emotional reunion of the girl with her kin, he thinks that this isn't the time for him to relax. With a smile on her face, Anisha tries to introduce her savior to her fellow demon. However, when she turns around to introduce Tai-san, our hero is nowhere to be found. Without even making any sound, Tai's presence completely disappeared, leaving the girl confused. We then see our boy and Ghosty sprinting towards a certain location. Ghosty asks him if it's really alright for them to rush recklessly like this. They didn't even bid their farewell to the demon kins. The spirit warrior warns our hero that the entity they are approaching is incredibly strong. Tai responds, saying that the entity is indifferent to the demon folk, so he doubts that it would mindlessly attack him. They reach a certain cave where a magical golden aura is emanating from the inside. Given that it is on top of remote mountain ranges, it's really the perfect location for a dragon's lair. Confident in his ability and sound deduction, Tai-san fearlessly enters the cave along with Ghosty. As they get closer, the spirit companion becomes more aware of how powerful the entity actually is. He states that with this level of strength, the dragon isn't too far off from a god. Of course, our boy can sense the overwhelming power being released from the place as well. According to his calculation, even if you combine 100 of him to fight it, he still wouldn't win. As they approach the heart of the cave, the master of the place speaks to them, welcoming the person who has come down in accordance with the demon goddess will. Then it appears along with a notification that Tai has encountered the golden dragon, Valbeners. Its name really depicts its appearance. It is a majestic dragon with golden scales and sharp black horns. Tai immediately wanted to confirm his safety, so he asks that surely the dragon wouldn't be trying to kill him, following the god's will. For Tai to not introduce himself first during the first encounter, rather ensure his safety, this dragon surely is powerful. In response, Valbeners laughs in a friendly tone and assures our hero that it wouldn't do such a thing. It assures our hero that their encounter has nothing to do with the god's actions. Moreover, they will not lay their hands on the demon goddess children who've taken up residence in its lands. He reveals that the reason for calling Tai to his lair is simple to resolve his final bit of curiosity. Our hero gets a bit confused upon hearing this, wondering what could make the dragon curious about him. Valbeners states that it is the dragon who protects the land. To put it differently, he is an existence bound to Vequiseta. That is why he was always curious about it. About the place made by an archmage where the great gods and goddesses reside. Pertaining to the Great Labyrinth. Tai was shocked upon hearing this revelation. It seems like even though this dragon has the power almost comparable to a god, he has no idea what the labyrinth is. Then, something about his words made our boy curious as well. He wants to know what the dragon meant when he said the words final curiosity. Valbeners stares at him for a while. His eyes are a bit melancholic. He states that the young demon goddess is currently enraged, especially at this world, where Hammond is trying to kill her people. In the inevitable future, the dragon reveals that this world will be shattered into pieces by that demon goddess' hands. She is biding her time only because some of her people are still alive here. Once every single one of the demon folks has been saved, this world will surely meet its end by the hands of the goddess. He then tells our hero that he has resolved Valbeners' curiosity, and he happens to be the first mortal he has ever met. With that said, he gives our boy a small present. He states that if there is someone who can refine the item that he has given Tai, it will be a great help to him. Our hero receives something that looks like a tooth or a nail, whichever it is. After handing the gift, Valbeners bids our boy farewell, stating that this will likely be their first and last meeting. He reveals that he must now go and prepare to say it as he spreads his majestic wings. Our hero asks for what the dragon is preparing for, to which he says that it is for his final struggle. After that short exchange of words, the dragon disappears in an instant, leaving behind a faint trail of his divine energy. Going back to the demon folks' town, Anesha is screaming at the top of her lungs, looking for Tai-san. Before her voice gets hoarse, Tai returns to her side. She's a bit mad at him, thinking that our hero left for good without even saying goodbye. Guilty of his abrupt action, Tai tries to explain that it just happened that he needed to meet with someone briefly. Ghosty can't help but giggle as Anesha scolds him. The old man joins the conversation, saying that he also thought that Tai has left the village. Our boy reassures them that he will definitely inform them if he's ever going to leave. The old man was a bit surprised by our boy's statement. He asks Tai if he plans to stay for a while. The few drops of sweat rolling on his face indicates that he doesn't really like our boy staying here. Unfortunately for him, Tai answers yes. They can't just drive him out, especially since he's the one who saved their princess, Anesha. Actually, if this place was truly safe for the demon princess, the quest in this world would have ended already. Tai-san knows that there is something wrong with this place. That's why the quest isn't ending, so he must not leave yet. Furthermore, this old man has been too sus since the beginning. Left with no choice, the old man states that he will prepare a room for our boy immediately, acting like he doesn't really mind Tai's presence. With a creepy smile on his face, he states that since Tai was the one who protected the princess, they will make sure to treat him well. Later that night, Tai was resting inside the room he was given when suddenly Anesha came knocking on the door, looking for him. Our boy welcomes the princess to his room, asking why she came in the middle of the night. With a bright expression on her face, she offers a bottle of wine to our hero, asking if he would like to have a drink. Tai graciously accepts and invites her inside. There's no reason for him to decline. The two sat on the bed, and our boy asked where she got the wine. Anesha states that she begged Haberneck old man for a bottle and he gave her one. Wine better not be laced with poison. The old man told her that they made the wine by themselves right in this village after a lot of trial and error. The princess pours each of them a cup, looking forward to drinking with our boy. Without a care in the world, Tyson drinks the wine. Suddenly, a notification window pops up, informing him about running a poison check. The check fails, stating that Tai has been poisoned and will have his health decrease by 5 points every second. Even though he got poisoned, the wine doesn't seem to be doing anything harmful to the demon princess. Our boy wonders if wine poisoning only affects humans and that this might be a normal liquor for demon folks. Anesha then thanks our hero once again for saving her. Because of Tai-san, she was able to reunite with her kin. Although Tai told her that he has already received the reward for saving her, she still feels indebted to him. Then, with an anxious tone of voice, she nervously asks our boy if he would like to live here in the village with her. In response, Tai-san stands up and tells her not to say something so silly. Our boy states that eventually he will have to leave, and Anesha will stay here. While she's living here, she needs to stay safe and find someone who will make her happy. That would be the best reward she can give to our boy. Anesha's eyes turn a bit melancholic as she asks Tai if he will be returning to the labyrinth. Our hero walks away and states that it is the only place he can go after all, acting like a real loner of a main character. The next morning, we see our boy leaning on a tree, thinking deep within his thoughts. Ghosty circles around him and proceeds to tease him, saying that Tai is quite the softie. Our boy gets a bit annoyed and tells him to shut up. Then, the spirit warrior becomes serious and asks about the poisoning earlier, inquiring if Tai is alright. Our hero opens his health stats and finds that there's no problem at all. Although his protective shield has decreased to a certain value, his health remained unstained. However, it still concerns him that his protective shield got reduced by 150 and by the fact that the quest still hasn't ended yet. He becomes serious, reaffirming his hypothesis that this village isn't a safe place for Anesha after all. Suddenly, he notices a strong presence from a distance and his instinct immediately kicked in. Ghosty warns him that someone is approaching them fast. In response, our hero equips his blades, saying that there is no way that the quest would end without some kind of a catch. The entity with several pairs of wings crashes down to the ground near Tai. Our hero immediately steps back to a safe distance. However, he was immediately attacked by the unwelcome visitor. Fortunately, our boy was able to activate his skill, Backlash, mitigating the attack. He comments on how rowdy the visitor is, while still maintaining his guard. In front of him is a sword-wielding giant with multiple wings. A notification window then pops up, stating that he has encountered Hammond's angel. Another notification appears, warning him that the opponent right in front of him is a very difficult enemy. Despite that, our boy didn't fret. He thinks that if he subjugates Hammond's angel, the quest will probably end. Stealing his resolve, he exudes his aura and tells the angel to come and get some. Meanwhile, back at the village, Anesha is running around looking for our hero. Man, Tai-san really has the bad habit of not telling people his whereabouts, or even just a simple BRB would have sufficed. While hugging the bottle of wine that they have shared with each other, the princess becomes sad, accepting that her hero can't really stay with her. She then meets the sly old man, Haberneck. Of course, the princess is the least bit suspicious of him. After all, he was the one who led them to this village. As it turns out, everyone in the village has assembled here, making the princess curious. The old man states that they were actually waiting for her. Haberneck questions Anesha if Tai-san drank the content of the bottle, to which Anesha said yes, saying that Tai drank a bit of it. Suddenly, the villagers became cheerful, shouting that they were saved. Anesha was alarmed by the sudden shift of their tone, immediately realizing that something wrong was going on. Then, a huge explosion occurs from a distance. The golden aura of the explosion quickly gave the princess the idea that it was a hunter from the human faction. Worried, she quickly turns to the villager, telling them to run away for the hunters of Hammond has discovered their safe haven. She tells them that they must immediately inform Tai-san about this. However, the old man and the other demon folks seem to be suspiciously calm. The old man tells the princess not to panic, indicating that they were already expecting this to happen. Of course, Anesha doesn't know anything about this, so she nervously asks what the heck is going on. Haberneck lets out a terrifying chuckle, commenting that it has only been a day since they notified him, but he already sent his angel right away. That's right, the person that the old man is pertaining to is the god Hammond himself. The demon princess gets alarmed. She asks everyone if they have already forsaken the goddess of the demon folk. With a hint of regret in his voice, Haberneck tells the princess that they are all exhausted, tired of running away and having to constantly watch their backs for the hunters. All this time, they have done their best while offering everything to the demon goddess. However, as they became increasingly exhausted, the demon goddess offered them not even a single word of comfort. Upon hearing this, the demon princess had no words to reply, knowing that it is indeed the truth. Haberneck becomes furious, telling the princess to look at the shabby village they currently have. He states that their glorious kingdom is gone and they now have to live in this hellhole that can barely keep out the rain. Now, their kind, with barely 50 remaining, must start each day not with prayer, but with despair. He makes it clear that they are sick and tired of living this way, constantly being on edge. Despite this, Anesha protests that Hammond won't just leave them be. In the end, that god will end up killing them all. Yes, that's mostly likely the case, but Haberneck lifts up his sleeve, revealing something despicable for a demon folk. As it turns out, Hammond has gave them a blessing that removes their identity as a demon folk. With tears flowing from their eyes, everyone in the village showed Anesha the same mark, indicating that they were all aboard of the plan. The demon princess can't help but weep upon learning this. Just yesterday, she was happy to find her fellow demon folks alive, but it turns out that they have already abandoned their goddess as well as their entire race. Back to our hero. The angel of Hammond releases his enormous magical energy, creating a torrent of giant aura. Just from releasing his energy, Tai already had to use his nullification of first attack skill. Not only that, but the angel's continuous emission of radiant aura expended his second and third nullification of attack as well. He even took 5 damage after that, pissing Tai-san off. One of the few downsides of the nullification of attack is that it gets triggered no matter how trivial the attack is. It will shield our boy even if the strike only deals 1 damage. Preparing himself, Tai activates his skills, craving for battle and contempt for the strong. With this combination, several buffs and bonus skills activate when facing someone difficult to defeat. As he charges towards the enemy, he also activates Impartial Duel, making sure that he's all prepared for a fight. Upon closing the distance, he uses the Sword of the Scarring Storm technique, first form, Wolf Fang. With blinding speed, he delivers multiple slashes to the angel as he passes through him. However, none of the attacks delivered any damage to the angel. He didn't even try to deflect the attacks, knowing full well that it wouldn't work. Our hero is a bit in a pinch. That Wolf Fang attack was buffed with strengthening skills, yet there was no damage at all. Our boy knows that he will have a tough time on this one. Ghosty warns our Tai for the upcoming attack. The angel raises his sword, charging it with golden magical energy. He then shoots a spiral beam of energy towards our hero, which Tai desperately tried to avoid. He got grazed by the attack, but that scratch dealt him a whopping 420 damage. Our boy grits his teeth, cursing the annoying angel. Since the Wolf Fang imbued with multiple buffs didn't work, Tai decides to use Aura. It's the most logical thing to do since it's the most utilized ability in this world. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. After embedding his swords with Aura, Tai activates his acceleration skill and sprints towards the enemy. He delivers a quick slash to the angel, and this time he was able to do a total of 100 damage. This confirmed 2 things for our boy. Aura has a defense penetration effect, and the angel is not invincible. Hammond's angel gets furious at our hero for interrupting his mewing. Just a little bit more and he would have achieved the Chattis jawline. He stares at Tai-san with bloodshot eyes and launches multiple energy rays at him. Fortunately, our boy is quick at his feet and was able to dodge every single one of them. However, he still clicks his tongue in frustration, knowing that the angel is pressing the attack. Since none of his rays connect to our hero, Hammond's angel decides to launch a frontal assault. He personally charges to our boy, and it is very apparent that he's going in for the kill. Tai was able to dodge the strike and deploys his forced battle skill, entrapping the 2 of them inside a barrier for a 1v1 fight inside the circle. He then activates Air Leap so that he won't lose in terms of air superiority. Our hero acknowledges that the angel is indeed formidable, but he declares that the likes of him could never beat Tai-san for he has reasons to keep moving forward. Now that he has limited the angel's movement with the forced battle, he activates the Power Strike ability, increasing the power of the aura-enhanced blades. He recalled the words of the goddess Lucifer, telling him to bring Anisha to a safe place, and Tai intends to do just that. Even though at first, he was only after the rewards, it seems like our hero has warmed up to the demon princess. He then uses his consecutive attack ability, launching a barrage of strikes to the angel. Slowly but surely, our boy is chipping away the health bar of the overpowered enemy. Despite the massive gap in strength, it's very evident that Tai has the upper hand when it comes to agility. He then delivers a powerful thrust right into the angel's chest, successfully eliminating the emissary of Hammond. With that victory, his level increases twice. He also received several rewards. Our boy acquired the continuous trigger skill, Antitheism. With his spiritual increase in active, his strength has gone up by 32, agility by 22, and intelligence by 1. Lastly, he acquired Divine Power. The devastating attack launched by our hero caused a massive explosion visible even to the village of the demon folks. Anisha thought that Tai-san was the one on the receiving end of the explosion, and she weeps at the thought of her hero getting killed. Haberneck states that it's over because there is no way a mortal can ever defeat a god's emissary. Anisha trembles after hearing this, despair is slowly eating her heart. The old man then grabs the princess' arm, declaring that she will become their tribute to the god Hammond. Anisha tries to break free, but the shameless old man tightened his grip and begs her to become a sacrifice for their sake. As all hope seems lost for the poor princess, she prays to the goddess of the demon folk to come and save her. Despite how despairing her situation is, she still clings to her faith for the goddess. Even so, she can't deny the possibility that the goddess might really have abandoned them. Thankfully, our hero made it in time. He pulls Anisha away from the scumbag old man, telling him to let go of her. Haberneck is dumbfounded. He cannot comprehend how Tai-san is still alive. There should be no way that a mere mortal would best a god's emissary. However, our hero confirms it with his words, saying that he has defeated Hammond's angel. He then asks the demon folks what they intend to do next. Will they continue to live like normal as if nothing happened? Tai-san asked. He reminds them that the price for betraying the demon goddess won't be light. They will clearly be receiving severe punishment. The old man can't help but laugh at how pitiful their situation is. They were prosecuted no stop to the brink of extinction. They thought that by forsaking their demon blood, they would be shown mercy by the hunter, yet in the end, the emissary of Hammond was defeated by the demon goddess' own emissary. With tears flowing down his face, Haberneck remarks that if only Tai appeared a bit sooner, everyone would have been saved. Their next action shocks Anesha to her core, prompting her to ask what are they trying to do. Everyone in the village pulled out a knife. However, they don't intend to point it towards the princess. No, they will never attempt to betray her twice. Rather, they all pointed their knives to themselves, intending to unalive themselves. As their final words, they asked Anesha to forgive them as they thrust their knives into themselves. Everyone died by their own accord, leaving the princess and Tai alone. The poor girl wept, continuously asking why they would do such a horrible thing. Now, Anesha is truly the only demon folk left in this world. Even though Anesha is still crying, Tai-san approaches her and asks if she still believes in her goddess. The princess stared into nothingness for a while, recalling all the hardships she had endured in her life. Despite all of these, she was still able to wear a smile for our hero, telling him that she still believes in her. She trusts that the goddess is watching over and listening to her, even now. She then asks Tai-san if she looks like an idiot for still believing in the demon goddess who seemingly abandoned her own people. However, our boy didn't mock her. He doesn't view her as a fool at all. Suddenly, a dark and ominous energy appears out of nowhere. Tai-san and Ghosty immediately recognizes the energy, prompting Ghosty to ask if the demon goddess herself will descend into this place. And just like what Ghosty had expected, Lucifer, the goddess of the demon folk, appears right in front of them and embraces her only remaining subject. She calls Anesha her child, and apologizes for the hardships she had to endure. But most importantly, the goddess thanks her loyal subject for still believing in her despite everything. Continuing on, the goddess Lucifer has finally shown herself to her sole follower. Anesha can no longer fight back the tears she's been holding back. The demon goddess holds her precious child in her arms, thanking her for her undying devotion towards her. Even though everyone succumbed to despair and abandoned the goddess, Anesha remained firm in her faith to Lucifer. Ghosty cannot believe that a god with a high standing such as the demon goddess would descend in such a place for her follower. The drawback of this action to the demon goddess must be severe, but she did it regardless. Concerned for her fellow demon folk, the demon princess asks the goddess what will happen to those who turn their backs on her. Lucifer states that none of them will be able to return to her. Be it their souls or their bodies, there will be nothing left of them. Anesha was saddened after hearing those words. Even though what her kin did was unforgivable, it is still a sad thing for them to be banished forever. So, pouring her genuine feelings, she humbly asked the goddess if she would be generous enough to accept their souls into her embrace once again. Normally, the demon goddess wouldn't do such a thing. In the first place, they were the first ones to turn their backs on her. However, seeing how sincere the demon princess is, she concedes and graciously accepts her child's selfless requests. She stands up and extrudes a powerful yet majestic aura befitting a goddess. Then, she absorbs the lost souls of the demon kin back into her embrace. Both our hero, Tai-san, and his companion, Ghosty, are in awe at the amazing spectacle. They are convinced that what they are currently witnessing is truly a divine act. The bodies of the dead rose from the ground and turned into black demonic energies before being consumed by Lucifer. It's the final act of mercy that the goddess will do for her lost followers. Then in an instant, they were transported back into the demon god's palace. Tai-san was a bit surprised of how instantaneous the transfer was. A notification then appears, informing him that he has successfully completed the sub-quest. Our hero is pondering about something for a while. Where exactly is a safe place for Princess Anesha? But he already knows for a fact that there's no place for her in Begesida. If he thinks about it, the answer is actually pretty simple. The safest place for the demon princess is none other than beside the demon god. Lucifer talks to our boy, telling him that he has successfully completed the quest. Our hero can't help the urge to ask if this is what the goddess was aiming for from the start. He comments that if she could have descended earlier, she would have been able to finish the task right away. However, the demon goddess states that she was aiming for the right timing. There's only one person left who still believes in her, so there was no need for her to bother about the consequences that might come later. Also, because Hammond sent his angel against our hero, it gave her the chance to be able to descend. Thanks to that, everything went well. Our boy wonders if everything is really over now. Lucifer immediately answers, saying that of course it isn't. A terrifying smile creeps up on her face as she commends our hero for the job well done. For that reason, she intends to show our hero something very interesting. With a snap of her fingers, Ghosty and Tai-san were instantly transported into space. Lucifer shows them the planet of Begesida, the world where nothing of the demon goddess remains. With that being said, she states that she can now do whatever she wants with that cursed world. She extends her hand towards the planet and starts enveloping the entirety of it with her demonic energy. Even Ghosty is astonished at how much power the demon goddess is exerting. While Lucifer's energy is slowly destroying Begesida, Hammond desperately tries to protest. He screams and shouts that the world belongs to him. The demon goddess agrees with him, saying that the world is all his now. She adds that since it's his property now, he can just die along with it. It's really a terrifying thing to hear, especially when the one saying it has a body of a child. When Lucifer clenched her fist, the whole world of Begesida, along with its god, Hammond, is reduced to nothing. It was merely a child's play for this overpowered god. The demon goddess just smirked, as if what she did was something insignificant. Contrary to her reaction, both Tai-san and Ghosty were left speechless at what they saw. They just witnessed an entire star die in a matter of moments. Our hero realizes how much of a monster the goddess right in front of him actually is. She is an existence beyond his imagination. It made him realize that Lucifer could probably take care of the matter all by herself. This prompts our boy to ask if she even needed him in the first place. The demon goddess replies that if she destroyed that world from the start, then her possession wouldn't have been able to come back to her, pertaining to Anesha and the souls of the demon folks. That would mean all their souls, lives, and desires would have been lost, and she doesn't really want that to happen. Our boy asks if she's talking about Anesha when she mentions the word possession. The cold goddess confirms, saying that thanks to Tai, she was able to get her back to safety. She pities her subject for experiencing such hellish struggles, but she acknowledges that she's also someone she's grateful for. Even after she was abandoned by everyone and suffered so much, she never lost faith in the demon goddess. She thanks our hero for saving the child, and as promised, she intends to give him a satisfactory reward. Notification windows started popping up in front of our hero, informing him that he had acquired the demon energy and also obtained the use of black magic. Ghosty's jaw hits the floor as he was shocked to see our boy acquire black magic. He states that it is impossible for a human to acquire such a thing. The demon goddess then prompts our hero to check his status window, to which our boy quickly follows. He finds demon energy in his stats bar. It only has a capacity of 10, but the goddess states that it will increase as he levels up. What our boy received so far is already amazing, but the demon goddess states that she would give him a bonus as well. Tai receives the specially activated skill, Extortion of Darkness. Lucifer states that his demon energy will gradually increase every time he kills an enemy. She comments that our boy probably has a similar skill to that. Then, a mark appears on our boy's hand, along with his newly obtained title, the man who obtains the favor of the demon god. A pretty long-ass title if you'd ask me. Lucifer informs him that if he prays to her, he will be able to learn the black magic. However, she makes it clear that learning dark spells will not be free. Just like what our boy is doing with the magic god, he also has to offer something to the demon god in return for a spell. She states that it would be preferable if it was something related to demons. It seems like the demon goddess is in an extremely good mood, for she states that she will be giving more bonuses. Man, we all need an employer like her. Tai acquires the beginner level black magic, the distorted vegetation of Decoravia. He also gets another basic level of black magic, emotional agitation of Raum. Tai recognizes that the distorted vegetation is the same skill that the guy from the Guide of Sin used. With those, there is only one thing left for the demon goddess to give to our hero, which is the answer to who destroyed Tai-san's world. Our hero's eyes turn serious, and he's giving all his attention to the demon god. She states that to tell him the bottom line, Tai's prediction was actually right. Those beings are innate transcendental beings. In the present time, they are referred to as old gods. Long ago, all the gods in the world were all beings known as old gods. Lucifer and the other gods took their place and sealed them away. Kinda like how the Olympus overthrown the Titans. Tai then asks, if those so-called old gods were sealed, how were they able to trample his world? Lucifer corrects his sentence. It wasn't just his world that got trampled on, it's just one of many. She reveals that it took 12 years for 258 stars to fall into destruction because of them old gods. They destroyed everything enthusiastically. Our hero is bewildered upon hearing that, and naturally, he wants to know as to why they would do such a thing. The demon goddess states that she doesn't really know. Maybe it's an act of desperation from the defeated one. Nonetheless, she couldn't be bothered about their reasons. However, she does know one thing for a fact, and that is the old gods despise them. Lucifer and the other new gods settled down in the maze. Then adventurers from each world entered it as well. Then our boy realizes that the old gods intend to destroy all the worlds that have the possibility of entering the maze. Lucifer states that it is what she also thinks, but she claims that they will never really know the true reason unless they ask them up front, which is highly unlikely. Tai adds that there's still one thing he's still curious about, but Lucifer says that's all she can say for now. She can't tell him anything more than this, for Tai is still not qualified enough. She states that everything she has given so far is enough bonus, but she's willing to reveal the rest once Tai reaches the deeper floors. Our hero acknowledges her words and thanks her, bidding his farewell. In his mind, he wonders if there is also a limit based on the floor they reach to find out certain information. It's important to keep in mind that Tai is still technically on the early floor. Lucifer, the god of demons, takes a good look on the warrior and states that he is certainly strong. But that only applies when he is on the early floors. She states that the further he goes down, the stronger his enemies will be. Thanks for that, Captain Obvious. Just kidding, I don't want any smoke from this overpowered lowly. She adds that the hurdles are the same for the tests from the gods. Those gods who don't care about his life will give him merciless tests. Our hero then bravely interjects, saying that he will still give them a try. He comments that surely Lucifer already knows what kind of guy he is. The lowly goddess then asks what if she told him that there is a way for him to go down more easily, a surefire way that he will become strong. Our boy then asks if she's talking about the apostle contract, stating that he has no intention of accepting any contract from any god, but he still appreciates that offer. However, Lucifer embarrassingly states that she didn't mention anything about the apostle contract, making it clear that she had no intention of recruiting our boy. Tai and Ghosty were surprised that the calm and collected demon goddess could make such an embarrassed expression. Our boy asks what she was talking about then if it wasn't the apostle contract. This shy loli then tells our boy to just forget it. She orders Tai to get going, else she will crush his head. Boy, this tsundere goddess is pissed for being rejected instantly without even being able to make a proposal. Then, a portal appears right behind our hero, which leads to the demon god's altar. Collecting her composure, she informs our hero that as a last token of her kindness, she will allow him to use her name if he meets any of the churls in the labyrinth. As our boy turns towards the portal, he expresses his gratitude towards the demon goddess and takes his leave. It really caught him off guard that Lucifer would allow him to use her name. With that, our boy is back on the 19th floor. Ghosty was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He was on edge the whole time in fear of the goddess. He comments that he didn't know that gods were such powerful existence. He clearly never imagined that she could destroy a star on a whim. Tai shares the same sentiment with the ghost, commenting that he's also feeling a bit out of breath from the shock. Recalling all the gods he has met so far, our hero ponders if he'll be able to become as strong as them. Our boy finds himself going to the smith's lair, where the old man is currently busy forging something, like a full-fledged NPC. Tai calls out to Harfin. As the old man turns around, he immediately senses the dark energy flowing out of our hero, so he comments that it is rare of the demon goddess to acknowledge someone who isn't a demon folk. Our boy wonders who the old man knew, to which he states that he can tell because he can feel her power through our boy. He didn't think that even the demon goddess would be charmed by our boy. Tai remarks that a weird mark also appeared on his hand. Harfin is surprised upon hearing this. He says that the demon goddess totally called dibs on him. Nonetheless, he states that there's nothing bad in it for our boy. Our hero then remembers the reason why he came to this place and pulls out the thing he got from the golden dragon. The item shines in a bright gold aura. It is the gold dragon's claw, a portion of one who protects the world. None can use it unless they are exceptionally skilled. The smith immediately took interest in it and asked our boy where he obtained such a material. Tai tells him that he got it somewhere not in the labyrinth. Our hero remembers that in Begeseta, he received not just Valbanur's claw, but also other unexpected harvests. He recalls the skill he got from defeating Hammond's angel, the continuous trigger skill, Antitheism. Our boy currently has 2% proficiency on it, and it gives him the will to resist a god. All of his stats rise when facing an existence directly connected with a god. He also acquired the divine power ability, which is also known as the power of a god, the blessing granted to him when he believes in and follow one. But since Tai is not following any god right now, it has no use. Both our boy and Ghosty are puzzles as to what the skill really is. Our boy comments that divine power is something that a god grants, making Ghosty curious what will happen if he holds on to that ability. He also assesses its skill that the demon goddess bestowed upon him, the black magic. This allows him to use the demon goddess magic. For him to do so, he needs to use demonic energy. Tai remarks that the black magic's description is a bit different from regular magics. He can control how much demonic energy he wants to use, making him wonder if that means the range and power also change depending on his output. So far, he has the low-rank black magic, Marchoja's False Flames. It summons a certain material that takes the form of the flames controlled by the demon Marchojas. He also has the continuous trigger skill, Seize Darkness. This skill allows him to seize the darkness from the enemies he has killed. He also obtained the title, the one who received the demon goddess favor. It is the mark on his hand, allowing him to use black magic and giving him +5 demonic energies. Tai stares at the mark on his hand and thinks that it is proof of his connection with the demon goddess. Our boy is really racking up some abilities. He also managed to get the low-rank black magic, Dicarabia's Distorted Flora, which allows him to summon plants that he can control. Another one is the low-rank black magic, Raum's Emotional Agitation. This ability gives him the power of emotional manipulation. I wonder if he can manipulate my loneliness of not having a girlfriend. Anyway, after our hero has finished checking all his skills, Harfin proceeds to tell him that the material he brought is very interesting. Tai asks the old man if it's possible for him to smelt it. The smith states that it is. However, if the main ingredient is a dragon's claw, the other materials will need to be of a similar level. Figures, you can't just use a dragon's claw as a blade than some random wood you ordered from Temu as a handle. He tells our boy that he'll most likely have to dive 10 floors deeper to barely get something on that level. With that said, Tai tells the old man to hold on to it first. He'll return once he gets the ingredients. The old smith accepts the offer while still gawking at the rare item that our boy brought. Our hero prepares himself for his next challenge. After floor 20, the enemies will be spirits. Ghosty is surprised that our boy is aware of it, asking if someone told him that. However, Tai just kept quiet and refused to answer the question. He can't just blurt out that he regressed back in time. In reality, it was Li Tiyon who told him what's in store starting from the 20th floor. She tells him that she struggles a lot because physical attacks don't work on them. The first spirit that she encountered was a flame spirit. Just like what the lady told our hero in the past, Tai-san encountered a labyrinth's low-rank flame spirit as soon as he entered the 21st floor. The enemy started spitting out flame projectiles towards our boy. In response, Tai-san activates his skill, Air Leap, and jumps into the air, dodging the attack. While in midair, he activates Frost Arrow and Fire Blast. He combines these two spells and aims it to the flame spirit. The contrasting magic spells crash to the low-level spirit, immediately exploding upon contact. Ghosty even pitied the poor enemy, telling our boy to take it easy. However, even though the spells were powerful enough to leave a crater on the ground, it dealt no damage to the flame spirit. Tai states that he needs to try another method. He then started emitting his dark energy, commenting that he doesn't really know how to use divine power, so he wonders if this will work. He activates his black magic, Marchoja's false flame. Sure enough, the black fire dealt massive damage to the spirit. A few moments later, a notification pops up, informing our boy that he has defeated the labyrinth's low-rank flame spirit, and receives its spirit core. Tai-san is surprised that black magic is effective against spirits. So, Ghosty tells him that it's simple. Spirits are nature's life forms, so attacks that originate from nature won't work on them. Since aura is also a power given by a god, it won't work either. However, black magic is magic that originates from demons. Since it isn't natural, it will definitely inflict damage on the spirits. Ghosty states that it is the basic concept. Unfortunately, our boy has run out of demonic energy after using just one spell. He realizes that he still lacks demonic energy to actually fight these spirits, so he intends to move according to Lee Ti-yon's information. In an instant, our hero swiftly dashes through the terrain, meticulously staying away from enemies. Ghosty is not even surprised that he didn't even need to tell our boy the correct method to pass through floor 21. Moments later, they arrive in front of a peculiar door. Tai-san slowly approaches it. Suddenly, a maniacal laugh is heard, followed by a sudden swoop of something revolving around our hero. The system informs our hero that he has encountered an insane spirit. Sure enough, this dude looks crazy, spiraling around Tai-san while laughing. Unfazed, our hero remains calm and casually talks to the spirit, saying that he needs something to defeat the enemy spirits. However, it seems like it is impossible to have a proper conversation with the crazy ghost because instead of giving an answer to our boy's problem, it suddenly screams, saying that our hero should destroy those spirits, the ones who casted him away. Ghosty puts his palms into his face, commenting that this guy hasn't changed at all. The crazy ghost begins spouting some directions, telling our boy to move forwards by 5. Then the third on the left, there should be a room hidden there. There should be a golem made by the king who abandoned the insane spirit inside it. He tells our boy to avoid that and bring back the hidden core, then he will grant our boy the power to fight spirits. A notification window then appears, informing our boy that a subquest has started. The task is to bring back water from the nature's spring protected by the golem. The reward will be a skill that can hit spirits. With that said, the crazy spirit tells our boy to move along, which he does immediately. He asks Ghosty if the spirit was always so frantic. The former warrior tells him that the dude has been like that for a long time. He's just an insane existence. His role is to teach people how to handle spirits on the 21st floor, that's all. Once the quest is over, there's no need to see the crazy ghost again. Our boy ponders if that's really true. He thinks that there's more to that crazy ghost that Ghosty is aware about. Our hero quickly reached the hidden floor on the 21st floor. Sure enough, there is a spring of water inside which is guarded by a spark golem created by the Flame Spirit King. Ghosty tells our boy that every day, the golem stops working for exactly 1 minute. He urges Tai to grab the water during that interval. However, our boy is more tempted to defeat the golem, so Ghosty states that it is not impossible, but would be quite difficult. Hearing the word difficult made our boy excited. This dude is the living embodiment of the saying no pain no gain. He leaps into the air as he charges towards the flame golem. Tai-san delivers a powerful slash to the enemy, but it dealt no damage at all. He can't help but think that he has been encountering enemies that receive no damage frequently these days. Since normal methods don't work, he decides to use aura, and sure enough, the golem took damage. As expected, golems are different from spirits, they are not immune to aura attacks. The fight lasted for 2 hours, until finally, Tai managed to defeat the flame golem. By doing so, he leveled up 3 times, increasing his strength permanently by 34, agility by 22, and health by 102. After Tai-san defeated the spark golem created by the Flame King, we see Ghosty in a state of shock. He comments that it is almost like he's looking at an automation race, asking our hero how can he fight so repetitively like earlier. While his spirit companion is admiring him, Tai-san receives a fragment of the Spirit King and the Core Keeper ore. Also, because of his unwavering and simple repetition battle technique, he obtains the continuous trigger skill, Tenacity. Our hero grins. Finally, he has obtained all the base skills necessary to learn addition. Along with that, his proficiency in his detection skill has reached 100%, causing it to evolve to surveillance skill. Just like its predecessor, the ability gives our hero general information about the target, but it's much more detailed. Knowing our skill-obsessed hero, he does not waste any second and tries out the skill right away. He focuses his gaze and his eyes started to glow as he activates the surveillance skill. The target this time is none other than Ghosty, who seems a bit flustered by our boy staring at him. Just then, an information window pops right beside the ghost, showing his title, One Drenched in Blood, the target status, and a brief description. The description of Ghosty lingers on our hero's mind for a bit. It says that Ghosty is someone who has entrusted his dreams to someone. Knowing that he is that someone whom Ghosty entrusted his dreams to, Tai can't help but smirk, which pisses the ghost for he doesn't know what's going on. After a while, they reach back to the insane ghost's place. Our hero gives the spirit the spring water that he asked for and activates his surveillance skill while doing so. The insane white spirit gulps down the spring water rapidly, like a salaryman gulping beer after a long day of work. Description had happened with Ghosty. An information window pops right beside the spirit, telling our hero that the entity is unstable with a description of a child who desires completion and craves vengeance. After that thirst-quenching chugging, the insane white spirit started to grin from ear to ear, shouting that he is a bit closer to completion. Satisfied by Tai-san's work, the spirit tells him that he will give our boy the skill in return. At the same time, the aura of the spirit started to envelop Tai-san. Then, a notification window appears, stating that our hero has completed the spirit's quest and obtained the continuous trigger skill, Spirit Strike. Boy, our hero has been accumulating too many skills. It's becoming hard for me to remember it. Also go easy on me. After receiving the skill, Tai-san also pulls out the Korra Keeper aura and informs the spirit that he has also defeated the golem. The insane white spirit is absolutely gobsmacked by the unexpected news while our boy just casually mentioned it like it was no big deal. The shock is a bit too much for the spirit, so he asked our boy to give him a moment to organize his thoughts. The ore is the Spirit King's fragment, a portion of the power of the Spirit King that has been stored. The description also states that all spirits want this. I guess the insane spirit is of no exception. He launches himself to our hero like a maniac, saying that Tai is different from the other guest in a sense that he's incredible. He states that his power can greatly assist him, so he asks our hero if he's willing to do so, to which Tai says yes. Ghosty flinches a bit from our boy's response. Could it be that this ghost is getting jealous because our boy found another spiritual entity? Just kidding. Upon hearing our boy agree to aid him, the insane spirit vigorously asks for Tai to collect all the infinity stones, the cores, saying that he needs the cores to become a complete spirit, adding that by doing so, he will become great again. Immediately, a window quest appears. It states that the insane spirit wishes to become great again by resolving his instability, and he plans to leave the method to our boy. The reward for this quest will be everything that the insane spirit can provide our boy. Furious, Ghosty asks Tai-san if he will accept the quest, mentioning that our hero has already received a skill that can damage spiritual enemies. Our hero didn't hesitate and said yes. He states that he never planned on descending the labyrinth like everyone else has. Plus, he's sure that he will become stronger once he receives that reward. He informs that spirit that he's accepting the job, so he prompts him to share the details of the mission. The insane spirit then wears a sinister and suspicious smile on his face upon hearing our boy's response. He then switches persona and began tearing up, saying that he's very unstable. So, he needs to achieve a stable state. After that, he wants to become complete, and in order to do all that, he needs to gather strength. So first, he tells our hero to hunt the owner of the 21st floor. Brimming with emotion and thirst for blood, he tells Tai to stab and kill the boss and bring back the core to the spirit. With that being said, he wishes our boy a safe trip, then screams that vengeance will be his. As they leave the room, Ghosty scoffs at the spirit and comments on how strange it is for the labyrinth to require hunting the golem as the prerequisite of a side quest. He then thinks that even when he was alive, subjugating the Flame King's golem was impossible for him. Looking at it objectively, it should have been an unreceivable quest. However, Tai-san avoided the easy method and achieved the impossible. While Ghosty is pondering about such thoughts, our hero blurts out that it may be that the gods of the labyrinth were hoping for someone like his level. Ghosty comments that it should have been impossible in the first place, adding that almost no adventurer can become that strong. Later on, our heroes find themselves on the 21st floor of the labyrinth. With his sword in his hand, Tai-san activates that frost arrow. As it turns out, he is battling the floor 21 boss, the mid-rank flame spirit. He constantly shot frost arrows until he finally subjugated the boss. As a result, our hero's level increases once again, boosting his stats. His strength has increased by 15 points, agility by 11, intelligence by 5, and health by 55. He also acquired a flame spark, one of the cores that the insane spirit sent him out to gather. In addition to that, he also obtains a spirit jade. Our hero stares at the loots and wonders if he should visit Harfin, the blacksmith, soon. While they are at it, our hero opens up his status window, recalling that Lucifer told him that his demonic energy would increase when he slays an enemy and level up. Sure enough, the window shows that his demonic energy has indeed increased. Before it was only 10 out of 10, but now it has increased all the way up to 27. Despite it almost tripling out, Tai-san is still a bit dissatisfied by the rate of increase. He states that he has already cleared the entire floor 21, but the increase of the demonic energy only reached this much, but he surmises that he'll find out soon if the increase is really satisfactory. He then wears a little grin on his face, knowing that he has successfully completed the subquest. With that in mind, he decides to pay the spirit a visit and inform him that he has finished the mission. As he enters the room, the insane white spirit floats around the room in delight, asking our hero if he has cleared the floor already. He can't help but express his happiness, calling our hero an amazing person. Tai-san hands over the flame spirit core and directly goes to the point, asking which floor can he find the next objective. Without wasting any second, the spirit reveals that the next one can be found on the 23rd floor. He then tells our boy that there is a hidden room that our boy can use. With those information, Tai-san leaves the spirit once again to embark on his objective. The crazy ghost sniffed the crystal like a maniac. He's absolutely in cloud nine knowing that he'd get what he always wanted. Meanwhile, Tai-san went to the 22nd floor. As the window notification pops up, informing him of the objective, a monster appears right on the get-go. It is a low-rank ice spirit. Knowing our hero, he didn't beat around the bush and immediately went to the slaughter, killing all the low-rank spirits without any problems. While he does so, he commends Harfin for the weapon that he has created for him, commenting that even he didn't expect that it would perform this well. Our hero's sword, Cavert's Relic, is a sword imbued with the blood of the ancestors. It gives 40 attack bonus when facing enemy of noble lineage. Add to that the plus 15 flame attribute that it has been imbued with. Amazed by the blacksmith's talent, Tai-san began wondering about the other ingredients that he has left with Harfin. Ghosty mentions those being the ores Tai got from defeating the golem, commenting that the smith was surprised upon laying his eyes on them. Our boy gave the old man the Korra Keeper ore and the spirit jade, which could be used for forging. While our hero is wandering around, he stumbles upon the altar of Papsha. Just like any other altar, the statue seems to be overflowing with power. Ghosty is shocked as he sees the altar, wondering what it was doing on this floor. He states that this particular altar was in a much deeper place the last time. The owner of the altar is the god Papsha, the god of validation. Curious, Tai-san asks what sort of trials do the god gives, to which Ghosty responds that the trial is just as the title suggests. One must prove himself, validate what he has built so far or something like that. He adds that if you just look at the clear rate, it's a relatively easy trial, but it's quite iffy to really claim that. Most of the adventurers that Ghosty remembers received Papsha's trial, and even those who weren't great, even the ones close to average, all succeeded. However, he adds that the labyrinth isn't kind to normal adventurers, so that clear rate doesn't make any sense. Also, after passing the trial, some of the challengers changed a little, whether in their manner of speech or their behavior. This leads to our hero speculating if the normal adventurers were replaced by doppelgangers. But Ghosty insists that they were not. However, they did call those who changed like that as fakes. Tai-san asks what did those who returned from the trials say about it. Ghosty replies that proving oneself and that's it. There are too many unusual points, so he says to our hero that there's nothing he can learn about this trial. He reveals that he had no plans on being reckless, so he didn't accept the trial. However, if it's Tai-san, Ghosty already knows that he will challenge it. Our hero confirms his words, saying that it's obvious for he has no plans on stopping now. He stares at the altar and steals his resolve. Knowing Tai-san, we can always count on him that he will successfully complete any trial that's given to him. As he reaches towards the altar, a Windows notification pops up, informing him about the subquest starting. It states that Papsha wishes to test him, and upon completion, he will receive a reward which will vary on the god's decision. Tai-san is aware that the gods of this place are expecting his level of strength, which would mean that this god's trial will also be tailored to match him. It might also be the reason why the altar appeared on higher floors despite it generally being found on deeper ones. The trial begins. Immediately, a person spawns right in front of him. A window then pops up, telling our hero to prove himself. As the entity starts to manifest its form, it reveals that the enemy will be a copy of him. Ghosty comments that it is completely identical to Tai-san, asking if it's a complete reflection of our hero. Tai-san stares at it with a bit of confusion in his eyes, saying that he's not too sure on what it was. No matter how you look at it, the entity looks exactly like our hero. The face, the height, the build, and even the equipment, it's completely identical to Tai-san. The only difference is that it seems to have no emotions. The fake started rushing to our hero, and it seems like it even possesses the skills of Tai-san. The fake swings his blade and emits a wolf-like aura on his sword. There's no doubt about it, he is using the Sword of the Scarring Storm technique. Fortunately, our hero was able to dodge it easy. For a while now, Tai has been speedrunning his enemies, and it seemed like he ain't impressed with their skills. However, this time, 2 seconds in the fight and we already find our boy smiling. I guess only he can satisfy himself in a fight. Anyway, Tai responds to the fake's attacks by using the Sword of the Scarring Storm as well. He swings his sword down, creating a visage of Wolfpack charging towards the enemy. The fake Tai then back away to avoid the attack. At this point, he's really getting agitated, which is weird to see because we haven't seen our hero do that kind of face. He shouts that our hero's soul is his to claim. Meanwhile, the real Tai just kept a calm expression on his face and kept pressing the attack. He comments that there's nothing much to his enemy's level. I guess he already got bored of fighting himself that quick. Our hero rains down his blades to his opponent, which the fake was able to block with his sword. However, it's very evident who has the upper hand in this fight. The real Tyson kept pushing the fake back. Despite being a somewhat perfect copy of himself, the enemy is still lacking compared to the original. Then, Papsha probably thought that the trial would end too easy for our hero at this rate. So, he manifested his authority in exchange for his range of influence. He then offers our hero an empowered trial. Our hero didn't even hesitate to consider his answer first. He immediately nods and accepts the empowered trial, making the god satisfied. Right then, another soul enters the clone's body. The air around him suddenly turned sinister, as if it was possessed by something evil. The fake wheezed a wide grin on his face and started stretching its neck. It is as if the clone has gained a personality. He started playing with his blade as he comments that it has been a while since he entered the labyrinth. Our hero quickly noticed the massive change in the air, so he focused all his attention to his enemy. The fake greets our hero and introduces himself, saying that he is the great Papsha's apostle, the one who stepped into the lower floors, Malastine. Ghosty instantly flinches upon hearing the name. It seems like he has an idea who this Malastine fellow is. The ghost addresses the clone, stating that he was wondering where Malastine had been all this time. He didn't think that he would become an apostle of Papsha. Malastine then recognizes the warrior spirit despite him being just a fragment of his former self. He asks Ghosty why is he here. Curious, our hero joins the conversation and asks Ghosty if the soul in his clone is someone Ghosty knows. The warrior spirit reveals that the man is someone who entered the labyrinth around the same time as the ghost. He clarifies that he wasn't affiliated with the Guides of Sin. Malastine was an adventurer who passed the 70th floor and, like Ghosty, used twin swords. But he held one in the reverse grip. Ghosty adds that rather than skills, the guy was someone who mainly used sword arts. Now, it's Malastine's turn to speak. He asks our hero what floor is this place, to which our hero answers that it's the 22nd floor. Curious about Tysan, Malastine opens up the status window. By doing so, he was able to see Tysan's current stats because he's using a perfect reflection of his body. The guy is astonished. He wonders how can someone on the early floors have stats, skills, and magic of this level. He's became even gobsmacked upon learning that Ty also has black magic. It seems like Malastine and our boy has something in common, which is they love testing out their newfound abilities as soon as possible. The clone activates our hero's frost arrow and shoots Tysan, immediately following it up with acceleration to close the gap. As he gets closer to our hero, he comments how this will be a fun experience. The two clash swords with each other, going back and forth. At the moment, it seems like they are on equal footing. Our hero then uses his skill, leap, and flies into the air. He then activates his frost arrow and rains them down to his enemies. The attack lands on Malastine, making him expend his nullification of the first attack passive skill. The clone was surprised that our boy has nullification skill, stating that it's really hard to get that skill. He then reiterates how much fun this battle is going to be while wearing a weird smile on his face. Malastine began executing some weird movements as he advances towards our hero. This made Ghosty question his actions, asking why is he combining someone else's swordmanship with his own. While they are clashing swords, Malastine tells our hero that he has been interested on Tysan's swordmanship for a long time now. On the other hand, Tysan is not even spouting a single word. He's preoccupied assessing the enemy before him. He surmises that the guy is definitely strong. He can already apply the Sword of the Scarring Storm to his own swordmanship and use it. However, that's it. There's nothing too grand or special about the enemy according to our boy. Tysan then activates his ability, Freedom of Choice, allowing him to place some of his strength points to his agility, making him decreasing his power while increasing his speed. Malastine was surprised to discover such an ability. We can only imagine how the fake is feeling right now. It might be something similar to buying a gaming account instead of grinding it yourself. In response to our hero's attack, the fake also uses the same skill, Freedom of Choice, increasing his agility as well to match our hero. Unfortunately for him, Tysan declares that it's too late. He then activates Marchoja's fake flame and shoots it to the enemy. The false flame blows up to Malastine, creating a powerful explosion. Ghosty smiles a bit, commenting that this is how things would end, as if he has already expected the outcome of our hero winning the fight. But surprisingly, the clone is still up and kicking thanks to our hero's skill, Endurance, which allows the user to escape death by nullifying all damage for 1 second. However, it's very apparent that he's no longer in the condition to fight. Malastine comments that this is the first time since the warrior, referring to Ghosty, that he was defeated helplessly. The dude then stares sadly at the portal behind him, saying that he feels sorry for the god Papsha because he failed him. However, it seems like the god consoled him or something, because the next words that came out of his mouth are the words of gratitude towards the god. Malastine then slowly gets back up, and in response, our hero took up his battle stance once again, exercising caution. But unfortunately, this is the end of the line of the clone. He slowly began disintegrating and revealing his real face. With a satisfied smile on his face, he tells our hero that he had a blast after a long time. And with that, Papsha's subquest has been successfully completed by our hero, increasing his level once again. As a result, his competency level of all skills except for the soul skill, Spiritual Power Enhancement, has increased. Tysan immediately checks the changes in his stats. Both he and Ghosty cannot believe what they are seeing. The proficiency of all of his skill have increased by 2 to 3%. Even the black magic skills that Tai haven't used much are included by the increase. Tai-san checked through all of his abilities, and it seems too good to be true. Currently, he has about 80 skills in total, so if he calculates all of the increase, it will be almost 200%. The competency of his ability, Coolness, has reached 100% as well. As a result, it has evolved into a higher ability, the always activated special skill, Serene Mind. It gives our hero unwavering mind and unchangeable volition. Also, his continuous triggered special skill, Line of Death, reach 100% proficiency as well. This skill allows him to detect when death is approaching, and it will be automatically activated in every crisis. Just like any other god that has given trial to our hero, Pavsha offered an apostle contract to him as well, which he immediately rejected, making Ghosty chuckle and comment that our boy never changes. Pavsha took the rejection like a Chad and moves on. He then gives our hero the reward for the trial, the Dagger of the Proven One. It's a dark blade that gives plus 25 attack power, a rather exceptional equipment among all others. Upon receiving the dagger, Tai-san considers about changing his weapon. Also, it turns out that our hero will be receiving additional rewards. He obtains the always activated special skill, Spiritual Power of the Proven. The description is as follows: Tai has won against his other self. When he dies, his soul will receive Pavsha's ordeal. This ability can only be used once. Naturally, Tai-san is just as confused as I am. He turns to Ghosty, asking if he knows something about Pavsha's ordeal. Ghosty states that he doesn't know what the word ordeal means in the description, but he does know what the words when you die means. He reveals that it is usually a skill that can extend life. Tai asks if it's something similar to a second life, to which Ghosty states that it is most likely the case. The idea of needing to use this skill made our hero think that he would be facing more hardships in the future. He then asks Ghosty as to why Malastine made such a decision. He states that the apostles have their souls bound to their god even after they died. Ghosty states that clearing this labyrinth is nearly impossible even for those with talent, luck, and skill. There are those who wavered, or gave up, and those who feared death accepted the apostles' offer because they would be able to maintain their power, so it's really tempting. In shorter words, they refuse to give up on everything they have built up. Ghosty explains that you will lose everything once you die, but if you accept the apostle contract in exchange for being bound to the god forever, you will be able to maintain your ego. Ghosty doesn't think that there's a right answer as to which would be more painful, to die and lose everything, or to be bound for all eternity. In any case, Malastine chose the latter. And that's where we're going to end the episode for now. Thank you all for the continuous support as always, and we'll be seeing you in the next episode. Until next time.